Sketches by Boz, Section 33. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippon. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, Section 33. Characters, Chapter 1. Thoughts about People. It is strange with how little notice, good, bad, or indifferent, a man may live and die in London. He awakens no sympathy in the breast of any single person. His existence is a matter of interest to no one save himself. He cannot be said to be forgotten when he dies, for no one remembered him when he was alive. There is a numerous class of people in this great metropolis who seem not to possess a single friend, and whom nobody appears to care for. Urged by imperative necessity in the first instance, they have resorted to London in search of employment, and the means of subsistence. It is hard, we know, to break the ties which bind us to our homes and friends, and harder still to efface the thousand recollections of happy days and old times, which have been slumbering in our bosoms for years, and only rush upon the mind to bring before it associations connected with the friends we have left, the scenes we have beheld to probably for the last time, and the hopes we once cherished but may entertain no more. These men, however, happily for themselves, have long forgotten such thoughts. Old country friends have died or emigrated, former correspondents have become lost, like themselves, in the crowd and turmoil of some busy city, and they have gradually settled down into mere passive creatures of habit and endurance. We were seated in the enclosure of St. James's Park the other day, when our attention was attracted by a man whom we immediately put down in our own mind as one of this class. He was a tall, thin, pale person in a black coat, scanty grey trousers, little pinched up gaiters, and brown beaver gloves. He had an umbrella in his hand, not for use, for the day was fine, but evidently because he always carried one to the office in the morning. He walked up and down before the little patch of grass on which the chairs are placed for hire, not as if he were doing it for pleasure or recreation, but as if it were a matter of compulsion, just as he would walk to the office every morning from the back settlements of Islington. It was Monday. He had escaped for 24 hours from the thraldom of the desk, and was walking here for exercise and amusement, perhaps for the first time in his life. We were inclined to think he had never had a holiday before, and that he did not know what to do with himself. Children were playing on the grass. Groups of people were loitering about, chatting and laughing, but the man walked steadily up and down, unheeding and unheeded his spare But the man walked steadily up and down, unheeding and unheeded, his spare, pale face looking as if it were incapable of bearing the expression of curiosity or interest. There was something in the man's manner and appearance which told us we fancied his whole life, or rather his whole day, for a man of this sort has no variety of days, We thought that almost We thought we almost saw the dingy little back office into which he walks every morning, hanging his hat on the same peg, and placing his legs beneath the same desk, first taking off that black coat which lasts the year through, and putting on the one which did duty last year, and which he keeps in his desk to save the other. There he sits till 5 o'clock, working on all day as regularly as the dial over the mantelpiece, whose loud ticking is as monotonous as his whole existence, only raising his head when some one enters the counting-house, or when, in the midst of some difficult calculation, he looks up to the ceiling, as if there were inspiration in the dusty skylight with a green knot in the centre of every pane of glass. About 5 or half past, he slowly dismounts from his accustomed stool, and again changing his coat, proceeds to his usual dining place somewhere near Bucklersbury. The waiter recites the bill of fare in a rather confidential manner, for he is a regular customer, and after inquiring what's in the best cut, and what was up last, he orders a small plate of roast beef with greens and half a pint of porter. He has a small plate to-day because greens are a penny more than potatoes, and he had two breads and he had two breads yesterday. And he had two breads yesterday, with the additional enormity of a cheese the day before. This important point settled, he hangs up his hat (he took it off the moment he sat down), and bespeaks the paper after the next gentleman. If he can get it while it is at din- If he can get it while he is at dinner, he eats with much greater zest, balancing it against the water bottle, and eating a bit of beef and reading a line or two alternately. Exactly at 5 minutes before the hour is up, he produces a shilling, pays the reckoning, carefully deposits the change in his waistcoat pocket, first deducting a penny for the waiter, and and returns to the office, from which, if it is not foreign past night, if it is not foreign post night, he again sallies forth in about half an hour. He then walks home at his usual pace to his little back room at Islington, where he has his tea, perhaps solacing himself during the meal with the conversation of his landlady's little boy, whom he occasionally rewards with a penny for solving problems in simple addition. Sometimes there is a letter or two to take up to his Sometimes there is a letter or two to take up to his employers in Russell Square, and then the wealthy man of business, hearing his voice, calls out from the dinner parlour, "Come in, Mr. Smith," and Mr. Smith, putting his hat at the feet of one of the hall chairs, walks timidly in, and being condescendingly desired to sit down, carefully tucks his legs under his chair, and sits at a considerable distance from the table while he drinks the glass of sherry which is poured out for him by the eldest boy, and after drinking which, he backs and slides out of the room, in a state of nervous agitation from which he does not perfectly recover, until he finds himself once more in the Islington Road. Poor harmless creatures such men are, contented but not happy, broken spirited and humbled, they may feel broken spirited and humbled, they may feel no pain, but they never know pleasure. Compare these men with another class of beings who, like them, have neither friend nor companion, but whose position in society is the result of their own choice. These are generally old fellows with white heads and red faces, addicted to port wine and Hessian boots, who, from some cause, real or imaginary, generally the former, the excellent reason being that they are rich and their relations poor, grow suspicious of everybody, and do the misanthropical in chambers, taking great delight in thinking themselves unhappy, and making everybody they come near miserable. You may see such men as these anywhere. You will know them at coffee houses by their discontented exclamations and the luxury of their dinners; at theatres, by their always sitting in the same place, and looking with a jaundiced eye on all the young people near them; at church, by the pomposity with which they enter, and the loud tone in which they repeat the responses; at parties, by their getting cross at whist and hating music. An old fellow of this kind will have his chambers splendidly furnished, and collect books, plate, and pictures about him in profusion, not so much for his own gratification, as to be superior to those who have the desire, but not the means, to compete with him. He belongs to 2 or 3 clubs, and is envied and flattered and hated by the members of them all. Sometimes he will be appealed to by a poor relation, a married nephew perhaps, for some little assistance, and then he will declaim with honest indignation on the improvidence of young married people, the worthlessness of a wife, the insolence of having a family, the atrocity of getting into debt with £125 a year, and other unpardonable crimes, winding up his exhortations with a complacent review of his own conduct, and a delicate allusion to parochial relief. He dies some day after dinner of apoplexy, having bequeathed his property to a public society, and the institution erects a tablet to his memory expressive of their admiration of his Christian conduct in this world, and their comfortable conviction of his happiness in the next. But next to our very particular friends, hackney coachmen, cabmen, and cads, whom we admire in proportion to the extent of their cool impudence and perfect self-possession, there is no class of people who amuse us more than London apprentices. They are no longer an organized body, bound down by solemn compact to terrify his Majesty's subjects whenever it pleases them to take offence in their heads and staves in their hands. They are only bound now by indentures, and as to their valour, it is as it is easily restrained by the wholesome dread of the new police, and a prospective view of a damp station-house, terminating in a police officer and a reprimand. They are still, however, a peculiar class, and not the less pleasant for being inoffensive. Can anyone fail to have noticed them in the streets on Sunday? And were there ever such harmless efforts as the grand and magnificent as the young fellows and were there ever such harmless efforts at the grand and magnificent as the young fellows display? We walked down the Strand a Sunday or two ago, behind a little group, and they furnished food for our amusement the whole way. They had come out of some part of the city. It was between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were on their way to the park. There were 4 of them, all arm in arm, with white kid gloves like so many bridegrooms, light trousers of unprecedented patterns, and coats for which the English language has yet no name, a kind of cross between a great-coat and a surtout, with the collar of the one, the skirts of the other, and pockets peculiar to themselves. Each of the gentlemen carried a thick stick, with a large tassel at the top, which he occasionally twirled gracefully round, and the whole 4, by way of looking easy and unconcerned, were walking with a paralytic swagger irresistibly ludicrous. One of the party had a watch about the size and shape of a reasonable Ribstone pippin jammed into his waistcoat pocket, which he carefully compared with the clocks at St. Clement's and the New Church, the illuminated clock at Exeter Change, the clock of St. Martin's Church, and the clock of the Horse Guards. When they at last arrived at St. James's Park, the member of the party who had the best made boots on hired a second chair expressly for his feet, and flung himself on this 2 pennyworth of sylvan luxury with an air which levelled all distinctions between Brooks and Snooks, Crockfords and Bagnigge Wells. We may smile at such people, but they can never excite our anger. They are usually on the best terms with themselves, and it follows almost as a matter of course in good humour with every one about them. Besides, they are always the faint reflection of higher lights, and, if they do display a little occasional foolery in their own proper persons, it is surely more tolerable than precocious puppyism in the Quadrant, whiskered dandyism in Regent Street and Pall Mall, or gallantry in its dotage anywhere. End of section 33. Sketches by Boz, Section 34. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, Section 34. Characters, Chapter 2. A Christmas Dinner. Christmas time. That man must be a misanthrope indeed, in whose breast something like a jovial feeling is not roused, in whose mind some pleasant associations are not awakened by the recurrence of Christmas. There are people who will tell you that Christmas is not to them what it used to be, that each succeeding Christmas has found some cherished hope or happy prospect of the year before dimmed or passed away, that the present only serves to remind them of reduced circumstances and straitened incomes, of the feasts they once bestowed on hollow friends, and of the cold looks that meet them now in adversity and misfortune. Never heed such dismal reminiscences. There are few men who have lived long enough in the world who cannot call up such thoughts any day in the year. Then do not select the merriest of the 365 for your doleful recollections, but draw your chair nearer the blazing fire, fill the glass and send round the song, and if your room be smaller than it was a dozen years ago, or if your glass be filled with reeking punch instead of sparkling wine, put a good face on the matter, and empty it off hand, and fill another, and troll off the old ditty you used to sing, and thank God it's no worse. Look on the merry faces of your children, if you have any, as they sit round the fire. One little seat may be empty, one slight form that gladdened the father's heart and roused the mother's pride to look upon, may not be there. Dwell not upon the past. Think not that one short year ago the fair child now resolving into dust sat before you, with the bloom of health upon its cheek and the gaiety of infancy in its joyous eye. Reflect upon your present blessings, of which every man has many, not on your past misfortunes, of which all men have some. Fill your glass again, with a merry face and contented heart. Our life on it, but your Christmas shall be merry, and your New Year a happy one. Who can be insensible to the outpourings of good feeling and the honest interchange of affectionate attachment which abound at this season of the year? A Christmas family party! We know nothing in nature more delightful. There seems a magic in the very name of Christmas. Petty jealousies and discords are forgotten, social feelings are awakened, in bosoms to which they have long been strangers, father and son, or brother and sister, who have met and passed with averted gaze, or a look of cold recognition, for months before, proffer in return the cordial embrace, and bury their past animosities in their present happiness. Kindly hearts that have yearned towards each other, but have been withheld by false notions of pride and self-dignity, are again reunited, and all is kindness and benevolence. Would that Christmas lasted the whole year through, as it ought, and that the prejudices and passions which deform our better nature were never called into action among those to whom they should ever be strangers. The Christmas family party that we mean is not a mere assemblage of relations, got up at a week or two's notice, originating this year, having no family precedent in the last, and not likely to be repeated in the next. No. It is an annual gathering of all the accessible members of the family, young or old, rich or poor, and all the children look forward to it for 2 months beforehand in a fever of anticipation. Formerly it was held at grandpapa's, but grandpapa getting old, and grandmamma getting old too, and rather infirm, they have given up housekeeping and domesticated themselves with Uncle George, so the party always takes place at Uncle George's house, but grandmamma sends in most of the good things, and grandpapa always will toddle down all the way to Newgate Market to buy the turkey, which he engages a porter to bring home behind him in triumph, always insisting on the man's being rewarded with a glass of spirits over and above his hire, to drink a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to Aunt George. As to grandmamma, she is very secret and mysterious for 2 or 3 days beforehand, but not sufficiently so to prevent rumours getting afloat that she has purchased a beautiful new cap with pink ribbons for each of the servants, together with sundry books and pen-knives and pencil-cases for the younger branches, to say nothing of divers secret additions to the order originally given by Aunt George at the pastry-cook's, such as another dozen of mince-pies for the dinner, and a large plum-cake for the children. On Christmas Eve grandmamma is always in excellent spirits, and after employing all the children during the day in stoning the plums, and all that, insists regularly every year on Uncle George coming down into the kitchen, taking off his coat, and stirring the pudding for half an hour or so, which Uncle George good humouredly does, to the vociferous delight of the children and servants. The evening concludes with a glorious game of blindman's buff, in an early stage of which grandpapa takes great care to be caught, in order that he may have an opportunity of displaying his dexterity. On the following morning, the old couple, with as many of the children as the pew will hold, go to church in great state, leaving Aunt George at home dusting decanters and filling castors, and Uncle George carrying bottles into the dining parlour, and calling for corkscrews, and getting into everybody's way. When the church party return to lunch, grandpapa produces a small sprig of mistletoe from his pocket, and tempts the boys to kiss their little cousins under it, a proceeding which affords both the boys and the old gentleman unlimited satisfaction, but which rather outrages grandmamma's ideas of decorum, until grandpapa says that when he was just 13 years and 3 months old he kissed grandmamma under a mistletoe too, on which the children clap their hands and laugh very heartily, as do Aunt George and Uncle George, and grandmamma looks pleased and says with a benevolent smile that grandpapa was an impudent young dog, on which the children laugh very heartily again, and grandpapa more heartily than any of them. But all these diversions are nothing to the subsequent excitement when grandmamma in a high cap and slate-coloured silk gown, and grandpapa with a beautifully plaited shirt frill and white neckerchief, seat themselves on one side of the drawing-room fire, with Uncle George's children and little cousins innumerable seated in the front, waiting the arrival of the expected visitors. Suddenly a hackney coach is heard to stop, and Uncle George, who has been looking out of the window, exclaims, "Here's Jane!" on which the children rush to the door, and helter-skelter downstairs, and Uncle Robert and Aunt Jane, and the dear little baby, and the nurse, and the whole party, are ushered upstairs amidst tumultuous shouts of "Oh my!" from the children, and frequently repeated warnings not to hurt baby from the nurse. And grandpapa takes the child, and grandmamma kisses her daughter, and the confusion of this first entry has scarcely subsided when some other aunts and uncles with more cousins arrive, and the grown-up cousins flirt with each other, and so do the little cousins too for that matter, and nothing is to be heard but a confused din of talking, laughing, and merriment. A hesitating double knock at the street door, heard during a momentary pause in the conversation, excites a general inquiry of "Who's that?" and two or three children who have been standing at the window announce in a low voice that it's poor Aunt Margaret; upon which Aunt George leaves the room to welcome the newcomer, and grandmamma draws herself up, rather stiff and stately, for Margaret married a poor man without her consent, and poverty not being a sufficiently weighty punishment for her offence, has been discarded by her friends, and debarred the society of her dearest relatives. But Christmas has come round, and the unkind feelings that have struggled against better dispositions during the year have melted away before its genial influence, like half-formed ice beneath the morning sun. It is not difficult in a moment of angry feeling for a parent to denounce a disobedient child, but to banish her at a period of general goodwill and hilarity from the hearth round which she has sat on so many anniversaries of the same day, expanding by slow degrees from infancy to girlhood, and then bursting almost imperceptibly into a woman, is wildly different. The air of conscious rectitude and cold forgiveness which the old lady has assumed sits ill upon her, and when the poor girl is led in by her sister, pale in looks and broken in hope, not from poverty, for that she could bear, but from the consciousness of undeserved neglect and unmerited unkindness, it is easy to see how much of it is assumed. A momentary pause succeeds. The girl breaks suddenly from her sister, and throws herself sobbing on her mother's neck. The father steps hastily forward and takes her husband's hand. Friends crowd round to offer their hearty congratulations, and happiness and harmony again prevail. As to the dinner, it's perfectly delightful. Nothing goes wrong, and everybody is in the very best of spirits, and disposed to please and be pleased. Grandpapa relates a circumstantial account of the purchase of the turkey, with a slight digression relative to the purchase of previous turkeys on former Christmas days, which grandmamma corroborates in the minutest particular. Uncle George tells stories, and carves poultry, and takes wine and jokes with the children at the side table, and winks at the cousins that are making love, or being made love to, and exhilarates everybody with his good humour and hospitality, and when at last a stout servant staggers in with a gigantic pudding with a sprig of holly in the top, there is such a laughing and shouting and clapping of little chubby hands, and kicking up of fat dumpy legs, as can only be equalled by the applause with which the astonishing feat of pouring lighted brandy into mince pies is received by the younger visitors. Then the dessert, and the wine, and the fun. Such beautiful speeches and such songs from Aunt Margaret's husband, who turns out to be such a nice man, and so attentive to grandmamma. Even grandpapa not only sings his annual song with unprecedented vigour, but on being honoured with a unanimous encore, according to annual custom, actually comes out with a new one which nobody but grandmamma ever heard before, and a young scapegrace of a cousin, who has been in some disgrace with the old people for certain heinous sins of omission and commission, neglecting to call and persisting in drinking Burton ale, astonishes everybody into convulsions of laughter by volunteering the most extraordinary comic songs that ever were heard. And thus the evening passes in a strain of rational good will and cheerfulness, doing more to awaken the sympathies of every member of the party in behalf of his neighbour, and to perpetuate their good feeling during the ensuing year, than half the homilies that have ever been written by half the divines that have ever lived. End of section 34. Sketches by Boz, Section 35. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, Section 35. Characters, Chapter 3. The New Year. Next to Christmas Day, the most pleasant annual epoch in existence is the advent of the New Year. There are a lachrymose set of people who usher in the new year with watching and fasting, as if they were bound to attend as chief mourners at the obsequies of the old one. Now we cannot but think it is a great deal more complimentary both to the old year that has rolled away, and to the new year that is just beginning to dawn upon us, to see the old fellow out and the new one in, with gaiety and glee. There must have been some few occurrences in the past year to which we can look back with a smile of cheerful recollection, if not with a feeling of heartfelt thankfulness. And we are bound by every rule of justice and equity to give the new year credit for being a good one, until he proves himself unworthy the confidence we repose in him. This is our view of the matter, and entertaining it, notwithstanding our respect for the old year, one of the few remaining moments of whose existence passes away with every word we write, here we are, seated by our fireside on this last night of the old year, 1836, penning this article with as jovial a face as if nothing extraordinary had happened, or was about to happen, to disturb our good humour. Hackney coaches and carriages keep rattling up the street and down the street in rapid succession, conveying doubtless smartly dressed coachfuls to crowded parties. Loud and repeated double knocks at the house with green blinds opposite announce to the whole neighbourhood that there's one large party in the street at all events, and we saw through the window, and through the fog too, till it grew so thick that we rung for candles and drew our curtains, pastry cooks' men with green boxes on their heads, and rout furniture window carts, with cane seats and French lamps, hurrying to the numerous houses where an annual festival is held in honour of the occasion. We can fancy one of these parties, we think, as well as if we were duly dress-coated and pumped, and had just been announced at the drawing-room door. Take the house with the green blinds, for instance. We know it is a quadrille party, because we saw some men taking up the front drawing-room carpet while we sat at breakfast this morning, and if further evidence be required, and we must tell the truth, we just now saw one of the young ladies doing another of the young ladies' hair near one of the bedroom windows, in an unusual style of splendour which nothing else but a quadrille party could possibly justify. The master of the house with the green blinds is in a public office. We know the fact by the cut of his coat, the tie of his neckcloth, and the self-satisfaction of his gait. The very green blinds themselves have a Somerset House air about them. Hark! A cab! That's a junior clerk in the same office, a tidy sort of young man, with a tendency to cold and corns, who comes in a pair of boots with black cloth fronts, and brings his shoes in his coat pocket, which shoes he is at this very moment putting on in the hall. Now he is announced by the man in the passage to another man in a blue coat, who is a disguised messenger from the office. The man on the first landing precedes him to the drawing-room door. Mr. Tupple, shouts the messenger. How are you, Tupple? Says the master of the house, advancing from the fire, before which he has been talking politics and airing himself. My dear, this is Mr. Tupple. A courteous salute from the lady of the house. Tupple, my eldest daughter. Julia, my dear. Mr. Tupple. Tupple, my other daughters. My son, sir. Tupple rubs his hands very hard, and smiles as if it were all capital fun, and keeps constantly bowing and turning himself round till the whole family has been introduced, when he glides into a chair at the corner of the sofa, and opens a miscellaneous conversation with the young ladies upon the weather and the theatres, and the old year, and the last new murder, and the ballroom, and the ladies' sleeves, and the festivities of the season, and a great many other topics of small talk. More double knocks. What an extensive party! What an incessant hum of conversation and general sipping of coffee! We see Tupple now, in our mind's eye, in the height of his glory. He has just handed that stout old lady's cup to the servant, and now he dives among the crowds of young men by the door, to intercept the other servant, and secure the muffin plate for the old lady's daughter before he leaves the room. And now, as he passes the sofa on his way back, he bestows a glance of recognition and patronage upon the young ladies, as condescending and familiar as if he had known them from infancy. Charming person, Mr. Tupple. Perfect ladies' man. Such delightful companion too. Laugh. Nobody ever understood papa's jokes half so well as Mr. Tupple, who laughs himself into convulsions at every fresh burst of facetiousness. Most delightful partner, talks to the whole set, and although he does seem at first rather gay and frivolous, so romantic with so much feeling, quite a love. No great favourite with the young men, certainly, who sneer at and affect to despise him, but everybody knows that's only envy, and they needn't give themselves the trouble to depreciate his merits at any rate, for Ma says he shall be asked to every future dinner party, and it's only to talk to people between the courses, and distract their attention when there's any unexpected delay in the kitchen. At supper, Mr. Tupple shows to still greater advantage than he has done throughout the evening, and when Pa requests every one to fill their glasses for the purpose of drinking happiness throughout the year, Mr. Tupple is so droll, insisting on all the young ladies having their glass filled, notwithstanding their repeated assurances that they never can, by any possibility, think of emptying them, and subsequently begging permission to say a few words on the sentiment which has just been uttered by Pa, when he makes one of the most brilliant and poetical speeches that can possibly be imagined, about the old year and the new one. After the toast has been drunk, and when the ladies have retired, Mr. Tupple requests that every gentleman will do him the favour of filling his glass, for he has a toast to propose, on which all the gentlemen cry "Hear, hear," and pass the decanters accordingly, and Mr. Tupple, being informed by the master of the house that they are all charged, and waiting for his toast, rises and begs to remind the gentlemen present how much they have been delighted by the dazzling array of elegance and beauty which the drawing room has exhibited that night, and how their senses have been charmed and their hearts captivated by the bewitching concentration of female loveliness which that very room has so recently displayed. Loud cries of "Hear!" Much as he, Tupple, would be disposed to deplore the absence of the ladies on other grounds, he cannot but derive some consolation from the reflection that the very circumstance of their not being present enables him to propose a toast which he would otherwise have been prevented from giving. The toast he begs to say is, "The ladies." Great applause. The ladies, among whom the fascinating daughters of their excellent host are alike conspicuous for their beauty, their accomplishments, and their elegance. He begs them to drain a bumper to "the ladies, and a happy new year to them." Prolonged approbation, above which the noise of the ladies dancing the Spanish dance among themselves overhead is distinctly audible. The applause consequent on this toast has scarcely subsided, when a young gentleman in a pink under waistcoat, sitting towards the bottom of the table, is observed to grow very restless and fidgety, and to evince strong indications of some latent desire to give vent to his feelings in a speech, which the wary Tupple, at once perceiving, determines to forestall by speaking himself. He therefore rises again, with an air of solemn importance, and trusts he may be permitted to propose another toast. Unqualified approbation, and Mr. Tupple proceeds. He is sure they must all be deeply impressed with the hospitality, he may say the splendour, with which they have been that night received by their worthy host and hostess. Unbounded applause. Although this is the first occasion on which he has had the pleasure and delight of sitting at that board, he has known his friend Dobble long and intimately. He has been connected with him in business. He wishes everybody present knew Dobble as well as he does. A cough from the host. He, Tupple, can lay his hand upon his, Tupple's, heart, and declare his confident belief that a better man, a better husband, a better father, a better brother, a better son, a better relation in any relation of life than Dobble never existed. Loud cries of "Hear!" They have seen him to-night in the peaceful bosom of his family. They should see him in the morning, in the trying duties of his office. Calm in the perusal of the morning papers, uncompromising in the signature of his name, dignified in his replies to the inquiries of stranger applicants, deferential in his behaviour to his superiors, majestic in his deportment to the messengers. Cheers. When he bears this merited testimony to the excellent qualities of his friend Dobble, what can he say in approaching such a subject as Mrs. Dobble? Is it requisite for him to expatiate on the qualities of that amiable woman? No. He will spare his friend Dobble's feelings. He will spare the feelings of his friend, if he will allow him to have the honour of calling him so, Mr. Dobble, Junior. Here Mr. Dobble, Junior, who has been previously distending his mouth to considerable width, by thrusting a particularly fine orange into that feature, suspends operations, and assumes a proper appearance of intense melancholy. He will simply say, and he is quite certain it is a sentiment in which all who hear him will readily concur, that his friend Dobble is as superior to any man he ever knew, as Mrs. Dobble is far beyond any woman he ever saw, except her daughters, and he will conclude by proposing their worthy host and hostess, and may they live to enjoy many more New Years. The toast is drunk with acclamation. Dobble returns thanks, and the whole party rejoin the ladies in the drawing-room. Young men who were too bashful to dance before supper find tongues and partners. The musicians exhibit unequivocal symptoms of having drunk the New Year in, while the company were out, and dancing is kept up until far in the first morning of the New Year. We have scarcely written the last word of the previous sentence, when the first stroke of 12 peals from the neighbouring churches. There certainly, we must confess it now, is something awful in the sound. Strictly speaking, it may not be more impressive now than at any other time, for the hours steal as swiftly on at other periods, and their flight is little heeded. But we measure man's life by years, and it is a solemn knell that warns us that we have passed another of the landmarks which stands between us and the grave. Disguise it as we may, the reflection will force itself in our minds that when the next bell announces the arrival of the New Year, we may be insensible alike of the timely warning we have so often neglected, and of all the warm feelings that glow within us now. End of section 35. Sketches by Boz, section 36. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, section 36. Characters, chapter 4. Miss Evans and the Eagle. Mr. Samuel Wilkins was a carpenter, a journeyman carpenter of small dimensions, decidedly below the middle size, bordering perhaps upon the dwarfish. His face was round and shining, and his hair carefully twisted into the outer corner of each eye, till it formed a variety of that description of semi-curls usually known as aggravators. His earnings were all sufficient for his wants, varying from 18 shillings to £1.5 weekly, his manner undeniable, his Sabbath waistcoats dazzling. No wonder that, with these qualifications, Samuel Wilkins found favour in the eyes of the other sex. Many women have been captivated by far less substantial qualifications, but Samuel was proof against their blandishments, until at length his eyes rested on those of a being for whom, from that time forth, he felt fate had destined him. He came and conquered, proposed and was accepted, loved and was beloved. Mr. Wilkins kept company with Jemima Evans. Miss Evans, or Ivans, to adopt the pronunciation most in vogue with her circle of acquaintance, had adopted in early life the useful pursuit of shoe binding, to which she had afterwards superadded the occupation of a straw bonnet maker. Herself, her maternal parent, and two sisters, formed a harmonious quartette in the most secluded portion of Camden Town, and here it was that Mr. Wilkins presented himself one Monday afternoon in his best attire, with his face more shining and his waistcoat more bright than either had ever appeared before. The family were just going to tea, and were so glad to see him. It was quite a little feast, 2 ounces of 7 and 6 penny green, and a quarter of a pound of the best fresh, and Mr. Wilkins had brought a pair of shrimps, so neatly folded up in a clean belcher, to give a zest to the meal, and propitiate Miss Ivans. Jemima was cleaning herself upstairs. So Mr. Samuel Wilkins sat down and talked domestic economy with Mrs. Ivans, whilst the two youngest Miss Ivanses poked bits of lighted brown paper between the bars under the kettle, to make the water boil for tea. "I was a thinking," said Mr. Samuel Wilkins, during a pause in the conversation, "I was a thinking of taking Jemima to the Eagle to night." "Oh my!" exclaimed Mrs. Ivans. "Lor, how nice!" said the youngest Miss Ivans. "Well, I declare," added the youngest Miss Ivans but one. "Tell Jemima to put on her white muslin, Tilly," screamed Mrs. Ivans, with motherly anxiety, and down came Jemima herself, soon afterwards, in a white muslin gown carefully hooked and eyed, a little red shawl plentifully pinned, a white straw bonnet trimmed with red ribbons, a small necklace, a large pair of bracelets, Denmark satin shoes, and open worked stockings, white cotton gloves on her fingers, and a cambric pocket handkerchief, carefully folded up, in her hand. All quite genteel and ladylike. And away went Miss Jemima Ivans and Mr. Samuel Wilkins, and a dress cane with a gilt knob at the top, to the admiration and envy of the street in general, and to the high gratification of Mrs. Ivans and the two youngest Miss Ivanses in particular. They had no sooner turned into the Pancras Road, than who should Miss Jemima Ivans stumble upon, by the most fortunate accident in the world, but a young lady as she knew, with her young man. And it is so strange how things do turn out sometimes. They were actually going to the Eagle too. So Mr. Samuel Wilkins was introduced to Miss Jemima Ivans' friend's young man, and they all walked on together, talking and laughing and joking away like anything, and when they got as far as Pentonville, Miss Ivans' friend's young man would have the ladies go into the Crown to taste some shrub, which, after a great blushing and giggling, and hiding of faces in elaborate pocket handkerchiefs, they consented to do. Having tasted it once, they were easily prevailed upon to taste it again, and they sat out in the garden tasting shrub, and looking at the buses alternately, till it was just the proper time to go to the Eagle, and then they resumed their journey, and walking very fast for fear they should lose the beginning of the concert in the Rotunda. "How heavenly!" said Miss Jemima Ivans and Miss Jemima Ivans' friend, both at once, when they had passed the gate and were fairly inside the gardens. There were the walks, beautifully gravelled and planted, and the refreshment boxes, painted and ornamented like so many snuff boxes, and the variegated lamps shedding their rich light upon the company's heads, and the place for dancing ready chalked for the company's feet, and a Moorish band playing at one end of the gardens, and an opposition military band playing away at the other. Then the waiters were rushing to and fro with glasses of negus, and glasses of brandy and water, and bottles of ale, and bottles of stout, and ginger beer was going off in one place, and practical jokes were going on in another, and people were crowding to the door of the rotunda, and in short the whole scene was, as Miss Jemima Ivins, inspired by the novelty, or the shrub, or both, observed, one of dazzling excitement. As to the concert room, never was anything half so splendid. There was an orchestra for the singers, all paint, gilding, and plate glass, and such an organ! Miss Jemima Ivins' friend's young man whispered it had cost £400, which Mr. Samuel Wilkins said was not dear neither, an opinion in which the ladies perfectly coincided. The audience were seated on elevated benches round the room, and crowded into every part of it, and everybody was eating and drinking as comfortably as possible. Just before the concert commenced, Mr. Samuel Wilkins ordered 2 glasses of rum and water, warm with, and 2 slices of lemon for himself and the other young man, together with a pint of sherry wine for the ladies, and some sweet caraway seed biscuits, and they would have been quite comfortable and happy, only a strange gentleman with large whiskers would stare at Miss Jemima Ivins, and another gentleman in a plaid waistcoat would wink at Miss Jemima Ivins' friend, on which Miss Jemima Ivins' friend's young man exhibited symptoms of boiling over, and began to mutter about people's imperence, and swells out o' luck, and to intimate, in oblique terms, a vague intention of knocking somebody's head off, which he was only prevented from announcing more emphatically by both Miss Jemima Ivins and her friend threatening to faint away on the spot if he said another word. The concert commenced. Overture on the organ. "How solemn!" exclaimed Miss Jemima Ivins, glancing perhaps unconsciously at the gentleman with the whiskers. Mr. Samuel Wilkins, who had been muttering apart for some time past, as if he were holding a confidential conversation with the gilt knob of the dress cane, breathed hard, breathing vengeance perhaps, but said nothing. "The soldier tired, Miss Somebody in white satin." "Encore!" said Miss Jemima Ivins' friend. "Encore!" shouted the gentleman in the plain waistcoat immediately, hammering the table with a stout bottle. Miss Jemima Ivins' friend's young man eyed the man behind the waistcoat from head to foot, and cast a look of interrogative contempt towards Mr. Samuel Wilkins. Comic song accompanied on the organ. Miss Jemima Ivins was convulsed with laughter, so was the man with the whiskers. Everything the ladies did, the plaid waistcoat and whiskers did, by way of expressing unity of sentiment and congeniality of soul, and Miss Jemima Ivins and Miss Jemima Ivins' friend grew lively and talkative, as Mr. Samuel Wilkins and Miss Jemima Ivins' friend's young man grew morose and surly in inverse proportion. Now, if the matter had ended here, the little party might soon have recovered their former equanimity. But Mr. Samuel Wilkins and his friend began to throw looks of defiance upon the waistcoat and whiskers, and the waistcoat and whiskers, by way of intimating the slight degree in which they were affected by the looks aforesaid, bestowed glances of increased admiration upon Miss Jemima Ivins and friend. The concert and vaudeville concluded, they promenaded the gardens. The waistcoat and whiskers did the same, and made divers remarks complimentary to the ankles of Miss Jemima Ivins and friend in an audible tone. At length, not satisfied with these numerous atrocities, they actually came up and asked Miss Jemima Ivins and Miss Jemima Ivins' friend to dance, without taking no more notice of Mr. Samuel Wilkins and Miss Jemima Ivins' friend's young man than if they was nobody. "What do you mean by that, scoundrel?" exclaimed Mr. Samuel Wilkins, grasping the gilt-knobbed dress cane firmly in his right hand. "What's the matter with you, you little humbug?" replied the whiskers. "How dare you insult me and my friend?" inquired the friend's young man. "You and your friend be hanged," responded the waistcoat. "Take that!" exclaimed Mr. Samuel Wilkins. The ferrule of the gilt-knobbed dress cane was visible for an instant, and then the light of the variegated lamp shone brightly upon it as it whirled into the air, cane and all. "Give it him!" said the waistcoat. "Officer!" screamed the ladies. Miss Jemima Ivins' beau and the friend's young man lay gasping on the gravel, and the waistcoat and whiskers were seen no more. Miss Jemima Ivins and friend, being conscious that the affray was in no slight degree attributable to themselves, of course went into hysterics forthwith, declared themselves the most injured of women, exclaimed in incoherent ravings that they had been suspected, wrongfully suspected, oh that they should ever have lived to see the day, and so forth, suffered a relapse every time they opened their eyes and saw their unfortunate little admirers, and were carried to their respective abodes in a hackney coach, and a state of insensibility, compounded of shrub, sherry, and excitement. End of section 36. Sketches by Boz, section 37. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, section 37. Characters, chapter 5. The Parlour Orator. We had been lounging one evening down Oxford Street, Holborn, Cheapside, Coleman Street, Finsbury Square, and so on, with the intention of returning westward by Pentonville and the New Road, when we began to feel rather thirsty, and disposed to rest for 5 or 10 minutes. So we turned back towards an old, quiet, decent public house, which we remembered to have passed but a moment before (it was not far from the City Road), for the purpose of solacing ourselves with a glass of ale. The house was none of your stuccoed, French polished, illuminated palaces, but a modest public house of the old school, with a little bar and a little old landlord who, with a wife and daughter of the same pattern, was comfortably seated in the bar aforesaid. A snug little room with a cheerful fire, protected by a large screen, from behind which the young lady emerged on our representing our inclination for a glass of ale. "Won't you walk into the parlour, sir?" said the young lady, in seductive tones. "You had better walk into the parlour, sir," said the little old landlord, throwing his chair back, and looking round one side of the screen to survey our appearance. "You had much better step into the parlour, sir," said the little old lady, popping out her head on the other side of the screen. We cast a slight glance around, as if to express our ignorance of the locality so much recommended. The little old landlord observed it, bustling out of the small door of the small bar, and forthwith ushered us into the parlour itself. It was an ancient, dark-looking room, with oaken wainscoting, a sanded floor, and a high mantelpiece. The walls were ornamented with 3 or 4 odd-coloured prints in black frames, each print representing a naval engagement, with a couple of men of war banging away at each other most vigorously, while another vessel or two were blowing up in the distance, and the foreground presented a miscellaneous collection of broken masts and blue legs sticking up out of the water. Depending from the ceiling in the centre of the room were a gas light and a bell pull; on each side were 3 or 4 long narrow tables, behind which was a thickly planted row of those slippery, shiny looking wooden chairs peculiar to hostelries of this description. The monotonous appearance of the sanded boards was relieved by an occasional spittoon, and a triangular pile of those useful articles adorned the 2 upper corners of the apartment. At the furthest table nearest the fire, with his face towards the door at the bottom of the room, sat a stoutish man of about 40, whose short, stiff, black hair curled closely round a broad, high forehead, and a face to which something besides water and exercise had communicated a rather inflamed appearance. He was smoking a cigar, with his eyes fixed on the ceiling, and had that confident, oracular air which marked him as the leading politician, general authority, and universal anecdote relater of the place. He had evidently just delivered himself of something very weighty, for the remainder of the company were puffing at their respective pipes and cigars in a kind of solemn abstraction, as if quite overwhelmed with the magnitude of the subject recently under discussion. On his right hand sat an elderly gentleman with a white head and broad-brimmed brown hat; on his left a sharp-nosed, light-haired man in a brown surtout reaching nearly to his heels, who took a whiff at his pipe and an admiring glance at the red-faced man alternately. "Very extraordinary," said the light-haired man after a pause of 5 minutes. A murmur of assent ran through the company. Not at all extraordinary, not at all, said the red-faced man, awakening suddenly from his reverie, and turning upon the light-haired man the moment he had spoken. Why should it be extraordinary? Why is it extraordinary? Prove it to be extraordinary. Oh, if you come to that, said the light-haired man meekly. Come to that, ejaculated the man with the red face. But we must come to that. We stand in these times upon a calm elevation of intellectual attainment, and not in the dark recess of mental deprivation. Proof is what I require, proof, and not assertions, in these stirring times. Every gentleman that knows me knows what was the nature and effect of my observations when it was in the contemplation of the Old Street Suburban Representative Discovery Society to recommend a candidate for that place in Cornwall there. I forget the name of it. Mr. Snowby, said Mr. Wilson, is a fit and proper person to represent the borough in Parliament. Prove it, says I. He is a friend to reform, says Mr. Wilson. Prove it, says I. The abolitionist of the national debt, the unflinching opponent of pensions, the uncompromising advocate of the negro, the reducer of sinecures, and the duration of parliaments, the extender of nothing but the suffrages of the people, says Mr. Wilson. Prove it, says I. His acts prove it, says he. Prove them, says I. And he could not prove them, said the red-faced man, looking round triumphantly, and the borough didn't have him. And if you carried this principle to the full extent, you would have no debt, no pensions, no sinecures, no negroes, no nothing. And then, standing upon an elevation of intellectual attainment, and having reached the summit of popular prosperity, you might bid defiance to the nations of the earth, and erect yourselves in the proud confidence of wisdom and superiority. This is my argument. This always has been my argument. And if I was a member of the House of Commons to-morrow, I'd make 'em shake in their shoes with it. And the red-faced man, having struck the table very hard with his clenched fist to add weight to the declaration, smoked away like a brewery. Well, said the sharp-nosed man, in a very slow and soft voice, addressing the company in general, I always do say that of all the gentlemen I have the pleasure of meeting in this room, there is not one whose conversation I like to hear so much as Mr. Rogers, or who is such improving company. Improving company, said Mr. Rogers, for that it seemed was the name of the red-faced man. You may say I am improving company, for I've improved you all to some purpose, though as to my conversation being as my friend Mr. Ellis here describes it, that is not for me to say anything about. You, gentlemen, are the best judges on that point. But this I will say, when I came into this parish, and first used this room 10 years ago, I don't believe there was one man in it who knew he was a slave, and now you all know it and writhe under it. Inscribe that upon my tomb, and I am satisfied. Why, as to inscribing it on your tomb, said a little greengrocer with a chubby face, of course you can have anything chalked up as you likes to pay for, so far as it relates to yourself and your affairs, but when you come to talk about slaves, and that there abuse, you'd better keep it in the family, 'cause I for one don't like to be called them names night after night. You are a slave, said the red-faced man, and the most pitiable of all slaves. Very hard if I am, interrupted the greengrocer, for I got no good out of the 20 million that was paid for emancipation anyhow. A willing slave, ejaculated the red-faced man, getting more red with eloquence and contradiction, resigning the dearest birthright of your children, neglecting the sacred call of liberty, who, standing imploringly before you, appeals to the warmest feelings of your heart and points to your helpless infants, but in vain. Prove it, said the greengrocer. Prove it, sneered the man with the red face. What? Bending beneath the yoke of an insolent and factious oligarchy, bowed down by the domination of cruel laws, groaning beneath tyranny and oppression on every hand, at every side, and in every corner. Prove it!" The red-faced man abruptly broke off, sneered melodramatically, and buried his countenance and his indignation together in a quart-pot. "Ah, to be sure, Mr. Rogers," said a stout broker in a large waistcoat, who had kept his eyes fixed on this luminary all the time he was speaking. "Ah, to be sure," said the broker, with a sigh. "That's the point." Of course," said divers members of the company, who understood almost as much about the matter as the broker himself. "You had better let him alone, Tommy," said the broker, by way of advice to the little greengrocer. "He can tell what's o'clock by a nate day, without looking at the minute hand, he can. Try it on some other suit. It won't do with him, Tommy. What is a man?" continued the red-faced specimen of the species, jerking his hat indignantly from its peg on the wall. "What is an Englishman? Is he to be trampled upon by every oppressor? Is he to be knocked down at everybody's bidding? What's freedom? Not a standing army. What's a standing army? Not freedom. What's general happiness? Not universal misery. Liberty ain't the window tax, is it? The Lords ain't the Commons, are they?" And the red-faced man, gradually bursting into a radiating sentence, in which such adjectives as dastardly, oppressive, violent, and sanguinary formed the most conspicuous words, knocked his hat indignantly over his eyes, left the room, and slammed the door after him. "Wonderful man," said he of the sharp nose. "Splendid speaker," added the broker. "Great power," said everybody but the greengrocer; and as they said it, the whole party shook their heads mysteriously, and one by one retired, leaving us alone in the old parlour. If we had followed the established precedent in all such instances, we should have fallen into a fit of musing, without delay. The ancient appearance of the room, the old panelling of the wall, the chimney blackened with smoke and age, would have carried us back 100 years at least, and we should have gone dreaming on until the pewter pot on the table, or the little beer chiller on the fire, had started into life and addressed to us a long story of days gone by. But by some means or other we were not in a romantic humour, and although we tried very hard to invest the furniture with vitality, it remained perfectly unmoved, obstinate, and sullen. Being thus reduced to the unpleasant necessity of musing about ordinary matters, our thoughts reverted to the red-faced man and his oratorical display. A numerous race are these red-faced men. There is not a parlour, or club-room, or benefit society, or humble party of any kind, without its red-faced man. Weak-pated dolts they are, and a great deal of mischief they do to their cause, however good. So just to hold a pattern one up, to know the others by, we took his likeness at once, and put him in here. And that is the reason why we have written this paper. End of section 37. Sketches by Boz, section 38. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, section 38. Characters, chapter 6. The Hospital Patient. In our rambles through the streets of London after evening has set in, we often pause beneath the windows of some public hospital, and picture to ourselves the gloomy and mournful scenes that are passing within. The sudden moving of a taper as its feeble ray shoots from window to window, until its light gradually disappears, as if it were carried farther back into the room to the bedside of some suffering patient, is enough to waken a whole crowd of reflections. The mere glimmering of the low burning lamps, which, when all other habitations are wrapped in darkness and slumber, denote the chamber where so many forms are writhing with pain, or wasting with disease, is sufficient to check the most boisterous merriment. Who can tell the anguish of those weary hours, when the only sound the sick man hears is the disjointed wanderings of some feverish slumberer near him, the low moan of pain, or perhaps the muttered, long-forgotten prayer of a dying man? Who, but they who have felt it, can imagine the sense of loneliness and desolation which must be the portion of those who in the hour of dangerous illness are left to be tended by strangers, for what hands, be they ever so gentle, can wipe the clammy brow, or smooth the restless bed, like those of mother, wife, or child? Impressed with these thoughts, we have turned away through the nearly deserted streets, and the sight of the few miserable creatures still hovering about them has not tended to lessen the pain which such meditations awaken. The hospital is a refuge and resting place for hundreds, who but for such institutions must die in the streets and doorways. But what can be the feelings of some outcasts when they are stretched on the bed of sickness with scarcely a hope of recovery? The wretched woman who lingers about the pavement hours after midnight, and the miserable shadow of a man, the ghastly remnant that want and drunkenness have left, which crouches beneath a window ledge to sleep where there is some shelter from the rain, have little to bind them to life, but what have they to look back upon in death? What are the unwonted comforts of a roof and a bed to them, when the recollections of a whole life of debasement stalk before them, when repentance seems a mockery, and sorrow comes too late? About a twelvemonth ago, as we were strolling through Covent Garden (we had been thinking about these things overnight), we were attracted by the very prepossessing appearance of a pickpocket, who, having declined to take the trouble of walking to the police office on the ground that he hadn't the slightest wish to go there at all, was being conveyed thither in a wheelbarrow, to the huge delight of a crowd. Somehow we can never resist joining a crowd, so we turned back with the mob and entered the office, in company with our friend the pickpocket, a couple of policemen, and as many dirty-faced spectators as could squeeze their way in. There was a powerful, ill-looking young fellow at the bar, who was undergoing an examination on the very common charge of having, on the previous night, ill-treated a woman with whom he lived in some court hard by. Several witnesses bore testimony to acts of the grossest brutality, and a certificate was read from the house surgeon of a neighbouring hospital, describing the nature of the injuries the woman had received, and intimating that her recovery was extremely doubtful. Some question appeared to have been raised about the identity of the prisoner, for when it was agreed that the two magistrates should visit the hospital at 8 o'clock that evening, to take her deposition, it was settled that the man should be taken there also. He turned pale at this, and we saw him clench the bar very hard when the order was given. He was removed directly afterwards, and he spoke not a word. We felt an irrepressible curiosity to witness this interview, although it is hard to tell why at this instant, for we knew it must be a painful one. It was no very difficult matter for us to gain permission, and we obtained it. The prisoner and the officer who had him in custody were already at the hospital when we reached it, and waiting the arrival of the magistrates in a small room below stairs. The man was handcuffed, and his hat was pulled forward over his eyes. It was easy to see, though, by the whiteness of his countenance, and the constant twitching of the muscles of his face, that he dreaded what was to come. After a short interval, the magistrates and clerk were bowed in by the house surgeon and a couple of young men, who smelt very strong of tobacco smoke. They were introduced as dressers, and after one magistrate had complained bitterly of the cold, and the other of the absence of any news in the evening paper, it was announced that the patient was prepared, and we were conducted to the casualty ward in which she was lying. The dim light which burnt in the spacious room increased rather than diminished the ghastly appearance of the hapless creatures in the beds, which were ranged in 2 long rows on either side. In one bed lay a child enveloped in bandages, with its body half consumed by fire. In another a female, rendered hideous by some dreadful accident, was wildly beating her clenched fists on the coverlet in pain. On the third there lay stretched a young girl, apparently in the heavy stupor over the immediate precursor of death. Her face was stained with blood, and her breast and arms were bound up in folds of linen. 2 or 3 of the beds were empty, and their recent occupants were sitting beside them, but with faces so wan and eyes so bright and glassy, that it was fearful to meet their gaze. On every face was stamped the expression of anguish and suffering. The object of the visit was lying at the upper end of the room. She was a fine young woman of about 2 or 3 and 20. Her long black hair, which had been hastily cut from near the wounds on her head, streamed over the pillow in jagged and matted locks. Her face bore deep marks of the ill usage she had received. Her hand was pressed upon her side, as if her chief pain were there. Her breathing was short and heavy, and it was plain to see that she was dying fast. She murmured a few words in reply to the magistrate's inquiry whether she was in great pain, and having been raised on the pillow by the nurse, looked vacantly upon the strange countenances that surrounded her bed. The magistrate nodded to the officer to bring the man forward. He did so, and stationed him at the bedside. The girl looked on with a wild and troubled expression of face, but her sight was dim, and she did not know him. "Take off his hat," said the magistrate. The officer did as he was desired, and the man's features were disclosed. The girl started up, with an energy quite preternatural. The fire gleamed in her heavy eyes, and the blood rushed to her pale and sunken cheeks. It was a convulsive effort. She fell back upon her pillow, and covering her scarred and bruised face with her hands, burst into tears. The man cast an anxious look towards her, but otherwise appeared wholly unmoved. After a brief pause, the nature of the errand was explained, and the oath tendered. "Oh no, gentlemen," said the girl, raising herself once more, and folding her hands together. "No, gentlemen, for God's sake. I did it myself. It was nobody's fault. It was an accident. He didn't hurt me. He wouldn't, for all the world. Jack, dear Jack, you know you wouldn't." Her sight was fast failing her, and her hand groped over the bedclothes in search of his. Brute as the man was, he was not prepared for this. He turned his face from the bed and sobbed. The girl's colour changed, and her breathing grew more difficult. She was evidently dying. "We respect the feelings which prompt you to this," said the gentleman who had spoken first, "but let me warn you not to persist in what you know to be untrue until it is too late. It cannot save him." "Jack," murmured the girl, laying her hand upon his arm, "they shall not persuade me to swear your life away. He didn't do it, gentlemen. He never hurt me." She grasped his arm tightly, and added in a broken whisper, "I hope God Almighty will forgive me all the wrong I have done, and the life I have led. God bless you, Jack. Some kind gentleman take my love to my poor old father. 5 years ago he said he wished I had died as a child. Oh, I wish I had. I wish I had." The nurse bent over the girl for a few seconds, and then drew the sheet over her face. It covered a corpse. End of section 38. Sketches by Boz, section 39. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, section 39. Characters, chapter 7. The misplaced attachment of Mr. John Dounce. If we had to make a classification of society, there is a particular kind of men whom we should immediately set down under the head of old boys, and a column of most extensive dimensions the old boys would require. To what precise causes the rapid advance of old boy population is to be traced, we are unable to determine. It would be an interesting and curious speculation, but as we have not sufficient space to devote to it here, we simply state the fact that the numbers of the old boys have been gradually augmenting within the last few years, and that they are at this moment alarmingly on the increase. Upon a general review of the subject, and without considering it minutely in detail, we should be disposed to subdivide the old boys into two distinct classes, the gay old boys and the steady old boys. The gay old boys are paunchy old men in the disguise of young ones, who frequent the Quadrant and Regent Street in the daytime, the theatres, especially theatres under lady management, at night, and who assume all the foppishness and levity of boys without the excuse of youth or inexperience. The steady old boys are certain stout old gentlemen of clean appearance, who are always to be seen in the same taverns at the same hours every evening, smoking and drinking in the same company. There was once a fine collection of old boys to be seen round the circular table at Offley's every night, between the hours of half past 8 and half past 11. We have lost sight of them for some time. There were, and may be still for aught we know, two splendid specimens in full blossom at the Rainbow Tavern in Fleet Street, who always used to sit in the box nearest the fireplace, and smoked long cherry stick pipes which went under the table, with the bowls resting on the floor. Grand old boys they were, fat, red-faced, white-headed old fellows, always there, one on one side the table and the other opposite, puffing and drinking away in great state. Everybody knew them, and it was supposed by some people that they were both immortal. Mr. John Dounce was an old boy of the latter class, we don't mean immortal, but steady, a retired glove and braces maker, a widower resident with 3 daughters, all grown up and all unmarried, in Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane. He was a short, round, large-faced, tubbish sort of man, with a broad-brimmed hat and a square coat, and had that grave but confident kind of roll peculiar to old boys in general, regular as clockwork, breakfast at 9, dress and titivate a little, down to the Sir Somebody's head, a glass of ale and the paper, come back again, and take daughters out for a walk, dinner at 3, glass of grog and pipe, nap, tea, little walk, Sir Somebody's head again, capital house, delightful evenings. There were Mr. Harris the law stationer, and Mr. Jennings the robe maker, two jolly young fellows like himself, and Jones the barrister's clerk, rum fellow that Jones, capital company, full of anecdote, and there they sat every night till just 10 minutes before 12, drinking their brandy and water, and smoking their pipes, and telling stories, and enjoying themselves with a kind of solemn joviality particularly edifying. Sometimes Jones would propose a half-price visit to Drury Lane or Covent Garden, to see 2 acts of a 5-act play, and a new farce perhaps, or a ballet, on which occasions the whole 4 of them went together, none of your hurrying and nonsense, but having their water and brandy first, comfortably, and ordering a steak and some oysters for their supper against they came back, and then walking coolly into the pit when the rush had gone in, as all sensible people do, and did when Mr. Dounce was a young man, except when the celebrated Master Betty was at the height of his popularity, and then, sir, then, Mr. Dounce perfectly well remembered getting a holiday from business, and going to the pit doors at 11 o'clock in the forenoon, and waiting there till 6 in the afternoon, with some sandwiches in a pocket handkerchief, and some wine in a phial, and fainting after all with the heat and fatigue before the play began, in which situation he was lifted out of the pit into one of the dress boxes, sir, by 5 of the finest women of that day, sir, who compassionated his situation, and administered restoratives, and sent a black servant 6 foot high in blue and silver livery, next morning with their compliments, and to know how he found himself, sir, by God, between the acts Mr. Dounce and Mr. Harris and Mr. Jennings used to stand up and look round the house, and Jones, knowing fellow that Jones, knew everybody, pointed out the fashionable and celebrated Lady So-and-so in the boxes, at the mention of whose name Mr. Dounce, after brushing up his hair and adjusting his neckerchief, would inspect the aforesaid Lady So-and-so through an immense glass, and remark either that she was a fine woman, very fine woman indeed, or that there might be a little more of her, Jones? Just as the case might happen to be. When the dancing began, John Dounce and the other boys were particularly anxious to see what was going forward on the stage, and Jones, wicked dog that Jones, whispered little critical remarks into the ears of John Dounce, which John Dounce retailed to Mr. Harris, and Mr. Harris to Mr. Jennings, and then they all 4 laughed until the tears ran down out of their eyes. When the curtain fell, they walked back together, 2 and 2, to the steaks and oysters, and when they came to the second glass of brandy and water, Jones, hoaxing scamp that Jones, used to recount how he had observed a lady in white feathers in one of the pit boxes, gazing intently on Mr. Dounce all the evening, and how he had caught Mr. Dounce, whenever he thought no one was looking at him, bestowing ardent looks of intense devotion on the lady in return. on which Mr. Harris and Mr. Jennings used to laugh very heartily, and John Dounce more heartily than either of them, acknowledging, however, that the time had been when he might have done such things, upon which Mr. Jones used to poke him in the ribs, and tell him he had been a sad dog in his time, which John Dounce with chuckles confessed. And after Mr. Harris and Mr. Jennings had preferred their claims to the character of having been sad dogs too, they separated harmoniously and trotted home. The decrees of fate and the means by which they are brought about are mysterious and inscrutable. John Dounce had led this life for 20 years and upwards, without wish for change or care for variety, when his whole social system was suddenly upset and turned completely topsy-turvy, not by an earthquake, or by some other dreadful convulsion of nature, as the reader would be inclined to suppose, but by the simple agency of an oyster. And thus it happened. Mr. John Dounce was returning one night from the Sir Somebody's Head to his residence in Cursitor Street, not tipsy but rather excited, for it was Mr. Jennings's birthday, and they had had a brace of partridges for supper, and a brace of extra glasses afterwards, and Jones had been more than ordinarily amusing, when his eyes rested on a newly opened oyster shop on a magnificent scale, with natives laid one deep in circular marble basins in the windows, together with little round barrels of oysters directed to lords and baronets and colonels and captains in every part of the habitable globe. Behind the natives were the barrels, and behind the barrels was a young lady of about 25, all in blue, and all alone, splendid creature, charming face and lovely figure. It is difficult to say whether Mr. John Dounce's red countenance, illuminated as it was by the flickering gas-light in the window before which he paused, excited the lady's risibility, or whether a natural exuberance of animal spirits proved too much for that staidness of demeanour which the forms of society rather dictatorially prescribe. But certain it is that the lady smiled, then put her finger upon her lip, with a striking recollection of what was due to herself, and finally retired, in oyster-like bashfulness, to the very back of the counter. The sad dog sort of feeling came strongly upon John Dounce. He lingered. The lady in blue made no sign. He coughed. Still she came not. He entered the shop. "Can you open me an oyster, my dear?" said Mr. John Dounce. "Dare say I can, sir," replied the lady in blue, with playfulness. And Mr. John Dounce eat one oyster, and then looked at the young lady, and then eat another, and then squeezed the young lady's hand as she was opening the third, and so forth, until he had devoured a dozen of those at 8 pence in less than no time. "Can you open me half a dozen more, my dear?" inquired Mr. John Dounce. "I'll see what I can do for you, sir," replied the young lady in blue, even more bewitchingly than before, and Mr. John Dounce ate half a dozen more of those at 8 pence. "You could have managed to get me a glass of brandy and water, my dear, I suppose?" said Mr. John Dounce, when he had finished the oysters, in a tone which clearly implied his supposition that he could. "I'll see, sir," said the young lady, and away she ran out of the shop and down the street, her long auburn ringlets shaking in the wind in the most enchanting manner, and back she came again, tripping over the coal-cellar lids like a whipping-top, with a tumbler of brandy and water, which Mr. John Dounce insisted on her taking a share of, as it was regular ladies' grog, hot, strong, sweet, and plenty of it. So the young lady sat down with Mr. John Dounce in a little red box with a green curtain, and took a small sip of the brandy and water, and a small look at Mr. John Dounce, and then turned her head away and went through various other serio-pantomimic fascinations, which forcibly reminded Mr. John Dounce of the first time he courted his first wife, and which made him feel more affectionate than ever. In pursuance of which affection, and actuated by which feeling, Mr. John Dounce sounded the young lady on her matrimonial engagements, when the young lady denied having formed any such engagements at all. She couldn't abear the men, they were such deceivers. Thereupon Mr. John Dounce inquired whether this sweeping condemnation was meant to include other than very young men, on which the young lady blushed deeply. At least she turned away her head, and said Mr. John Dounce had made her blush. So, of course, she did blush, and Mr. John Dounce was a long time drinking the brandy and water, and at last John Dounce went home to bed, and dreamed of his first wife, and his second wife, and the young lady, and partridges and oysters, and brandy and water, and disinterested attachments. The next morning John Dounce was rather feverish with the extra brandy and water of the previous night, and, partly in the hope of cooling himself with an oyster, and partly with the view of ascertaining whether he owed the young lady anything or not, went back to the oyster shop. If the young lady had appeared beautiful by night, she was perfectly irresistible by day, and from this time forward a change came over the spirit of John Dounce's dream. He brought shirt pins, wore a ring on his third finger, read poetry, bribed a cheap miniature painter to perpetuate a faint resemblance to a youthful face, with a curtain over his head, 6 large books in the background, and an open country in the distance. This he called his portrait. Went on, altogether, in such an uproarious manner, that the 3 Miss Dounces went off on small pensions, he having made the tenement of Cursitor Street too warm to contain them, and, in short, comported and demeaned himself in every respect like an unmitigated old Saracen as he was. As to his ancient friends, the other old boys at the Sir Somebody's Head, he dropped off from them by gradual degrees, for even when he did go there, Jones, vulgar fellow that Jones, persisted in asking when it was to be, and whether he was to have any gloves, together with other inquiries of an equally offensive nature, at which not only Harris laughed but Jennings also, so he cut the two altogether, and attached himself solely to the blue young lady at the smart oyster shop. Now comes the moral of the story, for it has a moral after all. The last mentioned young lady, having derived sufficient profit and emolument from John Dounce's attachment, not only refused, when matters came to a crisis, to take him for better or worse, but expressly declared, to use her own forcible words, that she wouldn't have him at no price. And John Dounce, having lost his old friends, alienated his relations, and rendered himself ridiculous to everybody, made offers successively to a schoolmistress, a landlady, a feminine tobacconist, and a housekeeper, and being directly rejected by each and every of them, was accepted by his cook, with whom he now lives, a hen-pecked husband, a melancholy monument of antiquated misery, and a living warning to all uxorious old boys. End of section 39. Sketches by Boz, section 40. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, section 40. Characters, chapter 8. The Mistaken Milliner. A Tale of Ambition. Miss Amelia Martin was pale, tallish, thin, and 32, what ill-natured people would call plain, and police reports interesting. She was a milliner and dressmaker, living on her business and not above it. If you had been a young lady in service and had wanted Miss Martin, as a great many young ladies in service did, you would just have stepped up in the evening to number 47 Drummond Street, George Street, Euston Square, and after casting your eye on a brass door-plate, 1 foot 10 by 1½ ornamented with a great brass knob at each of the 4 corners, and bearing the inscription Miss Martin Millinery and Dressmaking in all its branches, you'd just have knocked 2 loud knocks at the street door, and down would have come Miss Martin herself, in a merino gown of the newest fashion, black velvet bracelets on the genteelest principle, and other little elegancies of the most approved description. If Miss Martin knew the young lady who called, or if the young lady who called had been recommended by any other young lady whom Miss Martin knew, Miss Martin would forthwith show her upstairs into the 2 pair front, and chat she would, so kind, so comfortable, it really wasn't like a matter of business, she was so friendly. And then Miss Martin, after contemplating the figure and general appearance of the young lady in service with great apparent admiration, would say how well she would look, to be sure, in a low dress with short sleeves, made very full in the skirts, with 4 tucks in the bottom, to which the young lady in service would reply in terms expressive of her entire concurrence in the notion, and of the virtuous indignation with which she reflected on the tyranny of Mrs., who wouldn't allow a young girl to wear short sleeve of an afternoon, no, nor nothing smart, nor even a pair of earrings, let alone hiding people's heads of hair under them frightful caps. At the termination of this complaint, Miss Amelia Martin would distinctly suggest certain dark suspicions that some people were jealous on account of their own daughters, and were obliged to keep their servants' charms under, for fear they should get married first, which was no uncommon circumstance. Leastways, she had known 2 or 3 young ladies in service who had married a great deal better than their missuses, and they were not very good looking either. And then the young lady would inform Miss Martin in confidence that how one of their young ladies was engaged to a young man and was going to be married, and Mrs. was so proud about it that there was no bearing of her, but how she needn't hold her head quite so high neither, for, after all, he was only a clerk. And after expressing due contempt for clerks in general, and the engaged clerk in particular, and the highest opinion possible of themselves and each other, Miss Martin and the young lady in service would bid each other good night in a friendly but perfectly genteel manner, and the one went back to her place, and the other to her room on the second floor front. There is no saying how long Miss Amelia Martin might have continued this course of life, how extensive a connection she might have established among young ladies in service, or what amount her demands upon their quarterly receipts might have ultimately attained, had not an unforeseen train of circumstances directed her thoughts to a sphere of action very different from dressmaking or millinery. A friend of Miss Martin's, who had long been keeping company with an ornamental painter and decorator's journeyman, at last consented, on being at last asked to do so, to name the day which would make the aforesaid journeyman a happy husband. It was a Monday that was appointed for the celebration of the nuptials, and Miss Amelia Martin was invited among others to honour the wedding dinner with her presence. It was a charming party, Somers Town the locality, and a front parlour the apartment. The ornamental painter and decorator's journeyman had taken a house, no lodgings nor vulgarity of that kind, but a house, 4 beautiful rooms and a delightful little wash-house at the end of the passage, which was the most convenient thing in the world, for the bridesmaids could sit in the front parlour and receive the company, and then run into the little wash-house and see how the pudding and boiled pork were getting on in the copper, and then pop back into the parlour again as snug and comfortable as possible. And such a parlour it was. Beautiful Kidderminster carpet, 6 brand new cane-bottomed stained chairs, 3 wine-glasses and a tumbler on each sideboard, farmer's girl and farmer's boy on the mantelpiece, girl tumbling over a stile and boy spitting himself on the handle of a pitchfork, long white dimity curtains in the windows, and in short everything on the most genteel scale imaginable. Then the dinner. There was baked leg of mutton at the top, boiled leg of mutton at the bottom, pair of fowls and leg of pork in the middle, porter pots at the corners, pepper, mustard, and vinegar in the centre, vegetables on the floor, and plum pudding and apple pie and tartlets without number, to say nothing of cheese and celery and watercresses and all that sort of thing. As to the company, Miss Amelia Martin herself declared on a subsequent occasion that, much as she had heard of the ornamental painter's journeyman's connection, she never could have supposed it was half so genteel. There was his father, such a funny old gentleman, and his mother, such a dear old lady, and his sister, such a charming girl, and his brother, such a manly-looking young man, with such an eye. But even all these were as nothing when compared with his musical friends, Mr. and Mrs. Jennings Rodolph, from White Conduit, with whom the ornamental painter's journeyman had been fortunate enough to contract an intimacy while engaged in decorating the concert room of that noble institution. To hear them sing separately was divine, but when they went through the tragic duet of Red Ruffian Retire, it was, as Miss Martin afterwards remarked, thrilling. And why, as Mr. Jennings Rodolph observed, why were they not engaged at one of the patent theatres? If he was to be told that their voices were not powerful enough to fill the house, his only reply was that he would be back himself for any amount to fill Russell Square, a statement in which the company, after hearing the duet, expressed their full belief, so they all said it was shameful treatment, and both Mr. and Mrs. Jennings Rodolph said it was shameful too, and Mr. Jennings Rodolph looked very serious, and said he knew who his malignant opponents were, but that they had better take care how far they went, for if they irritated him too much, he had not quite made up his mind whether he wouldn't bring the subject before Parliament, and they all agreed that it 'ud serve 'em quite right, and it was very proper that such people should be made an example of. So Mr. Jennings Rodolph said he'd think of it. When the conversation resumed its former tone, Mr. Jennings Rodolph claimed his right to call upon a lady, and the right being conceded, trusted Miss Martin would favour the company, a proposal which met with unanimous approbation, whereupon Miss Martin, after sundry hesitings and coughings, with a preparatory choke or two, and an introductory declaration that she was frightened to death to attempt it before such great judges of the art, commenced a species of treble chirruping, containing frequent allusions to some young gentleman of the name of Henry, with an occasional reference to madness and broken hearts. Mr. Jennings Rodolph frequently interrupted the progress of the song by ejaculating, "Beautiful! Charming! Brilliant! Oh, splendid!" etc., and at its close the admiration of himself and his lady knew no bounds. "Did you ever hear so sweet a voice, my dear?" inquired Mr. Jennings Rodolph of Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. "Never, indeed I never did, love," replied Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. "Don't you think Miss Martin, with a little cultivation, would be very like Signora Maraboli, my dear?" asked Mr. Jennings Rodolph. "Just exactly the very thing that struck me, my love," answered Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. And thus the time passed away. Mr. Jennings Rodolph played tunes on a walking stick, and then went behind the parlour door and gave his celebrated imitations of actors, edge tools, and animals. Miss Martin sang several other songs with increased admiration every time, and even the funny old gentleman began singing. His song had properly 7 verses, but as he couldn't recollect more than the first one, he sang that over 7 times, apparently very much to his own personal gratification. And then all the company sang the national anthem with national independence, each for himself without reference to the other, and finally separated, all declaring that they never had spent so pleasant an evening, and Miss Martin inwardly resolving to adopt the advice of Mr. Jennings Rodolph, and to come out without delay. Now coming out, either in acting, or singing, or society, or facetiousness, or anything else, is all very well, and remarkably pleasant to the individual principally concerned, if he or she can but manage to come out with a burst, and being out, to keep out and not go in again. But it does unfortunately happen that both consummations are extremely difficult to accomplish, and that the difficulties of getting out at all in the first instance, and if you surmount them of keeping out in the second, are pretty much on a par, and no slight ones either. And so Miss Amelia Martin shortly discovered. It is a singular fact, there being ladies in the case, that Miss Amelia Martin's principal foible was vanity, and the leading characteristic of Mrs. Jennings Rodolph an attachment to dress. Dismal wailings were heard to issue from the second-floor front of number 47 Drummond Street, George Street, Euston Square. It was Miss Martin practising. Half-suppressed murmurs disturbed the calm dignity of the White Conduit Orchestra at the commencement of the season. It was the appearance of Mrs. Jennings Rodolph in full dress that occasioned them. Miss Martin studied incessantly. The practising was the consequence. Mrs. Jennings Rodolph taught gratuitously now and then. The dresses were the result. Weeks passed away. The White Conduit season had begun and progressed, and was more than half over. The dressmaking business had fallen off from neglect, and its profits had dwindled away almost imperceptibly. A benefit night approached. Mr. Jennings Rodolph yielded to the earnest solicitations of Miss Amelia Martin, and introduced her personally to the comic gentleman whose benefit it was. The comic gentleman was all smiles and blandness. He had composed a duet expressly for the occasion, and Miss Martin should sing it with him. The night arrived. There was an immense room, 97 sixpenn'orths of gin and water, 32 small glasses of brandy and water, 25 bottled ales, and 41 neguses, and the ornamental painter's journeyman, with his wife and a select circle of acquaintance, were seated at one of the side tables near the orchestra. The concert began. Song sentimental by a light-haired young gentleman in a blue coat and bright basket buttons. Applause. Another song doubtful by another gentleman in another blue coat and more bright basket buttons. Increased applause. Duet, Mr. Jennings Rodolph and Mrs. Jennings Rodolph. Red Ruffian retire. Great applause. Solo Miss Julia Montague, positively on this occasion only. I am a friar, enthusiasm. Occasional duet, comic, Mr. H. Taplin, the comic gentleman, and Miss Martin, the time of day. Bravo! Bravo! cried the ornamental painter's journeyman's party, as Miss Martin was gracefully led in by the comic gentleman. Go to work, Harry, cried the comic gentleman's personal friends. Tap, tap, tap went the leader's bow on the music desk. The symphony began, and was soon afterwards followed by a faint kind of ventricular chirping, proceeding apparently from the deepest recesses of the interior of Miss Amelia Martin. "Sing out!" shouted one gentleman in a white greatcoat. "Don't be afraid to put the steam on, old gal!" exclaimed another. "Sss!" went the 25 bottled ales. "Shame! Shame!" remonstrated the ornamental painter's journeyman's party. "Sss!" went the bottled ales again, accompanied by all the gins and a majority of the brandies. "Turn them geese out!" cried the ornamental painter's journeyman's party, with great indignation. "Sing out!" whispered Mr. Jennings Rudolph. "So I do," responded Miss Amelia Martin. "Sing louder," said Mrs. Jennings Rudolph. "I can't," replied Miss Amelia Martin. "Off, off, off!" cried the rest of the audience. "Bravo!" shouted the painter's party. It wouldn't do. Miss Amelia Martin left the orchestra with much less ceremony than she had entered it, and as she couldn't sing out, never came out. The general good humour was not restored until Mr. Jennings Rodolph had become purple in the face, by imitating divers quadrupeds for half an hour without being able to render himself audible, and to this day neither has Miss Amelia Martin's good humour been restored, nor the dresses made for and presented to Mrs. Jennings Rodolph, nor the local abilities which Mr. Jennings Rodolph once staked his professional reputation that Miss Martin possessed. End of section 40. Sketches by Boz, Section 41. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, Section 41. Characters, Chapter 9. The Dancing Academy. Of all the dancing academies that ever were established, there never was one more popular in its immediate vicinity than Signor Billsmethi's, of the King's Theatre. It was not in Spring Gardens, or Newman Street, or Berners Street, or Gower Street, or Charlotte Street, or Percy Street, or any other of the numerous streets which have been devoted time out of mind to professional people, dispensaries, and boarding houses. It was not in the West End at all. It rather approximated the eastern portion of London, being situated in the populous and improving neighbourhood of Gray's Inn Lane. It was not a dear dancing academy. 4 and 6 pence a quarter is decidedly cheap upon the whole. It was very select, the number of pupils being strictly limited to 75, and a quarter's payment in advance being rigidly exacted. There was public tuition and private tuition, an assembly room and a parlour. Signor Billsmethi's family were always thrown in with the parlour, and included in parlour price, that is to say, a private pupil had Signor Billsmethi's parlour to dance in, and Signor Billsmethi's family to dance with, and when he had been sufficiently broken in the parlour, he began to run in couples in the assembly room. Such was the dancing academy of Signor Billsmethi's. When Mr. Augustus Cooper of Fetter Lane first saw an unstamped advertisement walking leisurely down Holborn Hill, announcing to the world that Signor Billsmethi of the King's Theatre intended opening for the season with a grand ball. Now Mr. Augustus Cooper was in the oil and colour line, just of age, with a little money, a little business, and a little mother, who, having managed her husband and his business in his lifetime, took to managing her son and his business after his decease, and so, somehow or other, he had been cooped up in the little back parlour behind the shop on week-days, and in a little deal box without a lid, called by courtesy a pew, at Bethel Chapel on Sundays, and had seen no more of the world than if he had been an infant all his days, whereas young White, at the gasfitter's over the way, 3 years younger than him, had been flaring away like winking, going to the theatre, supping at harmonic meetings, eating oysters by the barrel, drinking stout by the gallon, even out all night and coming home as cool in the morning as if nothing had happened. So Mr. Augustus Cooper made up his mind that he would not stand it any longer, and had that very morning expressed to his mother a firm determination to be blowed in the event of his not being instantly provided with a street-door key. As he was walking down Holborn Hill, thinking about all these things, and wondering how he could manage to get introduced into genteel society for the first time, when his eyes rested on Signor Billsmethi's announcement, which it immediately struck him was just the very thing he wanted, for he should not only be able to select a genteel circle of acquaintance at once, out of the 75 pupils at 4 and 6 pence a quarter, but should qualify himself at the same time to go through a hornpipe in private society with perfect ease to himself and great delight to his friends. So he stopped the unstamped advertisement, an animated sandwich composed of a boy between two boards, and having procured a very small card with the signor's address indented thereon, walked straight at once to the signor's house. And very fast he walked too, for fear the list should be filled up, and the 75 completed before he got there. The signor was at home, and, what was still more gratifying, he was an Englishman. Such a nice man, and so polite. The list was not full, but it was a most extraordinary circumstance that there was just one vacancy, and even that one would have been filled up that very morning, only Signor Billsmethi was dissatisfied with the reference, and being very much afraid that the lady wasn't select, wouldn't take her. "And very much delighted I am, Mr. Cooper," said Signor Billsmethi, "that I did not take her. I assure you, Mr. Cooper, I don't say it to flatter you, for I know you are above it, that I consider myself extremely fortunate in having a gentleman of your manners and appearance, sir." "I am very glad of it too, sir," said Augustus Cooper. "And I hope we shall be better acquainted, sir," said Signor Billsmethi. "And I'm sure I hope we shall too, sir," responded Augustus Cooper. Just then the door opened, and in came a young lady, with her hair curled in a crop all over her head, and her shoes tied in sandals all over her ankles. "Don't run away, my dear," said Signor Billsmethi, for the young lady didn't know Mr. Cooper was there when she ran in, and was going to run out again in her modesty, all in confusion like. "Don't run away, my dear," said Signor Billsmethi. "This is Mr. Cooper, Mr. Cooper of Fetter Lane. Mr. Cooper, my daughter, sir, Miss Billsmethi, sir, who I hope will have the pleasure of dancing many a quadrille, minuet, gavotte, country dance, fandango, double hornpipe, and farina hoka jingo with you, sir. She dances them all, sir, and so shall you, sir, before you're a quarter old, sir." And Signor Billsmethi slapped Mr. Augustus Cooper on the back as if he had known him a dozen years, so friendly, and Mr. Cooper bowed to the young lady, and the young lady curtsied to him, and Signor Billsmethi said they were as handsome a pair as ever he'd wish to see, upon which the young lady exclaimed, "Law, pa!" and blushed as red as Mr. Cooper himself. You might have thought they were both standing under a red lamp at a chemist's shop, and before Mr. Cooper went away it was settled that he should join the family circle that very night, taking them just as they were, no ceremony nor nonsense of that kind, and learn his positions in order that he might lose no time, and be able to come out at the forthcoming ball. Well, Mr. Augustus Cooper went away to one of the cheap shoemaker shops in Holborn, where gentlemen's dress pumps are 7 and 6 pence, and men's strong walking just nothing at all, and bought a pair of the regular 7 and 6 penny long-quartered town maids, in which he astonished himself quite as much as his mother, and sallied forth to Signor Billsmethi's. There were 4 other private pupils in the parlour, 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen, such nice people, not a bit of pride about them. One of the ladies in particular, who was training for a Columbine, was remarkably affable, and she and Miss Billsmethi took such an interest in Mr. Augustus Cooper, and joked and smiled and looked so bewitching, that he got quite at home and learnt his steps in no time. After the practising was over, Signor Billsmethi and Miss Billsmethi and Master Billsmethi and a young lady, and the 2 ladies and the 2 gentlemen, danced a quadrille. None of your slipping and sliding about, but regular warm work, flying into corners and diving among chairs, and shooting out at the door, something like dancing. Signor Billsmethi in particular, notwithstanding his having a little fiddle to play all the time, was out on the landing every figure, and Master Billsmethi, when everybody else was breathless, danced a hornpipe with a cane in his hand and a cheese plate on his head, to the unqualified admiration of the whole company. Then Signor Billsmethi insisted, as they were so happy that they should all stay to supper, and proposed sending Master Billsmethi for the beer and spirits, whereupon the two gentlemen swore strike 'em vulgar if they'd stand that, and were just going to quarrel who should pay for it, when Mr. Augustus Cooper said he would, if they'd have the kindness to allow him, and they had the kindness to allow him, and Master Billsmethi brought a beer in a can, and the rum in a quart pot. They had a regular night of it, and Miss Billsmethi squeezed Mr. Augustus Cooper's hand under the table, and Mr. Augustus Cooper returned the squeeze, and returned home too at something to 6 o'clock in the morning, when he was put to bed by main force by the apprentice, after repeatedly expressing an uncontrollable desire to pitch his revered parent out of the second-floor window, and to throttle the apprentice with his own neck-handkerchief. Weeks had worn on, and the 7 and 6 penny town maids had nearly worn out, when the night arrived for the grand dress ball, at which the whole of the 75 pupils were to meet together for the first time that season, and to take out some portion of their respective 4 and 6 pences in lamp oil and fiddlers. Mr. Augustus Cooper had ordered a new coat for the occasion, a 2 pound tenner from Turnstile. It was his first appearance in public, and after a grand Sicilian shawl dance by 14 young ladies in character, he was about to open the quadrille department with Miss Billsmethi herself, with whom she had become quite intimate since his first introduction. It was a night. Everything was admirably arranged. The sandwich boy took the hats and bonnets at the street door. There was a turn-up bedstead in the back parlour, on which Miss Billsmethi made tea and coffee for such of the gentlemen as chose to pay for it, and such of the ladies as the gentlemen treated. Red port, wine, negus, and lemonade were handed round at 18 pence a head, and in pursuance of a previous engagement with the public house at the corner of the street, an extra pot-boy was laid on for the occasion. In short, nothing could exceed the arrangements except the company. Such ladies, such pink silk stockings, such artificial flowers, such a number of cabs! No sooner had one cab sat down with a couple of ladies, than another cab drove up and sat down another couple of ladies, and they all knew, not only one another, but the majority of the gentlemen into the bargain, which made it all as pleasant and lively as could be. Signor Billsmethi, in black tights with a large blue bow in his buttonhole, introduced the ladies to such of the gentlemen as were strangers, and the ladies talked away, and laughed they did. It was delightful to see them. As to the shawl dance, it was the most exciting thing that ever was beheld. There was such a whisking and rustling and fanning, and getting ladies into a tangle with artificial flowers, and then disentangling them again. And as to Mr. Augustus Cooper's share in the quadrille, he got through it admirably. He was missing from his partner now and then, certainly, and discovered on such occasions to be either dancing with laudable perseverance in another set, or sliding about in perspective without any definite object, but generally speaking they managed to shove him through the figure until he turned up at the right place. Be this as it may, when he had finished, a great many ladies and gentlemen came up and complimented him very much, and said they had never seen a beginner do anything like it before, and Mr. Augustus Cooper was perfectly satisfied with himself, and everybody else into the bargain, and stood considerable quantities of spirits and water, negus and compounds, for the use and behoof of 2 or 3 dozen very particular friends, selected from the select circle of 75 pupils. Now, whether it was the strength of the compounds, or the beauty of the ladies, or what not, it did so happen that Mr. Augustus Cooper encouraged rather than repelled the very flattering attentions of a young lady in brown gauze over white calico, who had appeared particularly struck with him from the first. And when the encouragements had been prolonged for some time, Miss Billsmethi betrayed her spite and jealousy thereat by calling the young lady in brown gauze a creetur, which induced the young lady in brown gauze to retort, in certain sentences containing a taunt founding on the payment of 4 and 6 pence a quarter, which reference Mr. Augustus Cooper, being then and there in a state of considerable bewilderment, expressed his entire concurrence in. Miss Billsmethi then renounced forthwith, began screaming in the loudest key of her voice, at the rate of 14 screams a minute, and being unsuccessful in an onslaught on the eyes and face, first of the lady in gauze, and then of Mr. Augustus Cooper, called distractedly on the other 73 pupils to furnish her with oxalic acid for her own private drinking, and the call not being honoured, made another rush at Mr. Cooper, and then had her stay lace cut and was carried off to bed. Mr. Augustus Cooper, not being remarkable for quickness of apprehension, was at a loss to understand what all this meant, until Signor Belsmith explained it in a most satisfactory manner by stating to the pupils that Mr. Augustus Cooper had made and confirmed divers promises of marriage to his daughter on divers occasions, and had now basely deserted her, on which the indignation of the pupils became universal, and as several chivalrous gentlemen inquired rather pressingly of Mr. Augustus Cooper whether he required anything for his own use, or in other words whether he wanted anything for himself, he deemed it prudent to make a precipitate retreat, and the upshot of the matter was that a lawyer's letter came next day, and an action was commenced next week, and that Mr. Augustus Cooper, after walking twice to the Serpentine for the purpose of drowning himself, and coming twice back without doing it, made a confidant of his mother, who compromised the matter with £20 from the till, which made £20 4 shillings and sixpence paid to Signor Belsmith, exclusive of treats and pumps. And Mr. Augustus Cooper went back and lived with his mother, and there he lives to this day, and as he has lost his ambition for society, and never goes into the world, he will never see this account of himself, and will never be any the wiser. End of section 41. Sketches by Boz, Section 42. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, Section 42. Characters, Chapter 10. Shabby Genteel People. There are certain descriptions of people who, oddly enough, appear to appertain exclusively to the metropolis. You meet them every day in the streets of London, but no one ever encounters them elsewhere. They seem indigenous to the soil, and to belong as exclusively to London as its own smoke, or the dingy bricks and mortar. We could illustrate the remark by a variety of examples, but in our present sketch we will only advert to one class as a specimen, that class which is so aptly and expressively designated as shabby genteel. Now shabby people, God knows, may be found anywhere, and genteel people are not articles of greater scarcity out of London than in it. But this compound of the two, this shabby gentility, is as purely local as the statue at Charing Cross or the pump at Aldgate. It is worthy of remark, too, that only men are shabby genteel. A woman is always either dirty or slovenly in the extreme, or neat and respectable, however poverty-stricken in appearance. A very poor man, who has seen better days, as the phrase goes, is a strange compound of dirty slovenliness and wretched attempts at faded smartness. We will endeavour to explain our conception of the term which forms the title of this paper. If you meet a man lounging up Drury Lane, or leaning with his back against a post in Long Acre, with his hands in the pockets of a pair of drab trousers plentifully besprinkled with grease spots, the trousers made very full over the boots and ornamented with 2 cords down the outside of each leg, wearing also what has been a brown coat with bright buttons, and a hat very much pinched up at the side, cocked over his right eye, don't pity him. He is not shabby genteel. The harmonic meetings at some fourth-rate public-house, or the purlieus of a private theatre, are his chosen haunts. He entertains a rooted antipathy to any kind of work, and is on familiar terms with several pantomime men at the large houses. But if you see hurrying along a by-street, keeping as close as he can to the area railings, a man of about 40 or 50, clad in an old rusty suit of threadbare black cloth, which shines with constant wear as if it had been beeswaxed, the trousers tightly strapped down, partly for the look of the thing, and partly to keep his old shoes from slipping off at the heels, if you observe, too, that his yellowish white neckerchief is carefully pinned up to conceal the tattered garment underneath, and that his hands are encased in the remains of an old pair of beaver gloves, you may set him down as a shabby genteel man. A glance at that depressed face and timorous air of conscious poverty will make your heart ache, always supposing that you are neither a philosopher nor a political economist. We were once haunted by a shabby genteel man. He was bodily present to our senses all day, and he was in our mind's eye all night. The man of whom Sir Walter Scott speaks in his Demonology did not suffer half the persecution from his imaginary gentleman usher in black velvet, that we sustain from our friend in quondam black cloth. He first attracted our notice by sitting opposite to us in the reading room at the British Museum, and what made the man more remarkable was, that he always had before him a couple of shabby genteel books, two old dog's-eared folios in mouldy worm-eaten covers which had once been smart. He was in his chair every morning just as the clock struck 10. He was always the last to leave the room in the afternoon, and when he did, he quitted it with the air of a man who knew not where else to go for warmth and quiet. There he used to sit all day as close to the table as possible, in order to conceal the lack of buttons on his coat, with his old hat carefully deposited at his feet, where he evidently flattered himself it escaped observation. About 2 o'clock you would see him munching a French roll or a penny loaf, not taking it boldly out of his pocket at once, like a man who knew he was only making a lunch, but breaking off little bits in his pocket and eating them by stealth. He knew too well it was his dinner. When we first saw this poor object we thought it quite impossible that his attire could ever become worse. We even went so far as to speculate on the possibility of his shortly appearing in a decent second-hand suit. We knew nothing about the matter. He grew more and more shabby genteel every day. The buttons dropped off his waistcoat one by one, then he buttoned his coat, and when one side of the coat was reduced to the same condition as the waistcoat, he buttoned it over, on the other side. He looked somewhat better at the beginning of the week than at the conclusion, because the neckerchief, though yellow, was not quite so dingy, and in the midst of all this wretchedness he never appeared without gloves and straps. He remained in this state for a week or two. At length one of the buttons on the back of the coat fell off, and then the man himself disappeared, and we thought he was dead. We were sitting at the same table about a week after his disappearance, and as our eyes rested on his vacant chair, we insensibly fell into a train of meditation on the subject of his retirement from public life. We were wondering whether he had hung himself or thrown himself off a bridge, whether he really was dead or had only been arrested, when our conjectures were suddenly set at rest by the entry of the man himself. He had undergone some strange metamorphosis, and walked up the centre of the room with an air which showed he was fully conscious of the improvement in his appearance. He was very odd. His clothes were a fine deep glossy black, and yet they looked like the same suit, nay, there were the very darns with which old acquaintance had made us familiar. The hat, too, nobody could mistake the shape of that hat, with its high crown gradually increasing in circumference towards the top. Long service had imparted to it a reddish-brown tint, but now it was as black as the coat. The truth flashed suddenly upon us. They had been revived. It is a deceitful liquid, that black and blue reviver. We have watched its effects on many a shabby genteel man. It betrays its victims into a temporary assumption of importance, possibly into the purchase of a new pair of gloves, or a cheap stock, or some other trifling article of dress. It elevates their spirits for a week, only to depress them if possible below their original level. It was so in this case. The transient dignity of the unhappy man decreased, in exact proportion, as the reviver wore off. The knees of the unmentionables, and the elbows of the coat, and the seams generally, soon began to get alarmingly white. The hat was once more deposited under the table, and its owner crept into his seat as quietly as ever. There was a week of incessant small rain and mist. At its expiration the reviver had entirely vanished, and the shabby genteel man never afterwards attempted to effect any improvement in his outward appearance. It would be difficult to name any particular part of town as the principal resort of shabby genteel men. We have met a great many persons of this description in the neighbourhood of the Inns of Court. They may be met with in Holborn between 8 and 10 any morning, and whoever has the curiosity to enter the Insolvent Debtors' Court will observe, both among spectators and practitioners, a great variety of them. We never went on 'Change by any chance without seeing some shabby genteel men, and we have often wondered what earthly business they can have there. They will sit there for hours, leaning on great dropsical, mildewed umbrellas, or eating Abernethy biscuits. Nobody speaks to them, nor they to any one. On consideration, We remember to have occasionally seen two shabby genteel men conversing together on 'Change, but our experience assures us that this is an uncommon circumstance, occasioned by the offer of a pinch of snuff, or some such civility. It would be a task of equal difficulty either to assign any particular spot for the residence of these beings, or to endeavour to enumerate their general occupations. We were never engaged in business with more than one shabby genteel man, and he was a drunken engraver, and lived in a damp back parlour in a new row of houses at Camden Town, half street, half brickfield, somewhere near the canal. A shabby genteel man may have no occupation, or he may be a corn agent, or a coal agent, or a wine merchant, or a collector of debts, or a broker's assistant, or a broken down attorney. He may be a clerk of the lowest description, or a contributor to the press of the same grade. Whether our readers have noticed these men in their walks as often as we have, we know not. This we know, that the miserably poor man, no matter whether he owes his distresses to his own conduct or that of others, who feels his poverty and vainly strives to conceal it, is one of the most pitiable objects in human nature. Such objects, with few exceptions, are shabby genteel people. End of section 42. Sketches by Boz, Section 43. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, Section 43. Characters, Chapter 11. Making a Night of It. Damon and Pythias were undoubtedly very good fellows in their way, the former for his extreme readiness to put in special bail for a friend, and the latter for a certain trump-like punctuality in turning up just in the very nick of time, scarcely less remarkable. Many points in their character have, however, grown obsolete. Damons are rather hard to find in these days of imprisonment for debt, except the sham ones, and they cost half a crown; and as to the Pythiases, the few that have existed in these degenerate times have had an unfortunate knack of making themselves scarce at the very moment when their appearance would have been strictly classical. If the actions of these heroes, however, can find no parallel in modern times, their friendship can. We have a Damon and Pythias on the one hand. We have Potter and Smithers on the other. And lest the two last mentioned names should never have reached the ears of our unenlightened readers, we can do no better than make them acquainted with the owners thereof. Mr. Thomas Potter, then, was a clerk in the city, and Mr. Robert Smithers was a ditto in the same. Their incomes were limited, but their friendship was unbounded. They lived in the same street, walked into town every morning at the same hour, dined at the same slap bang every day, and revelled in each other's company very night. They were knit together by the closest ties of intimacy and friendship, or, as Mr. Thomas Potter touchingly observed, they were thick and thin pals, and nothing but it. There was a spice of romance in Mr. Smithers' disposition, a ray of poetry, a gleam of misery, a sort of consciousness of he didn't exactly know what, coming across him he didn't precisely know why, which stood out in fine relief against the off-hand, dashing, amateur pickpocket sort of manner which distinguished Mr. Potter in an eminent degree. The peculiarity of their respective dispositions extended itself to their individual costume. Mr. Smithers generally appeared in public in a surtout and shoes, with a narrow black neckerchief, and a brown hat very much turned up at the sides, peculiarities which Mr. Potter wholly eschewed, for it was his ambition to do something in the celebrated kiddy or stage-coach way, and he had even gone so far as to invest capital in the purchase of a rough blue coat with wooden buttons, made upon the fireman's principle, in which, with the addition of a low-crowned flower pot-saucer shaped hat, he had created no inconsiderable sensation at the Albion in Little Russell Street, and divers other places of public and fashionable resort. Mr. Potter and Mr. Smithers had mutually agreed that on the receipt of their quarter's salary they would jointly and in company spend the evening, an evident misnomer, the spending applying, as everybody knows, not to the evening itself, but to all the money the individual may chance to be possessed of, on the occasion to which reference is made, and they had likewise agreed that on the evening foresaid they would make a night of it, an expressive term, implying the borrowing of several hours from to-morrow morning, adding them to the night before, and manufacturing a compound night of the whole. The quarter day arrived at last. We say at last, because quarter days are as eccentric as comets, moving wonderfully quick when you have a good deal to pay, and marvellously slow when you have a little to receive. Mr. Thomas Potter and Mr. Robert Smithers met by appointment to begin the evening with a dinner, and a nice snug comfortable dinner they had, consisting of a little procession of 4 chops and 4 kidneys, following each other, supported on either side by a pot of the real draught stout, and attended by divers cushions of bread and wedges of cheese. When the cloth was removed, Mr. Thomas Potter ordered the waiter to bring in 2 goes of his best Scotch whisky, with warm water and sugar, and a couple of his very mildest Havanas, which the waiter did. Mr. Thomas Potter mixed his grog and lighted his cigar. Mr. Robert Smithers did the same, and then Mr. Thomas Potter jocularly proposed, as the first toast, the abolition of all offices whatever, not sinecures but counting houses, which was immediately drunk by Mr. Robert Smithers with enthusiastic applause. So they went on, talking politics, puffing cigars, and sipping whisky and water, until the goes, most appropriately so called, were both gone, which Mr. Robert Smithers perceiving, immediately ordered in 2 more goes of the best Scotch whisky, and 2 more of the very mildest Havanas, and the goes kept coming in, and the mild Havanas kept going out, until, what with the drinking, and lighting, and puffing, and the stale ashes on the table, and the tallow grease on the cigars, Mr. Robert Smithers began to doubt the mildness of the Havanas, and to feel very much as if he had been sitting in a hackney coach with his back to the horses. As to Mr. Thomas Potter, he would keep laughing out loud, and volunteering inarticulate declarations that he was all right, in proof of which he feebly bespoke the evening paper after the next gentleman, but finding it a matter of some difficulty to discover any news in its columns, or to ascertain distinctly whether it had any columns at all, walked slowly out to look for the moon, and after coming back quite pale with looking up at the sky so long, and attempting to express mirth at Mr. Robert Smithers having fallen asleep, by various galvanic chuckles, laid his head on his arm and went to sleep also. When he awoke again, Mr. Robert Smithers awoke too, and they both very gravely agreed that it was extremely unwise to eat so many pickled walnuts with the chops, as it was a notorious fact that they always made people queer and sleepy. Indeed, if it had not been for the whisky and cigars, there was no knowing what harm they mightn't have done 'em. So they took some coffee, and after paying the bill, 12 and 2pence for the dinner, and the odd 10pence for the waiter, 13 shillings in all, started out on their expedition to manufacture a night. It was just half-past 8, so they thought they couldn't do better than to go at half price to the slips at the City Theatre, which they did accordingly. Mr. Robert Smithers, who had become extremely poetical after the settlement of the bill, enlivened the walk by informing Mr. Thomas Potter in confidence that he felt an inward presentiment of approaching dissolution, and subsequently embellishing the theatre by falling asleep with his head and both arms gracefully drooping over the front of the boxes. Such was the quiet demeanour of the unassuming Smithers, and such were the happy effects of Scotch whisky and Havanas on that interesting person. But Mr. Thomas Potter, whose great aim it was to be considered as a knowing card, a fast goer, and so forth, conducted himself in a very different manner, and commenced going very fast indeed, rather too fast at last, for the patience of the audience to keep pace with him. On his first entry, he contented himself by earnestly calling upon the gentlemen in the gallery to flare up, accompanying the demand with another request, expressive of his wish that they would instantaneously form a union, both which requisitions were responded to in the manner most in vogue on such occasions. Give that dog a bone!" cried one gentleman in his shirt sleeves. "Where have you been a having half a pint of intermediate beer?" cried a second. "Tailor!" screamed a third. "Barber's clerk!" shouted a fourth. "Throw him over!" roared a fifth, while numerous voices concurred in desiring Mr. Thomas Potter to go home to his mother. All these taunts Mr. Thomas Potter received with supreme contempt, cocking the low crowned hat a little more on one side whenever any reference was made to his personal appearance, and standing up with his arms akimbo expressing defiance melodramatically. The overture, to which these various sounds had been an ab libitum accompaniment, concluded, the second piece began, and Mr. Thomas Potter, emboldened by impunity, proceeded to behave in a most unprecedented and outrageous manner. First of all, he imitated the shake of the principal female singer, then groaned at the blue fire, then affected to be frightened into convulsions of terror at the appearance of the ghost, and lastly not only made a running commentary in an audible voice upon the dialogue on the stage, but actually awoke Mr. Robert Smithers, who, hearing his companion making a noise, and having a very indistinct notion where he was, or what was required of him, immediately, by way of imitating a good example, set up the most unearthly, unremitting, and appalling howling that ever audience heard. It was too much. "Turn them out!" was the general cry. A noise as of shuffling of feet, and men being knocked up with violence against wainscoting, was heard. A hurried dialogue of "Come out! I won't! You shall! I shan't! Give me your card, sir! You're a scoundrel, sir!" and so forth, succeeded. A round of applause betokened the approbation of the audience, and Mr. Robert Smithers and Mr. Thomas Potter found themselves shot with astonishing swiftness into the road, without having had the trouble of once putting foot on the ground during the whole progress of their rapid descent. Mr. Robert Smithers, being constitutionally one of the slow goers, and having had quite enough of fast going in the course of his recent expulsion, to last until the quarter day then next ensuing at the very least, had no sooner emerged with his companion from the precincts of Milton Street, than he proceeded to indulge in circuitous references to the beauties of sleep, mingled with distant allusions to the propriety of returning to Islington, and testing the influence of their patient Brahmas over the street door locks to which they respectively belonged. Mr. Thomas Potter, however, was valorous and peremptory. They had come out to make a night of it, and a night must be made. So Mr. Robert Smithers, who was three parts dull and the other dismal, despairingly assented, and they went into a wine vault to get materials for assisting them in making a night, where they found a good many young ladies and various old gentlemen, and a plentiful sprinkling of hackney coachmen and cab drivers, all drinking and talking together, and Mr. Thomas Potter and Mr. Robert Smithers drank small glasses of brandy and large glasses of soda, until they began to have a very confused idea, either of things in general, or of anything in particular, and when they had done treating themselves, they began to treat everybody else, and the rest of the entertainment was a confused mixture of heads and heels, black eyes and blue uniforms, mud and gaslights, thick doors, and stoned paving. Then, as standard novelists expressively inform us, all was a blank, and in the morning the blank was filled up with the words "Station House," and the station house was filled up with Mr. Thomas Potter, Mr. Robert Smithers, and the major part of their wine vault companions of the preceding night, with a comparatively small portion of clothing of any kind. And it was disclosed at the police office, to the indignation of the bench and the astonishment of the spectators, how one Robert Smithers, aided and abetted by one Thomas Potter, had knocked down and beaten in divers streets at different times 5 men, 4 boys, and 3 women. How the said Thomas Potter had feloniously obtained possession of 5 door knockers, 2 bell handles, and a bonnet. How Robert Smithers, his friend, had sworn at least £40 worth of oaths, at the rate of 5 shillings apiece, terrified whole streets full of Her Majesty's subjects with awful shrieks and alarms of fire, destroyed the uniforms of 5 policemen, and committed various other atrocities too numerous to recapitulate. and the magistrate, after an appropriate reprimand, fined Mr. Thomas Potter and Mr. Thomas Smithers 5 shillings each, for being what the law vulgarly terms drunk, and £34 for 17 assaults at 40 shillings a head, with liberty to speak to the prosecutors. The prosecutors were spoken to, and Messrs. Potter and Smithers lived on credit for a quarter as best they might, and, although the prosecutors expressed their readiness to be assaulted twice a week on the same terms, they have never since been detected in making a night of it. End of section 43. Sketches by Boz, section 44. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, section 44. Characters, chapter 12. The Prisoner's Van. We were passing the corner of Bow Street on our return from a lounging excursion the other afternoon, when a crowd assembled round the door of the police office attracted our attention. We turned up the street accordingly. There were 30 or 40 people standing on the pavement and half across the road, and a few stragglers were patiently stationed on the opposite side of the way, all evidently waiting in expectation of some arrival. We waited too, a few minutes, but nothing occurred. So we turned round to an unshorn, sallow-looking cobbler, who was standing next us with his hands under the bib of his apron, and put the usual question of "What's the matter?" The cobbler eyed us from head to foot with superlative contempt, and laconically replied, "Nuffin." Now, we were perfectly aware that if two men stop in the street to look at any given object, or even to gaze in the air, 200 men will be assembled in no time. But as we knew very well that no crowd of people could by possibility remain in a street for 5 minutes without getting up a little amusement among themselves, unless they had some absorbing object in view, the natural inquiry next in order was, "What are all these people waiting here for?" "Her Majesty's carriage," replied the cobbler. This was still more extraordinary. We could not imagine what earthly business Her Majesty's carriage could have at the public office, Bow Street. We were beginning to ruminate on the possible causes of such an uncommon appearance, when a general exclamation from all the boys in the crowd of "Here's the wan!" caused us to raise our heads and look up the street. The covered vehicle in which prisoners are conveyed from the police offices to the different prisons was coming along at full speed. It then occurred to us for the first time that Her Majesty's carriage was merely another name for the prisoner's van, conferred upon it not only by reason of the superior gentility of the term, but because the aforesaid van is maintained at Her Majesty's expense, having been originally started for the exclusive accommodation of ladies and gentlemen under the necessity of visiting the various houses of call known by the general denomination of Her Majesty's jails. The van drew up at the office door, and the people thronged to round the steps, just leaving a little alley for the prisoners to pass through. Our friend the cobbler and the other stragglers crossed over, and we followed their example. The driver and another man who had been seated by his side in front of the vehicle dismounted and were admitted into the office. The office door was closed after them, and the crowd were on the tiptoe of expectation. After a few minutes' delay, the door again opened, and the first two prisoners appeared. They were a couple of girls, of whom the elder could not be more than 16, and the younger of whom had certainly not attained her 14th year. That they were sisters was evident, from the resemblance which still subsisted between them, though 2 additional years of depravity had fixed their brand upon the elder girl's features, as legibly as if a red-hot iron had seared them. They were both gaudily dressed, the younger one especially, and although there was a strong similarity between them in both respects, which was rendered the more obvious by their being handcuffed together, it is impossible to conceive a greater contrast than the demeanour of the two presented. The younger girl was weeping bitterly, not for display, or in the hope of producing effect, but for very shame. Her face was buried in her handkerchief, and her whole manner was but too expressive of bitter and unavailing sorrow. "How long are you for, Emily?" screamed a red-faced woman in the crowd. 6 weeks and labour, replied the elder girl with a flaunting laugh, and that's better than the stone jug anyhow. The mill's a deal better than the sessions, and here's Bella a going too for the first time. Hold up your head, you chicken, she continued, boisterously tearing the other girl's handkerchief away. Hold up your head and show 'em your face. I ain't jealous, but I'm blessed if I ain't game. That's right, old gal, exclaimed a man in a paper cap, who, in common with the greater part of the crowd, had been inexpressibly delighted with this little incident. Right, replied the girl. Ah, to be sure. What's the odds, eh? Come, in with you, interrupted the driver. Don't you be in a hurry, coachman, replied the girl, and recollect I want to be sent down in Coldbath Fields, large house with a high garden wall in front, you can't mistake it. Hallo, Bella, where are you going to? You'll pull my precious arm off. This was addressed to the younger girl, who, in her anxiety to hide herself in the caravan, had ascended the steps first and forgotten the strain upon the handcuff. Come down, let's show you the way. And after jerking the miserable girl down with a force which made her stagger on the pavement, she got into the vehicle, and was followed by her wretched companion. These two girls had been thrown upon London streets, their vices and debauchery, by a sordid and rapacious mother. What the younger girl was then, the elder had been once, and what the elder then was, the younger must soon become. A melancholy prospect, but how surely to be realized! A tragic drama, but how often acted! Turn to the prisons and police offices of London, nay, look into the very streets themselves. These things pass before our eyes day after day, and hour after hour. They have become such matters of course that they are utterly disregarded. The progress of these girls in crime will be as rapid as the flight of a pestilence, resembling it too in its baneful influence and wide-spreading infection. Step by step, how many wretched females within the sphere of every man's observation have become involved in a career of vice frightful to contemplate, hopeless at its commencement, loathsome and repulsive in its course, friendless, forlorn, and unpitied at its miserable conclusion. There were other prisoners, boys of 10, as hardened in vice as men of 50. A houseless vagrant, going joyfully to prison as a place of food and shelter, handcuffed to a man whose prospects were ruined, character lost, and family rendered destitute by his first offence. Our curiosity, however, was satisfied. The first group had left an impression on our mind we would gladly have avoided, and would willingly have effaced. The crowd dispersed. The vehicle rolled away with its load of guilt and misfortune, and we saw no more of the prisoner's van. End of section 44. Sketches by Boz, section 45. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, section 45. Tales, chapter 1. The Boarding House, chapter 1. Mrs. Tibbs was beyond all dispute the most tidy, fidgety, thrifty little personage that ever inhaled the smoke of London, and the house of Mrs. Tibbs was decidedly the neatest in all Great Coram Street. The area, and the area steps, and the street door, and the street door steps, and the brass handle, and the door plate, and the knocker, and the fanlight, were all as clean and bright as indefatigable whitewashing and hearthstoning and scrubbing and rubbing could make them. The wonder was, that the brass door plate with the interesting inscription Mrs. Tibbs had never caught fire from constant friction, so perseveringly was it polished. There were meat-safe looking blinds in the parlour windows, blue and gold curtains in the drawing-room, and spring-roller blinds, as Mrs. Tibbs was wont in the pride of her heart to boast, all the way up. The bell lamp in the passage looked as clear as a soap bubble. You could see yourself in all the tables, and French polish yourself on any one of the chairs. The banisters were beeswaxed, and the very stair wires made your eyes wink, they were so glittering. Mrs. Tibbs was somewhat short of stature, and Mr. Tibbs was by no means a large man. He had, moreover, very short legs, but by way of indemnification his face was peculiarly long. He was to his wife what the 0 is in 90. He was of some importance with her. He was nothing without her. Mrs. Tibbs was always talking. Mr. Tibbs rarely spoke, but if it were at any time possible to put in a word, when he should have said nothing at all, he had that talent. Mrs. Tibbs detested long stories, and Mr. Tibbs had one, the conclusion of which had never been heard by his most intimate friends. It always began, "I recollect when I was in the volunteer corps in 1806." But as he spoke very slowly and softly, and his better half very quickly and loudly, he rarely got beyond the introductory sentence. He was a melancholy specimen of the story-teller. He was the wandering Jew of Joe Millerism. Mr. Tibbs enjoyed a small independence from the pension list, about £43 15s. 10d. a year. His father, mother, and 5 interesting scions from the same stock, drew a like sum from the revenue of a grateful country, though for what particular service was never known. But as this said independence was not quite sufficient to furnish two people with all the luxuries of this life, it had occurred to the busy little spouse of Tibbs that the best thing she could do with a legacy of £700 would be to take and furnish a tolerable house, somewhere in that partially explored tract of country which lies between the British Museum and a remote village called Somers Town, for the reception of boarders. Great Coram Street was the spot pitched upon. The house had been furnished accordingly, 2 female servants and a boy engaged, and an advertisement inserted in the morning papers informing the public that 6 individuals would meet with all the comforts of a cheerful musical home in a select private family residing within 10 minutes' walk of everywhere. Answers out of number were received, with all sorts of initials. All the letters of the alphabet seemed to be seized with a sudden wish to go out boarding and lodging. Voluminous was the correspondence between Mrs. Tibbs and the applicants, and most profound was the secrecy observed. E. didn't like this. I. couldn't think of putting up with that. I.O.U. didn't think the terms would suit him, and G.R. had never slept in a French bed. The result, however, was that 3 gentlemen became inmates of Mrs. Tibbs' house, on terms which were agreeable to all parties. In went the advertisement again, and a lady with her 2 daughters proposed to increase, not their families, but Mrs. Tibbs's. "Charming woman, that Mrs. Maplesone," said Mrs. Tibbs, as she and her spouse were sitting by the fire after breakfast, the gentlemen having gone out on their several avocations. "Charming women indeed," repeated little Mrs. Tibbs, more by way of soliloquy than anything else, for she never thought of consulting her husband. "And the 2 daughters are delightful. We must have some fish some day. They'll join us at dinner for the first time." Mr. Tibbs placed the poker at right angles with the fire shovel, and essayed to speak, but recollected he had nothing to say. "The young ladies," continued Mrs. T., "have kindly volunteered to bring their own piano." Tibbs thought of the volunteer story, but did not venture it. A bright thought struck him. "It's very likely," said he. "Pray don't lean your head against the paper," interrupted Mrs. Tibbs, "and don't put your feet on the steel fender. That's worse." Tibbs took his head from the paper, and his feet from the fender, and proceeded. "It's very likely one of the young ladies may set her cap at young Mr. Simpson, and you know a marriage—" "A what?" shrieked Mrs. Tibbs. Tibbs modestly repeated his former suggestion. "I beg you won't mention such a thing," said Mrs. T. "A marriage, indeed, to rob me of my boarders! No, not for the world." Tibbs thought in his own mind that the event was by no means unlikely, but as he never argued with his wife, he put a stop to the dialogue by observing it was time to go to business. He always went out at 10 o'clock in the morning, and returned at 5 in the afternoon, with an exceedingly dirty face and smelling mouldy. Nobody knew what he was or where he went, but Mrs. Tibbs used to say with an air of great importance that he was engaged in the city. The Miss Maplesons and their accomplished parent arrived in the course of the afternoon in a hackney coach, and accompanied by a most astonishing number of packages: trunks, bonnet boxes, muff boxes and parasols, guitar cases, and parcels of all imaginable shapes, done up in brown paper, and fastened with pins, filled the passage. Then there was such a running up and down with the luggage, such scampering for warm water for the ladies to wash in, and such a bustle and confusion and heating of servants and curling irons, as had never been known in Great Coram Street before. Little Mrs. Tibbs was quite in her element, bustling about, talking incessantly, and distributing towels and soap like a head nurse in a hospital. The house was not restored to its usual state of quiet repose until the ladies were safely shut up in their respective bedrooms, engaged in the important occupation of dressing for dinner. "Are these gals handsome?" inquired Mr. Simpson of Mr. Septimus Hicks, another of the boarders, as they were amusing themselves in the drawing room before dinner by lolling on sofas and contemplating their pumps. "Don't know," replied Mr. Septimus Hicks, who was a tallish white-faced young man with spectacles, and a black ribbon round his neck instead of a neckerchief. A most interesting person, a poetical walker of the hospitals, and a very talented young man. He was fond of lugging into conversation all sorts of quotations from Don Juan, without fettering himself by the propriety of their application, in which particular he was remarkably independent. The other, Mr. Simpson, was one of those young men who are in society what walking gentlemen are on the stage, only infinitely worse skilled in his vocation than the most indifferent artist. He was as empty-headed as the great bell of St. Paul's, always dressed according to the caricatures published in the monthly fashion, and spelt character with a K. "I saw a devilish number of parcels in the passage when I came home," simpered Mr. Simpson. "Materials for the toilet, no doubt," rejoined the Don Juan reader. "Much linen, lace, and several pair of stocking slippers, brushes, combs complete, with other articles of ladies' fare, to keep them beautiful or leave them neat." "Is that from Milton?" inquired Mr. Simpson. "No, from Byron," returned Mr. Hicks with a look of contempt. He was quite sure of his author, because he had never read any other. "Hush! Here come the gals," and they both commenced talking in a very loud key. "Mrs. Mapleson and the Miss Maplesons, Mr. Hicks. Mr. Hicks, Mrs. Maplesons, and the Miss Maplesons," said Mrs. Tibbs, with a very red face, for she had been superintending the cooking operations below stairs, and looked like a wax doll on a sunny day. "Mr. Simpson, I beg your pardon, Mr. Simpson, Mrs. Mapleson, and the Miss Maplesons," and vice versa. The gentlemen immediately began to slide around with much politeness, and to look as if they wished their arms had been legs, so little did they know what to do with them. The ladies smiled curtsies, and glided into chairs, and dived for dropped pocket handkerchiefs. The gentlemen leant against two of the curtain pegs. Mrs. Tibbs went through an admirable bit of serious pantomime with a servant, who had come up to ask some questions about the fish sauce, and then the two young ladies looked at each other, and everybody else appeared to discover something very attractive in the pattern of the fender. "Julia, my love," said Mrs. Maplesone to her youngest daughter, in a tone loud enough for the remainder of the company to hear. "Julia." "Yes, ma." "Don't stoop." This was said for the purpose of directing general attention to Miss Julia's figure, which was undeniable. Everybody looked at her accordingly, and there was another pause. "We had the most uncivil hackney coachman to day, you can imagine," said Mrs. Maplesone to Mrs. Tibbs, in a confidential tone. "Dear me!" replied the hostess, with an air of great commiseration. She couldn't say more, for the servant again appeared at the door, and commenced telegraphing most earnestly to her missus. "I think hackney coachmen generally are uncivil," said Mr. Hicks, in his most insinuating tone. "Positively I think they are," replied Mrs. Maplesone, as if the idea had never struck her before. "And cabmen too," said Mr. Simpson. This remark was a failure, for no one intimated by word or sign the slightest knowledge of the manners and customs of cabmen. "Robinson, what do you want?" said Mrs. Tibbs to the servant, who, by the way of making her presence known to her mistress, had been giving sundry hems and sniffs outside the door during the preceding 5 minutes. "Please, ma'am, master wants his clean things," replied the servant, taken off her guard. The two young men turned their faces to the window, and went off like a couple of bottles of ginger beer. The ladies put their handkerchiefs to their mouths, and little Mrs. Tibbs bustled out of the room to give Tibbs his clean linen, and the servant warning. Mr. Calton, the remaining boarder, shortly afterwards made his appearance, and proved a surprising promoter of the conversation. Mr. Calton was a superannuated beau, an old boy. He used to say of himself that although his features were not regularly handsome, they were striking. They certainly were. It was impossible to look at his face without being reminded of a chubby street door knocker, half lion, half monkey, and the comparison might be extended to his whole character and conversation. He had stood still while everything else had been moving. He never originated a conversation, or started an idea. But if any commonplace topic were broached, or, to pursue the comparison, if anybody lifted him up, he would hammer away with surprising rapidity. He had the tic doctoro occasionally, and then he might be said to be muffled, because he did not make quite as much noise as at other times, when he would go prosing rat-tat-tat the same thing over and over again. He had never been married, but he was still on the look-out for a wife with money. He had a life interest worth of about £300 a year. He was exceedingly vain and inordinately selfish. He had acquired the reputation of being the very pink of politeness, and he walked round the Park and up Regent Street every day. This respectable personage had made up his mind to render himself exceedingly agreeable to Mrs. Maplesone. Indeed, the desire of being as amiable as possible extended itself to the whole party. Mrs. Tibbs having considered it an admirable little bit of management to represent to the gentlemen that she had some reason to believe the ladies were fortunes, and a hint to the ladies that all the gentlemen were eligible. A little flirtation, she thought, might keep her house full, without leading to any other result. Mrs. Maplesone was an enterprising widow of about 50, shrewd, scheming, and good-looking. She was amiably anxious on behalf of her daughters, in proof whereof she used to remark that she would have no objection to marry again if it would benefit her dear girls. She could have no other motive. The dear girls themselves were not at all insensible to the merits of a good establishment. One of them was 25, the other 3 years younger. They had been at different watering places for 4 seasons. They had gambled at libraries, read books in balconies, sold at fancy fairs, danced at assemblies, talked sentiment. In short, they had done all that industrious girls could do, but as yet to no purpose. "What a magnificent dresser Mr. Simpson is!" whispered Matilda Maplesone to her sister Julia. "Splendid!" returned the youngest. The magnificent individual alluded to wore a maroon-coloured dress-coat, with a velvet collar and cuffs of the same tint, very like that which usually invests the form of the distinguished unknown who condescends to play the swell in the pantomime at Richardson's show. "What whiskers!" said Miss Julia. "Charming!" responded her sisters. "And what hair!" His hair was like a wig, and distinguished by that insinuating wave which graces the shining locks of those chef d'oeuvres of art surmounting the waxen images in Bartlett's window at Regent Street. His whiskers, meeting beneath his chin, seemed strings wherewith to tie it on, ere science had rendered them unnecessary by her patent invisible springs. "Dinner's on the table, ma'am, if you please," said the boy, who now appeared for the first time, in a revived black coat of his master's. "Oh, Mr. Calton, will you lead Mrs. Maplesone? Thank you." Mr. Simpson offered his arm to Miss Julia. Mr. Septimus Hicks escorted the lovely Matilda, and the procession proceeded to the dining-room. Mr. Tibbs was introduced, and Mr. Tibbs bobbed up and down with the three ladies like a figure in a Dutch clock, with a powerful spring in the middle of his body, and then dived rapidly into his seat at the bottom of the table, delighted to screen himself behind a soup tureen which he could just see over, and that was all. The boarders were seated, a lady and gentleman alternately, like the layers of bread and meat in a plate of sandwiches, and then Mrs. Tibbs directed James to take off the covers. Salmon, lobster sauce, giblet soup, and the usual accompaniments were discovered, potatoes like petrifactions, and bits of toasted bread, the shape and size of blank dice. "Soup for Mrs. Mapleson, my dear," said the bustling Mrs. Tibbs. She always called her husband "my dear" before company. Tibbs, who had been eating his bread, and calculating how long it would be before he should get any fish, helped the soup in a hurry, made a small island on the tablecloth, and put his glass upon it to hide it from his wife. "Miss Julia, shall I assist you to some fish?" "If you please, very little." "Oh, plenty, thank you." A bit about the size of a walnut put upon the plate. "Julia is a very little eater," said Mrs. Mapleson to Mr. Calton. The knocker gave a single rap. He was busy eating the fish with his eyes, so he only ejaculated, "Ah!" "My dear," said Mrs. Tibbs to her spouse after every one else had been helped, "what do you take?" The inquiry was accompanied with a look intimating that he mustn't say fish, because there was not much left. Tibbs thought the frown referred to the island on the tablecloth. He therefore coolly replied, "Why, I'll take a little fish, I think." "Did you say fish, my dear?" Another frown. "Yes, dear," replied the villain, with an expression of acute hunger depicted on his countenance. The tears almost started to Mrs. Tibbs' eyes, as she helped her wretch of a husband, as she inwardly called him, to the last eatable bit of salmon on the dish. "James, take this to your master, and take away your master's knife." This was deliberate revenge, as Tibbs never could eat fish without one. He was, however, constrained to chase small particles of salmon round and round his plate with a piece of bread and a fork, the number of successful attempts being about 1 in 17. "Take away, James," said Mrs. Tibbs, as Tibbs swallowed the fourth mouthful, and away went the plates like lightning. "I'll take a bit of bread, James," said the poor master of the house, more hungry than ever. "Never mind your master now, James," said Mrs. Tibbs. "See about the meat." This was conveyed in the tone in which ladies usually give admonitions to servants in company, that is to say, a low one, but which, like a stage whisper, from its peculiar emphasis, is most distinctly heard by everybody present. A pause ensued before the table was replenished. A sort of parenthesis in which Mr. Simpson, Mr. Calton, and Mr. Hicks produced respectively a bottle of Sauterne Bucellas and sherry, and took wine with everybody, except Tibbs. No one ever thought of him. Between the fish and an intimated sirloin there was a prolonged interval. Here was an opportunity for Mr. Hicks. He could not resist the singularly appropriate quotation, "But beef is rare within these oxless isles, goat's flesh there is, no doubt, and kid and mutton. And when a holiday upon them smiles, a joint upon their barbarous spits they put on." Very ungentlemanly behaviour, thought little Mrs. Tibbs, to talk in that way. "Ah!" said Mr. Calton, filling his glass, "Tom Moore is my poet." "And mine," said Mrs. Mapleson. "And mine," said Miss Julia. "And mine," added Mr. Simpson. "Look at his compositions," resumed the knocker. "To be sure," said Simpson with confidence. "Look at Don Juan," replied Mr. Septimus Hicks. "Julia's letter," suggested Miss Matilda. "Can anything be grander than the Fire Worshippers?" inquired Miss Julia. "To be sure," said Simpson. "Or Paradise and the Peri," said the old beau. "Yes, or Paradise and the Pier," repeated Simpson, who thought he was getting through it capitally. "It's all very well," replied Mr. Septimus Hicks, who, as we have before hinted, never had read anything but Don Juan. "Where will you find anything finer than the description of the siege at the commencement of the 7th canto?" "Talking of a siege," said Tibbs, with a mouthful of bread, "when I was in the volunteer corps, in 1806, our commanding officer was Sir Charles Rampart, and one day, when we were exercising on the ground on which the London University now stands, he says he, 'Tibbs,' calling me from the ranks, 'Tibbs, tell your master, James,' interrupted Mrs. Tibbs in an awfully distinct tone, 'tell your master, if he won't carve those fowls, to send them to me. The discomfited volunteer instantly set to work, and carved the fowls almost as expeditiously as his wife operated on the haunch of mutton. Whether he ever finished the story is not known, but, if he did, nobody heard it. As the ice was now broken, and the new inmates more at home, every member of the company felt more at ease. Tibbs himself most certainly did, because he went to sleep immediately after dinner. Mr. Hicks and the ladies discoursed most eloquently about poetry, and the theatres, and Lord Chesterfield's letters, and Mr. Carlton followed up what everybody said with continuous double knocks. Mrs. Tibbs highly approved of every observation that fell from Mrs. Maplesone, and as Mr. Simpson sat with a smile upon his face and said "Yes," or "Certainly," at intervals of about 4 minutes each, he received full credit for understanding what was going forward. The gentlemen rejoined the ladies in the drawing room very shortly after they had left the dining parlour. Mrs. Maplesone and Mr. Carlton played cribbage, and the young people amused themselves with music and conversation. The Miss Maplesones sang the most fascinating duets, and accompanied themselves on guitars, ornamented with bits of ethereal blue ribbon. Mr. Simpson put on a pink waistcoat, and said he was in raptures, and Mr. Hicks felt in the seventh heaven of poetry, or the seventh canto of Don Juan, it was the same thing to him. Mrs. Tibbs was quite charmed with the newcomers, and Mr. Tibbs spent the evening in his usual way. He went to sleep, and woke up, and went to sleep again, and woke at supper time. We are not about to adopt the license of novel writers, and to let years roll on, but we will take the liberty of requesting the reader to suppose that 6 months have elapsed since the dinner we have described, and that Mrs. Tibbs's boarders have, during that period, sang and danced and gone to theatres and exhibitions together as ladies and gentlemen wherever they board often do. And we will beg them, the period we have mentioned having elapsed, to imagine further that Mr. Septimus Hicks received in his own bedroom, a front attic, at an early hour one morning, a note from Mr. Carlton, requesting the favour of seeing him as soon as convenient to himself in his, Carlton's, dressing-room on the second floor back. "Tell Mr. Carlton I'll come down directly," said Mr. Septimus to the boy. "Stop! Is Mr. Carlton unwell?" inquired this excited walker of hospitals, as he put on a bed-furniture-looking dressing-gown. "Not as I knows on, sir," replied the boy. "Please, sir, he looked rather rum, as it might be." "Ah, that's no proof of his being ill," returned Hicks unconsciously. "Very well, I'll be down directly." Downstairs ran the boy with the message, and down went the excited Hicks himself, almost as soon as the message was received. Tap, tap. "Come in." Door opens, and discovers Mr. Carlton sitting in an easy-chair. Mutual shakes of the hand exchanged, and Mr. Septimus Hicks motioned to a seat. A short pause. Mr. Hicks coughed, and Mr. Carlton took a pinch of snuff. It was one of those interviews where neither party knows what to say. Mr. Septimus Hicks broke silence. "I received a note," he said, very tremulously, in a voice like a punch with a cold. "Yes," returned the other, "you did." "Exactly. Yes." Now, although this dialogue must have been satisfactory, both gentlemen felt that there was something more important to be said. Therefore they did as most men in such a situation would have done. They looked at the table with a determined aspect. The conversation had been opened, however, and Mr. Carlton had made up his mind to continue it with a regular double knock. He always spoke very pompously. "Hicks," said he, "I have sent for you in consequence of certain arrangements which are pending in this house, connected with a marriage." "With a marriage!" gasped Hicks, compared with whose expression of countenance Hamlet's, when he sees his father's ghosts, is pleasing and composed. "With a marriage," returned the knocker. "I have sent for you to prove the great confidence I can repose in you." "And will you betray me?" eagerly inquired Hicks, who in his alarm had even forgotten to quote. "I betray you! Won't you betray me?" "Never. No one shall know to my dying day that you had a hand in the business," responded the agitated Hicks, with an inflamed countenance, and his hair standing on end as if he were on the stool of an electrifying machine in full operation. "People must know that some time or other, within a year, I imagine," said Mr. Calton, with an air of great self-complacency. "We may have a family." "We! That won't affect you, surely?" "The devil it won't." "No, how can it?" said the bewildered Hicks. Calton was too much enwrapped in the contemplation of his happiness to see the equivoque between Hicks and himself, and threw himself back in the chair. "Oh, Matilda!" sighed the antic beau, in a lackadaisical voice, and applying his right hand a little to the left of the fourth button of his waistcoat, counted from the bottom. "Oh, Matilda!" "What Matilda?" inquired Hicks, starting up. "Matilda Maplesone," responded the other, doing the same. "I marry her to-morrow morning," said Hicks. "It's false," rejoined his companion. "I marry her." "You marry her?" "I marry her." "You marry Matilda Maplesone?" "Matilda Maplesone." "Miss Maplesone marry you?" "Miss Maplesone. No, Mrs. Maplesone." "Good Heaven!" said Hicks, falling into his chair. "You marry the mother, and I the daughter." "Most extraordinary circumstance," replied Mr. Calton, "and rather inconvenient too; for the fact is, that owing to Matilda's wishing to keep her intention secret from her daughters until the ceremony had taken place, she doesn't like applying to any of her friends to give her away. I entertained an objection to making the affair known to my acquaintance just now, and the consequence is, that I sent to you to know whether you'd oblige me by acting as father." "I should have been most happy, I assure you," said Hicks, in a tone of condolence. "But you see, I shall be acting as bridegroom. One character is frequently a consequence of the other, but it is not usual to act in both at the same time. There's Simpson, I have no doubt he'll do it for you." "I don't like to ask him," replied Calton. "He's such a donkey." Mr. Septimus Hicks looked up at the ceiling, and down at the floor. At last an idea struck him. "Let the man of the house, Tibbs, be the father," he suggested, and then he quoted as peculiarly applicable to Tibbs and the pair: "Oh, powers of heaven, what dark eyes meets she there! 'Tis her father's, fixed upon the pair." "The idea has struck me already," said Mr. Calton. "But you see, Matilda, for what reason I know not, is very anxious that Mrs. Tibbs should know nothing about it, till it's all over. It's a natural delicacy after all, you know." "He's the best natured little man in existence, if you manage him properly," said Mr. Septimus Hicks. "Tell him not to mention it to his wife, and assure him she won't mind it, and he'll do it directly. My marriage is to be a secret one, on account of the mother and my father, therefore he must be enjoined to secrecy." A small double knock, like a presumptuous single one, was that instant heard at the street door. It was Tibbs. It could be no one else, for no one else occupied 5 minutes in rubbing his shoes. He had been out to pay the baker's bill. "Mr. Tibbs," called Mr. Calton, in a very bland tone, looking over the banisters. "Sir," replied he of the dirty face. "Will you have the kindness to step upstairs for a moment?" "Certainly, sir," said Tibbs, delighted to be taken notice of. The bedroom door was carefully closed, and Tibbs, having put his hat on the floor, as most timid men do, and been accommodated with a seat, looked as astounded as if he were suddenly summoned before the familiars of the Inquisition. "A rather unpleasant occurrence, Mr. Tibbs," said Calton, in a very portentous manner, "obliges me to consult you, and to beg you will not communicate what I am about to say to your wife." Tibbs acquiesced, wondering in his own mind what the deuce the other could have done, and imagining that at least he must have broken the best decanters. Mr. Calton resumed: "I am placed, Mr. Tibbs, in rather an unpleasant situation." Tibbs looked at Mr. Septimus Hicks, as if he thought Mr. H.'s being in the immediate vicinity of his fellow boarder might constitute the unpleasantness of his situation; but as he did not know exactly what to say, he merely ejaculated the monosyllable "Lor!" "Now," continued the knocker, "let me beg you will exhibit no manifestations of surprise, which may be overheard by the domestics, when I tell you command your feelings of astonishment that two inmates of this house intend to be married to morrow morning. and he drew back his chair several feet to perceive the effect of the unlooked-for announcement. If Tibbs had rushed from the room, staggered downstairs, and fainted in the passage, if he had instantaneously jumped out of the window into the mews behind the house in an agony of surprise, his behaviour would have been much less inexplicable to Mr. Calton than it was, when he put his hands into his inexpressible pockets, and said with a half-chuckle, "Just so." "You are not surprised, Mr. Tibbs?" inquired Mr. Calton. "Bless you, no, sir," returned Tibbs. "After all, it's very natural. When two young people get together, you know." "Certainly, certainly," said Calton, with an indescribable air of self-satisfaction. "You don't think it's at all an out-of-the-way affair, then?" asked Mr. Septimus Hicks, who had watched the countenance of Tibbs in mute astonishment. "No, sir," replied Tibbs. "I was just the same at his age." He actually smiled when he said this. "How devilish well I must carry my years," thought the delightful old beau, knowing he was at least 10 years older than Tibbs at that moment. "Well then, to come to the point at once," he continued, "I have to ask you whether you will object to act as father on the occasion." "Certainly not," replied Tibbs, still without evincing an atom of surprise. "You will not?" "Decidedly not," reiterated Tibbs, still as calm as a pot of porter with the head off. Mr. Calton seized the hand of the petticoat-governed little man, and vowed eternal friendship from that hour. Hicks, who was all admiration and surprise, did the same. "Now confess," asked Mr. Calton of Tibbs, as he picked up his hat, "were you not a little surprised?" "I believe you," replied that illustrious person, holding up one hand, "I believe you, when I first heard of it." "So sudden," said Septimus Hicks. "So strange to ask me, you know," said Tibbs. "So odd altogether," said the superannuated love-maker, and then all three laughed. "I say," said Tibbs, shutting the door which he had previously opened, and giving full vent to a hitherto corked-up giggle, what bothers me is, what will his father say?" Mr. Septimus Hicks looked at Mr. Calton. "Yes, but the best of it is," said the latter, giggling in his turn, "I haven't got a father." "You haven't got a father, no, but he has," said Tibbs. "Who has?" inquired Septimus Hicks. "Why, him." "Him who? Do you know my secret? Do you mean me?" "You? No. You know who I mean," returned Tibbs with a knowing wink. "For heaven's sake, whom do you mean?" inquired Mr. Calton, who, like Septimus Hicks, was all but out of his senses at the strange confusion. "Why, Mr. Simpson, of course," replied Tibbs. "Who else could I mean?" "I see it all," said the Byron quoter. "Simpson marries Julia Maplesone to-morrow morning." "Undoubtedly," replied Tibbs, thoroughly satisfied. "Of course he does." It would require the pencil of Hogarth to illustrate (our feeble pen is inadequate to describe) the expression which the countenances of Mr. Calton and Mr. Septimus Hicks respectively assumed at this unexpected announcement. Equally impossible is it to describe, although perhaps it is easier for our lady readers to imagine, what acts the three ladies could have used so completely to entangle their separate partners. Whatever they were, however, they were successful. The mother was perfectly aware of the intended marriage of both daughters, and the young ladies were equally acquainted with the intention of their estimable parent. They agreed, however, that it would have been a much better appearance if each feigned ignorance of the other's engagement, and it was equally desirable that all the marriages should take place on the same day, to prevent the discovery of one clandestine alliance, operating prejudicially on the others. Hence the mystification of Mr. Calton and Mr. Septimus Hicks, and the pre-engagement of the unwary Tibbs. On the following morning, Mr. Septimus Hicks was united to Miss Matilda Maplesone. Mr. Simpson also entered into a holy alliance with Miss Julia, Tibbs acting as father, his first appearance in that character. Mr. Carlton, not being quite so eager as the two young men, was rather struck by the double discovery, and as he had found some difficulty in getting any one to give the lady away, it occurred to him that the best mode of obviating the inconvenience would be not to take her at all. The lady, however, appealed, as her counsel said on the trial of the cause, Mapleson versus Calton, for a breach of promise, with a broken heart, to the outraged laws of her country. She received damages to the amount of £1,000, which the unfortunate knocker was compelled to pay. Mr. Septimus Hicks, having walked the hospitals, took it into his head to walk off altogether. His injured wife is at present residing with her mother at Boulogne. Mr. Simpson, having the misfortune to lose his wife 6 weeks after marriage, by her eloping with an officer during his temporary sojourn in the Fleet Prison, in consequence of his inability to discharge her little mantua-maker's bill, and being disinherited by his father, who died soon afterwards, was fortunate enough to obtain a permanent engagement at a fashionable hair-cutter's, hairdressing being a science to which he had frequently directed his attention. In this situation he had necessarily many opportunities of making himself acquainted with the habits and style of thinking of the exclusive portion of the nobility of this kingdom. To this fortunate circumstance are we indebted for the production of these brilliant efforts of genius, his fashionable novels, which, so long as good taste, unsullied by exaggeration, cant, and quackery, continues to exist, cannot fail to instruct and amuse the thinking portion of the community. It only remains to add, that this complication of disorders completely deprived poor Mrs. Tibbs of all her inmates except the one whom she could have best spared, her husband. That wretched little man returned home on the day of the wedding in a state of partial intoxication, and under the influence of wine, excitement, and despair, actually dared to brave the anger of his wife. Since that ill-fated hour he has constantly taken his meals in the kitchen, to which apartment it is understood his witticisms will be in future confined, a turn-up bedstead having been conveyed there by Mrs. Tibbs's order for his exclusive accommodation. It is possible that he will be enabled to finish, in that seclusion, his story of the Volunteers. The advertisement has again appeared in the morning papers. Results must be reserved for another chapter. End of section 45. Sketches by Boz, Section 46. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, Section 46. Tales, Chapter 1 continued. The Boarding House, Chapter the Second. "Well," said little Mrs. Tibbs to herself as she sat in the front parlour of the Corm Street mansion one morning, mending a piece of stair carpet off the first landings, "things have not turned out so badly either, and if I only get a favourable answer to the advertisement we shall be full again." Mrs. Tibbs resumed her occupation of making worsted lattice work in the carpet, anxiously listening to the twopenny postman, who was hammering his way down the street at the rate of a penny a knock. The house was as quiet as possible. There was only one low sound to be heard. It was the unhappy Tibbs cleaning the gentlemen's boots in the back kitchen, and accompanying himself with a buzzing noise, in wretched mockery of humming a tune. The postman drew near the house. He paused. So did Mrs. Tibbs. A knock, a bustle, a letter. Post paid. T.I. presents Comte to I.T., and T.I. begs to say that I see the advertisement, and she will do herself the pleasure of calling on you at 12 o'clock to-morrow morning. T.I. as to apologize to I.T. for the shortness of the notice, but I hope it will not inconvenience you. I remain, yours truly, Wednesday evening. Little Mrs. Tibbs perused the document over and over again, and the more she read it the more was she confused by the mixture of the first and third person, the substitution of the I for the T.I., and the transition from the I.T. to the U. The writing looked like a skein of thread in a tangle, and the note was ingeniously folded into a perfect square, with the direction squeezed up into the right-hand corner, as if it were ashamed of itself. The back of the epistle was pleasingly ornamented with a large red wafer, which, with the addition of divers ink stains, bore a marvellous resemblance to a black beetle trodden upon. One thing, however, was perfectly clear to the perplexed Mrs. Tibbs. Somebody was to call at 12. The drawing-room was forthwith dusted for the third time that morning, 3 or 4 chairs were pulled out of their places, and a corresponding number of books carefully upset, in order that there might be a due absence of formality. Down went the piece of stair-carpet before noticed, and up ran Mrs. Tibbs to make herself tidy. The clock of New St. Pancras Church struck 12, and the Foundling, with a laudable politeness, did the same 10 minutes afterwards. Saint something else struck the quarter, and then there arrived a single lady with a double knock, in a pelisse the colour of the interior of a damson pie, a bonnet of the same, with a regular conservatory of artificial flowers, a white veil, and a green parasol with a cobweb border. The visitor, who was very fat and red-faced, was shown into the drawing-room. Mrs. Tibbs presented herself, and the negotiation commenced. "I called in consequence of an advertisement," said the stranger, in a voice as if she had been playing a set of Pan's pipes for a fortnight without leaving off. "Yes," said Mrs. Tibbs, rubbing her hands very slowly, and looking the applicant full in the face, two things she always did on such occasions. "Money isn't no object whatever to me," said the lady, "so much as living in a state of retirement and obtrusion." Mrs. Tibbs, as a matter of course, acquiesced in such an exceedingly natural desire. "I am constantly attended by a medical man," resumed the pelisse wearer. "I have been a shocking Unitarian for some time. I, indeed, have had very little peace since the death of Mr. Bloss." Mrs. Tibbs looked at the relic of the departed Bloss, and thought he must have had very little peace in his time. Of course she could not say so she looked very sympathizing. "I shall be a good deal of trouble to you," said Mrs. Bloss, "but for that trouble I am willing to pay. I am going through a course of treatment which renders attention necessary. I have one mutton chop in bed at 8:30, and another at 10 every morning." Mrs. Tibbs, as in duty bound, expressed the pity she felt for anybody placed in such a distressing situation, and the carnivorous Mrs. Bloss proceeded to arrange the various preliminaries with wonderful dispatch. "Now mind," said that lady, after terms were arranged, "I am to have the second floor front for my bedroom?" "Yes, ma'am." "And you'll find room for my little servant Agnes?" "Oh, certainly." "And I can have one of the cellars in the area for my bottled porter?" "With the greatest pleasure. James shall get it ready for you by Saturday." "And I'll join the company at the breakfast table on Sunday morning?" said Mrs. Bloss. "I shall get up on purpose." "Very well," returned Mrs. Tibbs in her most amiable tone, for satisfactory references had been given and required, and it was quite certain that the new comer had plenty of money. "It's rather singular," continued Mrs. Tibbs, with what was meant for a most bewitching smile, "that we have a gentleman now with us, who is in a very delicate state of health, a Mr. Gobler. His apartment is the back drawing-room." "The next room?" inquired Mrs. Bloss. "The next room," repeated the hostess. "How very promiscuous!" ejaculated the widow. "He hardly ever gets up," said Mrs. Tibbs in a whisper. "Law!" cried Mrs. Bloss in an equally low tone. "And when he is up," said Mrs. Tibbs, "we never can persuade him to go to bed again." "Dear me!" said the astonished Mrs. Bloss, drawing her chair nearer Mrs. Tibbs. "What is his complaint?" "Why, the fact is," replied Mrs. Tibbs with a most communicative air, "he has no stomach whatever." "No what?" inquired Mrs. Bloss with a look of the most indescribable alarm. "No stomach," repeated Mrs. Tibbs with a shake of the head. "Lord bless us, what an extraordinary case!" gasped Mrs. Bloss, as if she understood the communication in its literal sense, and was astonished at a gentleman without a stomach finding it necessary to board anywhere. "When I say he has no stomach," exclaimed the chatty little Mrs. Tibbs, "I mean that his digestion is so much impaired, and his interior so deranged, that his stomach is not of the least use to him. In fact, it's an inconvenience." "Never heard such a case in my life!" exclaimed Mrs. Bloss. "Why, he's worse than I am." "Oh yes," replied Mrs. Tibbs, "certainly." She said this with great confidence, for the damson police suggested that Mrs. Bloss, at all events, was not suffering under Mr. Gobbler's complaint. "You have quite incited my curiosity," said Mrs. Bloss, as she rose to depart. "How I long to see him!" "He generally comes down once a week," replied Mrs. Tibbs. "I dare say you'll see him on Sunday." With this consolatory promise, Mrs. Bloss was obliged to be contented. She accordingly walked slowly down the stairs, detailing her complaints all the way, and Mrs. Tibbs followed her, uttering an exclamation of compassion at every step. James, who looked very gritty, for he was cleaning the knives, fell up the kitchen stairs, and opened the street door, and after mutual farewells, Mrs. Bloss slowly departed down the shady side of the street. It is almost superfluous to say, that the lady whom we have just shown out at the street door, and whom the two female servants are now inspecting from the second floor windows, was exceedingly vulgar, ignorant, and selfish. Her deceased better half had been an eminent cork cutter, in which capacity he had amassed a decent fortune. He had no relative but his nephew, and no friend but his cook. The former had the insolence one morning to ask for the loan of £15, and, by way of retaliation, he married the latter next day. He made a will immediately afterwards, containing a burst of honest indignation against his nephew, who supported himself and two sisters on £100 a year, and a bequest of his whole property to his wife. He felt ill after breakfast, and died after dinner. There is a mantelpiece looking tablet in a civic parish church, setting forth his virtues and deploring his loss. He never dishonoured a bill, or gave away a halfpenny. The relict and sole executrix of this noble-minded man was an odd mixture of shrewdness and simplicity, liberality and meanness. Bred up as she had been, she knew no mode of living so agreeable as a boarding-house, and having nothing to do and nothing to wish for, she naturally imagined she must be ill, an impression which was most assiduously promoted by her medical attendant Dr. Woski, and her handmaid Agnes, both of whom, doubtless for good reasons, encouraged all her extravagant notions. Since the catastrophe recorded in the last chapter, Mrs. Tibbs had been very shy of young lady boarders. Her present inmates were all lords of the creation, and she availed herself of the opportunity of their assemblage at the dinner table, to announce the expected arrival of Mrs. Bloss. The gentlemen received the communication with stoical indifference, and Mrs. Tibbs devoted all her energies to prepare for the reception of the valetudinarian. The second floor front was scrubbed and washed and flannelled till the wet went through to the dining room ceiling. Clean white counterpanes and curtains and napkins, water bottles as clear as crystal, blue jugs and mahogany furniture, added to the splendour, and increased the comfort of the apartment. The warming pan was in constant requisition, and a fire lighted in the room every day. The chattels of Mrs. Bloss were forwarded by instalments. First, there came a large hamper of Guinness's stout, and an umbrella, then a train of trunks, then a pair of clogs and a bandbox, then an easy chair with an air cushion, then a variety of suspicious looking packages, and, though last not least, Mrs. Bloss and Agnes, the latter in a cherry-coloured merino dress, open work stockings, and shoes with sandals, like a disguised Columbine. The installation of the Duke of Wellington as Chancellor of the University of Oxford was nothing in point of bustle and turmoil to the installation of Mrs. Bloss in her new quarters. True, there was no bright doctor of civil law to deliver a classical address on the occasion, but there were several other old women present who spoke quite as much to the purpose, and understood themselves equally well. The chop eater was so fatigued with the process of removal that she declined leaving her room till the following morning, so a mutton chop, a pickle, a pill, a pint bottle of stout, and other medicines, were carried upstairs for her consumption. "Why, what do you think, ma'am?" inquired the inquisitive Agnes of her mistress, after they had been in the house some 3 hours. "What do you think, ma'am? The lady of the house is married." "Married!" said Mrs. Bloss, taking the pill and a draught of Guinness. "Married! Unpossible!" "She is indeed, ma'am," returned the Columbine, "and her husband, ma'am, lives he lives in the kitchen, ma'am." "In the kitchen!" "Yes, ma'am, and he the housemaid says he never goes into the parlour except on Sundays, and that Miss Tibbs makes him clean the gentlemen's boots, and that he cleans the windows too sometimes, and that one morning early, when he was in the front balcony cleaning the drawing-room windows, he called out to a gentleman on the opposite side of the way who used to live here, 'Ah, Mr. Calton, sir, how are you?' Here the attendant laughed, till Mrs. Bloss was in serious apprehension of her chuckling herself into a fit. 'Well, I never!' said Mrs. Bloss. 'Yes, and please, ma'am, the servants gives him gin and water sometimes, and then he cries, and says he hates his wife and the boarders and wants to tickle them.' 'Tickle the boarders!' exclaimed Mrs. Bloss, seriously alarmed. 'No, ma'am, not the boarders, the servants.' 'Oh, is that all?' said Mrs. Bloss, quite satisfied. 'He wanted to kiss me as I came up the kitchen stairs just now,' said Agnes indignantly, 'but I gave it him, a little wretch.' This intelligence was but too true. A long course of snubbing and neglect, his days spent in the kitchen, and his nights in the turn-up bedstead, had completely broken the little spirit that the unfortunate volunteer had ever possessed. He had no one to whom he could detail his injuries but the servants, and they were almost of necessity his chosen confidants. It is no less strange than true, however, that the little weaknesses which he had incurred most probably during his military career, seemed to increase as his comforts diminished. He was actually a sort of journeyman Giovanni of the basement story. The next morning, being Sunday, breakfast was laid in the front parlour at 10 o'clock. 9 was the usual time, but the family always breakfasted an hour later on Sabbath. Tibbs enrobed himself in his Sunday costume, a black coat and exceedingly short thin trousers, with a very large white waistcoat, white stockings and cravat, and blucher boots, and mounted to the parlour aforesaid. Nobody had come down, and he amused himself by drinking the contents of the milk-pot with a teaspoon. A pair of slippers were heard descending the stairs. Tibbs flew to a chair, and a stern-looking man of about 50, with very little hair on his head, and a Sunday paper in his hand, entered the room. 'Good morning, Mr. Evenson,' said Tibbs, very humbly, with something between a nod and a bow. 'How do you do, Mr. Tibbs?' replied he of the slippers, as he sat himself down and began to read his paper without saying another word. 'Is Mr. Wisbottle in town to-day, do you know, sir?' inquired Tibbs, just for the sake of saying something. 'I should think he was,' replied the stern gentleman. 'He was whistling the light guitar in the next room to mine at 5 o'clock this morning.' 'He's very fond of whistling,' said Tibbs, with a slight smirk. 'Yes, I ain't,' was the laconic reply. Mr. John Evenson was in the receipt of an independent income, arising chiefly from various houses he owned in the different suburbs. He was very morose and discontented. He was a thorough radical, and used to attend a great variety of public meetings for the express purpose of finding fault with everything that was proposed. Mr. Wisbottle, on the other hand, was a high Tory. He was a clerk in the Woods and Forests Office, which he considered rather an aristocratic employment. He knew the peerage by heart, and could tell you off hand where any illustrious personage lived. He had a good set of teeth, and a capital tailor. Mr. Evenson looked on all these qualifications with profound contempt, and the consequence was that the two were always disputing, much to the edification of the rest of the house. It should be added that in addition to his partiality for whistling, Mr. Wisbottle had a great idea of his singing powers. There were two other boarders besides the gentleman in the back drawing-room, Mr. Alfred Tomkins and Mr. Frederick O'Bleary. Mr. Tomkins was a clerk in a wine-house. He was a connoisseur in paintings, and had a wonderful eye for the picturesque. Mr. O'Bleary was an Irishman, recently imported. He was in a perfectly wild state, and had come over to England to be an apothecary, a clerk in a government office, an actor, a reporter, or anything else that turned up, he was not particular. He was on familiar terms with two small Irish members, and got franks for everybody in the house. He felt convinced that his intrinsic merits must procure him a high destiny. He wore shepherd's plaid inexpressibles, and used to look under all the ladies' bonnets as he walked along the streets. His manners and appearance reminded one of Orson. "Here comes Mr. Wisbottle," said Tibbs, and Mr. Wisbottle forthwith appeared in blue slippers, and a shawl dressing gown, whistling De Passé. "Good morning, sir," said Tibbs again. It was almost the only thing he ever said to anybody. "How are you, Tibbs?" condescendingly replied the amateur, and he walked to the window and whistled louder than ever. "Pretty air, that," said Evanson with a snarl, and without taking his eyes off the paper. "Glad you like it," replied Wisbottle, highly gratified. "Don't you think it would sound better if you whistled it a little louder?" inquired the mastiff. "No, I don't think it would," rejoined the unconscious Wisbottle. "I'll tell you what, Wisbottle," said Evanson, who had been bottling up his anger for some hours, "the next time you feel disposed to whistle the light guitar at 5 o'clock in the morning, I'll trouble you to whistle it with your head out o' window. If you don't, I'll learn the triangle, I will, by—" The entrance of Mrs. Tibbs, with the keys in a little basket, interrupted the threat, and prevented its conclusion. Mrs. Tibbs apologized for being down rather late. The bell was rung. James brought up the urn, and received an unlimited order for dry toast and bacon. Tibbs sat down at the bottom of the table, and began eating water-cresses like a Nebuchadnezzar. Mr. O'Bleary appeared, and Mr. Alfred Tomkins. The compliments of the morning were exchanged, and the tea was made. "God bless me!" exclaimed Tomkins, who had been looking out at the window. "Here, Wisbottle, pray come here. Make haste." Mr. Wisbottle started from the table, and every one looked up. "Do you see," said the connoisseur, placing Wisbottle in the right position, "a little more this way, there, do you see how splendidly the light falls upon the left side of that broken chimney pot at number 48? "Dear me, I see," replied Wisbottle, in a tone of admiration. "I never saw an object stand out so beautifully against the clear sky in my life," ejaculated Alfred. Everybody, except John Evanson, echoed the sentiment, for Mr. Tomkins had a great character for finding out beauties which no one else could discover. He certainly deserved it. "I have frequently observed a chimney pot in College Green, Dublin, which has a much better effect," said the patriotic O'Bleary, who never allowed Ireland to be outdone on any point. The assertion was received with obvious incredulity, for Mr. Tomkins declared that no other chimney pot in the United Kingdom, broken or unbroken, could be so beautiful as the one at number 48. The room door was suddenly thrown open, and Agnes appeared, leading in Mrs. Bloss, who was dressed in a geranium-covered muslin gown, and displayed a gold watch of huge dimensions, a chain to match, and a splendid assortment of rings with enormous stones. A general rush was made for a chair, and a regular introduction took place. Mr. John Evanson made a slight inclination of the head. Mr. Frederick O'Bleary, Mr. Alfred Tomkins, and Mr. Wisbottle bowed like the mandarins in a grocer's shop. Tibbs rubbed hands and went round in circles. He was observed to close one eye, and to assume a clockwork sort of expression with the other. This has been considered as a wink, and it has been reported that Agnes was its object. We repel the calumny and challenge contradiction. Mrs. Tibbs inquired after Mrs. Bloss's health in a low tone. Mrs. Bloss, with a supreme contempt for the memory of Lindley Murray, answered the various questions in a most satisfactory manner, and a pause ensued, during which the eatables disappeared with awful rapidity. "You must have been very much pleased with the appearance of the ladies going to the drawing-room the other day, Mr. O'Bleary," said Mrs. Tibbs, hoping to start a topic. "Yes," replied Orson, with a mouthful of toast. "You never saw anything like it before, I suppose?" suggested Wisbottle. "No, except the Lord Lieutenant's levees," replied O'Bleary. "Are they at all equal to our drawing-rooms?" "Oh, infinitely superior." "Gad, I don't know," said the aristocratic Wisbottle. "The Dowager Marchioness of Publicush was most magnificently dressed, and so was the Baron Slappermackerhasen." "What was he presented on?" inquired Evanson. "On his arrival in England." "I thought so," growled the Radical. "You never hear of these fellows being presented on their going away again. They know better than that." "Unless somebody pervades them with an appointment," said Mrs. Bloss, joining in the conversation in a faint voice. "Well," said Wisbottle, evading the point, "it's a splendid sight." And did it never occur to you, inquired the radical, who would never be quiet, did it never occur to you that you pay for these precious ornaments of society? It certainly has occurred to me, said Wisbottle, who thought this answer was a poser. It has occurred to me, and I am willing to pay for them. Well, and it has occurred to me too, replied John Evanson, and I ain't willing to pay for 'em. And why should I? I say, why should I? Continued the politician, laying down the paper and knocking his knuckles on the table. There are two great principles. Demand a cup of tea, if you please, dear, interrupted Tibbs, and supply. May I trouble you to hand this tea to Mr. Tibbs, said Mrs. Tibbs, interrupting the argument and unconsciously illustrating it. The thread of the orator's discourse was broken. He drank his tea and resumed the paper. If it's very fine, said Mr. Alfred Tomkins, addressing the company in general, I shall ride down to Richmond to-day, and come back by the steamer. There are some splendid effects of light and shade on the Thames. The contrast between the blueness of the sky and the yellow water is frequently exceedingly beautiful. Mr. Wisbottle hummed, Flow on, thou shining river. We have some splendid steam vessels in Ireland, said O'Bleary. Certainly, said Mrs. Bloss, delighted to find a subject broached in which she could take part. The accommodations are extraordinary, said O'Bleary. Extraordinary indeed, returned Mrs. Bloss. When Mr. Bloss was alive, he was promiscuously obligated to go to Ireland on business. I went with him, and really the manner in which the ladies and gentlemen were accommodated with berths is not creditable. Tibbs, who had been listening to the dialogue, looked aghast and evinced a strong inclination to ask a question, but was checked by a look from his wife. Mr. Wisbottle laughed, and said Tomkins had made a pun, and Tomkins laughed too, and said he had not. The remainder of the meal passed off as breakfasts usually do. Conversation flagged, and people played with their teaspoons. The gentlemen looked out at the window, walked about the room, and when they got near the door, dropped off one by one. Tibbs retired to the back parlour by his wife's orders, to check the greengrocer's weekly account, and ultimately Mrs. Tibbs and Mrs. Bloss were left alone together. "Oh dear," said the latter, "I feel alarmingly faint. It's very singular." It certainly was, for she had eaten 4 pounds of solids that morning. "By the by," said Mrs. Bloss, "I have not seen Mr. What's-his-name yet." "Mr. Gobler?" suggested Mrs. Tibbs. "Yes." "Oh," said Mrs. Tibbs, "he's a most mysterious person. He has his meals regularly sent upstairs, and sometimes don't leave his room for weeks altogether." "I haven't seen or heard nothing of him," repeated Mrs. Bloss. "I dare say you'll hear him to-night," replied Mrs. Tibbs. "He generally groans a good deal on Sunday evenings." "I never felt such an interest in any one in my life!" ejaculated Mrs. Bloss. A little double knock interrupted the conversation. Dr. Woski was announced, and duly shown in. He was a little man with a red face, dressed of course in black, with a stiff white handkerchief. He had a very good practice and plenty of money, which he had amassed by invariably humouring the worst fancies of all the females of all the families he had ever been introduced into. Mrs. Tibbs offered to retire, but was entreated to stay. "Well, my dear ma'am, and how are we?" inquired Woski in a soothing tone. "Very ill, doctor, very ill," said Mrs. Bloss in a whisper. "Ah, we must take care of ourselves, we must indeed," said the obsequious Woski, as he felt the pulse of his interesting patient. "How is our appetite?" Mrs. Bloss shook her head. "Our friend requires great care," said Woski, appealing to Mrs. Tibbs, who of course assented. "I hope, however, with the blessing of Providence, that we shall be enabled to make her quite stout again." Mrs. Tibbs wondered in her own mind what the patient would be when she was made quite stout. "We must take stimulants," said the cunning Woski, "plenty of nourishment, and above all, we must keep our nerves quiet. We positively must not give way to our sensibilities. We must take all we can get," concluded the doctor, as he pocketed his fee, "and we must keep quiet." "Dear man!" exclaimed Mrs. Bloss, as the doctor stepped into the carriage. "Charming creature indeed! Quite a lady's man," said Mrs. Tibbs, and Dr. Woski rattled away to make fresh gulls of delicate females, and pocket fresh fees. As we had occasion, in a former paper, to describe a dinner at Mrs. Tibbs's, and one meal went off very like another on all ordinary occasions, We will not fatigue our readers by entering into any other detailed account of the domestic economy of the establishment. We will therefore proceed to events, merely premising that the mysterious tenant of the back drawing-room was a lazy, selfish hypochondriac, always complaining and never ill. As his character in many respects closely assimilated to that of Mrs. Bloss, a very warm friendship soon sprung up between them. He was tall, thin, and pale. He always fancied he had a severe pain somewhere or other, and his face invariably wore a pinched, screwed-up expression. He looked indeed like a man who had got his feet in a tub of exceedingly hot water against his will. For 2 or 3 months after Mrs. Bloss's first appearance in Corm Street, John Evanson was observed to become every day more sarcastic and more ill-natured, and there was a degree of additional importance in his manner, which clearly showed that he fancied he had discovered something, which he only wanted a proper opportunity of divulging. He found it at last. One evening the different inmates of the house were assembled in the drawing-room engaged in their ordinary occupations. Mr. Gobler and Mrs. Bloss were sitting at a small card-table near the centre window, playing cribbage. Mr. Wisbottle was describing semicircles on the music-stool, turning over the leaves of a book on the piano, and humming most melodiously. Alfred Tomkins was sitting at the round table, with his elbows duly squared, making a pencil sketch of a head considerably larger than his own. O'Bleary was reading Horace, and trying to look as if he understood it, and John Evanson had drawn his chair close to Mrs. Tibbs's work-table, and was talking to her very earnestly in a low tone. "I can assure you, Mrs. Tibbs," said the Radical, laying his forefinger on the muslin she was at work on, "I can assure you, Mrs. Tibbs, that nothing but the interest I take in your welfare would induce me to make this communication. I repeat, I fear Wisbottle is endeavouring to gain the affections of that young woman Agnes, and that he is in the habit of meeting her in the store-room on the first floor over the leads. From my bedroom I distinctly heard voices there last night. I opened my door immediately, and crept very softly on to the landing. There I saw Mr. Tibbs, who, it seems, had been disturbed also. Bless me, Mrs. Tibbs, you change colour." "No, no, it's nothing," returned Mrs. T. in a hurried manner. "It's only the heat of the room." "A flush!" ejaculated Mrs. Bloss from the card-table. "That's good for 4." "If I thought it was Mr. Wisbottle," said Mrs. Tibbs after a pause, "he should leave this house instantly." "Go," said Mrs. Bloss again. "And if I thought," continued the hostess with a most threatening air, "if I thought he was assisted by Mr. Tibbs—" "One for his nob," said Gobler. "Oh!" said Evanson in a most soothing tone. He liked to make mischief. "I should hope Mr. Tibbs was not in any way implicated. He's always appeared to me very harmless." "I have generally found him so," sobbed poor little Mrs. Tibbs, crying like a watering-pot. "Hush, hush, pray, Mrs. Tibbs, consider. We shall be observed. Pray don't," said John Evanson, fearing his whole plan would be interrupted. "We will set the matter at rest with the utmost care, and I shall be most happy to assist you in doing so." Mrs. Tibbs murmured her thanks. "When you think every one has retired to rest to-night," said Evanson very pompously, "if you'll meet me without a light just outside my bedroom door by the staircase window, I think we can ascertain who the parties really are, and you will afterwards be enabled to proceed as you think proper." Mrs. Tibbs was easily persuaded. Her curiosity was excited, her jealousy was roused, and the arrangement was forthwith made. She resumed her work, and John Evanson walked up and down the room with his hands in his pockets, looking as if nothing had happened. The game of cribbage was over, and conversation began again. "Well, Mr. O'Bleary," said the humming top, turning round on his pivot and facing the company, "what do you think of Vauxhall the other night?" "Oh, it's very fair," replied Orson, who had been enthusiastically delighted with the whole exhibition. "Never saw anything like that Captain Ross's set out, eh?" "No," returned the patriot with his usual reservation, "except in Dublin." "I saw the Count de Canky and Captain Fitz Thompson in the gardens," said Wisbottom. "They appeared much delighted." "Then it must be beautiful," snarled Evanson. "I think the White Bears is particularly well done," suggested Mrs. Bloss. In their shaggy white coats they look just like polar bears. Don't you think they do, Mr. Evanson?" "I think they look a great deal more like omnibus cads on all fours," replied the discontented one. "Upon the whole, I should have liked our evening very well," gasped Gobler, "only I caught a desperate cold, which increased my pain dreadfully. I was obliged to have several shower baths before I could leave my room." "Capital things, those shower baths!" ejaculated Wisbottom. "Excellent!" said Tomkins. "Delightful!" chimed in O'Bleary. He had once seen one outside a tinman's. "Disgusting machines!" rejoined Evanson, who extended his dislike to almost every created object, masculine, feminine, or neuter. "Disgusting, Mr. Evanson!" said Gobler, in a tone of strong indignation. "Disgusting! Look at their utility. Consider how many lives they have saved by promoting perspiration." "Promoting perspiration, indeed!" growled John Evanson, stopping short in his walk across the large squares in the pattern of the carpet. "I was ass enough to be persuaded some time ago to have one in my bedroom. Gad, I was in it once, and it effectually cured me, for the mere sight of it threw me into profuse perspiration for 6 months afterwards." A titter followed this announcement, and before it had subsided James brought up the tray, containing the remains of a leg of lamb which had made its debut at dinner, bread, cheese, an atom of butter in a forest of parsley, one pickled walnut, and the third of another, and so forth. The boy disappeared and returned again with another tray, containing glasses and jugs of hot and cold water. The gentlemen brought in their spirit bottles, the housemaid placed divers plated bedroom candlesticks under the card table, and the servants retired for the night. Chairs were drawn round the table, and the conversation proceeded in the customary manner. John Evanson, who never ate supper, lolled on the sofa, and amused himself by contradicting everybody. O'Bleary ate as much as he could conveniently carry, and Mrs. Tibbs felt a due degree of indignation thereat. Mr. Gobler and Mrs. Bloss conversed most affectionately on the subject of pill taking and other innocent amusements, and Tomkins and Wisbottle got into an argument, that is to say, they both talked very loudly and vehemently, each flattering himself that he had got some advantage about something, and neither of them having more than a very indistinct idea of what they were talking about. An hour or two passed away, and the boarders and the plated candlesticks retired in pairs to their respective bedrooms. John Evanson pulled off his boots, locked his door, and determined to sit up until Mr. Gobler had retired. He always sat in the drawing room an hour after everybody else had left it, taking medicine and groaning. Great Coram Street was hushed into a state of profound repose. It was nearly 2 o'clock. A hackney coach now and then rumbled slowly by, and occasionally some stray lawyer's clerk, on his way home to Somerstown, struck his iron heel on the top of the coal cellar with a noise resembling the click of a smoke jack. A low monotonous gushing sound was heard, which added considerably to the romantic dreariness of the scene. It was the water coming in at number 11. "He must be asleep by this time," said John Evanson to himself, after waiting with exemplary patience for nearly half an hour after Mr. Gobler had left the drawing room. He listened for a few moments. The house was perfectly quiet. He extinguished his rushlight and opened his bedroom door. The staircase was so dark that it was impossible to see anything. "Hist!" whispered the mischief maker, making a noise like the first indication a Catherine wheel gives of the probability of its going off. "Hush!" whispered somebody else. "Is that you, Mrs. Tibbs?" "Yes, sir." "Where?" "Here," and the misty outline of Mrs. Tibbs appeared at the staircase window, like the ghost of Queen Anne in the tent scene in Richard. "This way, Mrs. Tibbs," whispered the delighted busybody. "Give me your hand. There. Whoever these people are, they are in the store room now, for I have been looking down from my window, and I could see that they accidentally upset their candlestick and are now in darkness. You have no shoes on, have you?" "No," said little Mrs. Tibbs, who could hardly speak for trembling. "Well, I have taken my boots off, so we can go down, close to the store room door, and listen over the banisters." And downstairs they both crept accordingly, every board creaking like a patient mangle on a Saturday afternoon. "It's Wisbottle and somebody, I'll swear!" exclaimed the radical in an energetic whisper, where they had listened for a few moments. "Hush! Pray let's hear what they say!" exclaimed Mrs. Tibbs. the gratification of whose curiosity was now paramount to every other consideration. "Ah, if I could but believe you," said a female voice coquettishly, "I'd be bound to settle my missus for life." "What does she say?" inquired Mr. Evanson, who was not quite so well situated as his companion. "She says she'll settle her miss's life," replied Mrs. Tibbs. "The wretch! They're plotting murder." "I know you want money," continued the voice, which belonged to Agnes, "and if you'd secure me the £500, I warrant she should take fire soon enough." "What's that?" inquired Evanson again. He could just hear enough to want to hear more. "I think she says she'll set the house on fire," replied the affrighted Mrs. Tibbs. "But, thank God, I'm insured in the Phoenix." "The moment I secure your mistress, my dear," said a man's voice in a strong Irish brogue, "you may depend on having the money." "Bless my soul, it's Mr. O'Bleary!" exclaimed Mrs. Tibbs in a parenthesis. "The first thing to be done," continued the Hibernian, "is to poison Mr. Gobbler's mind." "Oh, certainly," returned Agnes. "What's that?" inquired Evanson again, in an agony of curiosity and a whisper. "He says she's to mind and poison Mr. Gobbler," replied Mrs. Tibbs, aghast at this sacrifice of human life. "And in regard of Mrs. Tibbs," continued O'Bleary. Mrs. Tibbs shuddered. "Hush!" exclaimed Agnes, in a tone of the greatest alarm, just as Mrs. Tibbs was on the verge of a fainting fit. "Hush!" "Hush!" exclaimed Evanson at the same moment as Mrs. Tibbs. "There's somebody coming upstairs," said Agnes to O'Bleary. "There's somebody coming downstairs," whispered Evanson to Mrs. Tibbs. "Go into the parlour, sir," said Agnes to her companion. "You will get there before whoever it is gets to the top of the kitchen stairs." "The drawing room, Mrs. Tibbs," whispered the astonished Evanson to his equally astonished companion, and for the drawing room they both made, plainly hearing the rustling of two persons, one coming downstairs and one coming up. "What can it be?" exclaimed Mrs. Tibbs. "It's like a dream. I wouldn't be found in this situation for the world." "Nor I," returned Evans, who could never bear a joke at his own expense. "Hush! Here they are at the door." "What fun!" whispered one of the newcomers. It was Wisbottle. "Glorious!" replied his companion, in an equally low tone. This was Alfred Tomkins. "Who would have thought it?" "I told you so," said Wisbottle, in a most knowing whisper. "Lord bless you, he has paid her most extraordinary attention for the last 2 months. I saw him when I was sitting at the piano to-night." "Well, do you know, I didn't notice it," interrupted Tomkins. "Not notice it!" continued Wisbottle. "Bless you, I saw him whispering to her, and she crying. And then I'll swear I heard him say something about to-night when we were all in bed." "They're talking of us!" exclaimed the agonized Mrs. Tibbs, as the painful suspicion and a sense of their situation flashed upon her mind. "I know it, I know it," replied Evanson, with a melancholy consciousness that there was no mode of escape. "What's to be done? We cannot both stop here!" ejaculated Mrs. Tibbs, in a state of partial derangement. "I'll get up the chimney," replied Evanson, who really meant what he said. "You can't," said Mrs. Tibbs, in despair. "You can't. It's a register stove." "Hush!" repeated John Evanson. "Hush! Hush!" cried somebody downstairs. "What a damned hushing!" said Alfred Tomkins, who began to get rather bewildered. "There they are!" exclaimed the sapient Wisbottle, as a rustling noise was heard in the storeroom. "Hark!" whispered both the young men. "Hark!" repeated Mrs. Tibbs and Evanson. "Let me alone, sir," said a female voice in the storeroom. "Oh, Hagnes!" cried another voice, which clearly belonged to Tibbs, for nobody else ever owned one like it. "Oh, Hagnes! Lovely creature!" "Be quiet, sir." A bounce. "Be quiet, sir. I'm ashamed of you. Think of your wife, Mr. Tibbs. Be quiet, sir." "My wife!" exclaimed the valorous Tibbs, who was clearly under the influence of gin and water and a misplaced attachment. "I ate her. Oh, Hagnes! When I was in the volunteer corps in 1800, I declare I'll scream. Be quiet, sir, will you?" Another bounce and a scuffle. "What's that?" exclaimed Tibbs with a start. "What's what?" said Agnes, stopping short. "Why, that." "Ah! You have done it nicely now, sir," sobbed the frightened Agnes, as a tapping was heard at Mrs. Tibbs's bedroom door, which would have beaten any dozen woodpeckers hollow. "Mrs. Tibbs! Mrs. Tibbs!" called out Mrs. Bloss. "Mrs. Tibbs, pray get up." Here the imitation of a woodpecker was resumed with tenfold violence. "Oh dear, dear!" exclaimed the wretched partner of the depraved Tibbs. "She's knocking at my door. We must be discovered. What will they think?" "Mrs. Tibbs! Mrs. Tibbs!" screamed the woodpecker again. "What's the matter?" shouted Gobler, bursting out of the back drawing-room like the dragon at Astley's. "Oh, Mr. Gobler," said Mrs. Bloss, with a proper approximation to hysterics, "I think the house is on fire, or else there's thieves in it. I have heard the most dreadful noises." "The devil you have!" shouted Gobler again, bouncing back into his den in a happy imitation of the aforesaid dragon, and returning immediately with a lighted candle. "Why, what's this? Wisbottle? Tomkins? O'Bleary? Agnes! What the deuce! All up and dressed!" "Astonishing!" said Mrs. Bloss, who had run downstairs and taken Mr. Gobler's arm. "Call Mrs. Tibbs directly, somebody," said Gobler, turning into the front drawing room. "What! Mrs. Tibbs and Evanson?" "Mrs. Tibbs and Mr. Evanson," repeated everybody, as that unhappy pair were discovered. Mrs. Tibbs seated in an armchair by the fireplace, and Mr. Evanson standing by her side. We must leave the scene that ensued to the reader's imagination. We could tell how Mrs. Tibbs forthwith fainted away, and how it required the united strength of Mr. Wisbottle and Mr. Alfred Tomkins to hold her in her chair, how Mr. Evanson explained, and how his explanation was evidently disbelieved, how Agnes repelled the accusation of Mrs. Tibbs by proving that she was negotiating with Mr. O'Bleary to influence her mistress' affections in his behalf, and how Mr. Gobler threw a damp counterpane on the hopes that Mr. O'Bleary, by avowing that he, Gobler, had already proposed to and been accepted by Mrs. Bloss, how Agnes was discharged from that lady's service, how Mr. O'Bleary discharged himself from Mrs. Tibbs' house, without going through the form of previously discharging his bill, and how that disappointed young gentleman rails against England and the English, and vows that there is no virtue or fine feeling extant, except in Ireland. We repeat that we could tell all this, but we love to exercise our self-denial, and we therefore prefer leaving it to be imagined. The lady whom we have hitherto described as Mrs. Bloss is no more. Mrs. Gobler exists. Mrs. Bloss has left us for ever. In a secluded retreat in Newington Butts, far, far removed from the noisy strife of that great boarding house, the world, the enviable Gobler, and his pleasing wife revel in retirement, happy in their complaints, their table, and their medicine, wafted through life by the grateful prayers of all the purveyors of animal food within 3 miles round. We would willingly stop here, but we have a painful duty imposed upon us, which we must discharge. Mr. and Mrs. Tibbs have separated by mutual consent, Mrs. Tibbs receiving one moiety of £25 15 shillings 10 pence, which we before stated to be the amount her husband's annual income, and Mr. Tibbs the other. He is spending the evening of his days in retirement, and he is spending also annually that sum but honourable independence. He resides among the original settlers at Walworth, and it has been stated on unquestionable authority that the conclusion of the volunteer story has been heard in a small tavern in that respectable neighbourhood. The unfortunate Mrs. Tibbs has determined to dispose of the whole of her furniture by public auction, and to retire from a residence in which she has suffered so much. Mr. Robbins has been applied to conduct the sale, and the transcendent abilities of the literary gentlemen connected with his establishment are now devoted to the task of drawing up the preliminary advertisement. It is to contain, among a variety of brilliant matter, 78 words in large capitals, and 6 original quotations in inverted commas. End of section 46. Sketches by Boz, section 47. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, section 47. Tales, chapter 2. Mr. Minns and his cousin. Mr. Augustus Minns was a bachelor, of about 40, as he said, of about 48, as his friend said. He was always exceedingly clean, precise, and tidy, perhaps somewhat priggish, and the most retiring man in the world. He usually wore a brown frock coat without a wrinkle, light inexplicables without a spot, a neat neckerchief with a remarkably neat tie, and boots without a fault. Moreover, he always carried a brown silk umbrella with an ivory handle. He was a clerk in Somerset House, or, as he said himself, he held a responsible situation under government. He had a good and increasing salary, in addition to some £10,000 of his own invested in the funds, and he occupied a first floor in Tavistock Street, Covent Garden, where he had resided for 20 years, having been in the habit of quarrelling with his landlord the whole time, regularly giving notice of his intention to quit on the first day of every quarter, and as regularly countermanding it on the second. There were two classes of created objects which he held in the deepest and most unmingled horror. These were dogs and children. He was not unamenable, but he could at any time have viewed the execution of a dog, or the assassination of an infant, with the liveliest satisfaction. Their habits were at variance with his love of order, and his love of order was as powerful as his love of life. Mr. Augustus Minns had no relations in or near London, with the exception of his cousin, Mr. Octavius Budden, to whose son, whom he had never seen, for he disliked the father, he had consented to become godfather by proxy. Mr. Budden, having realized a moderate fortune by exercising the trade or calling of a corn chandler, and having a great predilection for the country, had purchased a cottage in the vicinity of Stamford Hill, whither he retired with the wife of his bosom and his only son, Master Alexander Augustus Budden. One evening, as Mr. and Mrs. B. were admiring their son, discussing his various merits, talking over his education, and disputing whether the classics should be made an essential part thereof, the lady pressed so strongly upon her husband the propriety of cultivating the friendship of Mr. Minns in behalf of their son, that Mr. Budden at last made up his mind that it should not be his fault if he and his cousin were not in future more intimate. "I'll break the ice, my love," said Mr. Budden, stirring up the sugar at the bottom of his glass of brandy and water, and casting a sidelong look at his spouse to see the effect of the announcement of his determination, "by asking Minns down to dine with us on Sunday." "Then pray, Budden, write to your cousin at once," replied Mrs. Budden. "Who knows, if we could only get him down here, but he might take a fancy to our Alexander, and leave him his property. Alick, my dear, take your legs off the rail of the chair." "Very true," said Mr. Budden, musing. "Very true indeed, my love." On the following morning, as Mr. Minns was sitting at his breakfast table, alternately biting his dry toast and casting a look upon the columns of his morning paper, which he always read from the title to the printer's name, he heard a loud knock at the street door, which was shortly afterward followed by the entrance of his servant, who put into his hands a particularly small card, on which was engraven in immense letters, "Mr. Octavius Budden, Amelia Cottage," Mrs. B.'s name was Amelia, "Poplar Walk, Stamford Hill." "Budden!" ejaculated Minns. "What can bring that vulgar man here? Say I'm asleep, say I'm out, and shall never be home again. Anything to keep him downstairs." "But please, sir, the gentleman's coming up," replied the servant, and the fact was made evident by an appalling creaking of boots on the staircase accompanied by a pattering noise, the cause of which Minns could not, for the life of him, divine. "Show the gentleman in," said the unfortunate bachelor. Exit servant and enter Octavius, preceded by a large white dog dressed in a suit of fleecy hosiery, with pink eyes, large ears, and no perceptible tail. The cause of the pattering on the stairs was but too plain. Mr. Augustus Minns staggered beneath the shock of the dog's appearance. "My dear fellow, how are you?" said Button as he entered. He always spoke at the top of his voice, and always said the same thing half a dozen times. "How are you, my hearty?" "How do you do, Mr. Budden? Pray take a chair," politely stammered the discomfited Minns. "Thank you, thank you. Well, how are you, eh?" "Uncommonly well, thank you," said Minns, casting a diabolical look at the dog, who, with his hind legs on the floor and his forepaws resting on the table, was dragging a bit of bread and butter out of a plate, preparatory to devouring it with the buttered side next the carpet. "Ah, you rogue!" said Budden to his dog. "You see, Minns, he's like me, always at home, eh, my boy? Egad, I'm precious hot and hungry. I walked all the way from Stamford Hill this morning." "Have you breakfasted?" inquired Minns. "Oh no, came to breakfast with you. So ring the bell, my dear fellow, will you, and let's have another cup and saucer, and the cold ham. Make myself at home, you see,' continued Budden, dusting his boots with a table napkin. 'Ha ha ha! 'Pon my life I'm hungry.' Minns rang the bell, and tried to smile. 'I decidedly never was so hot in my life,' continued Octavius, wiping his forehead. 'Well, but how are you, Minns? 'Pon my soul, you wear capitally.' 'D'ye think so?' said Minns, as he tried another smile. ''Pon my life I do. Mrs. B. and what's his name quite well?' 'Alick, my son, you mean, never better, never better. But at such a place as we've got at Poplar Walk, you know, he couldn't be ill if he tried. When I first saw it, by Jove, it looked so knowing with the front garden and the green railings and the brass knocker and all that, I really thought it was a cut above me.' 'Don't you think you'd like the ham better,' interrupted Minns, 'if you cut it the other way?' He saw, with feelings which it is impossible to describe, that his visitor was cutting or rather maiming the ham, in utter violation of all established rules. 'No, thank'ee,' returned Budden, with the most barbarous indifference to crime. 'I prefer it this way. It eats short. But I say, Minns, when will you come down and see us? You will be delighted with the place, I know you will. Amelia and I were talking about you the other night, and Amelia said, another lump of sugar, please, thank'ee. She said, don't you think you could contrive, my dear, to say to Mr. Minns in a friendly way, come down, sir. Damn the dog, he's spoiling your curtains, Minns. Ha ha ha!' Minns leaped from his seat as though he had received the discharge from a galvanic battery. 'Go out, sir, go out, who?' cried poor Augustus, keeping nevertheless at a very respectable distance from the dog, having read of a case of hydrophobia in the paper that morning. By dint of great exertion, much shouting, and a marvellous deal of poking under the tables with a stick and umbrella, the dog was at last dislodged and placed on the landing outside the door, where he immediately commenced a most appalling howling, at the same time vehemently scratching the paint off the two nicely varnished bottom panels until they resembled the interior of a backgammon board. 'A good dog for the country, that,' coolly observed Budden to the distracted Minns, 'but he's not much used to confinement. But now, Minns, when will you come down? I'll take no denial, positively. Let's see, today's Thursday. Will you come on Sunday? We'll dine at 5. Don't say no, do.' After a great deal of pressing, Mr. Augustus Minns, driven to despair, accepted the invitation, and promised to be at Poplar Walk on the ensuing Sunday, at 5:15 to the minute. 'Now, mind the direction,' said Button. 'The coach goes from the Flower Pot in Bishopsgate Street every half hour. When the coach stops at the Swan, you'll see, immediately opposite you, a white house.' 'Which is your house, I understand,' said Minns, wishing to cut short the visit and the story at the same time. 'No, no, that's not mine, that's Grogus's, the great ironmonger's. I was going to say, you turn down by the side of the white house till you can't go another step further, mind that, and then you turn to your right by some stables. Well, close to you, you'll see a wall with "Beware of the dog" written on it in large letters.' Minns shuddered. 'Go along by the side of that wall for about 1/4 mile, and anybody will show you which is my place.' 'Very well, thank ye. Good bye.' 'Be punctual.' 'Certainly. Good morning.' 'I say, Minns, you've got a card.' 'Yes, I have, thank ye.' And Mr. Octavius Budden departed, leaving his cousin looking forward to his visit on the following Sunday, with the feelings of a penniless poet to the weekly visit of his Scotch landlady. Sunday arrived. The sky was bright and clear. Crowds of people were hurrying along the streets, intent on their different schemes of pleasure for the day. Everything and everybody looked cheerful and happy, except Mr. Augustus Minns. The day was fine, but the heat was considerable. When Mr. Minns had fagged up the shady side of Fleet Street, Cheapside, and Threadneedle Street, he had become pretty warm, tolerably dusty, and it was getting late into the bargain. By the most extraordinary good fortune, however, a coach was waiting at the Flower Pot, into which Mr. Augustus Minns got, on the solemn assurance of the cad that the vehicle would start in 3 minutes, that being the very utmost extremity of time it was allowed to wait by Act of Parliament. 1/4 hour elapsed, and there were no signs of moving. Minns looked at his watch for the 6th time. 'Coachman, are you going or not?' bawled Mr. Minns, with his head and half his body out of the coach window. 'Directly, sir,' said the coachman, with his hands in his pockets, looking as much unlike a man in a hurry as possible. Bill, take them cloths off." 5 minutes more elapsed, at the end of which time the coachman mounted the box, from whence he looked down the street and up the street, and hailed all the pedestrians for another 5 minutes. "Coachman, if you don't go this moment, I shall get out," said Mr. Minns, rendered desperate by the lateness of the hour and the impossibility of being in Poplar Walk at the appointed time. "Going this minute, sir," was the reply, and accordingly the machine trundled on for a couple of 100 yards and then stopped again. Minns doubled himself up in a corner of the coach and abandoned himself to his fate, as a child, a mother, a bandbox, and a parasol became his fellow passengers. The child was an affectionate and an amiable infant. The little dear mistook Minns for his other parent and screamed to embrace him. "Be quiet, dear," said the mamma, restraining the impetuosity of the darling, whose little fat legs were kicking and stamping and twining themselves into the most complicated forms, in an ecstasy of impatience. "Be quiet, dear, that's not your papa." "Thank heaven I am not," thought Minns, as the first gleam of pleasure he had experienced that morning shone like a meteor through his wretchedness. Playfulness was agreeably mingled with affection in the disposition of the boy. When satisfied that Mr. Minns was not his parent, he endeavoured to attract his notice by scraping his drab trousers with his dirty shoes, poking his chest with his mamma's parasol, and other nameless endearments peculiar to infancy, with which he beguiled the tediousness of the ride, apparently very much to his own satisfaction. When the unfortunate gentleman arrived at the Swan, he found to his great dismay that it was 5:15. The White House, the stables, the Beware of the Dog, every landmark was passed, with a rapidity not unusual to a gentleman of a certain age when too late for dinner. After the lapse of a few minutes, Mr. Minns found himself opposite a yellow brick house, with a green door, brass knocker, and door plate, green window frames, and ditto railings, with a garden in front, that is to say, a small loose bit of gravelled ground with one round and two scalene triangular beds, containing a fir tree, 20 or 30 bulbs, and an unlimited number of marigolds. The taste of Mr. and Mrs. Budden was further displayed by the appearance of a Cupid on each side of the door, perched upon a heap of large chalk flints, variegated with pink conch shells. His knock at the door was answered by a stumpy boy in drab livery, cotton stockings, and high lows, who, after hanging his hat on one of the dozen brass pegs which ornamented the passage, denominated by courtesy the hall, ushered him into a front drawing room commanding a very extensive view of the backs of the neighbouring houses. The usual ceremony of introduction and so forth over, Mr. Minns took a seat, not a little agitated at finding that he was the last comer, and somehow or other the lion of about a dozen people, sitting together in a small drawing room, getting rid of that most tedious of all time, the time preceding dinner. "Well, Brogson," said Budden, addressing an elderly gentleman in a black coat, drab knee breeches, and long gaiters, who, under pretence of inspecting the prints in an annual, had been engaged in satisfying himself on the subject of Mr. Minns's general appearance, by looking at him over the tops of the leaves. "Well, Brogson, what do ministers mean to do? Will they go out, or what?" Why, really, you know, I'm the last person in the world to ask for news. Your cousin, from his situation, is the most likely person to answer the question." Mr. Minns assured the last speaker that although he was in Somerset House, he possessed no official communication relative to the projects of his Majesty's ministers. But his remark was evidently received incredulously, and no further conjectures being hazarded on the subject, a long pause ensued, during which the company occupied themselves in coughing and blowing their noses, until the entrance of Mrs. Budden caused a general rise. The ceremony of introduction being over, dinner was announced, and downstairs the party proceeded accordingly. Mr. Minns escorted Mrs. Budden as far as the drawing room door, but being prevented by the narrowness of the staircase from extending his gallantry any further. The dinner passed off as such dinners usually do. Ever and anon, amidst the clatter of knives and forks, and the hum of conversation, Mr. B.'s voice might be heard asking a friend to take wine, and assuring him he was glad to see him, and a great deal of by-play took place between Mrs. B. and the servants, respecting the removal of the dishes, during which her countenance assumed all the variations of a weather glass, from stormy to set fair. Upon the dessert and wine being placed on the table, the servant, in compliance with a significant look from Mrs. B., brought down Master Alexander, habited in a sky blue suit with silver buttons, and possessing hair of nearly the same colour as the metal. After sundry praises from his mother, and various admonitions as to his behaviour from his father, he was introduced to his godfather. "Well, my little fellow, you are a fine boy, ain't you?" said Mr. Minns, as happy as a tom tit on birdlime. "Yes." "How old are you?" "8 next Wednesday. How old are you?" "Alexander," interrupted his mother, "how dare you ask Mr. Minns how old he is?" "He asked me how old I was," said the precocious child, to whom Minns had from that moment internally resolved that he never would bequeath 1 shilling. As soon as the titter occasioned by the observation had subsided, a little smirking man with red whiskers sitting at the bottom of the table, who during the whole of dinner had been endeavouring to obtain a listener to some stories about Sheridan, called out with a very patronizing air, "Alick, what part of speech is be?" "A verb." "That's a good boy," said Mrs. Budden, with all a mother's pride. "Now, you know what a verb is? A verb is a word which signifies to be, to do, or to suffer, as I am, I rule, I am ruled. Give me an apple, ma." "I'll give you an apple," replied the man with the red whiskers, who was an established friend of the family, or in other words, was always invited by Mrs. Budden, whether Mr. Budden liked it or not, "if you'll tell me what is the meaning of be." "Bee," said the prodigy, after a little hesitation, "an insect that gathers honey." "No, dear," frowned Mrs. Budden, "B-double-E is a substantive." "I don't think he knows much yet about common substantive," said the smirking gentleman, who thought this an admirable opportunity for letting off a joke. "It's clear he's not very well acquainted with proper names, he he he." "Gentlemen," called out Mr. Budden from the end of the table, in a stentorian voice, and with a very important air, "will you have the goodness to charge your glasses? I have a toast to propose." "Hear, hear!" cried the gentlemen, passing the decanters. After they had made a round of the table, Mr. Budden proceeded. "Gentlemen, there's an individual present." "Hear, hear!" said the little man with red whiskers. "Pray be quiet, Jones," remonstrated Budden. "I say, gentlemen, there is an individual present," resumed the host, "in whose society I am sure we must take great delight, and the conversation of that individual must have afforded to every one present the utmost pleasure." "Thank Heaven he does not mean me," thought Minns, conscious that his diffidence and exclusiveness had prevented his saying above a dozen words since he entered the house. "Gentlemen, I am but a humble individual myself, and I perhaps ought to apologize for allowing any individual feeling of friendship and affection for the person I allude to induce me to venture to rise, to propose the health of that person, a person that, I am sure, that is to say, a person whose virtues must endear him to those who know him, and those who have not the pleasure of knowing him cannot dislike him." "Hear, hear!" said the company, in a tone of encouragement and approval. "Gentlemen," continued Budden, "my cousin is a man who is a relation of mine own." "Hear, hear!" Minns groaned audibly. "Who I am most happy to see here, and who, if he were not here, would certainly have deprived us of the great pleasure we all feel in seeing him." Loud cries of "Hear!" "Gentlemen, I feel that I have already trespassed on your attention for too long a time. With every feeling of with every sentiment of gratification," suggested the friend of the family, "of gratification, I beg to propose the health of Mr. Minns." "Standing, gentlemen!" shouted the indefatigable little man with the whiskers, "and with the honours. Take your time from me, if you please. Hip, 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 za! Hip, 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 za! Hip, hip, za!" All eyes were now fixed on the subject of the toast, who, by gulping down port wine at the imminent hazard of suffocation, endeavoured to conceal his confusion. After as long a pause as decency would admit, he rose; but as the newspapers sometimes say in their reports, we regret that we are quite unable to give even the substance of the honourable gentleman's observations. The words present company, honour, present occasion, and great happiness, heard occasionally and repeated at intervals, with a countenance expressive of the utmost confusion and misery, convinced the company that he was making an excellent speech, and accordingly on his resuming his seat they cried "Bravo!" and manifested tumultuous applause. Jones, who had been long watching his opportunity, then darted up. "Budden," said he, "will you allow me to propose a toast?" "Certainly," replied Budden, adding in an undertone to Minns right across the table, "Devilish sharp fellow that. You'll be very much pleased with his speech. He talks equally well on any subject." Minns bowed, and Mr. Jones proceeded. "It has on several occasions, in various instances, under many circumstances, and in different companies, fallen to my lot to propose a toast to those by whom, at the time, I have had the honour to be surrounded. I have sometimes, I will cheerfully own, for why should I deny it, felt the overwhelming nature of the task I have undertaken, and my own utter incapability to do justice to the subject. If such have been my feelings, however, on former occasions, what must they be now, under the extraordinary circumstances in which I am placed? Hear, hear. To describe my feelings accurately would be impossible, but I cannot give you a better idea of them, gentlemen, than by referring to a circumstance which happens, oddly enough, to occur to my mind at the moment. On one occasion, when that truly great and illustrious man, Sheridan, was— Now there is no knowing what new villainy, in the form of a joke, would have been heaped on the grave of that very ill-used man, Mr. Sheridan, if the boy in drab had not at that moment entered the room in a breathless state, to report that, as it was a very wet night, the 9 o'clock stage had come round, to know whether there was anybody going to town, as, in that case he, the 9 o'clock, had room for one inside. Mr. Minns started up, and despite countless exclamations of surprise and entreaties to stay, persisted in his determination to accept the vacant place. But the brown silk umbrella was nowhere to be found, and as the coachman couldn't wait, he drove back to the Swan, leaving word for Mr. Minns to run round and catch him. However, as it did not occur to Mr. Minns for some 10 minutes or so that he had left the brown silk umbrella with the ivory handle in the other coach coming down, and moreover, as he was by no means remarkable for speed, it is no matter of surprise that when he accomplished the feat of running round to the Swan, the last coach, had gone without him. It was somewhere about 3 o'clock in the morning when Mr. Augustus Minns knocked feebly at the street door of his lodgings in Tavistock Street, cold, wet, cross, and miserable. He made his will next morning, and his professional man informs us, in that strict confidence in which we inform the public, that neither the name of Mr. Octavius Budden, nor of Mrs. Amelia Budden, nor of Master Alexander Augustus Budden, appears therein. End of section 47. Sketches by Boz, section 48. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, section 48. Tales, chapter 3. Sentiment. The Miss Crumptons, or to quote the authority of the inscription on the garden gate of Minerva House, Hammersmith, the Misses Crumpton, were two unusually tall, particularly thin, and exceedingly skinny personages, very upright and very yellow. Miss Amelia Crumpton owned to 38, and Miss Maria Crumpton admitted she was 40, an admission which was rendered perfectly unnecessary by the self-evident fact of her being at least 50. They dressed in the most interesting manner, like twins, and looked as happy and comfortable as a couple of marigolds run to seed. They were very precise, had the strictest possible ideas of propriety, wore false hair, and always smelt very strongly of lavender. Minerva House, conducted under the auspices of the two sisters, was a finishing establishment for young ladies, where some 20 girls, of the ages from 13 to 19 inclusive, acquired a smattering of everything, and a knowledge of nothing. Instruction in French and Italian, dancing lessons twice a week, and other necessaries of life. The house was a white one, a little removed from the roadside, with close palings in front. The bedroom windows were always left partly open to afford a bird's eye view of numerous little bedsteads with very white dimity furniture, and thereby impress the passer-by with a due sense of the luxuries of the establishment, and there was a front parlour hung round with highly varnished maps which nobody ever looked at, and filled with books which no one ever read, appropriated exclusively to the reception of parents, who, whenever they called, could not fail to be struck with the very deep appearance of the place. "Amelia, my dear," said Miss Maria Crumpton, entering the schoolroom one morning with her false hair in papers, as she occasionally did, in order to impress the young ladies with a conviction of its reality, "Amelia, my dear, here is a most gratifying note I have just received. You needn't mind reading it aloud." Miss Amelia, thus advised, proceeded to read the following note with an air of great triumph. "Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, M.P., presents his compliments to Miss Crumpton, and will feel much obliged by Miss Crumpton's calling on him, if she conveniently can, to-morrow morning at 1 o'clock, as Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, M.P., is anxious to see Miss Crumpton on the subject of placing Miss Brooke Dingwall under her charge at Delphi Monday morning." "A member of Parliament's daughter!" ejaculated Amelia in an ecstatic tone. "A member of Parliament's daughter!" repeated Miss Maria, with a smile of delight, which, of course, elicited a concurrent titter of pleasure from all the young ladies. "It's exceedingly delightful," said Miss Amelia, whereupon all the young ladies murmured their admiration again. Courtiers are but schoolboys, and court ladies schoolgirls. So important an announcement at once superseded the business of the day. A holiday was declared in commemoration of the great event. The Miss Crumptons retired to their private apartment to talk it over. The smaller girls discussed the probable manners and customs of the daughter of a member of Parliament, and the young ladies verging on 18 wondered whether she was engaged, whether she was pretty, whether she wore much bustle, and many other whethers of equal importance. The two Miss Crumptons proceeded to the Adelphi at the appointed time next day, dressed, of course, in their best style, and looking as amiable as they possibly could, which, by the by, is not saying much for them. Having sent in their cards through the medium of a red-hot-looking footman in bright livery, they were ushered into the august presence of the profound Dingwall. Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, M.P., was very haughty, solemn, and portentous. He had, naturally, a somewhat spasmodic expression of countenance, which was not rendered the less remarkable by his wearing an extremely stiff cravat. He was wonderfully proud of the M.P. attached to his name, and never lost an opportunity of reminding people of his dignity. He had a great idea of his own abilities, which must have been a great comfort to him, as no one else had. And in diplomacy on a small scale, in his own family arrangements, he considered himself unrivalled. He was a county magistrate, and discharged the duties of his station with all due justice and impartiality, frequently committing poachers, and occasionally committing himself. Miss Brooke Dingwall was one of that numerous class of young ladies who, like adverbs, may be known by their answering to a commonplace question, and doing nothing else. On the present occasion, this talented individual was seated in a small library at a table covered with papers, doing nothing, but trying to look busy playing at shop. Acts of Parliament and letters directed to Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, M.P., were ostentatiously scattered over the table, at a little distance from which Mrs. Brooke Dingwall was seated at work. One of those public nuisances, a spoiled child, was playing about the room, dressed after the most approved fashion, in a blue tunic with a black belt, a quarter of a yard wide, fastened with an immense buckle, looking like a robber in a melodrama, seen through a diminishing glass. After a little pleasantry from the sweet child, who amused himself by running away with Miss Maria Crumpton's chair as fast as it was placed for her, the visitors were seated, and Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, opened the conversation. He had sent for Miss Crumpton, he said, in consequence of the high character he had received of her establishment from his friend Sir Alfred Muggs. Miss Crumpton murmured her acknowledgments to him, Muggs, and Cornelius proceeded. "One of my principal reasons, Miss Crumpton, for parting with my daughter is that she has lately acquired some sentimental ideas which it is most desirable to eradicate from her young mind." Here the little innocent before noted fell out of an armchair with an awful crash. "Naughty boy!" said his mamma, who appeared more surprised at his taking the liberty of falling down than at anything else. "I'll ring the bell for James to take him away." "Pray don't check him, my love," said the diplomatist, as soon as he could make himself heard amidst the unearthly howling consequent upon the threat and the tumble. "It all arises from his great flow of spirits." This last explanation was addressed to Miss Crumpton. "Certainly, sir," replied the antic Maria, not exactly seeing, however, the connection between a flow of animal spirits and a fall from an armchair. Silence was restored, and the M.P. resumed. "Now I know nothing so likely to affect this object, Miss Crumpton, as her mixing constantly in the society of girls her own age, and as I know that in your establishment she will meet such as are not likely to contaminate her young mind, I propose to send her to you." The youngest Miss Crumpton expressed the acknowledgment of the establishment generally. Maria was rendered speechless by bodily pain. The dear little fellow, having recovered his animal spirits, was standing upon her most tender foot by way of getting his face, which looked like a capital O in a red-lettered playbill, on a level with the writing-table. "Of course Lavinia will be a parlour boarder, and on one point I wish my directions to be strictly observed. The fact is that some ridiculous love affair with a person much her inferior in life has been the cause of her present state of mind. Knowing that of course under your care she can have no opportunity of meeting this person, I do not object to, indeed I should rather prefer, her mixing with such society as you see yourself." This important statement was again interrupted by the high-spirited little creature, in the excess of his joyousness breaking a pane of glass, and nearly precipitating himself into an adjacent area. James was rung for, considerable confusion and screaming succeeded, two little blue legs were seen to kick violently in the air as the man left the room, and the child was gone. "Mr. Brooke Dingwall would like Miss Brooke Dingwall to learn everything," said Mrs. Brooke Dingwall, who hardly ever said anything at all. "Certainly," said both the Miss Crumptons together. "And as I trust the plan I have devised will be effectual in weaning my daughter from this absurd idea, Miss Crumpton," continued the legislator, "I hope you will have the goodness to comply in all respects with any request I may forward to you." The promise was of course made, and after a lengthened discussion, conducted on behalf of the Dingwalls with the most becoming diplomatic gravity, and on that of the Crumptons with profound respect, it was finally arranged that Miss Lavinia should be forwarded to Hammersmith on the next day but one, on which occasion the half-yearly ball given at the establishment was to take place. It might divert the dear girl's mind. This, by the way, was another bit of diplomacy. Miss Lavinia was introduced to her future governess, and both the Miss Crumptons pronounced her a most charming girl, an opinion which, by a singular coincidence, they always entertained of any new pupil. Courtesies were exchanged, acknowledgments expressed, condescension exhibited, and the interview terminated. Preparations to make use of theatrical phraseology on a scale of magnitude never before attempted were incessantly made at Minerva House to give every effect to the forthcoming ball. The largest room in the house was pleasingly ornamented with blue calico roses, plaid tulips, and other equally natural-looking artificial flowers, the work of the young ladies themselves. The carpet was taken up, the folding doors were taken down, the furniture was taken out, and rout seats were taken in. The linen drapers of Hammersmith were astounded at the sudden demand for blue sarcenet ribbon and long white gloves. Dozens of geraniums were purchased for bouquets, and a harp and two violins were bespoke from town, in addition to the grand piano already on the premises. The young ladies who were selected to show off on the occasion, and do credit to the establishment, practised incessantly, much to their own satisfaction, and greatly to the annoyance of the lame old gentleman over the way, and a constant correspondence was kept up between the Misses Crumpton and the Hammersmith pastry-cook. The evening came, and then there was such a lacing of stays, and tying of sandals, and dressing of hair, as never can take place with a proper degree of bustle out of a boarding school. The smaller girls managed to be in everybody's way, and were pushed about accordingly, and the elder ones dressed and tied and flattered and envied one another as earnestly and sincerely as if they had actually come out. "How do I look, dear?" inquired Miss Emily Smithers, the belle of the house, of Miss Caroline Wilson, who was her bosom friend, because she was the ugliest girl in Hammersmith or out of it. "Oh, charming, dear! How do I?" "Delightful! You never looked so handsome," returned the belle, adjusting her own dress, and not bestowing a glance on her poor companion. "I hope young Hilton will come early," said another young lady to Miss Somebody else in a fever of expectation. "I'm sure he'd be highly flattered if he knew it," returned the other, who was practising l'été. "Oh, he's so handsome," said the first. "Such a charming person," added a second. "Such a distingué air," said a third. "Oh, what do you think?" said another girl, running into the room. "Miss Crumpton says her cousin's coming." "What, Theodosius Butler?" said everybody in raptures. "Is he handsome?" inquired a novice. "No, not particularly handsome," was the general reply, "but oh so clever." Mr. Theodosius Butler was one of those immortal geniuses who are to be met with in almost every circle. They have usually very deep monotonous voices. They always persuade themselves that they are wonderful persons, and that they ought to be very miserable, though they don't precisely know why. They are very conceited, and usually possess half an idea, but with enthusiastic young ladies and silly young gentlemen they are very wonderful persons. The individual in question, Mr. Theodosius, had written a pamphlet containing some very weighty considerations on the expediency of doing something or other, and, as every sentence contained a good many words of 4 syllables, his admirers took it for granted that he meant a good deal. "Perhaps that's he!" exclaimed several young ladies, as the first pull of the evening threatened destruction to the bell of the gate. An awful pause ensued. Some boxes arrived, and a young lady, Miss Brooke Dingwall, in full ball costume, with an immense gold chain round her neck, and her dress looped up with a single rose, an ivory fan in her hand, and a most interesting expression of despair in her face. The Miss Crumptons inquired after the family with the most excruciating anxiety, and Miss Brooke Dingwall was formally introduced to her future companions. The Miss Crumptons conversed with the young ladies in the most mellifluous tones, in order that Miss Brooke Dingwall might be properly impressed with their amiable treatment. Another pull at the bell. Mr. Dadson, the writing master, and his wife. The wife in green silk, with shoes and cap trimmings to correspond. The writing master in a white waistcoat, black knee shorts, and ditto silk stockings, displaying a leg large enough for 2 writing masters. The young ladies whispered one another, and the writing master and his wife flattered the Miss Crumptons, who were dressed in amber with long sashes like dolls. Repeated pulls at the bell, and arrivals too numerous to particularize. Papas and mammas and aunts and uncles, the owners and guardians of the different pupils, the singing master Signor Lobskini in a black wig, the pianoforte player, and the violins, the harp, in a state of intoxication, and some 20 young men who stood near the door and talked to one another, occasionally bursting into a giggle. A general hum of conversation. Coffee handed round and plentifully partaken of by fat mammas, who looked like the stout people who come out in pantomimes for the sole purpose of being knocked down. The popular Mr. Hilton was the next arrival, and he having, at the request of the Miss Crumptons, undertaken the office of the master of the ceremonies, the quadrilles commenced with considerable spirit. The young men by the door gradually advanced into the middle of the room, and in time became sufficiently at ease to consent to be introduced to partners. The writing master danced every set, springing about with the most fearful agility, and his wife played a rubber in the back parlour, a little room with 5 bookshelves dignified by the name of the study. Setting her down to whist was a half-yearly piece of generalship on the part of the Miss Crumptons. It was necessary to hide her somewhere on account of her being a fright. The interesting Lavinia Brooke Dingwall was the only girl present who appeared to take no interest in the proceedings of the evening. In vain was she solicited to dance, in vain was the universal homage paid to her as the daughter of a member of Parliament. She was equally unmoved by the splendid tenor of the inimitable Lobskini, and the brilliant execution of Miss Letitia Parsons, whose performance of the Recollections of Ireland was universally declared to be almost equal to that of Moscheles himself. Not even the announcement of the arrival of Mr. Theodosius Butler could induce her to leave the corner of the back drawing-room in which she was seated. "Now, Theodosius," said Miss Maria Crumpton, after that enlightened pamphleteer had nearly run the gauntlet of the whole company, "I must introduce you to our new pupil." Theodosius looked as if he cared for nothing earthly. "She's the daughter of a member of Parliament," said Maria. Theodosius started. "And her name is?" he inquired. "Miss Brooke Dingwall." "Great Heaven!" poetically exclaimed Theodosius in a low tone. Miss Crumpton commenced the introduction in due form. Miss Brooke Dingwall languidly raised her head. "Edward!" she exclaimed with a half shriek on seeing the well-known nankeen legs. Fortunately, as Miss Maria Crumpton possessed no remarkable share of penetration, and as it was one of the diplomatic arrangements that no attention was to be paid to Miss Lavinia's incoherent exclamations, she was perfectly unconscious of the mutual agitation of the parties, and therefore, seeing that the offer of his hand for the next quadrille was accepted, she left him by the side of Miss Brooke Dingwall. "Oh, Edward!" exclaimed the most romantic of all romantic young ladies, as the light of science seated himself beside her. "Oh, Edward, is it you?" Mr. Theodosius assured the dear creature in the most impassioned manner that he was not conscious of being anybody but himself. "Then why this disguise? Oh, Edward Neville Walter, what have I not suffered on your account!" "Lavinia, hear me," replied the hero in his most poetic strain. "Do not condemn me unheard. If anything that emanates from the soul of such a wretch as I can occupy a place in your recollection, if any being so vile deserve your notice, you may remember that I once published a pamphlet, and paid for its publication, entitled Considerations on the Policy of Removing the Duty on Beeswax." I do," sobbed Lavinia. "That," continued the lover, "was a subject to which your father was devoted, heart and soul." He was," reiterated the sentimentalist. "I knew it," continued Theodosius tragically. "I knew it. I forwarded him a copy. He wished to know me. Could I disclose my real name? Never. No. I assumed that name which you have so often pronounced in tones of endearment. As Neville Walter, I devoted myself to the stirring cause. As Miss Neville Walter, I gained your heart. In the same character I was ejected from your house by your father's domestics, and in no character at all have I since been enabled to see you. We now meet again, and I proudly own that I am Theodosius Butler." The young lady appeared perfectly satisfied with this argumentative address, and bestowed a look of the most ardent affection on the immortal advocate of beeswax. "May I hope," said he, "that the promise your father's violent behaviour interrupted may be renewed?" "Let us join this set," replied Lavinia coquettishly, for girls of 19 can coquette. "No," ejaculated he of the nankeens, "I stir not from this spot, writhing under this torture of suspense. May I hope?" "You may." "The promise is renewed." It is. I have your permission. You have. To the fullest extent. You know it, returned the blushing Lavinia. The contortions of the interesting butler's visage expressed his raptures. We could dilate upon the occurrences that ensued. How Mr. Theodosius and Miss Lavinia danced and talked and sighed for the remainder of the evening. How the Miss Crumptons were delighted thereat. How the writing master continued to frisk about with 1 horsepower, and how his wife, from some unaccountable freak, left the whist table in the little back parlour, and persisted in displaying her green head dress in the most conspicuous part of the drawing room. How the supper consisted of small triangular sandwiches in trays, and a tart here and there by way of variety. And how the visitors consumed warm water disguised with lemon, and dotted with nutmeg, under the denomination of negus. These and other matters of as much interest, however, we pass over, for the purpose of describing a scene of even more importance. A fortnight after the date of the ball, Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, M.P., was seated at the same library table, and in the same room as we have before described. He was alone, and his face bore an expression of deep thought and solemn gravity. He was drawing up a bill for the better observance of Easter Monday. The footman tapped at the door. The legislator started from his reverie, and Miss Crumpton was announced. Permission was given for Miss Crumpton to enter the sanctum. Maria came sliding in, and having taken her seat with a due portion of affectation, the footman retired, and the governess was left alone with the M.P. Oh, how she longed for the presence of a third party! Even the facetious young gentleman would have been a relief. Miss Crumpton began the duet. She hoped Mrs. Brooke Dingwall and the handsome little boy were in good health. They were. Mrs. Brooke Dingwall and little Frederick were at Brighton. "Much obliged to you, Miss Crumpton," said Cornelius in his most dignified manner, "for your attention in calling this morning. I should have driven down to Hammersmith to see Lavinia, but your account was so very satisfactory, and my duties in the house occupy me so much, that I determined to postpone it for a week. How has she gone on?" "Very well indeed, sir," returned Maria, dreading to inform the father that she had gone off. "Ah! I thought the plan on which I proceeded would be a match for her." Here was a favourable opportunity to say that somebody else had been a match for her, but the unfortunate governess was unequal to the task. "You have preserved strictly in the line of conduct I prescribed, Miss Crumpton?" "Strictly, sir." "You tell me in your note that her spirits gradually improved." "Very much indeed, sir." "To be sure, I was convinced they would." "But I fear, sir," said Miss Crumpton with visible emotion, "I fear the plan has not succeeded quite so well as we could have wished." "No!" exclaimed the prophet. "Bless me, Miss Crumpton, you look alarmed. What has happened?" "Miss Brooke Dingwall, sir." "Yes, ma'am?" "Has gone, sir," said Maria, exhibiting a strong inclination to faint. "Gone? Eloped, sir." "Eloped? Who with? When? Where? How?" almost shrieked the agitated diplomatist. The natural yellow of the unfortunate Maria's face changed to all the hues of the rainbow as she laid a small packet on the member's table. He hurriedly opened it. A letter from his daughter, and another from Theodosius. He glanced over their contents. "Ere this reaches you, far distant, appeal to feelings, love to distraction, beeswax, slavery, etc., etc." He dashed his hand to his forehead, and paced the room with fearfully long strides, to the great alarm of the precise Maria. "Now mind, from this time forward," said Mr. Brooke Dingwall, suddenly stopping at the table and beating time upon it with his hand, "from this time forward, I never will, under any circumstances whatever, permit a man who writes pamphlets to enter any other room of this house but the kitchen. I'll allow my daughter and her husband £150 a year, and never see their faces again, and damme, ma'am, I'll bring in a bill for the abolition of finishing schools." Some time has elapsed since this passionate declaration. Mr. and Mrs. Butler are at present rusticating in a small cottage at Bell's Pond, pleasantly situated in the immediate vicinity of a brick field. They have no family. Mr. Theodosius looks very important and writes incessantly, but in consequence of a gross combination on the part of publishers, none of his productions appear in print. His young wife begins to think that ideal misery is preferable to real unhappiness, and that a marriage, contracted in haste and repented at leisure, is the cause of more substantial wretchedness than she ever anticipated. On cool reflection, Cornelius Brooke Dingwall, Esquire, M.P., was reluctantly compelled to admit that the untoward result of his admirable arrangements was attributable not to the Miss Crumptons, but his own diplomacy. He, however, consoles himself, like some other small diplomatists, by satisfactorily proving that if his plans did not succeed they ought to have done so. Minerva House is in status quo, and the Misses Crumpton remain in the peaceable and undisturbed employment of all the advantages resulting from their finishing school. End of section 48. Sketches by Boz, section 49. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, section 49. Tales, chapter 4. The Tuggses at Ramsgate. Once upon a time there dwelt in a narrow street on the Surrey side of the water, within 3 minutes' walk of Old London Bridge, Mr. Joseph Tuggs, a little dark-faced man with shiny hair, twinkling eyes, short legs, and a body of very considerable thickness, measuring from the centre button of his waistcoat in front to the ornamental buttons of his coat behind. The figure of the amiable Mrs. Tuggs, if not perfectly symmetrical, was decidedly comfortable, and the form of her only daughter, the accomplished Miss Charlotte Tuggs, was fast ripening into that state of luxuriant plumpness which had enchanted the eyes and captivated the heart of Mr. Joseph Tuggs in his earlier days. Mr. Simon Tuggs, his only son, and Miss Charlotte Tuggs's only brother, was as differently formed in body as he was differently constituted in mind from the remainder of his family. There was that elongation in his thoughtful face, and that tendency to weakness in his interesting legs, which tell so forcibly of a great mind and romantic disposition. The slightest traits of character in such a being possess no mean interest to speculative minds. He usually appeared in public in capacious shoes, with black cotton stockings, and was observed to be particularly attached to a black glazed stock without tie or ornament of any description. There is perhaps no profession, however useful, no pursuit, however meritorious, which can escape the petty attacks of vulgar minds. Mr. Joseph Tuggs was a grocer. It might be supposed that a grocer was beyond the breath of calumny, but no, the neighbours stigmatized him as a chandler, and the poisonous voice of envy distinctly asserted that he dispensed tea and coffee by the quartern, retailed sugar by the ounce, cheese by the slice, tobacco by the screw, and butter by the pat. These taunts, however, were lost upon the Tuggses. Mr. Tuggs attended to the grocery department, Mrs. Tuggs to the cheesemongery, and Miss Tuggs to her education. Mr. Simon Tuggs kept his father's books and his own counsel. One fine spring afternoon, the latter gentleman was seated on a tub of weekly Dorset, behind the little red desk with a wooden rail, which ornamented a corner of the counter, when a stranger dismounted from a cab and hastily entered the shop. He was habited in black cloth, and bore with him a green umbrella and a blue bag. "Mr. Tuggs?" said the stranger, inquiringly. "My name is Tuggs," replied Mr. Simon. "It's the other Mr. Tuggs," said the stranger, looking towards the glass door which led into the parlour behind the shop, and on the inside of which the round face of Mr. Tuggs senior was distinctly visible, peeping over the curtain. Mr. Simon gracefully waved his pen, as if in intimation of his wish that his father would advance. Mr. Joseph Tuggs, with considerable celerity, removed his face from the curtain and placed it before the stranger. "I come from the Temple," said the man with the bag. "From the Temple!" said Mrs. Tuggs, flinging open the door of the little parlour and disclosing Miss Tuggs in perspective. "From the Temple!" said Miss Tuggs and Mr. Simon Tuggs at the same moment. From the Temple, said Mr. Joseph Tuggs, turning as pale as a Dutch cheese. From the Temple, repeated the man with the bag. From Mr. Cowes, the solicitors. Mr. Tuggs, I congratulate you, sir. Ladies, I wish you joy of your prosperity. We have been successful. And the man with the bag leisurely divested himself of his umbrella and glove as a preliminary to shaking hands with Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Now the words, "we have been successful," had no sooner issued from the mouth of the man with the bag, than Mr. Simon Tuggs rose from the tub of Weekly Dorset, opened his eyes very wide, gasped for breath, made figures of 8 in the air with his pen, and finally fell into the arms of his anxious mother and fainted away without the slightest ostensible cause or pretence. "Water!" screamed Mrs. Tuggs. "Look up, my son!" exclaimed Mr. Tuggs. "Simon, dear Simon!" shrieked Miss Tuggs. "I'm better now," said Mr. Simon Tuggs. "What! Successful?" And then, as corroborative evidence of his being better, he fainted away again, and was borne into the little parlour by the united efforts of the remainder of the family and the man with the bag. To a casual spectator, or to any one unacquainted with the position of the family, this fainting would have been unaccountable. To those who understood the mission of the man with the bag, and were moreover acquainted with the excitability of the nerves of Mr. Simon Tuggs, it was quite comprehensible. A long pending lawsuit respecting the validity of a will had been unexpectedly decided, and Mr. Joseph Tuggs was the possessor of £20,000. A prolonged consultation took place that night in the little parlour, a consultation that was to settle the future destinies of the Tuggses. The shop was shut up at an unusually early hour, and many were the unavailing kicks bestowed upon the closed door by applicants for quarterns of sugar, or half quarterns of bread, or pen'orths of pepper, which were to have been left till Saturday, but which fortune had decreed were to be left alone altogether. "We must certainly give up business," said Miss Tuggs. "Oh, decidedly," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Simon shall go to the bar," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "And I shall always sign myself Simon in future," said his son. "And I shall call myself Charlotta," said Miss Tuggs. "And you must always call me Ma, and father Pa," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Yes, and Pa must leave off all his vulgar habits," interposed Miss Tuggs. "I'll take care of all that," responded Mr. Joseph Tuggs complacently. He was, at that very moment, eating pickled salmon with a pocket knife. "We must leave town immediately," said Mr. Simon Tuggs. Everybody concurred that this was an indispensable preliminary to being genteel. The question then arose, where should they go? Gravesend, mildly suggested Mr. Joseph Tuggs. The idea was unanimously scouted. Gravesend was low. "Margate," insinuated Mrs. Tuggs. Worse and worse. Nobody there but tradespeople. "Brighton," Mr. Simon Tuggs opposed an insurmountable objection. All the coaches had been upset in turn within the last 3 weeks. Each coach had averaged 2 passengers killed and 6 wounded, and in every case the newspapers had distinctly understood that no blame whatever was attributable to the coachman. "Ramsgate!" ejaculated Mr. Simon thoughtfully. To be sure, how stupid they must have been not to have thought of that before. Ramsgate was just the place of all others. 2 months after this conversation, the City of London Ramsgate steamer was running gaily down the river. Her flag was flying, her band was playing, her passengers were conversing, everything about her seemed gay and lively. No wonder the Tuggses were on board. "Charming, ain't it?" said Mr. Joseph Tuggs, in a bottle green greatcoat, with a velvet collar of the same, and a blue travelling cap with a gold band. "Soul inspiring," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs. He was entered at the bar. "Soul inspiring." "Delightful morning, sir," said a stoutish military looking gentleman in a blue surtout buttoned up to his chin, and white trousers chained down to the soles of his boots. Mr. Simon Tuggs took upon himself the responsibility of answering the observation. "Heavenly," he replied. "You are an enthusiastic admirer of the beauties of nature, sir," said the military gentleman. "I am, sir," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs. "Travelled much, sir?" inquired the military gentleman. "Not much," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs. "You've been on the Continent, of course?" inquired the military gentleman. "Not exactly," replied Mr. Simon Tuggs, in a qualified tone, as if he wished it to be implied that he had gone half way and come back again. "You of course intend your son to make the grand tour, sir?" said the military gentleman, addressing Mr. Joseph Tuggs. As Mr. Joseph Tuggs did not precisely understand what the grand tour was, or how such an article was manufactured, he replied, "Of course." Just as he said the word, there came tripping up from her seat at the stern of the vessel a young lady in a puce-coloured silk cloak, and boots of the same, with long black ringlets, large black eyes, brief petticoats, and unexceptionable ankles. "Walter, my dear," said the young lady to the military gentleman. "Yes, Belinda, my love," responded the military gentleman to the black-eyed young lady. "What have you left me alone so long for?" said the young lady. "I have been stared out of countenance by these rude young men." "What, stared at!" exclaimed the military gentleman with an emphasis which made Mr. Simon Tuggs withdraw his eyes from the young lady's face with inconceivable rapidity. "Which young man? Where?" And the military gentleman clenched his fist, and glared fearfully on the cigar smokers around. "Be calm, Walter, I entreat," said the young lady. "I won't," said the military gentleman. "Do, sir," interposed Mr. Simon Tuggs. "They ain't worth your notice." "No, no, they are not indeed," urged the young lady. "I will be calm," said the military gentleman. "You speak truly, sir. I thank you for a timely remonstrance, which may have spared me the guilt of manslaughter." Calming his wrath, the military gentleman wrung Mr. Simon Tuggs by the hand. "My sister, sir," said Mr. Simon Tuggs, seeing that the military gentleman was casting an admiring look towards Miss Charlotta. "My wife, ma'am, Mrs. Captain Waters," said the military gentleman, presenting the black-eyed young lady. "My mother, ma'am, Mrs. Tuggs," said Mr. Simon. The military gentleman and his wife murmured enchanting courtesies, and the Tuggses looked as unembarrassed as they could. "Walter, my dear," said the black-eyed young lady, after they had sat chatting with the Tuggses some half hour. "Yes, my love," said the military gentleman. "Don't you think this gentleman," with an inclination of the head towards Mr. Simon Tuggs, "is very much like the Marquis Carowini?" "Lord bless me, very," said the military gentleman. "It struck me the moment I saw him," said the young lady, gazing intently, and with a melancholy air, on the scarlet countenance of Mr. Simon Tuggs. Mr. Simon Tuggs looked at everybody, and finding that everybody was looking at him, appeared to feel some temporary difficulty in disposing of his eyesight. "So exactly the air of the Marquis," said the military gentleman. "Quite extraordinary," sighed the military gentleman's lady. "You don't know the Marquis, sir?" inquired the military gentleman. Mr. Simon Tuggs stammered a negative. "If you did," continued Captain Walter Waters, "you would feel how much reason you have to be proud of the resemblance. A most elegant man, with a most prepossessing appearance." He is indeed!" exclaimed Belinda Waters energetically. As her eye caught that of Mr. Simon Tuggs, she withdrew it from his features in bashful confusion. All this was highly gratifying to the feelings of the Tuggses, and when, in the course of farther conversation, it was discovered that Miss Charlotta Tuggs was the facsimile of a titled relative of Mrs. Belinda Waters, and that Mrs. Tuggs herself was the very picture of the Dowager Duchess of Dobbleton, their delight in the acquisition of so genteel and friendly an acquaintance knew no bounds. Even the dignity of Captain Walter Waters relaxed to that degree that he suffered himself to be prevailed upon by Mr. Joseph Tuggs to partake of cold pigeon pie and sherry on deck, and a most delightful conversation, aided by these agreeable stimulants, was prolonged until they ran alongside Ramsgate Pier. "Good bye, dear," said Mrs. Captain Waters to Miss Charlotta Tuggs just before the bustle of landing commenced. "We shall see you on the sands in the morning, and, as we are sure to have found lodgings before then, I hope we shall be inseparables for many weeks to come." "Oh, I hope so," said Miss Charlotta Tuggs emphatically. "Tickets, ladies and gentlemen," said the man on the paddle box. "Want a porter, sir?" inquired a dozen men in smock frocks. "Now, my dear," said Captain Waters. "Good bye," said Mrs. Captain Waters. Good-bye, Mr. Simon," and with a pressure of the hand which threw the amiable young man's nerves into a state of considerable derangement, Mrs. Captain Waters disappeared among the crowd. A pair of puce-coloured boots were seen ascending the steps, a white handkerchief fluttered, a black eye gleamed, the Waterses were gone, and Mr. Simon Tuggs was alone in a heartless world. Silently and abstractedly did that too sensitive youth follow his revered parents and a train of smock frocks and wheelbarrows along the pier until the bustle of the scene around recalled him to himself. The sun was shining brightly, the sea, dancing to its own music, rolled merrily in, crowds of people promenaded to and fro, young ladies tittered, old ladies talked, nursemaids displayed their charms to the greatest possible advantage, and their little charges ran up and down and to and fro and in and out under the feet and between the legs of the assembled concourse, in the most playful and exhilarating manner. There were old gentlemen trying to make out objects through long telescopes, and young ones making objects of themselves in open shirt collars, ladies carrying about portable chairs, and portable chairs carrying about invalids, parties waiting on the pier for parties who had come by the steamboat, and nothing was to be heard but talking, laughing, welcoming, and merriment. "Fly, sir?" exclaimed a chorus of 14 men and 6 boys, the moment Mr. Joseph Tuggs, at the head of his little party, set foot on the street. "Here's the gentleman in at last," said one, touching his hat with mock politeness. "Wery glad to see you, sir. Been a waiting for you these 6 weeks. Jump in, if you please, sir." "Nice light fly and a fast trotter, sir," said another. 14 mile an hour and surrounded objects rendered invisible by extreme velocity." "Large fly for your luggage, sir," cried a third. "Wery large fly here, sir. Regular blue bottle." "Here's your fly, sir," shouted another aspiring charioteer, mounting the box and inducing an old grey horse to indulge in some imperfect reminiscences of a canter. "Look at him, sir. Temper of a lamb and haction of a steam engine." Resisting even the temptation of securing the services of so valuable a quadruped as the last named, Mr. Joseph Tuggs beckoned to the proprietor of a dingy conveyance of a greenish hue, lined with faded striped calico, and the luggage and family having been deposited therein, the animal in the shafts, after describing circles in the road for a quarter of an hour, at last consented to depart in quest of lodgings. "How many beds have you got?" screamed Mrs. Tuggs out of the fly, to the woman who opened the door of the first house, which displayed a bill intimating that apartments were to be let within. "How many did you want, ma'am?" was of course the reply. "3. Will you step in, ma'am?" Down got Mrs. Tuggs. The family were delighted. Splendid view of the sea from the front windows. Charming. A short pause. Back came Mrs. Tuggs again. 1 parlour and a mattress. "Why the devil didn't they say so at first?" inquired Mr. Joseph Tuggs, rather pettishly. "Don't know," said Mrs. Tuggs. "Wretches!" exclaimed the nervous Simon. Another bill, another stoppage. Same question, same answer, similar result. "What do they mean by this?" inquired Mr. Joseph Tuggs, thoroughly out of temper. "Don't know," said the placid Mrs. Tuggs. "Almost the vay here, sir," said the driver, by way of accounting for the circumstances in a satisfactory manner, and off they went again, to make fresh inquiries and encounter fresh disappointments. It had grown dusk when the fly, the rate of whose progress greatly belied its name, and climbing up 4 or 5 perpendicular hills, stopped before the door of a dusty house with a bay window, from which you could obtain a beautiful glimpse of the sea, if you thrust half of your body out a bit at the imminent peril of falling into the area. Mrs. Tuggs alighted. 1 ground floor, sitting room, and 3 cells with beds in them upstairs. A double house. Family on the opposite side. 5 children milk and watering in the parlour, and 1 little boy expelled for bad behaviour screaming on his back in the passage. "What's the terms?" said Mrs. Tuggs. The mistress of the house was considering the expediency of putting on an extra guinea, so she coughed slightly and affected not to hear the question. "What's the terms?" said Mrs. Tuggs in a louder key. 5 guineas a week, ma'am, with attendance," replied the lodging house keeper. Attendance means the privilege of ringing the bell as often as you like for your own amusement. Rather dear, said Mrs. Tuggs. Oh dear, no, ma'am, replied the mistress of the house, with a benign smile of pity at the ignorance of manners and customs which the observation betrayed. Very cheap. Such an authority was indisputable. Mrs. Tuggs paid a week's rent in advance, and took the lodgings for a month. In an hour's time the family were seated at tea in their new abode. Capital shrimps, said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Mr. Simon eyed his father with a rebellious scowl, as he emphatically said, shrimps. Well then, shrimps, said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Shrimps or shrimps don't much matter. There was pity blended with malignity in Mr. Simon's eye, as he replied, don't matter, father. What would Captain Waters say if he heard such vulgarity? Or what would dear Mrs. Captain Waters say, added Charlotta, if she saw mother, I mean, eating them whole, heads and all? It won't bear thinking of, ejaculated Mr. Simon with a shudder. How different, he thought, from the Dowager Duchess of Dobbleton. Very pretty woman, Mrs. Captain Waters, is she not, Simon? Inquired Miss Charlotta. A glow of nervous excitement passed over the countenance of Mr. Simon Tuggs as he replied, an angel of beauty. Hallo, said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Hallo, Simon, my boy, take care. Married lady, you know, and he winked one of his twinkling eyes knowingly. Why, exclaimed Simon, starting up with an ebullition of fury as unexpected as alarming, why am I to be reminded of that blight of my happiness and ruin of my hopes? Why am I to be taunted with the miseries which are heaped upon my head? Is it not enough to, and the orator paused, but whether for want of words or lack of breath, was never distinctly ascertained. There was an impressive solemnity in the tone of this address, and in the air with which the romantic Simon at its conclusion rang the bell and demanded a flat candlestick, which effectually forbade a reply. He stalked dramatically to bed, and the Tuggses went to bed too, half an hour afterwards, in a state of considerable mystification and perplexity. If the pier had presented a scene of life and bustle to the Tuggses on their first landing at Ramsgate, it was far surpassed by the appearance of the sands on the morning after their arrival. It was a fine, bright, clear day, with a light breeze from the sea. There were the same ladies and gentlemen, the same children, the same nursemaids, the same telescopes, the same portable chairs. The ladies were employed in needlework, or watchguard making, or knitting, or reading novels. The gentlemen were reading newspapers and magazines. The children were digging holes in the sand with wooden spades, and collecting water therein. The nursemaids, with their youngest charges in their arms, were running in after the waves, and then running back with the waves after them, and now and then a little sailing boat either departed with a gay and talkative cargo of passengers, or returned with a very silent and particularly uncomfortable looking one. Well, I never! exclaimed Mrs. Tuggs, as she and Mr. Joseph Tuggs, and Miss Charlotta Tuggs, and Mr. Simon Tuggs, with their 8 feet in a corresponding number of yellow shoes, seated themselves on 4 rush-bottomed chairs, which, being placed in a soft part of the sand, forthwith sunk down some 2 feet and a half. Well, I never! Mr. Simon, by an exertion of great personal strength, uprooted the chairs and removed them further back. Why, I'm blessed if there ain't some ladies a-going in, exclaimed Mr. Joseph Tuggs, with intense astonishment. Lor, pa! exclaimed Miss Charlotta. There is, my dear, said Mr. Joseph Tuggs. And sure enough, 4 young ladies, each furnished with a towel, tripped up the steps of a bathing machine. In went the horse, floundering about in the water, round turned the machine, down sat the driver, and presently out burst the young ladies aforesaid, with 4 distinct splashes. Why, that's singular too! ejaculated Mr. Joseph Tuggs, after an awkward pause. Mr. Simon coughed slightly. Why, here's some gentlemen a-going in on this side! exclaimed Mrs. Tuggs, in a tone of horror. 3 machines, 3 horses, 3 flounderings, 3 turnings round, 3 splashes, 3 gentlemen, disporting themselves in the water like so many dolphins. Why, that's singular, said Mr. Joseph Tuggs again. Miss Charlotta coughed this time, and another pause ensued. It was agreeably broken. How d'ye do, dear? We have been looking for you all the morning, said a voice to Miss Charlotta Tuggs. Mrs. Captain Waters was the owner of it. "How d'ye do?" said Captain Walter Waters, all suavity, and a most cordial interchange of greetings ensued. "Belinda, my love," said Captain Walter Waters, applying his glass to his eye, and looking in the direction of the sea. "Yes, my dear," replied Mrs. Captain Waters. "There's Harry Thompson." "Where?" said Belinda, applying her glass to her eye. "Bathing." "Law, so it is. He don't see us, does he?" "No, I don't think he does," replied the captain. "Bless my soul, how very singular!" "What?" inquired Belinda. "There's Mary Golding too." "Law, where?" Up went the glass again. "There," said the captain, pointing to one of the young ladies before noticed, who, in her bathing costume, looked as if she were enveloped in a patent mackintosh of scanty dimensions. "So it is, I declare!" exclaimed Mrs. Captain Waters. "How very curious we should see them both!" "Very," said the captain, with perfect coolness. "It's the regular thing here, you see," whispered Mr. Simon Tuggs to his father. "I see it is," whispered Mr. Joseph Tuggs in reply. "Queer though, ain't it?" Mr. Simon Tuggs nodded assent. "What do you think of doing with yourself this morning?" inquired the captain. "Shall we lunch at Pegwell?" "I should like that very much indeed," interposed Mrs. Tuggs. She had never heard of Pegwell, but the word lunch had reached her ears, and it sounded very agreeable. "How shall we go?" inquired the captain. "It's too warm to walk." "A shay?" suggested Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "A shay?" suggested Mr. Joseph Tuggs. "Shays," whispered Mr. Simon. "I should think one would be enough," said Mr. Joseph Tuggs aloud, quite unconscious of the meaning of the correction. "However, two shays if you like." "I should like a donkey so much," said Belinda. "Oh, so should I," echoed Charlotta Tuggs. "Well, we can have a fly," suggested the captain, "and you can have a couple of donkeys." A fresh difficulty arose. Mrs. Captain Waters declared it would be decidedly improper for two ladies to ride alone. The remedy was obvious. Perhaps young Mr. Tuggs would be gallant enough to accompany them. Mr. Simon Tuggs blushed, smiled, looked vacant, and faintly protested that he was no horseman. The objection was at once overruled. A fly was speedily found, and three donkeys, which the proprietor declared on his solemn asseveration to be 3 parts blood and the other corn, were engaged in the service. "Kim up!" shouted one of the two boys who followed behind to propel the donkeys, when Belinda Waters and Charlotta Tuggs had been hoisted and pushed and pulled into their respective saddles. "Hi, hi, hi!" groaned the other boy behind Mr. Simon Tuggs. Away went the donkey, with the stirrups jingling against the heels of Simon's boots, and Simon's boots nearly scraping the ground. "Way, way, whoo!" cried Mr. Simon Tuggs as well as he could in the midst of the jolting. "Don't make it gallop!" screamed Mrs. Captain Waters behind. "My donkey WILL go into the public house!" shrieked Miss Tuggs in the rear. "Hi, hi, hi!" groaned both the boys together, and on went the donkeys as if nothing would ever stop them. Everything has an end, however. Even the galloping of donkeys will cease in time. The animal which Mr. Simon Tuggs bestrode, feeling sundry uncomfortable tugs at the bit, the intent of which he could by no means divine, abruptly sidled against a brick wall, and expressed his uneasiness by grinding Mr. Simon Tuggs's leg on the rough surface. Mrs. Captain Waters' donkey, apparently under the influence of some playfulness of spirit, rushed suddenly head first into a hedge, and declined to come out again; and the quadruped on which Miss Tuggs was mounted expressed his delight at this humorous proceeding by firmly planting his fore feet against the ground, and kicking up his hind legs in a very agile but somewhat alarming manner. This abrupt termination to the rapidity of the ride naturally occasioned some confusion. Both the ladies indulged in vehement screaming for several minutes, and Mr. Simon Tuggs, besides sustaining intense bodily pain, had the additional mental anguish of witnessing their distressing situation without having the power to rescue them, by reason of his leg being firmly screwed in between the animal and the wall. The efforts of the boys, however, assisted by the ingenious expedient of twisting the tail of the most rebellious donkey, restored order in a much shorter time than could have reasonably been expected, and the little party jogged slowly on together. "Now let him walk," said Mr. Simon Tuggs. "It's cruel to overdrive him." "Very well, sir," replied the boy, with a grin at his companion, as if he understood Mr. Simon to mean that the cruelty applied less to the animals than to the riders. "What a lovely day, dear!" said Charlotta. "Charming, enchanting, dear!" responded Mrs. Captain Waters. "What a beautiful prospect, Mr. Tuggs!" Simon looked full in Belinda's face as he responded, "Beautiful indeed!" The lady cast down her eyes, and suffered the animal she was riding to fall a little back. Simon Tuggs instinctively did the same. There was a brief silence, broken only by a sigh from Mr. Simon Tuggs. "Mr. Simon," said the lady suddenly, in a low tone, "Mr. Simon, I am another's." Mr. Simon expressed his perfect concurrence in a statement which it was impossible to controvert. "If it had not been," resumed Belinda, and there she stopped. "What," said Mr. Simon earnestly. "Do not torture me. What would you say?" "If I had not been," continued Mrs. Captain Waters, "if in earlier life it had been my fate to have known, and been beloved by, a noble youth, a kindred soul, a congenial spirit, one capable of feeling and appreciating the sentiments which—" "Heavens, what do I hear!" exclaimed Mr. Simon Tuggs. "Is it possible? Can I believe my— Come up!" This last unsentimental parenthesis was addressed to the donkey, who, with his head between his forelegs, appeared to be examining the state of his shoes with great anxiety. "Hi, hi, hi!" said the boys behind. "Come up!" expostulated Simon Tuggs again. "Hi, hi, hi!" repeated the boys; and whether it was that the animal felt indignant at the tone of Mr. Tuggs's command, or felt alarmed by the noise of the deputy proprietor's boots running behind him, or whether he burned with a noble emulation to outstrip the other donkeys, certain it is that he no sooner heard the second series of hi-hi's than he started away, with a celerity of pace which jerked Mr. Simon's hat off instantaneously, and carried him to the Pegwell Bay Hotel in no time, where he deposited his rider without giving him the trouble of dismounting, by sagaciously pitching him over his head into the very doorway of the tavern. Great was the confusion of Mr. Simon Tuggs when he was put right end uppermost by two waiters; considerable was the alarm of Mrs. Tuggs in behalf of her son; agonizing were the apprehensions of Mrs. Captain Waters on his account. It was speedily discovered, however, that he had not sustained much more injury than the donkey. He was grazed, and the animal was grazing. And then it was a delightful party, to be sure. Mr. and Mrs. Tuggs and the captain had ordered lunch in the little garden behind: small saucers of large shrimp, dabs of butter, crusty loaves, and bottled ale. The sky was without a cloud, there were flower pots and turf before them. The sea, from the foot of the cliff, stretching away as far as the eye could discern anything at all. Vessels in the distance, with sails as white and as small as nicely got up cambric handkerchiefs. The shrimps were delightful, the ale better, and the captain even more pleasant than either. Mrs. Captain Waters was in such spirits after lunch, chasing, first the captain across the turf and among the flower pots, and then Mr. Simon Tuggs, and then Miss Tuggs, and laughing too quite boisterously. But as the captain said, it didn't matter. Who knew what they were there? For all the people of the house knew, they might be common people. To which Mr. Joseph Tuggs responded, "To be sure," and then they went down the steep wooden steps a little further on, which led to the bottom of the cliff, and looked at the crabs and the seaweed and the eels, till it was more than fully time to go back to Ramsgate again. Finally Mr. Simon Tuggs ascended the steps last, and Mrs. Captain Waters last but one, and Mr. Simon Tuggs discovered that the foot and ankle of Mrs. Captain Waters were even more unexceptionable than he had first supposed. Taking a donkey towards his ordinary place of residence is a very different thing, and a feat much more easily to be accomplished than taking him from it. It requires a great deal of foresight and presence of mind in the one case, to anticipate the numerous flights of his discursive imagination, whereas, in the other, all you have to do is to hold on, and place a blind confidence in the animal. Mr. Simon Tuggs adopted the latter expedient on his return, and his nerves were so little discomposed by the journey, that he distinctly understood they were all to meet again at the library in the evening. The library was crowded. There were the same ladies and the same gentlemen who had been on the sands in the morning, and on the pier the day before. There were young ladies in maroon-coloured gowns and black velvet bracelets, dispensing fancy articles in the shop, and presiding over games of chance in the concert-room. There were marriageable daughters and marriage-making mammas gaming and promenading and turning over music and flirting. There were some male beaux doing the sentimental in whispers, and others doing the ferocious in moustache. There were Mrs. Tuggs in amber, Miss Tuggs in sky blue, Mrs. Captain Waters in pink. There was Captain Waters in a braided surtout, there was Mr. Simon Tuggs in pumps and a gilt waistcoat, there was Mr. Joseph Tuggs in a blue coat and shirt frill. "Numbers 3, 8, and 11," cried one of the young ladies in the maroon-covered gowns. "Numbers 3, 8, and 11," echoed another young lady in the same uniform. "Number 3's gone," said the first young lady. "Numbers 8 and 11." "Numbers 8 and 11," echoed the second young lady. "Number 8's gone, Mary Ann," said the first young lady. "Number 11," screamed the second. "The numbers are all taken now, ladies, if you please," said the first. The representatives of numbers 3, 8, and 11, and the rest of the numbers, crowded round the table. "Will you throw, ma'am?" said the presiding goddess, handing the dice-box to the eldest daughter of a stout lady with 4 girls. There was a profound silence among the lookers-on. "Throw, Jane, my dear," said the stout lady. An interesting display of bashfulness, a little blushing in a cambric handkerchief, a whispering to a younger sister. "Amelia, my dear, throw for your sister," said the stout lady, and then she turned to a walking advertisement of Rowland's Macassar oil, who stood next her and said, "Jane is so very modest and retiring, but I can't be angry with her for it. An artless and unsophisticated girl is so truly amiable that I often wish Amelia was more like her sister." The gentleman with the whiskers whispered his admiring approval. "Now, my dear," said the stout lady, Miss Amelia threw. 8 for her sister, 10 for herself. "Nice figure, Amelia," whispered the stout lady to a thin youth beside her. "Beautiful. And such a spirit. I am like you in that respect. I cannot help admiring that life and vivacity. Ah!" a sigh, "I wish I could make poor Jane a little more like my dear Amelia." The young gentleman cordially acquiesced in the sentiment. Both he and the individual first addressed were perfectly contented. "Who's this?" inquired Mr. Simon Tuggs of Mrs. Captain Waters, as a short female in a blue velvet hat and feathers was led into the orchestra by a fat man in black tights and cloudy berlins. "Mrs. Tippin, of the London theatres," replied Belinda, referring to the programme of the concert. The talented Tippin, having condescendingly acknowledged the clapping of hands and shouts of bravo which greeted her appearance, proceeded to sing the popular cavatina of "Bid me discourse," accompanied on the piano by Mr. Tippin; after which Mr. Tippin sang a comic song, accompanied on the piano by Mrs. Tippin; the applause consequent upon which was only to be exceeded by the enthusiastic approbation bestowed upon an air with variations on the guitar, by Miss Tippin, accompanied on the chin by Master Tippin. Thus passed the evening. Thus passed the days and evenings of the Tuggses and the Waterses for 6 weeks. Sands in the morning, donkeys at noon, pier in the afternoon, library at night, and the same people everywhere. On that very night 6 weeks, the moon was shining brightly over the calm sea, which dashed against the feet of the tall gaunt cliffs, with just enough noise to lull the old fish to sleep, without disturbing the young ones, when 2 figures were discernible, or would have been if anybody had looked for them, seated on one of the wooden benches which are stationed near the verge of the western cliff. The moon had climbed higher into the heavens by 2 hours' journeying since those figures first sat down, and yet they had moved not. The crowd of loungers had thinned and dispersed, the noise of itinerant musicians had died away, light after light had appeared in the windows of the different houses in the distance, blockade man after blockade man had passed the spot, wending his way towards his solitary post, and yet those figures had remained stationary. Some portions of the 2 forms were in deep shadow, but the light of the moon fell strongly on a puce-coloured boot and a glazed stock. Mr. Simon Tuggs and Mrs. Captain Waters were seated on that bench. They spoke not, but were silently gazing on the sea. "Walter will return to-morrow," said Mrs. Captain Waters, mournfully breaking silence. Mr. Simon Tuggs sighed like a gust of wind through a forest of gooseberry bushes, as he replied, "Alas, he will." "Oh, Simon," resumed Belinda, "the chaste delight, the calm happiness of this one week of platonic love, is too much for me." Simon was about to suggest that it was too little for him, but he stopped himself and murmured unintelligibly. "And to think that even this gleam of happiness, innocent as it is," exclaimed Belinda, "is now to be lost for ever." "Oh, do not say for ever, Belinda!" exclaimed the excitable Simon, as two strongly defined tears chased each other down his pale face. It was so long that there was plenty of room for a chase. "Do not say for ever." "I must," replied Belinda. "Why?" urged Simon. "Oh, why? Such platonic acquaintance as ours is so harmless, that even your husband can never object to it." "My husband!" exclaimed Belinda. "You little know him. Jealous and revengeful, ferocious in his revenge, a maniac in his jealousy. Would you be assassinated before my eyes?" Mr. Simon Tuggs, in a voice broken by emotion, expressed his disinclination to undergo the process of assassination before the eyes of anybody. "Then leave me," said Mrs. Captain Waters. "Leave me this night for ever. It is late. Let us return." Mr. Simon Tuggs sadly offered the lady his arm, and escorted her to her lodgings. He paused at the door. He felt a platonic pressure of his hand. "Good night," he said, hesitating. "Good night," sobbed the lady. Mr. Simon Tuggs paused again. "Won't you walk in, sir?" said the servant. Mr. Tuggs hesitated. Oh, that hesitation! He did walk in. "Good night," said Mr. Simon Tuggs again, when he reached the drawing room. "Good night," replied Belinda. "And if at any period of my life I hush!" The lady paused, and stared with a steady gaze of horror on the ashy countenance of Mr. Simon Tuggs. There was a double knock at the street door. "It is my husband," said Belinda, as the captain's voice was heard below. "And my family," added Simon Tuggs, as the voices of his relatives floated up the staircase. "The curtain, the curtain!" gasped Mrs. Captain Waters, pointing to the window before which some chintz hangings were closely drawn. "But I have done nothing wrong," said the hesitating Simon. "The curtain!" reiterated the frantic lady. "You will be murdered." The last appeal to his feelings was irresistible. The dismayed Simon concealed himself behind the curtain with pantomimic suddenness. Enter the captain, Joseph Tuggs, Mrs. Tuggs, and Charlotta. "My dear," said the captain, "Lieutenant Slaughter." Two iron-shod boots and one gruff voice were heard by Mr. Simon to advance, and acknowledge the honour of the introduction. The sabre of the lieutenant rattled heavily upon the floor, as he seated himself at the table. Mr. Simon's fears almost overcame his reason. "The brandy, my dear," said the captain. Here was a situation. They were going to make a night of it, and Mr. Simon Tuggs was pent up behind the curtain and afraid to breathe. "Slaughter," said the captain, "a cigar." Now Mr. Simon Tuggs never could smoke without feeling it indispensably necessary to retire immediately, and never could smell smoke without a strong disposition to cough. The cigars were introduced. The captain was a professed smoker, so was the lieutenant, so was Joseph Tuggs. The apartment was small, the door was closed, the smoke powerful. It hung in heavy wreaths over the room, and at length found its way behind the curtain. Simon Tuggs held his nose, his mouth, his breath. It was all of no use. Out came the cough. "Bless my soul!" said the captain. "I beg your pardon, Miss Tuggs. You dislike smoking?" "Oh no, I don't indeed," said Charlotta. "It makes you cough." "Oh dear no." "Oh, you coughed just now." "Me, Captain Waters! Lor, how could you say so?" "Somebody coughed," said the captain. "I certainly thought so," said Slaughter. No, everybody denied it. "Fancy!" said the captain. "Must be," echoed Slaughter. Cigars resumed. More smoke. Another cough. Smothered, but violent. "Damned odd," said the captain, staring about him. Singular! ejaculated the unconscious Mr. Joseph Tuggs. Lieutenant Slaughter looked first at one person mysteriously, then at another, then laid down his cigar, then approached the window on tiptoe, and pointed with his right thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the curtain. "Slaughter!" ejaculated the captain, rising from the table. "What do you mean?" The lieutenant, in reply, drew back the curtain and discovered Mr. Simon Tuggs behind it, pallid with apprehension and blue with wanting to cough. "Aha!" exclaimed the captain ferociously. "What do I see? Slaughter, your sabre!" "Simon!" screamed the Tuggses. "Mercy!" said Belinda. "Platonic!" gasped Simon. "Your sabre!" roared the captain. "Slaughter, unhand me! The villain's life!" "Murder!" screamed the Tuggses. "Hold him fast, sir!" faintly articulated Simon. "Water!" exclaimed Joseph Tuggs, and Mr. Simon Tuggs and all the ladies forthwith fainted away and formed a tableau. Most willingly would we conceal the disastrous termination of the 6 weeks' acquaintance. A troublesome form and an arbitrary custom, however, prescribe that a story should have a conclusion in addition to a commencement. We have therefore no alternative. Lieutenant Slaughter brought a message. The captain brought an action. Mr. Joseph Tuggs interposed. The lieutenant negotiated. When Mr. Simon Tuggs recovered from the nervous disorder into which misplaced affection and exciting circumstances had plunged him, he found that his family had lost their pleasant acquaintance, that his father was minus £1,500, and the captain plus the precise sum. The money was paid to hush the matter up, but it got abroad notwithstanding, and there are not wanting some who affirm that 3 designing impostors never found more easy dupes than did Captain Waters, Mrs. Waters, and Lieutenant Slaughter in the Tuggses at Ramsgate. End of section 49. Sketches by Boz, Section 50. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, Section 50. Tales, Chapter 5. Horatio Sparkins. Indeed, my love, he paid Teresa very great attention on the last assembly night, said Mrs. Malderton, addressing her spouse, who, after the fatigues of the day in the city, was sitting with a silk handkerchief over his head, and his feet on the fender, drinking his port. Very great attention, and I say again, every possible encouragement ought to be given him. He positively must be asked down here to dine. "Who must?" inquired Mr. Malderton. "Why, you know whom I mean, my dear. The young man with the black whiskers and the white cravat, who has just come out at our assembly, and whom all the girls are talking about. Young dear me, what's his name? Marianne, what is his name?" continued Mrs. Malderton, addressing her youngest daughter, who was engaged in netting a purse, and looking sentimental. "Mr. Horatio Sparkins, ma," replied Miss Marianne, with a sigh. "Oh yes, to be sure, Horatio Sparkins," said Mrs. Malderton. "Decidedly the most gentlemanlike young man I ever saw. I am sure in the beautifully made coat he wore the other night, he looked like Prince Leopold, ma. So noble, so full of sentiment," suggested Marianne, in a tone of enthusiastic admiration. "You should recollect, my dear," resumed Mrs. Malderton, "that Teresa is now 8 and 20, and that it really is very important that something should be done." Miss Teresa Malderton was a very little girl, rather fat, with vermilion cheeks, but good humoured, and still disengaged, although, to do her justice, the misfortune arose from no lack of perseverance on her part. In vain had she flirted for 10 years. In vain had Mr. and Mrs. Malderton assiduously kept up an extensive acquaintance among the young eligible bachelors of Camberwell, and even of Wandsworth and Brixton, to say nothing of those who dropped in from town. Miss Malderton was as well known as the lion on the top of Northumberland House, and had an equal chance of going off. I am quite sure you'd like him,' continued Mrs. Malderton. 'He is so gentlemanly.' 'So clever,' said Miss Marianne. 'And has such a flow of language,' added Miss Teresa. 'He has a great respect for you, my dear,' said Mrs. Malderton to her husband. Mr. Malderton coughed, and looked at the fire. 'Yes, I'm sure he's very much attached to pa's society,' said Miss Marianne. 'No doubt of it,' echoed Miss Teresa. 'Indeed, he said as much to me in confidence,' observed Mrs. Malderton. 'Well, well,' returned Mr. Malderton, somewhat flattered. 'If I see him at the assembly tomorrow, perhaps I'll ask him down. I hope he knows we live at Oak Lodge, Camberwell, my dear.' 'Of course, and that you keep a one horse carriage.' 'I'll see about it,' said Mr. Malderton, composing himself for a nap. 'I'll see about it.' Mr. Malderton was a man whose whole scope of ideas was limited to Lloyd's, the Exchange, the India House, and the Bank. A few successful speculations had raised him from a situation of obscurity and comparative poverty to a state of affluence. As frequently happens in such cases, the ideas of himself and his family became elevated to an extraordinary pitch as their means increased. They affected fashion, taste, and many other fooleries, in imitation of their betters, and had a very decided and becoming horror of anything which could by possibility be considered low. He was hospitable from ostentation, illiberal from ignorance, and prejudiced from conceit. Egotism and the love of display induced him to keep an excellent table. Convenience and a love of good things of this life ensured him plenty of guests. He liked to have clever men, or what he considered such, at his table, because it was a great thing to talk about, but he never could endure what he called sharp fellows. Probably he cherished this feeling out of compliment to his two sons, who gave their respective parent no uneasiness in that particular. The family were ambitious of forming acquaintances and connections in some sphere of society superior to that in which they themselves moved, and one of the necessary consequences of this desire, added to their utter ignorance of the world beyond their own small circle, was that anyone could lay claim to an acquaintance with people of rank and title had a sure passport to the table at Oak Lodge, Camberwell. The appearance of Mr. Horatio Sparkins at the assembly had excited no small degree of surprise and curiosity among its regular frequenters. Who could he be? He was evidently reserved and apparently melancholy. Was he a clergyman? He danced too well. A barrister? He said he was not called. He used very fine words, and talked a great deal. Could he be a distinguished foreigner, come to England for the purpose of describing the country, its manners and customs, and frequenting public balls and public dinners, with the view of becoming acquainted with high life, polished etiquette, and English refinement? No, he had not a foreign accent. Was he a surgeon, a contributor to the magazines, a writer of fashionable novels, or an artist? No, to each and all these surmises there existed some valid objection. Then, said everybody, he must be somebody. I should think he must be, reasoned Mr. Malderton within himself, because he perceives our superiority, and pays us so much attention. The night succeeding the conversation we have just recorded was assembly night. The double fly was ordered to be at the door of Oak Lodge at 9 o'clock precisely. The Miss Maldertons were dressed in sky blue satin trimmed with artificial flowers, and Mrs. M., who was a little fat woman, in ditto, looked like her eldest daughter multiplied by two. Mr. Frederick Malderton, the eldest son, in full dress costume, was the very beau ideal of a smart waiter, and Mr. Thomas Malderton, the youngest, with his white dress stock, blue coat, bright buttons, and red watch ribbon, strongly resembled the portrait of that interesting but rash young gentleman, George Barnwell. Every member of the party had made up his or her mind to cultivate the acquaintance of Mr. Horatio Sparkins. Miss Teresa, of course, was to be amiable and interesting, as ladies of 8 and 20 on the look out for a husband usually are. Mrs. Malderton would be all smiles and graces. Miss Marianne would request the favour of some verses for her album. Mr. Malderton would patronize the great unknown by asking him to dinner. Tom intended to ascertain the extent of his information on the interesting topics of snuff and cigars. Even Mr. Frederick Malderton himself, the family authority on all points of taste, dress, and fashionable arrangement, who had lodgings of his own in town, who had a free admission to a Covent Garden theatre, who always dressed according to the fashions of the months, who went up the water twice a week in the season, and who actually had an intimate friend who once knew a gentleman who formerly lived in the Albany, even he had determined that Mr. Horatio Sparkins must be a devilish good fellow, and that he would do him the honour of challenging him to a game at billiards. The first object that met the anxious eyes of the expectant family on their entrance into the ballroom was the interesting Horatio, with his hair brushed off his forehead and his eyes fixed on the ceiling, reclining in a contemplative attitude on one of the seats. "There he is, my dear," whispered Mrs. Malderton to Mr. Malderton. "How like Lord Byron!" murmured Miss Teresa. "Or Montgomery," whispered Miss Marianne. "Or the portraits of Captain Cook," suggested Tom. "Tom, don't be an ass," said his father, who checked him on all occasions, probably with a view to prevent his becoming sharp, which was very unnecessary. The elegant Sparkins attitudinized with admirable effect until the family had crossed the room. He then started up, with the most natural appearance of surprise and delight, accosted Mrs. Middleton with the utmost cordiality, saluted the young ladies in the most enchanting manner, bowed to and shook hands with Mr. Malderton with a degree of respect amounting almost to veneration, and returned the greetings of the two young men in a half gratified, half patronizing manner, which fully convinced them that he must be an important and at the same time condescending personage. "Miss Malderton," said Horatio, after the ordinary salutations and bowing very low, "may I be permitted to presume to hope that you will allow me to have the pleasure—" "I don't think I am engaged," said Miss Teresa, with a dreadful affectation of indifference. "But really, so many—" Horatio looked handsomely miserable. "I shall be most happy," simpered the interesting Teresa at last. Horatio's countenance brightened up, like an old hat in a shower of rain. "A very genteel young man, certainly," said the gratified Mr. Malderton, as the obsequious Sparkins and his partner joined the quadrille which was just forming. "He has a remarkably good address," said Mr. Frederick. "Yes, he's a prime fellow," interposed Tom, who always managed to put his foot in it. "He talks just like an auctioneer." "Tom," said his father solemnly, "I think I desired you before not to be a fool?" Tom looked as happy as a cock on a drizzly morning. "How delightful," said the interesting Horatio to his partner, as they promenaded the room at the conclusion of the set, "how delightful, how refreshing it is, to retire from the cloudy storms, the vicissitudes, and the troubles of life, even if it be but for a few short fleeting moments, and to spend those moments, fading and evanescent though they may be, in the delightful, the blessed society of one individual, whose frowns would be death, whose coldness would be madness, whose falsehood would be ruin, whose constancy would be bliss, the possession of whose affection would be the brightest and best reward that Heaven could bestow on man." "What feeling! What sentiment!" thought Miss Teresa, as she leaned more heavily on her companion's arm. "But enough, enough," resumed the elegant Sparkins with a theatrical air. "What have I said? What have I, to do with sentiments like these? Miss Malderton," here he stopped short, "may I hope to be permitted to offer the humble tribute of—" "Really, Mr. Sparkins," returned the enraptured Teresa, blushing in the sweetest confusion, "I must refer you to papa. I never can, without his consent, venture to—" "Surely he cannot object—" "Oh yes, indeed, indeed, you know him not," interrupted Miss Teresa, well knowing that there was nothing to fear, but wishing to make the interview resemble a scene in some romantic novel. "He cannot object to my offering you a glass of negus," returned the adorable Sparkins with some surprise. Is that all? Thought the disappointed Teresa. What a fuss about nothing! It will give me the greatest pleasure, sir, to see you to dinner at Oak Lodge, Camberwell, on Sunday next at 5 o'clock, if you have no better engagement,' said Mr. Malderton at the conclusion of the evening, as he and his sons were standing in conversation with Mr. Horatio Sparkins. Horatio bowed his acknowledgments, and accepted the flattering invitation. 'I must confess,' continued the father, offering his snuff box to his new acquaintance, 'that I don't enjoy these assemblies half so much as the comfort, I had almost said the luxury, of Oak Lodge. They have no great charms for an elderly man.' 'After all, sir, what is man?' said the metaphysical Sparkins. 'I say, what is man?' 'Ah! Very true,' said Mr. Malderton, 'very true.' 'We know that we live and breathe,' continued Horatio. 'That we have wants and wishes, desires and appetites, certainly,' said Mr. Frederick Malderton, looking profound. 'I say we know that we exist,' repeated Horatio, raising his voice, 'but there we stop. There is an end to our knowledge, there is the summit of our attainments, there is the termination of our ends. What more do we know?' 'Nothing,' replied Mr. Frederick, than whom no one was more capable of answering for himself in that particular. Tom was about to hazard something, but, fortunately for his reputation, he caught his father's angry eye, and slunk off like a puppy convicted of petty larceny. 'Upon my word,' said Mr. Malderton the elder, as they were returning home in the fly, 'that Mr. Sparkins is a wonderful young man. Such surprising knowledge, such extraordinary information, and such a splendid mode of expressing himself!' 'I think he must be somebody in disguise,' said Miss Marianne. 'How charmingly romantic!' 'He talks very loud and nicely,' timidly observed Tom, 'but I don't exactly understand what he means.' 'I almost begin to despair of your understanding anything, Tom,' said his father, who of course had been much enlightened by Mr. Horatio Sparkins's conversation. 'It strikes me, Tom,' said Miss Teresa, 'that you have made yourself very ridiculous this evening.' 'No doubt of it!' cried everybody, and the unfortunate Tom reduced himself into the least possible space. That night, Mr. and Mrs. Malderton had a long conversation respecting their daughter's prospects and future arrangements. Miss Teresa went to bed, considering whether, in the event of her marrying a title, she could conscientiously encourage the visits of her present associates, and dreamed all night of disguised noblemen, large routs, ostrich plumes, bridal favours, and Horatio Sparkins. Various surmises were hazarded on the Sunday morning, as to the mode of conveyance which the anxiously expected Horatio would adopt. Did he have a gig? Was it possible he could come on horseback? Or would he patronise the stage? These and other various conjectures of equal importance engrossed the attention of Mrs. Malderton and her daughters during the whole morning after church. 'Upon my word, my dear, it's a most annoying thing that that vulgar brother of yours should have invited himself to dine here to day,' said Mr. Malderton to his wife, 'on account of Mr. Sparkins coming down. I purposely abstained from asking any one but Flamwell. And then to think of your brother a tradesman! It's insufferable. I declare I wouldn't have him mention his shop before our new guest. No, not for £1,000. I wouldn't care if he had the good sense to conceal the disgrace he is to the family, but he's so fond of his horrible business that he WILL let people know what he is.' Mr. Jacob Barton, the individual alluded to, was a large grocer, so vulgar and so lost to all sense of feeling, that he actually never scrupled to avow that he wasn't above his business. He'd make his money by it, and he didn't care who knowed it. 'Ah! Flamwell, my dear fellow, how do you do?' said Mr. Malderton, as a little spoffish man with green spectacles entered the room. 'You got my note?' 'Yes, I did, and here I am, in consequence.' 'You don't happen to know this Mr. Sparkins by name? You know everybody?' Mr. Flamwell was one of those gentlemen of remarkable extensive information whom one occasionally meets in society, who pretend to know everybody, but in reality know nobody. At Malderton's, where any stories about great people were received with a greedy air, he was an especial favourite, and knowing the kind of people he had to deal with, he carried his passion of claiming an acquaintance with everybody to the most immoderate length. He had rather a singular way of telling his greatest lies in parentheses, with an air of self-denial, as if he feared being thought egotistical. "Why, no, I don't know him by that name," returned Flamwell in a low tone, with an air of immense importance. "I have no doubt I know him, though. Is he tall?" "Middle-sized," said Miss Teresa. "With black hair?" inquired Flamwell, hazarding a bold guess. "Yes," returned Miss Teresa eagerly. "Rather a snub nose?" "No," said the disappointed Teresa. "He has a Roman nose." "I said a Roman nose, didn't I?" inquired Flamwell. "He's an elegant young man?" "Oh, certainly." "With remarkably prepossessing manners?" "Oh, yes," said all the family together. "You must know him." "Yes, I thought you knew him if he was anybody," triumphantly exclaimed Mr. Malderton. "Who do you think he is?" "Why, from your description," said Flamwell, ruminating and sinking his voice almost to a whisper, "he bears a strong resemblance to the Honourable Augustus Fitz Edward Fitz John Fitzosborne. He's a very talented young man, and rather eccentric. It's extremely probable he may have changed his name for some temporary purpose." Teresa's heart beat high. Could he be the Honourable Augustus Fitz Edward Fitz John Fitzosborne? What a name to be elegantly engraved upon two glazed cards, tied together with a piece of white satin ribbon! The Honourable Mrs. Augustus Fitz Edward Fitz John Fitzosborne! The thought was transport. "It's 5 minutes to 5," said Mr. Malderton, looking at his watch. "I hope he's not going to disappoint us." "There he is!" exclaimed Miss Teresa, as a loud double knock was heard at the door. Everybody endeavoured to look, as people, when they particularly expect a visitor, always do, as if they were perfectly unsuspicious of the approach of anybody. The room door opened. "Mr. Barton," said the servant. "Confound the man!" murmured Malderton. "Ah, my dear sir, how do you do? Any news?" "Why, no," returned the grocer, in his usual bluff manner. "No, none particular. None that I'm much aware of. How do you do, gals and boys? Mr. Flamwell, sir, glad to see you." "Here's Mr. Sparkins," said Tom, who had been looking out of the window, "on such a black horse." There was Horatio, sure enough, on a large black horse, curveting and prancing along like an Astley supernumerary. After a great deal of reining in and pulling up, with the accompaniments of snorting, rearing, and kicking, the animal consented to stop at about 100 yards from the gate, where Mr. Sparkins dismounted and confided him to the care of Mr. Malderton's groom. The ceremony of introduction was gone through in all due form. Mr. Flamwell looked from behind his green spectacles at Horatio with an air of mysterious importance, and the gallant Horatio looked unutterable things at Teresa. "Is he the Honourable Mr. Augustus what's his name?" whispered Mrs. Malderton to Flamwell, as he was escorting her to the dining room. "Why, no, at least not exactly," returned the great authority. "Not exactly." "Who is he then?" "Hush!" said Flamwell, nodding his head with a grave air, importing that he knew very well, but was prevented by some grave reasons of state from disclosing the important secret. It might be one of the ministers, making himself acquainted with the views of the people. "Mr. Sparkins," said the delighted Mrs. Malderton, "pray divide the ladies. John, put a chair for the gentleman between Miss Teresa and Miss Mary Anne." This was addressed to a man who on ordinary occasions acted as half groom, half gardener, but who, as it was important to make an impression on Mr. Sparkins, had been forced into a white neckerchief and shoes, and touched up and brushed to look like a second footman. The dinner was excellent. Horatio was most attentive to Miss Teresa, and every one felt in high spirits, except Mr. Malderton, who, knowing the propensity of his brother-in-law, Mr. Barton, endured that sort of agony which the newspapers inform us is experienced by the surrounding neighbourhood when a pot-boy hangs himself in a hay-loft, and which is much easier to be imagined than described. "Have you seen your friend, Sir Thomas Noland, lately, Flamwell?" inquired Mr. Malderton, casting a sidelong look at Horatio to see what effect the mention of so great a man had upon him. "Why, no, not very lately. I saw Lord Gubbleton the day before yesterday." "Oh! I hope his lordship is very well,' said Malderton, in a tone of the greatest interest. It is scarcely necessary to say that until that moment he had been quite innocent of the existence of such a person. 'Why, yes, he was very well indeed. He's a devilish good fellow. I met him in the city, and had a long chat with him. Indeed, I'm rather intimate with him. I couldn't stop to talk to him as long as I could wish, though, because I was on my way to a banker's, a very rich man, and a member of Parliament, with whom I am also rather, indeed I may say, very intimate.' 'I know whom you mean,' returned the host, consequentially, in reality knowing as much about the matter as Flamwell himself. 'He has a capital business.' This was touching on a dangerous topic. 'Talking of business,' interposed Mr Barton from the centre of the table, 'a gentleman whom you know very well, Malderton, before you made that first lucky speck of yours, called at our shop the other day, and—' 'Barton, may I trouble you for a potato?' interrupted the wretched master of the house, hoping to nip the story in the bud. 'Certainly,' returned the grocer, quite insensible of his brother-in-law's object, 'and he said, in a very plain manner—' 'Flurry, if you please,' interrupted Malderton again, dreading the termination of the anecdote, and fearing a repetition of the word shop. 'He said, says he,' continued the culprit, after dispatching the potato, 'says he, "How goes on your business?" So I said jokingly, "You know my way," says I. "I'm never above my business, and I hope my business will never be above me. Ha ha!" "Mr. Sparkins," said the host, vainly endeavouring to conceal his dismay, "a glass of wine." "With the utmost pleasure, sir." "Happy to see you. Thank you." "We were talking the other evening," resumed the host, addressing Horatio, partly with the view of displaying the conversational powers of his new acquaintance, and partly in the hope of drowning the grocer's stories, "we were talking the other night about the nature of man. Your argument struck me very forcibly." "And me," said Mr. Frederick. Horatio made a graceful inclination of the head. "Pray, what is your opinion of women, Mr. Sparkins?" inquired Mrs. Malderton. The young lady simpered. "Man," replied Horatio, "man, whether he range the bright, gay, flowery plains of a second Eden, or the more sterile, barren, and I may say commonplace regions to which we are compelled to accustom ourselves in times such as these, man, under any circumstances or in any place, whether he were bending beneath the withering blasts of the frigid zone, or scorching under the rays of a vertical sun, man without woman would be alone." "I am very happy to find you entertain such honourable opinions, Mr. Sparkins," said Mrs. Malderton. "And I," added Miss Teresa. Horatio looked his delight, and the young lady blushed. "Now, it's my opinion," said Mr. Barton. "I know what you're going to say," interposed Malderton, determined not to give his relation another opportunity, "and I don't agree with you." "What?" inquired the astonished grocer. "I am sorry to differ with you, Barton," said the host, in as positive a manner as if he really were contradicting a position which the other had laid down, "but I cannot give my assent to what I consider a very monstrous proposition." "But I meant to say, you never can convince me," said Malderton, with an air of obstinate determination. "Never." "And I," said Mr. Frederick, following up his father's attack, "cannot entirely agree in Mr. Sparkins's argument." "What?" said Horatio, who became more metaphysical and more argumentative as he saw the female part of the family listening in wonderful delight. "What? Is effect the consequence of cause? Is cause the precursor of effect? That's the point," said Flamwell. "To be sure," said Mr. Malderton. "Because, if effect is the consequence of cause, and if cause does precede effect, I apprehend you are wrong," added Horatio. "Decidedly," said the toad-eating Flamwell. "At least, I apprehend that to be the just and logical deduction," said Sparkins, in a tone of interrogation. "No doubt of it," chimed in Flamwell again. "It settles the point." "Well, perhaps it does," said Mr. Frederick. "I didn't see it before." "I don't exactly see it now," thought the grocer, "but I suppose it's all right." "How wonderfully clever he is!" whispered Mrs. Malderton to her daughters, as they retired to the drawing room. "Oh, he's quite a love," said both the young ladies together. "He talks like an oracle. He must have seen a great deal of life. The gentlemen being left to themselves, a pause ensued, during which everybody looked very grave, as if they were quite overcome by the profound nature of the previous discussion. Flamwell, who had made up his mind to find out who and what Mr. Horatio Sparkins really was, first broke silence. "Excuse me, sir," said that distinguished personage. "I presume you have studied for the bar? I thought of entering once myself. Indeed, I'm rather intimate with some of the highest ornaments of that distinguished profession." "No," said Horatio, with a little hesitation, "not exactly." "But you have made much among the silk gowns, or I mistake?" inquired Flamwell, deferentially. "Nearly all my life," returned Sparkins. The question was thus pretty well settled in the mind of Mr. Flamwell. He was a young gentleman about to be called. "I shouldn't like to be a barrister," said Tom, speaking for the first time, and looking round the table to find somebody who would notice the remark. No one made any reply. "I shouldn't like to wear a wig," said Tom, hazarding another observation. "Tom, I beg you will not make yourself ridiculous," said his father. "Pray listen, and improve yourself by the conversation you hear, and don't be constantly making these absurd remarks." "Very well, father," replied the unfortunate Tom, who had not spoken a word since he had asked for another slice of beef at 5:15 p.m., and it was then 8. "Well, Tom," observed his good-natured uncle, "never mind. I think with you. I shouldn't like to wear a wig. I'd rather wear an apron." Mr. Malderton coughed violently. Mr. Barton resumed. "For if a man's above his business—" The cough returned with tenfold violence, and did not cease until the unfortunate cause of it, in his alarm, had quite forgotten what he intended to say. "Mr. Sparkins," said Flamwell, returning to the charge, "do you happen to know Mr. Delfontaine of Bedford Square?" "I have exchanged cards with him, since which indeed I have had an opportunity of serving him considerably," replied Horatio, slightly colouring, no doubt, at having been betrayed into making the acknowledgment. "You are very lucky if you have had an opportunity of obliging that great man," observed Flamwell, with an air of profound respect. "I don't know who he is," he whispered to Mr. Malderton confidentially, as they followed Horatio up to the drawing room. "It's quite clear, however, that he belongs to the law, and that he is somebody of great importance, and very highly connected." "No doubt, no doubt," returned his companion. The remainder of the evening passed away most delightfully. Mr. Malderton, relieved from his apprehensions by the circumstance of Mr. Barton's falling into a profound sleep, was as affable and gracious as possible. Miss Teresa played the Fall of Paris, as Mr. Sparkins declared, in a most masterly manner, and both of them, assisted by Mr. Frederick, tried over glees and trios without number, they having made the pleasing discovery that their voices harmonized beautifully. To be sure, they all sang the first part, and Horatio, in addition to the slight drawback of having no ear, was perfectly innocent of knowing a note of music. Still, they passed the time very agreeably, and it was past 12 o'clock before Mr. Sparkins ordered the morning couch-looking steed to be brought out, an order which was only complied with on the distinct understanding that he was to repeat his visit on the following Sunday. "But perhaps Mr. Sparkins will form one of our party to-morrow evening," suggested Mrs. M. "Mr. Malderton intends taking the girls to see the pantomime." Mr. Sparkins bowed, and promised to join the party in box 48 in the course of the evening. "We will not tax you for the morning," said Miss Teresa bewitchingly, "for Ma is going to take us to all sorts of places, shopping. I know that gentlemen have a great horror of that employment." Mr. Sparkins bowed again, and declared that he should be delighted, but business of importance occupied him in the morning. Flamwell looked at Malderton significantly. "It's term time," he whispered. At 12 o'clock on the following morning, the flag was at the door of Oak Lodge to convey Mrs. Malderton and her daughters on their expedition for the day. They were to dine and dress for the play at a friend's house. First driving thither with their bandboxes, they departed on their first errand to make some purchases at Messrs. John Spruggins and Smith's, of Tottenham Court Road, after which they were to go to Redmayne's in Bond Street, thence to innumerable places that no one ever heard of. The young ladies beguiled the tediousness of the ride by eulogizing Mr. Horatio Sparkins, scolding their mamma for taking them so far to save a shilling, and wondering whether they should ever reach their destination. At length the vehicle stopped before a dirty looking ticketed linen draper's shop, with goods of all kinds, and labels of all sorts and sizes in the window. There were dropsical figures of 7, with a little 3 farthings in the corner, perfectly invisible to the naked eye, 350,000 ladies' boas from 1 shilling and a penny halfpenny, real French kid shoes at 2 and 9 pence per pair, green parasols at an equally cheap rate, and every description of goods, as the proprietor said, and they must know best, 50% under cost price. "Lor, ma, what a place you have brought us to!" said Miss Teresa. "What would Mr. Sparkins say if he could see us?" "Ah! What indeed?" said Miss Marianne, horrified at the idea. "Pray be seated, ladies. What is the first article?" inquired the obsequious master of the ceremonies of the establishment, who, in his large white neckcloth and formal tie, looked like a bad portrait of a gentleman in the Somerset House exhibition. "I want to see some silks," answered Mrs. Malderton. "Directly, ma'am. Mr. Smith, where is Mr. Smith?" "Here, sir," cried a voice at the back of the shop. "Pray make haste, Mr. Smith," said the M.C. "You never are to be found when you're wanted, sir." Mr. Smith, thus enjoined to use all possible dispatch, leaped over the counter with great agility, and placed himself before the newly arrived customers. Mrs. Malderton uttered a faint scream. Miss Teresa, who had been stooping down to talk to her sister, raised her head and beheld Horatio Sparkins. We will draw a veil, as novel writers say, over the scene that ensued. The mysterious, philosophical, romantic, metaphysical Sparkins, he who to the interesting Teresa seemed like the embodied idea of the young dukes and poetical exquisites in black silk dressing gowns and ditto slippers, of whom she had read and dreamed, but had never expected to behold, was suddenly converted into Mr. Samuel Smith, the assistant at a cheap shop, the junior partner in a slippery firm of some 3 weeks' existence. The dignified evanishment of the hero of Oak Lodge, on this unexpected recognition, could only be equalled by that of a furtive dog with a considerable kettle at his tail. All the hopes of the Maldertons were destined at once to melt away, like the lemon ices at a company's dinner. Almack's was still to them as distant as the North Pole, and Miss Teresa had as much chance of a husband as Captain Ross had of the North West Passage. Years have elapsed since the occurrence of this dreadful morning. The daisies have thrice bloomed on Camberwell Green, the sparrows have thrice repeated their vernal chirps in Camberwell Grove, but the Miss Maldertons are still unmated. Miss Teresa's case is more desperate than ever, but Flamwell is yet in the zenith of his reputation, and the family have the same predilection for aristocratic personages, with an increased aversion to anything low. End of section 50. Sketches by Boz, section 51. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 51. Tales, Chapter 6. The Black Veil. One winter's evening, towards the close of the year 1800, or within a year or two of that time, a young medical practitioner, recently established in business, was seated by a cheerful fire in his little parlour, listening to the wind which was beating the rain in pattering drops against the window, or rumbling dismally in the chimney. The night was wet and cold. He had been walking through mud and water the whole day, and was now comfortably reposing in his dressing gown and slippers, more than half asleep and less than half awake, revolving 1,000 matters in his wandering imagination. First he thought how hard the wind was blowing, and how the cold sharp rain would be at that moment beating in his face if he were not comfortably housed at home. Then his mind reverted to his annual Christmas visit to his native place and dearest friends. He thought how glad they would all be to see him, and how happy it would make Rose if he could only tell her that he had found a patient at last, and hoped to have more, and to come down again in a few months' time, and marry her, and take her home to gladden his lonely fireside, and stimulate him to fresh exertions. Then he began to wonder when his first patient would appear, or whether he was destined, by a special dispensation of Providence, never to have any patients at all. And then he thought about Rose again, and dropped asleep and dreamed about her, till the tones of her sweet merry voice sounded in his ears, and her soft tiny hand rested on his shoulder. There was a hand upon his shoulder, but it was neither soft nor tiny, its owner being a corpulent round-headed boy, who, in consideration of the sum of 1 shilling per week and his food, was let out by the parish to carry medicine and messages. As there was no demand for the medicine, however, and no necessity for the messages, he usually occupied his unemployed hours, averaging 14 a day, in abstracting peppermint drops, taking animal nourishment, and going to sleep. "A lady, sir, a lady," whispered the boy, rousing his master with a shake. "What lady?" cried our friend, starting up, not quite certain that his dream was an illusion, and half expecting that it might be Rose himself. "What lady? Where?" "There, sir," replied the boy, pointing to the glass door leading into the surgery, with an expression of alarm which the very unusual apparition of a customer might have tended to excite. The surgeon looked towards the door, and started himself for an instant on beholding the appearance of his unlooked for visitor. It was a singularly tall woman, dressed in deep mourning, and standing so close to the door that her face almost touched the glass. The upper part of her figure was carefully muffled in a black shawl, as if for the purpose of concealment, and her face was shrouded by a thick black veil. She stood perfectly erect, her figure was drawn up to its full height, and though the surgeon felt that the eyes beneath the veil were fixed on him, she stood perfectly motionless, and evinced by no gesture whatever the slightest consciousness of his having turned towards her. "Do you wish to consult me?" he inquired, with some hesitation, holding open the door. It opened inwards, and therefore the action did not alter the position of the figure, which still remained motionless on the same spot. She slightly inclined her head, in token of acquiescence. "Pray walk in," said the surgeon. The figure moved a step forward, and then turning its head in the direction of the boy, to his infinite horror, appeared to hesitate. "Leave the room, Tom," said the young man, addressing the boy, whose large round eyes had been extended to their utmost width during this brief interview. "Draw the curtain, and shut the door." The boy drew a green curtain across the glass part of the door, retired into the surgery, closed the door after him, and immediately applied one of his large eyes to the keyhole on the other side. The surgeon drew a chair to the fire, and motioned the visitor to a seat. The mysterious figure slowly moved towards it. As the blaze shone upon the black dress, the surgeon observed that the bottom of it was saturated with mud and rain. "You are very wet," he said. "I am," said the stranger, in a low deep voice. "And you are ill?" added the surgeon, compassionately, for the tone was that of a person in pain. "I am," was the reply. "Very ill. Not bodily, but mentally. It is not for myself, or on my own behalf," continued the stranger, "that I come to you. If I laboured under bodily disease, I should not be out, alone, at such an hour, or on such a night as this; and if I were afflicted with it 24 hours hence, God knows how gladly I would lie down and pray to die. It is for another that I beseech your aid, sir. I may be mad to ask it for him. I think I am. But night after night, through the long dreary hours of watching and weeping, the thought has been ever present to my mind, and though even I see the hopelessness of human assistance availing him, the bare thought of laying him in his grave without it makes my blood run cold," and a shudder, such as the surgeon well knew art could not produce, trembled through the speaker's frame. There was a desperate earnestness in this woman's manner that went to the young man's heart. He was young in his profession, and had not yet witnessed enough of the miseries which are daily presented before the eyes of its members, to have grown comparatively callous to human suffering. "If," he said, rising hastily, "the person of whom you speak be in so hopeless a condition as you describe, not a moment is to be lost. I will go with you instantly. Why did you not obtain medical advice before? Because it would have been useless before. Because it is useless even now, replied the woman, clasping her hands passionately. The surgeon gazed for a moment on the black veil, as if to ascertain the expression of the features beneath it. Its thickness, however, rendered such a result impossible. You are ill, he said, gently, although you do not know it. The fever which has enabled you to bear, without feeling it, the fatigue you have evidently undergone, is burning within you now. Put that to your lips, he continued, pouring out a glass of water. Compose yourself for a few moments, and then tell me as calmly as you can what the disease of the patient is, and how long he has been ill. When I know what it is necessary I should know to render my visit serviceable to him, I am ready to accompany you. The stranger lifted the glass of water to her mouth, without raising the veil, put it down again, untasted, and burst into tears. I know, she said, sobbing aloud, that what I say to you now seems like the ravings of fever. I have been told so before, less kindly than by you. I am not a young woman, and they do say that as life steals on towards its final close, the last short remnant, worthless as it may seem to all beside, is dearer to its possessor than all the years that have gone before, connected though they be with the recollection of old friends long since dead, and young ones, children perhaps, who have fallen off from and forgotten one as completely as if they had died too. My natural term of life cannot be many years longer, and should be dear on that account, but I would lay it down without a sigh, with cheerfulness, with joy, if what I tell you now were only false or imaginary. Tomorrow morning, he of whom I speak will be, I know, though I would fain to think otherwise, beyond the reach of human aid. And yet to-night, though he is in deadly peril, you must not see, and could not serve him. I am unwilling to increase your distress, said the surgeon, after a short pause, by making any comment on what you have just said, or appearing desirous to investigate a subject you are so anxious to conceal, but there is an inconsistency in your statement which I cannot reconcile with probability. This person is dying to-night, and I cannot see him when my assistance might possibly avail. You apprehend it will be useless tomorrow, and yet you would have me see him then. If he be indeed as dear to you as your words and manner would imply, why not try to save his life before delay in the progress of his disease render it impracticable? God help me! Exclaimed the woman, weeping bitterly. How can I hope strangers will believe what appears incredible even to myself? You will not see him then, sir, she added, rising suddenly. I did not say that I decline to see him, replied the surgeon, but I warn you that if you persist in this extraordinary procrastination, and the individual dies, a fearful responsibility rests with you. The responsibility will rest heavily somewhere, replied the stranger bitterly. Whatever responsibility rests with me I am content to bear and ready to answer. As I incur none, continued the surgeon, by acceding to your request, I will see him in the morning, if you leave me the address. At what hour can he be seen? 9, replied the stranger. You must excuse my pressing these inquiries, said the surgeon, but is he in your charge now? He is not, was the rejoinder. Then, if I gave you instructions for his treatment through the night, you could not assist him. The woman wept bitterly as she replied, I could not. Finding that there was but little prospect of obtaining more information by prolonging the interview, and anxious to spare the woman's feelings, which, subdued at first by a violent effort, were now irrepressible and most painful to witness, the surgeon repeated his promise of calling in the morning at the appointed hour. His visitor, after giving him a direction to an obscure part of Walworth, left the house in the same mysterious manner in which she had entered it. It will be readily believed that so extraordinary a visit produced a considerable impression on the mind of the young surgeon, and that he speculated a great deal and to very little purpose on the possible circumstances of the case. In common with the generality of people, he had often heard and read of singular instances in which a presentiment of death at a particular day or even minute had been entertained and realized. At one moment he was inclined to think that the present might be such a case. But then it occurred to him that all the anecdotes of the kind he had ever heard were of persons who had been troubled with a foreboding of their own death. This woman, however, spoke of another person, a man, and it was impossible to suppose that a mere dream or delusion of fancy would induce her to speak of his approaching dissolution with such terrible certainty as she had spoken. It could not be that the man was to be murdered in the morning, and that the woman, originally a consenting party and bound to secrecy by an oath, had relented, and, though unable to prevent the commission of some outrage on the victim, had determined to prevent his death if possible, by the timely interposition of medical aid? The idea of such things happening within 2 miles of the metropolis appeared too wild and preposterous to be entertained beyond the instant. Then his original impression that the woman's intellects were disordered recurred, and, as it was the only mode of solving the difficulty with any degree of satisfaction, he obstinately made up his mind to believe that she was mad. Certain misgivings upon this point, however, stole upon his thoughts at the time, and presented themselves again and again through the long dull course of a sleepless night, during which, in spite of all his efforts to the contrary, he was unable to banish the black veil from his disturbed imagination. The back part of Walworth, at its greatest distance from town, is a straggling, miserable place enough, even in these days, but 35 years ago the greater portion of it was little better than a dreary waste, inhabited by a few scattered people of questionable character, whose poverty prevented them living in any better neighbourhood, or whose pursuits and mode of life rendered its solitude desirable. Very many of the houses which have since sprung up on all sides were not built until some years afterwards, and the great majority even of those which were sprinkled about at irregular intervals were of the rudest and most miserable description. The appearance of the place through which he walked in the morning was not calculated to raise the spirits of the young surgeon, or to dispel any feelings of anxiety or depression which the singular kind of visit he was about to make had awakened. Striking off from the high road, his way lay across a marshy common, through irregular lanes, with here and there a ruinous and dismantled cottage falling to pieces with decay and neglect. A stunted tree or pool of stagnant water, roused into a sluggish action by the heavy rain of the preceding night, skirting the path occasionally, and now and then a miserable pitch of garden ground, with a few old boards knocked together for a summer house, and old palings imperfectly mended with stakes pilfered from the neighbouring hedges, bore testimony at once to the poverty of the inhabitants, and the little scruple they entertained in appropriating the property of other people to their own use. Occasionally a filthy looking woman would make her appearance from the door of a dirty house, to empty the contents of some cooking utensil into the gutter in front, or to scream after a little slipshod girl who had contrived to stagger a few yards from the door under the weight of a sallow infant almost as big as herself. But scarcely anything was stirring around, and so much of the prospect as could be faintly traced through the cold damp mist which hung heavily over it, presented a lonely and dreary appearance perfectly in keeping with the objects we have described. After plodding wearily through the mud and mire, making many inquiries for the place to which he had been directed, and receiving as many contradictory and unsatisfactory replies in return, the young man at length arrived before the house which had been pointed out to him as the object of his destination. It was a small low building 1 story above the ground, with even a more desolate and unpromising exterior than any he had yet passed. An old yellow curtain was closely drawn across the window upstairs, and the parlour shutters were closed but not fastened. The house was detached from any other, and, as it stood at an angle of a narrow lane, there was no other habitation in sight. When we say that the surgeon hesitated, and walked a few paces beyond the house before he could prevail upon himself to lift the knocker, we say nothing that need raise a smile upon the face of the boldest reader. The police of London were a very different body in that day. The isolated position of the suburbs, when the rage for building and the progress of improvement had not yet begun to connect them with the main body of the city and its environs, rendered many of them, and this in particular, a place of resort for the worst and most depraved characters. Even the streets in the gayest part of London were imperfectly lighted at that time, and such places as these were left entirely to the mercy of the moon and stars. The chances of detecting desperate characters, or of tracing them to their haunts, were thus rendered very few, and their offences naturally increased in boldness as the consciousness of comparative security became the more impressed upon them by daily experience. Added to these considerations, It must be remembered that the young man had spent some time in the public hospitals in the metropolis, and although neither Burke nor Bishop had then gained an honourable notoriety, his own observation might have suggested to him how easily the atrocities to which the former had since given his name might be committed. Be this as it may, whatever reflection made him hesitate, he did hesitate. But being a young man of strong mind and great personal courage, it was only for an instant. He stepped briskly back and knocked gently at the door. A low whispering was audible immediately afterwards, as if some person at the end of the passage were conversing stealthily with another on the landing above. It was succeeded by the noise of a pair of heavy boots upon the bare floor. The door chain was softly unfastened, the door opened, and a tall ill-favoured man with black hair and a face, as the surgeon often declared afterwards, as pale and haggard as the countenance of any dead man he ever saw, presented himself. "Walk in, sir," he said in a low tone. The surgeon did so, and the man, having secured the door again by the chain, led the way to a small back parlour at the extremity of the passage. "Am I in time?" "Too soon," replied the man. The surgeon turned hastily round, with a gesture of astonishment not unmixed with alarm, which he found it impossible to repress. "If you'll step in here, sir," said the man, who had evidently noticed the action, "if you'll step in here, sir, you won't be detained 5 minutes, I assure you." The surgeon at once walked into the room. The man closed the door, and left him alone. It was a little cold room, with no other furniture than 2 deal chairs and a table of the same material. A handful of fire, unguarded by any fender, was burning in the grate, which brought out the damp if it served no more comfortable purpose, for the unwholesome moisture was stealing down the walls in long slug-like tracks. The window, which was broken and patched in many places, looked into a small enclosed piece of ground almost covered with water. Not a sound was to be heard, either within the house or without. The young surgeon sat down by the fireplace, to await the result of his first professional visit. He had not remained in the position many minutes, when the noise of some approaching vehicle struck his ear. It stopped. The street door was opened. A low talking succeeded, accompanied with a shuffling noise of footsteps along the passage and on the stairs, as if 2 or 3 men were engaged in carrying some heavy body to the room above. The creaking of the stairs, a few seconds afterwards, announced that the newcomers, having completed their task, whatever it was, were leaving the house. The door was again closed, and the former silence was restored. Another 5 minutes had elapsed, and the surgeon had resolved to explore the house in search of some one to whom he might make his errand known, when the room door opened, and his last night's visitor, dressed in exactly the same manner, with the veil lowered as before, motioned him to advance. The singular height of her form, coupled with the circumstance of her not speaking, caused the idea to pass across his brain for an instant that it might be a man disguised in woman's attire. The hysteric sobs which issued from beneath the veil, and the convulsive attitude of grief of the whole figure, however, at once exposed the absurdity of the suspicion, and he hastily followed. The woman led the way upstairs to the front room, and paused at the door to let him enter first. It was scantily furnished with an old deal box, a few chairs, and a tent bedstead, without hangings or cross rails, which was covered with a patchwork counterpane. The dim light, admitted through the curtain which he had noticed from the outside, rendered the objects in the room so indistinct, and communicated to all of them so uniform a hue, that he did not at first perceive the object on which his eye at once rested when the woman rushed frantically past him, and flung herself on her knees by the bedside. Stretched upon the bed, closely enveloped in a linen wrapper, and covered with blankets, lay a human form, stiff and motionless. The head and face, which were those of a man, were uncovered, save by a bandage which passed over the head and under the chin. The eyes were closed. The left arm lay heavily across the bed, and the woman held the passive hand. The surgeon gently pushed the woman aside, and took the hand in his. "My God!" he exclaimed, letting it fall involuntarily, "the man is dead!" The woman started to her feet, and beat her hands together. "Oh, don't say so, sir!" she exclaimed with a burst of passion amounting almost to frenzy. "Oh, don't say so, sir, I can't bear it. Men have been brought to life before when unskilful people have given them up for lost, and men have died who might have been restored if proper means had been resorted to. Don't let him lie here, sir, without one effort to save him. This very moment life may be passing away. Do try, sir, do, for heaven's sake." And while speaking, she hurriedly chafed first the forehead and then the breast of the senseless form before her, and then wildly beat the cold hands, which, when she ceased to hold them, fell listlessly and heavily back on the coverlet. "It is of no use, my good woman," said the surgeon soothingly, as he withdrew his hand from the man's breast. "Stay, undraw that curtain." "Why?" said the woman, starting up. "Undraw that curtain," repeated the surgeon in an agitated tone. "I darkened the room on purpose," said the woman, throwing herself before him as he rose to undraw it. "Oh, sir, have pity on me. If it can be of no use, and he is really dead, do not expose that form to other eyes than mine." "This man died no natural or easy death," said the surgeon. "I must see the body." With a motion so sudden that the woman hardly knew that he had slipped from beside her, he tore open the curtain, admitted the full light of day, and returned to the bedside. "There has been violence here," he said, pointing towards the body and gazing intently on the face, from which the black veil was now for the first time removed. In the excitement of a minute before, the female had thrown off the bonnet and veil, and now stood with her eyes fixed upon him. Her features were those of a woman about 50, who had once been handsome. Sorrow and weeping had left traces upon them, which not time itself would ever have produced without their aid. Her face was deadly pale, and there was a nervous contortion of the lip, and an unnatural fire in her eye, which showed too plainly that her bodily and mental powers had nearly sunk beneath an accumulation of misery. "There has been violence here," said the surgeon, preserving his searching glance. "There has," replied the woman. "This man has been murdered." "That I call God to witness he has," said the woman passionately. "Pitilessly, inhumanly murdered." "By whom?" said the surgeon, seizing the woman by the arm. "Look at the butcher's marks, and then ask me," she replied. The surgeon turned his face towards the bed and bent over the body, which now lay full in the light of the window. The throat was swollen, and a livid mark encircled it. The truth flashed suddenly upon him. "This is one of the men who were hanged this morning!" he exclaimed, turning away with a shudder. "It is," replied the woman, with a cold, unmeaning stare. "Who was he?" inquired the surgeon. "My son," rejoined the woman, and fell senseless at his feet. It was true. A companion, equally guilty with himself, had been acquitted for want of evidence, and this man had been left for death and executed. To recount the circumstances of the case at this distant period must be unnecessary, and might give pain to some persons still alive. The history was an everyday one. The mother was a widow without friends or money, and had denied herself necessaries to bestow them on her orphan boy. That boy, unmindful of her prayers and forgetful of the sufferings she had endured for him, incessant anxiety of mind, and voluntary starvation of body, had plunged into a career of dissipation and crime, and this was the result: his own death by the hangman's hands, and his mother's shame and incurable insanity. For many years after this occurrence, and when profitable and arduous avocations would have led many men to forget that such a miserable being existed, the young surgeon was a daily visitor at the side of the harmless mad woman, not only soothing her by his presence and kindness, but alleviating the rigour of her condition by pecuniary donations for her comfort and support, bestowed with no sparing hand. In the transient gleam of recollection and consciousness which preceded her death, a prayer for his welfare and protection, as fervent as mortal ever breathed, rose from the lips of this poor friendless creature. That prayer flew to heaven and was heard. The blessings he was instrumental in conferring have been repaid to him a thousandfold, but amid all the honours of rank and station which have since been heaped upon him, and which he has so well earned, he can have no reminiscence more gratifying to his heart than that connected with the black veil. End of Section 51. Sketches by Boz, Section 52. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, Section 52. Tales, Chapter 7. The Steam Excursion. Mr. Percy Noakes was a law student, inhabiting a set of chambers on the fourth floor in one of those houses in Gray's Inn Square which command an extensive view of the gardens and their usual adjuncts, flaunting nursery maids and town-made children with parenthetical legs. Mr. Percy Noakes was what is generally termed a devilish good fellow. He had a large circle of acquaintance, and seldom dined at his own expense. He used to talk politics to papas, flatter the vanity of mammas, do the amiable to their daughters, make pleasure engagements with their sons, and romp with the younger branches. Like those paragons of perfection, advertising footmen out of place, he was always willing to make himself generally useful. If any old lady whose son was in India gave a ball, Mr. Percy Noakes was master of the ceremonies. If any young lady made a stolen match, Mr. Percy Noakes gave her away. If a juvenile wife presented her husband with a blooming cherub, Mr. Percy Noakes was either godfather or deputy godfather, and if any member of a friend's family died, Mr. Percy Noakes was invariably to be seen in the second mourning coach, with a white handkerchief to his eyes, sobbing, to use his own appropriate and expressive description, like winkin'. It may readily be imagined that these numerous avocations were rather calculated to interfere with Mr. Percy Noakes's professional studies. Mr. Percy Noakes was perfectly aware of the fact, and had therefore, after mature reflection, made up his mind not to study at all, a laudable determination to which he adhered in the most praiseworthy manner. His sitting-room presented a strange chaos of dress gloves, boxing gloves, caricatures, albums, invitation cards, foils, cricket bats, cardboard drawings, paste, gum, and 50 other miscellaneous articles, heaped together in the strangest confusion. He was always making something for somebody, or planning some party of pleasure, which was his great forte. He invariably spoke with astonishing rapidity, was smart, spoffish, and 8–20. "Splendid idea, upon my life!" soliloquized Mr. Percy Noakes over his morning coffee, as his mind reverted to a suggestion which had been thrown out on the previous night by a lady at whose house he had spent the evening. "Glorious idea, Mrs. Stubbs!" "Yes, sir," replied a dirty old woman with an inflamed countenance, emerging from the bedroom with a barrel of dirt and cinders. This was the laundress. "Did you call, sir?" "Oh, Mrs. Stubbs, I'm going out. If that tailor should call again, you'd better say I'm out of town, and shan't be back for a fortnight. And if that bootmaker should come, tell him I've lost his address, or I'd have sent him that little amount. Mind he writes it down. And if Mr. Hardy should call, you know Mr. Hardy, the funny gentleman, sir. Ah, the funny gentleman. If Mr. Hardy should call, say I've gone to Mrs. Taunton's about that water party." "Yes, sir." "And if any fellow calls and says he's come about a steamer, tell him to be here at 5 o'clock this afternoon, Mrs. Stubbs." "Very well, sir." Mr. Percy Noakes brushed his hat, whisked the crumbs off his inexpressibles with a silk handkerchief, gave the ends of his hair a persuasive roll round his forefinger, and sallied forth for Mrs. Taunton's domicile in Great Marlborough Street, where she and her daughters occupied the upper part of a house. She was a good-looking widow of 50, with the form of a giantess and the mind of a child. The pursuit of pleasure and some means of killing time were the sole end of her existence. She doted on her daughters, who were as frivolous as herself. A general exclamation of satisfaction hailed the arrival of Mr. Percy Noakes, who went through the ordinary salutations and threw himself into an easy-chair near the ladies' work-table, with the ease of a regularly established friend of the family. Mrs. Taunton was busily engaged in planting immense bright bows on every part of a smart cap on which it was possible to stick one. Miss Emily Taunton was making a watch-guard. Miss Sophia was at the piano, practising a new song, poetry by the young officer, or the police officer, or the custom-house officer, or some other interesting amateur. "You good creature," said Mrs. Taunton, addressing the gallant Percy. "You really are a good soul. You've come about the water party, I know." "I should rather suspect I had," replied Mr. Noakes triumphantly. "Now come here, girls, and I'll tell you all about it." Miss Emily and Miss Sophia advanced to the table. "Now," continued Mr. Percy Noakes, "it seems to me that the best way will be to have a committee of 10 to make all the arrangements and manage the whole set out. Then I propose that the expenses shall be paid by these 10 fellows jointly." "Excellent indeed," said Mrs. Taunton, who highly approved of this part of the arrangements. "Then my plan is, that each of these 10 fellows shall have the power of asking 5 people. There must be a meeting of the committee at my chambers to make all the arrangements, and these people shall be then named. Every member of the committee shall have the power of blackballing any one who is proposed, and one blackball shall exclude that person. This will ensure our having a pleasant party, you know." "What a manager you are!" interrupted Mrs. Taunton again. "Charming!" said the lovely Emily. "I never did!" ejaculated Sophia. "Yes, I think it'll do," replied Mr. Percy Noakes, who was now quite in his element. "I think it'll do. Then you know we shall go down to the Nore and back, and have a regular capital cold dinner laid out in the cabin before we start, so that everything may be ready without any confusion, and we shall have the lunch laid out on deck in those little tea-garden looking concerns by the paddle boxes. I don't know what you call 'em. Then we shall hire a steamer expressly for our party, and a band, and have the deck chalked, and we shall be able to dance quadrilles all day, and then whoever we know that's musical, you know, why they'll make themselves useful and agreeable, and upon the whole I really hope we shall have a glorious day, you know." The announcement of these arrangements was received with the utmost enthusiasm. Mrs. Taunton, Emily, and Sophia were loud in their praises. "Well, but tell me, Percy," said Mrs. Taunton, "who are the 10 gentlemen to be?" "Oh, I know plenty of fellows who'll be delighted with the scheme," replied Mr. Percy Noakes. "Of course we shall have—" "Mr. Hardy," interrupted the servant, announcing a visitor. Miss Sophia and Miss Emily hastily assumed the most interesting attitudes that could be adopted on so short a notice. "How are you?" said a stout gentleman of about 40, pausing at the door in the attitude of an awkward harlequin. This was Mr. Hardy, whom we have before described, on the authority of Mrs. Stubbs, as the funny gentleman. He was an Astley Cooperish Joe Miller, a practical joker, immensely popular with married ladies, and a general favourite with young men. He was always engaged in some pleasure excursion or other, and delighted in getting somebody into a scrape on such occasions. He could sing comic songs, imitate hackney coachmen and fowls, play airs on his chin, and execute concertos on the Jew's harp. He always eat and drink most immoderately, and was the bosom friend of Mr. Percy Noakes. He had a red face, a somewhat husky voice, and a tremendous laugh. "How are you?" said this worthy, laughing as if it were the finest joke in the world to make a morning call, and shaking hands with the ladies with as much vehemence as if their arms had been so many pump handles. "You're just the very man I wanted," said Mr. Percy Noakes, who proceeded to explain the cause of his being in requisition. "Ha, ha, ha!" shouted Hardy after hearing the statement, and receiving a detailed account of the proposed excursion. "Oh, capital! Glorious! What a day it will be! What fun! But I say, when are you going to begin making the arrangements?" "No time like the present. At once, if you please." "Oh, charming!" cried the ladies. "Pray do." Writing materials were laid before Mr. Percy Noakes, and the names of the different members of the committee were agreed on, after as much discussion between him and Mr. Hardy as if the fate of nations had depended on their appointment. It was then agreed that a meeting should take place at Mr. Percy Noakes' chambers on the ensuing Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock, and the visitors departed. Wednesday evening arrived. 8 o'clock came, and 8 members of the committee were punctual in their attendance. Mr. Loggins, the solicitor of Boswell Court, sent an excuse, and Mr. Samuel Briggs, the ditto of Furnival's Inn, sent his brother, much to his, the brother's, satisfaction, and greatly to the discomfiture of Mr. Percy Noakes. Between the Briggses and the Tauntons there existed a degree of implacable hatred quite unprecedented. The animosity between the Montagues and Capulets was nothing to that which prevailed between these two illustrious houses. Mrs. Briggs was a widow, with 3 daughters and 2 sons. Mr. Samuel, the eldest, was an attorney, and Mr. Alexander, the youngest, was under articles to his brother. They resided in Portland Street, Oxford Street, and moved in the same orbit as the Tauntons, hence their mutual dislike. If the Miss Briggses appeared in smart bonnets, the Miss Tauntons eclipsed them with smarter. If Mrs. Taunton appeared in a cap of all the hues in the rainbow, Mrs. Briggs forthwith mounted a toque with all the patterns of the kaleidoscope. If Miss Sophia Taunton learnt a new song, 2 of the Miss Briggses came out with a new duet. The Tauntons had at once gained a temporary triumph with the assistance of a harp, but the Briggses brought 3 guitars into the field, and effectually routed the enemy. There was no end to the rivalry between them. Now, as Mr. Samuel Briggs was a mere machine, a sort of self-acting legal walking-stick, and as the party was known to have originated, however remotely, with Mrs. Taunton, the female branches of the Briggs family had arranged that Mr. Alexander should attend instead of his brother, and as the same Mr. Alexander was deservedly celebrated for possessing all the pertinency of a bankruptcy court attorney, combined with the obstinacy of that useful animal which browses on the thistle, he required but little tuition. He was especially enjoined to make himself as disagreeable as possible, and above all to blackball the Tauntons at every hazard. The proceedings of the evening were opened by Mr. Percy Noakes. After successfully urging on the gentlemen present the propriety of their mixing some brandy and water, he briefly stated the object of the meeting, and concluded by observing that the first step must be the selection of a chairman, necessarily possessing some arbitrary, he trusted not unconstitutional, powers, to whom the personal direction of the whole of the arrangement, subject to the approval of the committee, should be confided. A pale young gentleman in a green stock and spectacles of the same, a member of the Honourable Society of the Inner Temple, immediately rose for the purpose of proposing Mr. Percy Noakes. He had known him long, and this he would say, that a more honourable, a more excellent, or a better-hearted fellow never existed. Hear, hear. The young gentleman, who was a member of a debating society, took this opportunity of entering into an examination of the state of the English law from the days of William the Conqueror down to the present period. He briefly adverted to the code established by the ancient Druids, slightly glanced at the principles laid down by the Athenian lawgivers, and concluded with a most glowing eulogium on picnics and constitutional rights. Mr. Alexander Briggs opposed the motion. He had the highest esteem for Mr. Percy Noakes as an individual, but he did consider that he ought not to be entrusted with these immediate powers. Oh! He believed that in the proposed capacity Mr. Percy Noakes would not act fairly, impartially, or honourably, but he begged it to be distinctly understood that he said this without the slightest personal disrespect. Mr. Hardy defended his honourable friend in a voice rendered partially unintelligible by emotion and brandy and water. The proposition was put to the vote, and there appearing to be only one dissentient voice, Mr. Percy Noakes was declared duly elected, and took the chair accordingly. The business of the meeting now proceeded with rapidity. The chairman delivered in his estimate of the probable expense of the excursion, and every one present subscribed his portion thereof. The question was put that the Endeavour be hired for the occasion. Mr. Alexander Briggs moved as an amendment that the words fly be substituted for the word endeavour, but after some debate consented to withdraw his opposition. The important ceremony of balloting then commenced. A tea caddy was placed on a table in a dark corner of the apartment, and every one was provided with 2 backgammon men, 1 black and 1 white. The chairman, with great solemnity, then read the following list of the guests whom he proposed to introduce: Mrs. Taunton and 2 daughters, Mr. Wizzle, Mr. Simpson. The names were respectively balloted for, and Mrs. Taunton and her daughters were declared to be blackballed. Mr. Percy Noakes and Mr. Hardy exchanged glances. "Is your list prepared, Mr. Briggs?" "It is," replied Alexander, delivering in the following: Mrs. Briggs and 3 daughters, Mr. Samuel Briggs. The previous ceremony was repeated, and Mrs. Briggs and three daughters were declared to be blackballed. Mr. Alexander Briggs looked rather foolish, and the remainder of the company appeared somewhat overawed by the mysterious nature of the proceedings. The balloting proceeded, but one little circumstance which Mr. Percy Noakes had not originally foreseen prevented the system from working quite as well as he had anticipated. Everybody was blackballed. Mr. Alexander Briggs, by way of retaliation, exercised his power of exclusion in every instance, and the result was, that after 3 hours had been consumed in hard balloting, the names of only 3 gentlemen were found to have been agreed to. In this dilemma, what was to be done? Either the whole plan must fall to the ground, or a compromise must be effected. The latter alternative was preferable, and Mr. Percy Noakes therefore proposed that the form of balloting should be dispensed with, and that every gentleman should merely be required to state whom he intended to bring. The proposal was acceded to, the Tauntons and the Briggses were reinstated, and the party was formed. The next Wednesday was fixed for the eventful day, and it was unanimously resolved that every member of the committee should wear a piece of blue sarcenet ribbon round his left arm. It appeared from the statement of Mr. Percy Noakes that the boat belonged to the General Steam Navigation Company, and was then lying off the Custom House; and, as he proposed that the dinner and wines should be provided by an eminent city purveyor, it was arranged that Mr. Percy Noakes should be on board by 7 o'clock to superintend the arrangements, and that the remaining members of the committee, together with the company generally, should be expected to join her by 9 o'clock. More brandy and water was dispatched, several speeches were made by the different law students present, thanks were voted to the chairman, and the meeting separated. The weather had been beautiful up to this period, and beautiful it continued to be. Sunday passed over, and Mr. Percy Noakes became unusually fidgety, rushing constantly to and from the steam packet wharf, to the astonishment of the clerks, and the great emolument of the Holborn cabmen. Tuesday arrived, and the anxiety of Mr. Percy Noakes knew no bounds. He was every instant running to the window to look out for clouds, and Mr. Hardy astonished the whole square by practising a new comic song for the occasion in the chairman's chambers. Uneasy were the slumbers of Mr. Percy Noakes that night. He tossed and tumbled about, and had confused dreams of steamers starting off, and gigantic clocks with the hands pointing to 9:15, and the ugly face of Mr. Alexander Briggs looking over the boat's side, and grinning as if in derision of his fruitless attempts to move. He made a violent effort to get on board, and awoke. The bright sun was shining cheerfully into the bedroom, and Mr. Percy Noakes started up for his watch, in the dreadful expectation of finding his worst dreams realized. It was just 5 o'clock. He calculated the time. He should have a good half-hour dressing himself, and as it was a lovely morning, and the tide would be then running down, he would walk leisurely to Strand Lane, and have a boat to the Custom House. He dressed himself, took a hasty apology for a breakfast, and sallied forth. The streets looked as lonely and deserted as if they had been crowded overnight for the last time. Here and there an early apprentice with quenched-looking sleepy eyes was taking down the shutters of a shop, and a policeman or milkwoman might occasionally be seen pacing slowly along, but the servants had not yet begun to clean the doors, or light the kitchen fires, and London looked the picture of desolation. At the corner of a by-street, near Temple Bar, was stationed a street breakfast. The coffee was boiling over a charcoal fire, and large slices of bread and butter were piled one upon the other, like deals in a timber yard. The company were seated on a form, which, with a view both to security and comfort, was placed against a neighbouring wall. Two young men, whose uproarious mirth and disordered dress bespoke the conviviality of the preceding evening, were treating 3 ladies and an Irish labourer. A little sweep was standing at a short distance, casting a longing eye at the tempting delicacies, and a policeman was watching the group from the opposite side of the street. The wan looks and gaudy finery of the thinly clad women contrasted as strangely with the gay sunlight, as did their forced merriment with the boisterous hilarity of the 2 young men, who, now and then, varied their amusements bonneting the proprietor of this itinerant coffee-house. Mr. Percy Noakes walked briskly by, and when he turned down Strand Lane and caught a glimpse of the glistening water, he thought he had never felt so important or so happy in his life. Boat, sir? cried one of the three watermen who were mopping out their boats, and all whistling. Boat, sir? No, replied Mr. Percy Noakes rather sharply, for the inquiry was not made in a manner at all suitable to his dignity. Would you prefer a wessel, sir? inquired another, to the infinite delight of the Jack-in-the-Water. Mr. Percy Noakes replied with a look of supreme contempt. Did you want to be put on board a steamer, sir? inquired an old fireman waterman, very confidentially. He was dressed in a faded red suit, just the colour of the cover of a very old court guide. Yes, make haste, the Endeavour, off the Custom House. Endeavour! cried the man who had convulsed the Jack before. Why, I see the Endeavour go up half an hour ago. So did I, said another, and I should think she'd gone down by this time, for she's a precious sight too full of ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Percy Noakes affected to disregard these representations, and stepped into the boat which the old man, by dint of scrambling and shoving and grating, had brought up to the causeway. Shove her off, cried Mr. Percy Noakes, and away the boat glided down the river. Mr. Percy Noakes seated on the recently mopped seat, and the waterman at the stairs offering to bet him any reasonable sum that he'd never reach the Custom House. Here she is, by Jove, said the delightful Percy as they ran alongside the Endeavour. Hold hard! cried the steward over the side, and Mr. Percy Noakes jumped on board. Hope you will find everything as you wished, sir. She looks uncommon well this morning. She does indeed, replied the manager, in a state of ecstasy which it is impossible to describe. The deck was scrubbed and the seats were scrubbed, and there was a bench for the band and a place for dancing and a pile of camp stools and an awning, and then Mr. Percy Noakes bustled down below, and there were the pastry-cook's men and the steward's wife laying out the dinner on two tables the whole length of the cabin. And then Mr. Percy Noakes took off his coat and rushed backwards and forwards, doing nothing but quite convinced he was assisting everybody, and the steward's wife laughed till she cried, and Mr. Percy Noakes panted with the violence of his exertions. And then the bell at London Bridge Wharf rang, and a Margate boat was just starting, and a Gravesend boat was just starting, and people shouted, and porters ran down the steps with luggage that would crush any man but porters, and sloping boards, with bits of wood nailed on them, were placed between the outside boat and the inside boat, and the passengers ran along them, and looked like so many fowls coming out of an area, and then the bell ceased, and the boards were taken away, and the boat started, and the whole scene was one of the most delightful bustle and confusion. The time wore on. 8:30 arrived, the pastry-cook's men went ashore, the dinner was completely laid out, and Mr. Percy Noakes locked the principal cabin and put the key in his pocket, in order that it might be suddenly disclosed, in all its magnificence, to the eyes of the astonished company. The band came on board, and so did the wine. 10 minutes to 9, and the committee embarked in a body. There was Mr. Hardy in a blue jacket and waistcoat, white trousers, silk stockings, and pumps, in full aquatic costume, with a straw hat on his head, and an immense telescope under his arm, and there was the young gentleman with the green spectacles in nankeen inexplicables, with a ditto waistcoat and bright buttons, like the pictures of Paul, not the saint, but he of Virginia notoriety. The remainder of the committee, dressed in white hats, light jackets, waistcoat, and trousers, looked something between waiters and West India planters. 9 o'clock struck, and the company arrived in shoals. Mr. Samuel Briggs, Mrs. Briggs, and the Misses Briggs made their appearance in a smart private wherry. The three guitars and their respective dark green cases were carefully stowed away in the bottom of the boat, accompanied by two immense portfolios of music, which it would take at least a week's incessant playing to get through. The Tauntons arrived at the same moment, with more music and a lion, a gentleman with a bass voice and an incipient red moustache. The colours of the Taunton party were pink, those of the Briggses a light blue. The Tauntons had artificial flowers in their bonnets. Here the Briggses gained a decided advantage. They wore feathers. "How d'ye do, dear?" said the Mrs. Briggs to the Mrs. Taunton. The word dear among girls is frequently synonymous with wretch. "Quite well, thank you, dear," replied the Mrs. Taunton to the Mrs. Briggs, and then there was such a kissing and congratulating and shaking of hands as might have induced one to suppose that the two families were the best friends in the world, instead of each wishing the other overboard, as they most sincerely did. Mr. Percy Noakes received the visitors and bowed to the strange gentleman as if he should like to know who he was. This was just what Mrs. Taunton wanted. Here was an opportunity to astonish the Briggses. "Oh, I beg your pardon," said the general of the Taunton party, with a careless air. "Captain Helves, Mr. Percy Noakes, Mrs. Briggs, Captain Helves." Mr. Percy Noakes bowed very low, the gallant captain did the same with all due ferocity, and the Briggses were clearly overcome. "Our friend Mr. Wizzle being unfortunately prevented from coming," resumed Mrs. Taunton, "I did myself the pleasure of bringing the captain, whose musical talents I knew would be a great acquisition." "In the name of the committee I have to thank you for doing so, and to offer you welcome, sir," replied Percy. Here the scraping was renewed. "But pray be seated. Won't you walk aft? Captain, will you conduct Miss Taunton? Miss Briggs, will you allow me?" "Where could they have picked up that military man?" inquired Mrs. Briggs of Miss Kate Briggs, as they followed the little party. "I can't imagine," replied Miss Kate, bursting with vexation, for the very fierce air with which the gallant captain regarded the company had impressed her with a high sense of her importance. Boat after boat came alongside, and guest after guest arrived. The invites had been excellently arranged, Mr. Percy Noakes having considered it as important that the number of young men should exactly tally with that of the young ladies, as that the quantity of knives on board should be in precise proportion to the forks. "Now, is every one on board?" inquired Mr. Percy Noakes. The committee, who with their bits of blue ribbon looked as if they were all going to be bled, bustled about to ascertain the fact, and reported that they might safely start. "Go on!" cried the master of the boat from the top of one of the paddle boxes. "Go on!" echoed the boy, who was stationed over the hatchway to pass the directions down to the engineer, and away went the vessel with the agreeable noise which is peculiar to steamers, and which is composed of a mixture of creaking, gushing, clanging, and snorting. "Hoy, hoy, 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 hoy!" shouted half a dozen voices from a boat a quarter of a mile astern. "Ease her!" cried the captain. "Do these people belong to us, sir?" "Noakes," exclaimed Hardy, who had been looking at every object far and near through the large telescope, "it's the Fleetwoods and the Wakefields, and 2 children with them, by Jove!" "What a shame to bring children!" said everybody. "How very inconsiderate!" "I say, it would be a good joke to pretend not to see 'em, wouldn't it?" suggested Hardy, to the immense delight of the company generally. A council of war was hastily held, and it was resolved that the newcomers should be taken on board, on Mr. Hardy solemnly pledging himself to tease the children during the whole of the day. "Stop her!" cried the captain. "Stop her!" repeated the boy. Whiz went the steam, and all the young ladies, as in duty bound, screamed in concert. They were only appeased by the assurance of the Marshal Helves that the escape of steam consequent on stopping a vessel was seldom attended with any great loss of human life. 2 men ran to the side, and after some shouting and swearing and angling for the wearing with a boat hook, Mr. Fleetwood and Mrs. Fleetwood, and Master Fleetwood, and Mr. Wakefield and Mrs. Wakefield and Miss Wakefield were safely deposited on the deck. The girl was about 6 years old, the boy about 4. The former was dressed in a white frock with a pink sash and dog's-eared looking little spencer, a straw bonnet and green veil, 6 inches by 3½ The latter was attired for the occasion in a nankeen frock, between the bottom of which and the top of his plaid socks a considerable portion of 2 small mottled legs was discernible. He had a light blue cap with a gold band and tassel on his head, and a damp piece of gingerbread in his hand, with which he had slightly embossed his countenance. The boat once more started off, the band playing "Off she goes." The major part of the company conversed cheerfully in groups, and the old gentlemen walked up and down the deck in pairs, as perseveringly and gravely as if they were doing a match against time for an immense stake. They ran briskly down the Pool, the gentlemen pointed out the docks, the Thames Police Office, and other elegant public edifices, and the young ladies exhibited a proper display of horror at the appearance of the coal whippers and ballast heavers. Mr. Hardy told stories to the married ladies, at which they laughed very much in their pocket handkerchiefs, and hit him on the knuckles with their fans, declaring him to be a naughty man, a shocking creature, and so forth. And Captain Helves gave slight descriptions of battles and duels with a most bloodthirsty air, which made him the admiration of the women and the envy of the men. Quadrilling commenced. Captain Helves danced one set with Miss Emily Taunton, and another set with Miss Sophia Taunton. Mrs. Taunton was in ecstasies. The victory appeared to be complete, but alas the inconstancy of man! Having performed this necessary duty, he attached himself solely to Miss Julia Briggs, with whom he danced no less than 3 sets consecutively, and from whose side he evinced no intention of stirring for the remainder of the day. Mr. Hardy, having played 1 or 2 very brilliant fantasias on the Jew's harp, and having frequently repeated the exquisitely amusing joke of slyly chalking a large cross on the back of some member of the committee, Mr. Percy Noakes expressed his hope that some of their musical friends would oblige the company by a display of their abilities. "Perhaps," he said, in a very insinuating manner, "Captain Helves will oblige us." Mrs. Taunton's countenance lighted up, for the captain only sang duets, and couldn't sing them with anybody but one of her daughters. "Really," said that warlike individual, "I should be very happy, but—" "Oh, pray do!" cried all the young ladies. "Miss Emily, have you any objection to join in a duet?" "Oh, not the slightest," returned the young lady, in a tone which clearly showed she had the greatest possible objection. "Shall I accompany you, dear?" inquired one of the Miss Briggses, with the bland intention of spoiling the effect. "Very much obliged to you, Miss Briggs," sharply retorted Mrs. Taunton, who saw through the manoeuvre. "My daughters always sing without accompaniments." "And without voices," tittered Mrs. Briggs in a low tone. "Perhaps," said Mrs. Taunton, reddening, for she guessed the tenor of the observations, though she had not heard it clearly, "perhaps it would be as well for some people if their voices were not quite so audible as they are to other people. And perhaps if gentlemen who are kidnapped to pay attention to some persons' daughters had not sufficient discernment to pay attention to other persons' daughters," returned Mrs. Briggs, "some persons would not be so ready to display that ill temper which, thank God, distinguishes them from other persons." "Persons!" ejaculated Mrs. Taunton. "Persons," replied Mrs. Briggs. "Insolence! Creature!" "Hush, hush!" interrupted Mr. Percy Noakes, who was one of the very few by whom this dialogue had been overheard. "Hush! Pray silence for the duet." After a great deal of preparatory crowing and humming, the captain began the following duet from the opera of Paul and Virginia, in that grunting tone in which a man gets down, Heaven knows where, without the remotest chance of ever getting up again. This, in private circles, is frequently designated a bass voice. "See," sung the captain, "from ocean rising, bright flames the orb of day, from yon grove the varied songs—" Here the singer was interrupted by varied cries of the most dreadful description, proceeding from some grove in the immediate vicinity of the starboard paddle box. "My child!" screamed Mrs. Fleetwood. "My child! It is his voice, I know it!" Mr. Fleetwood, accompanied by several gentlemen, here rushed to the quarter from whence the noise proceeded, and an exclamation of horror burst from the company; the general impression being that the little innocent had either got his head in the water, or his legs in the machinery. "What is the matter?" shouted the agonized father as he returned with the child in his arms. "Oh, oh, oh!" screamed the small sufferer again. "What is the matter, dear?" inquired the father once more, hastily stripping off the nankeen frock for the purpose of ascertaining whether the child had one bone which was not smashed to pieces. "Oh, oh, I'm so frightened!" "What at, dear, what at?" said the mother, soothing the sweet infant. "Oh, he's been making such dreadful faces at me!" cried the boy, relapsing into convulsions at the bare recollection. "He! Who?" cried everybody, crowding round him. "Oh, him!" replied the child, pointing at Hardy, who affected to be the most concerned of the whole group. The real state of the case at once flashed upon the minds of all present, with the exception of the Fleetwoods and the Wakefields. The facetious Hardy, in fulfilment of his promise, had watched the child to a remote part of the vessel, and suddenly appearing before him with the most awful contortions of visage, had produced his paroxysm of terror. Of course he now observed that it was hardly necessary for him to deny the accusation, and the unfortunate little victim was accordingly led below after receiving sundry thumps on the head from both his parents for having the wickedness to tell a story. This little interruption having been adjusted, the captain resumed, and Miss Emily chimed in due course. The duet was loudly applauded, and certainly the perfect independence of the parties deserved great commendation. Miss Emily sung her part without the slightest reference to the captain, and the captain sang so loud that he had not the slightest idea what was being done by his partner. After having gone through the last few 18 or 19 bars by himself, therefore, he acknowledged the plaudits of the circle with that air of self-denial which men usually assume when they think they have done something to astonish the company. "Now," said Mr. Percy Noakes, who had just descended from the fore cabin, where he had been busily engaged in decanting the wine, "if the Misses Briggs will oblige us with something before dinner, I am sure we shall be very much delighted." One of those hums of admiration followed the suggestion which one frequently hears in society, when nobody has the most distant notion what he is expressing his approval of. The three Misses Briggs looked modestly at their mamma, and the mamma looked approvingly at her daughters, and Mrs. Taunton looked scornfully at all of them. The Misses Briggs asked for their guitars, and several gentlemen seriously damaged the cases in their anxiety to present them. Then there was a very interesting production of three little keys for the aforesaid cases, and a melodramatic expression of horror at finding a string broken, and a vast deal of screwing and tightening and winding and tuning, during which Mrs. Briggs expatiated to those near her on the immense difficulty of playing a guitar, and hinted at the wondrous proficiency of her daughter in that mystic art. Mrs. Taunton whispered to a neighbour that it was quite sickening, and the Mrs. Tauntons looked as if they knew how to play, but disdained to do it. At length the Misses Briggs began in real earnest. It was a new Spanish composition for three voices and three guitars. The effect was electrical. All eyes were turned upon the captain, who was reported to have once passed through Spain with his regiment, and who must be well acquainted with the national music. He was in raptures. This was sufficient, the trio was encored, the applause was universal, and never had the Tauntons suffered such a complete defeat. "Bravo! Bravo!" ejaculated the captain. "Bravo!" "Pretty, isn't it, sir?" inquired Mr. Samuel Briggs with the air of a self-satisfied showman. By the by, these were the first words he had been heard to utter since he left Boswell Court the evening before. "Delightful!" returned the captain with a flourish and a military cough. "Delightful!" "Sweet instrument," said an old gentleman with a bald head, who had been trying all the morning to look through a telescope, inside the glass of which Mr. Hardy had fixed a large black wafer. "Did you ever hear a Portuguese tambourine?" inquired that jocular individual. "Did you ever hear a tom-tom, sir?" sternly inquired the captain, who lost no opportunity of showing off his travels, real or pretended. "A what?" asked Hardy, rather taken aback. "A tom-tom." "Never." "Nor a gum-gum?" "Never." "What is a gum-gum?" eagerly inquired several young ladies. "When I was in the East Indies," replied the captain. Here was a discovery. He had been in the East Indies. "When I was in the East Indies, I was once stopping a few thousand miles up the country on a visit at the house of a very particular friend of mine, Ramchowder dos Azaf al Bolar, a devilish pleasant fellow. As we were enjoying our hookahs one evening in the cool verandah in front of his villa, we were rather surprised by the sudden appearance of 34 of his Kit Magars, for he had rather a large establishment there, accompanied by an equal number of consumars, approaching the house with a threatening aspect, and beating a tom-tom. The Ram started up. "Who?" inquired the bald gentleman, intensely interested. "The Ram Chowder." "Oh!" said the old gentleman. "Beg your pardon. Pray go on." "Started up and drew a pistol. 'Helves,' said he, 'my boy,' he always called me my boy, 'Helves,' said he, 'do you hear that tom-tom?' 'I do,' said I. His countenance, which before was pale, assumed a most frightful appearance, his whole visage was distorted, and his frame shaken by violent emotions. 'Do you see that gum-gum?' said he. 'No,' said I, staring about me. 'You don't?' said he. 'No, I'll be damned if I do,' said I. 'And what's more, I don't know what a gum-gum is,' said I. I really thought the Ram would have dropped. He drew me aside with an expression of agony I shall never forget, said, in a low whisper—" "Dinner's on the table, ladies," interrupted the steward's wife. "Will you allow me?" said the captain, immediately suiting the action to the word, and escorting Miss Julia Briggs to the cabin with as much ease as if he had finished the story. "What an extraordinary circumstance!" ejaculated the same old gentleman, preserving his listening attitude. "What a traveller!" said the young ladies. "What a singular name!" exclaimed the gentleman. rather confused by the coolness of the whole affair. "I wish he had finished the story," said an old lady. "I wonder what a gum-gum really is." "By Jove!" exclaimed Hardy, who until now had been lost in utter amazement, "I don't know what it may be in India, but in England I think a gum-gum has very much the same meaning as a humbug." "How illiberal! How envious!" cried everybody, as they made for the cabin, fully impressed with the belief that the captain's amazing adventures Hell's was the sole lion for the remainder of the day. Impudence and the marvellous are pretty sure passports to any society. The party had by this time reached their destination, and put about on their return home. The wind, which had been with them the whole day, was now directly in their teeth. The weather had become gradually more and more overcast. The sky, water, and shore were all of that dull, heavy, uniform lead colour which house painters daub in the first instance over a street door which is gradually approaching a state of convalescence. It had been spitting with rain for the last half hour, and now began to pour in good earnest. The wind was freshening very fast, and the waterman at the wheel had unequivocally expressed his opinion that there would shortly be a squall. A slight emotion on the part of the vessel now and then seemed to suggest the possibility of its pitching to a very uncomfortable extent in the event of its blowing harder, and every timber began to crack as if the boat were an overladen clothes basket. Sea sickness, however, is like belief in ghosts. Every one entertains some misgivings on the subject, but few will acknowledge any. The majority of the company therefore endeavoured to look peculiarly happy, feeling all the while especially miserable. "Don't it rain?" inquired the old gentleman before noticed, when by dint of squeezing and jamming they were all seated at table. "I think it does, a little," replied Mr. Percy Noakes, who could hardly hear himself speak in consequence of a pattering on the deck. "Don't it blow?" inquired someone else. "No, I don't think it does," responded Hardy, sincerely wishing that he could persuade himself that it did not, for he sat near the door and was almost blown off his seat. "It'll soon clear up," said Mr. Percy Noakes in a cheerful tone. "Oh, certainly!" ejaculated the committee generally. "No doubt of it," said the remainder of the company, whose attention was now pretty well engrossed by the serious business of eating, carving, taking wine, and so forth. The throbbing motion of the engine was but too perceptible. There was a large, substantial, cold boiled leg of mutton at the bottom of the table, shaking like blancmange. A previously hearty sirloin of beef looked as if it had been suddenly seized with the palsy, and some tongues which were placed on dishes rather too large for them, went through the most surprising evolutions, darting from side to side and from end to end, like a fly in an inverted wine glass. Then the sweets shook and trembled, till it was quite impossible to help them, and people gave up the attempt in despair, and the pigeon pies looked as if the birds whose legs were stuck outside were trying to get them in. The table vibrated and started like a feverish pulse, and the very legs were convulsed. Everything was shaking and jarring. The beams in the roof of the cabin seemed as if they were put there for the sole purpose of giving people headaches, and several elderly gentlemen became ill-tempered in consequence. As fast as the steward put the fire irons up, they would fall down again, and the more the ladies and gentlemen tried to sit comfortably on their seats, the more the seats seemed to slide away from the ladies and gentlemen. Several ominous demands were made for small glasses of brandy. The countenance of the company gradually underwent most extraordinary changes. One gentleman was observed suddenly to rush from table without the slightest ostensible reason, and dart up the steps with incredible swiftness, thereby greatly damaging both himself and the steward, who happened to be coming down at the same moment. The cloth was removed, the dessert was laid on the table, and the glasses were filled. The motions of the boat increased. Several members of the party began to feel rather vague and misty, and looked as if they had only just got up. The young gentleman with the spectacles, who had been in a fluctuating state for some time, at one moment bright and at another dismal, like a revolving light on the sea coast, rashly announced his wish to propose a toast. After several ineffectual attempts to preserve his perpendicular, the young gentleman, having managed to hook himself to the centre leg of the table with his left hand, proceeded as follows: "Ladies and gentlemen, a gentleman is among us, I may say a stranger," here some painful thought seemed to strike the orator, he paused and looked extremely odd, "whose talents, whose travels, whose cheerfulness—" "I beg your pardon, Edkins," hastily interrupted Mr. Percy Noakes. Hardy, what's the matter?" "Nothing," replied the funny gentleman, who had just life enough left to utter two consecutive syllables. "Will you have some brandy?" "No," replied Hardy in a tone of great indignation, and looking as comfortable as Temple Bar and Scotch mist. "What should I want brandy for? Will you go on deck?" "No, I will not." This was said with a most determined air, and in a voice which might have been taken for imitation of anything. It was quite as much like a guinea pig as a bassoon. "I beg your pardon, Edkins," said the courteous Percy. "I thought our friend was ill. Pray go on." A pause. "Pray go on." "Mr. Edkins is gone," cried somebody. "I beg your pardon, sir," said the steward, running up to Mr. Percy Noakes. "I beg your pardon, sir, but the gentleman as just went on deck, him with the green spectacles, is uncommon bad to be sure, and the young man as played the wiolin says, that unless he has some brandy, he can't answer for the consequences. He says he has a wife and two children, whose wery subsistence depends on his breaking a wessel, and he expects to do so at every moment. The flageolet's been wery ill, but he's better, only he's in dreadful perspiration." All disguise was now useless. The company staggered on deck, the gentlemen tried to see nothing but the clouds, and the ladies, muffled up in such shawls and cloaks as they had brought with them, lay about on the seats and under the seats in the most wretched condition. Never was such a blowing and raining and pitching and tossing endured by any pleasure party before. Several remonstrances were sent down below on the subject of Master Fleetwood, but they were totally unheeded in consequence of the indisposition of his natural protectors. That interesting child screamed at the top of his voice, until he had no voice left to scream with, and then Miss Wakefield began and screamed for the remainder of the passage. Mr. Hardy was observed some hours afterwards in an attitude which induced his friends to suppose that he was busily engaged in contemplating the beauties of the deep. They only regretted that his taste for the picturesque should lead him to remain so long in a position very injurious at all times, but especially so to an individual labouring under a tendency of blood to the head. The party arrived off the Custom House at about 2 o'clock on the Thursday morning, dispirited and worn out. The Tauntons were too ill to quarrel with the Briggses, and the Briggses were too wretched to annoy the Tauntons. One of the guitar cases was lost on its passage to a hackney coach, and Mrs. Briggs had not scrupled to state that the Tauntons bribed a porter to throw it down an area. Mr. Alexander Briggs opposes vote by ballot. He says from personal experience of its inefficacy, and Mr. Samuel Briggs, whenever he is asked to express his sentiments on the point, says he has no opinion on that or any other subject. Mr. Edkins, the young gentleman in the green spectacles, makes a speech on every occasion on which a speech can possibly be made, the elegance of which can only be equalled by its length. In the event of his not being previously appointed to a judgeship, it is probable that he will practise as a barrister in the new Central Criminal Court. Captain Helves continued his attention to Miss Julia Briggs, whom he might possibly have espoused, if it had not unfortunately happened that Mr. Samuel arrested him in the way of business pursuant to instructions received from Messrs. Scruggins and Payne, whose town debts the gallant captain had condescended to collect, but whose accounts, with the most indiscretion sometimes peculiar to military minds, he had omitted to keep with that dull accuracy which custom has rendered necessary. Mrs. Taunton complains that she has been much deceived in him. He introduced himself to the family on board a Gravesend steam packet, and certainly therefore ought to have proved respectable. Mr. Percy Noakes is as light-hearted and careless as ever. End of section 52. Sketches by Boz, section 53. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, section 53. Tales, chapter 8. The Great Winglebury Duel. The little town of Great Winglebury is exactly 42 miles and 3/4 from Hyde Park Corner. It has a long, straggling, quiet High Street, with a great black and white clock at a small red town hall half way up, a market place, a cage, an assembly room, a church, a bridge, a chapel, a theatre, a library, an inn, a pump, and a post office. Tradition tells of a little Wingleberry down some cross-road about 2 miles off, and as a square mass of dirty paper supposed to have been originally intended for a letter, with certain tremulous characters inscribed thereon, in which a lively imagination might trace a remote resemblance to the word little, was once stuck up to be owned in the sunny window of the great Wingleberry post office, from which it only disappeared when it fell to pieces with dust and extreme old age, there would appear to be some foundation for the legend. Common belief is inclined to bestow the name upon a little hole at the end of a muddy lane about a couple of miles off, colonized by one wheelwright, 4 paupers, and a beer shop. But even this authority, slight as it is, must be regarded with extreme suspicion, inasmuch as the inhabitants of the hole aforesaid concur in opining that it never had any name at all, from the earliest ages down to the present day. The Wingleberry Arms, in the centre of the High Street, opposite the small building with the big clock, is the principal inn of Great Wingleberry, the commercial inn, posting house, and excise office, the Blue House at every election, and the Judge's house at every assizes. It is the headquarters of the Gentlemen's Whist Club of Wingleberry Blues, so called in opposition to the Gentlemen's Whist Club of Wingleberry Buffs, held at the other house a little further down, and whenever a juggler or waxworks man or concert giver takes Great Wingleberry in his circuit, it is immediately placarded all over the town that Mr. So-and-so, trusting to that liberal support which the inhabitants of Great Wingleberry have long been so liberal in bestowing, has at a great expense engaged the elegant and commodious assembly rooms attached to the Wingleberry Arms. The house is a large one, with a red brick and stone front, a pretty spacious hall, ornamented with evergreen plants, terminates in a perspective view of the bar, and a glass case in which are displayed a choice variety of delicacies ready for dressing, to catch the eye of a newcomer the moment he enters, and excite his appetite to the highest possible pitch. Opposite doors lead to the coffee and commercial rooms, and a great, wide, rambling staircase, 3 stairs and a landing, 4 stairs and another landing, 1 step and another landing, half a dozen stairs and another landing, and so on, conducts to galleries of bedrooms and labyrinths of sitting rooms, denominated private, where you may enjoy yourself as privately as you can in any place where some bewildered being walks into your room every 5 minutes, by mistake, and then walks out again, to open all the doors along the gallery until he finds his own. Such is the Wingleberry Arms at this day, and such was the Wingleberry Arms some time since, no matter when, 2 or 3 minutes before the arrival of the London stage. 4 horses with clothes on, changed for a coach, were standing quietly at the corner of the yard, surrounded by a listless group of post-boys in shiny hats and smock frocks, engaged in discussing the merits of the cattle. Half a dozen ragged boys were standing a little apart, listening with evident interest to the conversation of these worthies, and a few loungers were collected round the horse trough, awaiting the arrival of the coach. The day was hot and sunny, the town in the zenith of its dulness, and with the exception of these few idlers, not a living creature was to be seen. Suddenly the loud notes of a key bugle broke the monotonous stillness of the street. In came the coach, rattling over the uneven paving with a noise startling enough to stop even the large-faced clock itself. Down got the outsides, up went the windows in all directions, out came the waiters, up started the ostlers and the loungers and the post-boys and the ragged boys as if they were electrified, unstrapping and unchaining and unbuckling, and dragging willing horses out, and forcing reluctant horses in, and making a most exhilarating bustle. "Lady inside here," said the guard. "Please to alight, ma'am," said the waiter. "Private sitting room?" interrogated the lady. "Certainly, ma'am," responded the chambermaid. "Nothing but these 'ere trunks, ma'am?" inquired the guard. "Nothing more," replied the lady. Up got the outsides again, and the guard and the coachman, off came the cloths with a jerk. "All right," was the cry, and away they went. The loungers lingered a minute or two in the road, watching the coach until it had turned the corner, and then loitered away one by one. The street was clear again, and the town, by contrast, quieter than ever. "Lady in number 25," screamed the landlady. "Thomas." "Yes, ma'am." Letter just been left for the gentleman in number 19. Boots at the Lion left it. No answer. Letter for you, sir, said Thomas, depositing the letter on number 19's table. For me? Said number 19, turning from the window out of which he had been surveying the scene just described. Yes, sir. Waiters always speak in hints and never utter complete sentences. Yes, sir. Boots at the Lion, sir. Bar, sir. Mrs. said number 19, sir. Alexander Trott, Esquire, sir. Your card at the bar, sir, I think, sir. My name is Trott, replied number 19, breaking the seal. You may go, waiter. The waiter pulled down the window blind and then pulled it up again, for a regular waiter must do something before he leaves the room, adjusted the glasses on the sideboard, brushed the place that was not dusty, rubbed his hands very hard, walked stealthily to the door, and evaporated. There was evidently something in the contents of the letter of a nature, if not wholly unexpected, certainly extremely disagreeable. Mr. Alexander Trott laid it down and took it up again, and walked about the room on particular squares of the carpet, and even attempted, though unsuccessfully, to whistle an air. It wouldn't do. He threw himself into a chair and read the following epistle aloud. Blue Lion and Stomach Warmer, Great Winglebury, Wednesday morning. Sir, immediately on discovering your intentions, I left our counting house and followed you. I know the purport of your journey. That journey shall never be completed. I have no friend here just now on whose secretary I can rely. This shall be no obstacle to my revenge. Neither shall Emily Brown be exposed to the mercenary solicitations of a scoundrel odious in her eyes and contemptible in everybody else's. Nor will I tamely submit to the clandestine attacks of a base umbrella maker. Sir, from Great Winglebury Church, a footpath leads through 4 meadows to a retired spot known to the townspeople as Stuffin's Acre. Mr. Trott shuddered. I shall be waiting there alone, at 20 minutes before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Should I be disappointed in seeing you there, I will do myself the pleasure of calling with a horsewhip. Horace Hunter. P.S. There is a gunsmith's in the High Street, and they won't sell gunpowder after dark. You understand me. P.P.S. You had better not order your breakfast in the morning until you have met me. It may be an unnecessary expense. Desperate-minded villain! I knew how it would be, ejaculated the terrified Trott. I always told father that once start me on this expedition, and Hunter would pursue me like the wandering Jew. It's bad enough as it is to marry with the old people's commands, and without the girl's consent, but what will Emily think of me if I go down there breathless with running away from this infernal salamander? What shall I do? What can I do? If I go back to the city, I'm disgraced for ever, lose the girl, and, what's more, lose the money too. Even if I did go on to the Browns by the coach, Hunter would be after me in a post-chaise. And if I go to this place, this Stuffin's Acre, another shudder, I'm as good as dead. I've seen him hit the man at the Pall Mall shooting gallery in the second buttonhole of the waistcoat 5 times out of every 6, and when he didn't hit him there, he hit him in the head. With this consolatory reminiscence, Mr. Alexander Trott again ejaculated, What shall I do? Long and weary were his reflections, as, burying his face in his hand, he sat ruminating on the best course to be pursued. His mental direction pointed to London. He thought of the governor's anger and the loss of the fortune which the paternal Brown had promised the paternal Trott his daughters should contribute to the coffers of his son. Then the words "to Brown's" were legibly inscribed in the said direction post, but Horace Hunter's denunciation rung in his ears. Last of all, it bore in red letters the word "to Stuffin's Acre," and then Mr. Alexander Trott decided on adopting a plan which he presently matured. First and foremost, he dispatched the underboots to the Blue Lion and Stomach Warmer, with a gentlemanly note to Mr. Horace Hunter, intimating that he thirsted for his destruction, and would do himself the pleasure of slaughtering him next morning without fail. He then wrote another letter, and requested the attendance of the other boots, for they kept a pair. A modest knock at the room door was heard. "Come in," said Mr. Trott. A man thrust in a red head with one eye in it, and being again desired to come in, brought in the body and legs to which the head belonged, and a fur cap which belonged to the head. "You are the upper boots, I think?" inquired Mr. Trot. "Yes, I'm the upper boots," replied a voice from inside a velveteen case with mother of pearl buttons. "That is, I'm the boots as belongs to the house. The other man's my man, as goes errands and does odd jobs. Top boots and half boots, I calls us." "You're from London?" inquired Mr. Trot. "Driv a cab once," was the laconic reply. "Why don't you drive it now?" asked Mr. Trot. "Overdriv the cab and driv over a woman," replied the top boots with brevity. "Do you know the mayor's house?" inquired Mr. Trot. "Rather," replied the boots significantly, as if he had some good reason to remember it. "Do you think you could manage to leave a letter there?" interrogated Trot. "Shouldn't wonder," responded Boots. "But this letter," said Trot, holding a deformed note with a paralytic direction in one hand and 5 shillings in the other, "this letter is anonymous." "A what?" interrupted the boots. "Anonymous. He's not to know who it comes from." "Oh, I see," responded the regular with a knowing wink, but without evincing the slightest disinclination to undertake the charge. "I see. Bit o' swing, eh?" And his one eye wandered round the room, as if in quest of a dark lantern and phosphorus box. "But I say," he continued, recalling the eye from its search, and bringing it to bear on Mr. Trot, "I say, he's a lawyer or mayor, and insured in the county. If you've a spite agin him, you'd better not burn his house down. Blest if I don't think it would be the greatest favour you could do him," and he chuckled inwardly. If Mr. Alexander Trot had been in any other situation, his first act would have been to kick the man downstairs by deputy, or in other words to ring the bell and desire the landlord to take his boots off. He contented himself, however, with doubling the fee, and explaining that the letter merely related to a breach of the peace. The top boots retired solemnly pledged to secrecy, and Mr. Alexander Trot sat down to a fried sole, Maintenon cutlet, Madeira, and sundries, with greater composure than he had experienced since the receipt of Horace Hunter's letter of defiance. The lady who alighted from the London coach had no sooner been installed in number 25, and made some alteration in her travelling dress, than she indited a note to Joseph Overton, Esquire, solicitor and mayor of Great Winglebury, requesting his immediate attendance on private business of paramount importance, a summons which that worthy functionary lost no time in obeying, for after sundry openings of his eyes, divers ejaculations of "Bless me!" and other manifestations of surprise, he took his broad-brimmed hat from its accustomed peg in his little front office, and walked briskly down the High Street to the Winglebury Arms, through the hall, and up the staircase of which establishment he was ushered by the landlady and a crowd of officious waiters to the door of number 25. "Show the gentleman in," said the stranger lady, in reply to the foremost waiter's announcement. The gentleman was shown in accordingly. The lady rose from the sofa. The mayor advanced a step from the door, and there they both paused, for a minute or two, looking at one another, as if by mutual consent. The mayor saw before him a buxom, richly dressed female of about 40. The lady looked upon a sleek man, about 10 years older, in drab shorts and continuations, black coat, neckcloth, and gloves. "Miss Julia Manners!" exclaimed the mayor at length. "You astonish me." "That's very unfavour of you, Overton," replied Miss Julia, "for I have known you long enough not to be surprised at anything you do, and you might extend equal courtesy to me." "But to run away, actually run away, with a young man," remonstrated the mayor. "You wouldn't have me actually run away with an old one, I presume?" was the cool rejoinder. "And then to ask me, of all people in the world, a man of my age and appearance, mayor of the town, to promote such a scheme!" pettishly ejaculated Joseph Overton, throwing himself into an armchair, and producing Miss Julia's letter from his pocket, as if to corroborate the assertion that he had been asked. "Now, Overton," replied the lady, "I want your assistance in this matter, and I must have it. In the lifetime of that poor old dear Mr. Cornberry, who who was to have married you and didn't because he died first, and who left you his property unencumbered with the addition of himself,' suggested the mayor. 'Well,' replied Miss Julia, reddening slightly, 'in the lifetime of the poor old dear, the property had the encumbrance of your management, and all I will say of that is, that I only wonder if it didn't die of consumption instead of its master. You helped yourself then, help me now.' Mr. Joseph Overton was a man of the world, and an attorney, and as certain indistinct recollections of an odd £1,000 or two, appropriated by mistake, passed across his mind, he hemmed deprecatingly, smiled blandly, and remained silent for a few seconds, and finally inquired, 'What do you wish me to do?' 'I'll tell you,' replied Miss Julia. 'I'll tell you in 3 words. Dear Lord Peter—' 'That's the young man, I suppose?' interrupted the mayor. 'That's the young nobleman,' replied the lady, with great stress on the last word. 'Dear Lord Peter is considerably afraid of the resentment of his family, and we have therefore thought it better to make the match a stolen one. He left town to avoid suspicion on a visit to his friend, the Honourable Augustus Flair, whose seat, as you know, is about 30 miles from this, accompanied only by his favourite tiger. We arranged that I should come here alone in the London coach, and that he, leaving his tiger and cab behind him, should come on and arrive here as soon as possible this afternoon.' 'Very well,' observed Joseph Overton, 'and then he can order the chaise, and you can go to Gretna Green together, without requiring the presence or interference of a third party, can't you?' 'No,' replied Miss Julia. 'We have every reason to believe, dear Lord Peter not being considered very prudent or sagacious by his friends, and they having discovered his attachment to me, that immediately on his absence being observed, pursuit will be made in this direction; to elude which, and to prevent our being traced, I wish it to be understood in this house that dear Lord Peter is slightly deranged, though perfectly harmless, and that I am, unknown to him, awaiting his arrival to convey him in a post chaise to a private asylum at Berwick, say. If I don't show myself much, I dare say I can manage to pass for his mother.' The thought occurred to the mayor's mind that the lady might show herself a good deal without fear of detection, seeing that she was about double the age of her intended husband. He said nothing, however, and the lady proceeded. 'With the whole of this arrangement dear Lord Peter is acquainted, and all I want you to do is to make the delusion more complete by giving it the sanction of your influence in this place, and assigning this as a reason to the people of the house for my taking the young gentleman away. As it would not be consistent with the story that I should see him until after he has entered the chaise, I also wish to communicate with him, and inform him that it is all going on well.' 'Has he arrived?' inquired Overton. 'I don't know,' replied the lady. 'Then how am I to know?' inquired the mayor. 'Of course he will not give his own name at the bar.' 'I begged him, immediately on his arrival, to write you a note,' replied Miss Manners, 'and to prevent the possibility of our project being discovered through its means, I desired him to write anonymously, and in mysterious terms, to acquaint you with the number of his room.' 'Bless me!' exclaimed the mayor, rising from his seat and searching his pockets. 'Most extraordinary circumstance! He has arrived. Mysterious note left at my house in a most mysterious manner, just before yours. Didn't know what to make of it before, and certainly shouldn't have attended to it. Oh, here it is!' And Joseph Overton pulled out of an inner coat pocket the identical letter penned by Alexander Trott. 'Is this his lordship's hand?' 'Oh yes,' replied Julia. 'Good, punctual creature. I have not seen it more than once or twice, but I know he writes very badly and very large. These dear wild young noblemen, you know, Overton.' 'Ay, I see,' replied the mayor. 'Horses and dogs, play and wine, grooms, actresses, and cigars. The stable, the green room, the saloon, and the tavern, and the legislative assembly at last.' 'Here's what he said,' pursued the mayor. 'Sir, a young gentleman in number 19 at the Winglebury Arms is bent on committing a rash act tomorrow morning at an early hour.' That's good. He means marrying. If you have any regard for the peace of this town, or the preservation of one, it may be two, human lives, what the deuce does he mean by that?" "That he's so anxious for the ceremony he will expire if it's put off, and that I may possibly do the same," replied the lady with great complacency. "Oh, I see. Not much fear of that. Well, two human lives. You will cause him to be removed to-night. He wants to start at once. Fear not to do this on your responsibility, for to-morrow the absolute necessity of the proceeding will be but too apparent. Remember, number 19, the name is Trot. No delay, for life and death depend on your promptitude." "Passionate language, certainly. Shall I see him?" "Do," replied Miss Julia, "and entreat him to act his part well. I am half afraid of him. Tell him to be cautious." "I will," said the mayor. "Settle all the arrangements." "I will," said the mayor again. "And say I think the chaise had better be ordered for 1 o'clock." "Very well," said the mayor once more, and ruminating on the absurdity of the situation in which fate and old acquaintance had placed him, he desired a waiter to herald his approach to the temporary representative of number 19. The announcement, "Gentleman to speak with you, sir," induced Mr. Trot to pause half way in the glass of port, the contents of which he was in the act of imbibing at the moment, to rise from his chair, and retreat a few paces towards the window, as if to secure a retreat, in the event of the visitor assuming the form and appearance of Horace Hunter. One glance at Joseph Overton, however, quieted his apprehensions. He courteously motioned the stranger to a seat. The waiter, after a little jingling with his decanter and glasses, consented to leave the room, and Joseph Overton, placing the broad-brimmed hat on the chair next him, and bending his body gently forward, opened the business by saying in a very low and cautious tone, "My lord." "Eh?" said Mr. Alexander Trot, in a loud key, with the vacant and mystified stare of a chilly somnambulist. "Hush, hush!" said the cautious attorney. "To be sure, quite right. No titles here. My name is Overton, sir." "Overton. Yes, the mayor of this place. You sent me a letter with anonymous information this afternoon." "I, sir!" exclaimed Trot, with ill-dissembled surprise, for, coward as he was, he would willingly have repudiated the authorship of the letter in question. "I, sir!" "Yes, you, sir. Did you not?" responded Overton, annoyed with what he supposed to be an extreme degree of unnecessary suspicion. "Either this letter is yours, or it is not. If it be, we can converse securely upon the subject at once. If it be not, of course I have no more to say. Stay, stay," said Trot. "It is mine. I did write it. What could I do, sir? I had no friend here." To be sure," said the mayor encouragingly. "You could not have managed it better. Well, sir, it will be necessary for you to leave here to-night in a post-chaise and four, and the harder the boys drive the better. You are not safe from pursuit." "Bless me!" exclaimed Trot, in an agony of apprehension. "Can such things happen in a country like this? Such unrelenting and cold-blooded hostility?" He wiped off the concentrated essence of cowardice that was oozing fast down his forehead, and looked aghast at Joseph Overton. "It certainly is a very hard case," replied the mayor with a smile, "that in a free country people can't marry whom they like, without being hunted down as if they were criminals. However, in the present instance the lady is willing, you know, and that's the main point after all." "Lady willing," repeated Trot mechanically. "How do you know the lady's willing?" "Come, that's a good one," said the mayor, benevolently tapping Mr. Trot on the arm with his broad-brimmed hat. "I have known her, well, for a long time, and if anybody could entertain the remotest doubt on the subject, I assure you I have none, nor need you have." "Dear me!" said Trot, ruminating. "This is very extraordinary." "Well, Lord Peter," said the mayor, rising. "Lord Peter?" repeated Mr. Trot. "Oh, I forgot. Mr. Trot, then. Trot. Very good. Ha ha! Well, sir, the chaise shall be ready at 12:30. "And what is to become of me until then?" inquired Mr. Trot anxiously. "Wouldn't it save appearances if I were placed under some restraint?" "Ah!" replied Overton. "Very good thought. Capital idea indeed. I'll send somebody up directly. And if you make a little resistance when we put you in the chaise, it wouldn't be amiss. Look as if you didn't want to be taken away, you know." "To be sure," said Trot, "to be sure." Well, my lord, said Overton in a low tone, until then, I wish your lordship a good evening. Lo- Lordship, ejaculated Trot again, falling back a step or two and gazing in unutterable wonder on the countenance of the mayor. Ha ha! I see, my lord. Practising the madman? Very good indeed. Very vacant look. Capital, my lord, capital. Good evening, Mr. Trot. Ha ha! That mayor's decidedly drunk, soliloquized Mr. Trot, throwing himself back in his chair in an attitude of reflection. He's a much cleverer fellow than I thought him, that young nobleman. He carries it off uncommonly well, thought Overton, as he went his way to the bar, there to complete his arrangements. This was soon done. Every word of the story was implicitly believed, and the one-eyed Boots was immediately instructed to repair to number 19, to act as custodian of the person of the supposed lunatic until half-past 12 o'clock. In pursuance of this direction, that somewhat eccentric gentleman armed himself with a walking stick of gigantic dimensions, and repaired with his usual equanimity of manner to Mr. Trot's apartment, which he entered without any ceremony, and mounted guard in by quietly depositing himself on a chair near the door, where he proceeded to beguile the time by whistling a popular air with great apparent satisfaction. "What do you want here, you scoundrel?" exclaimed Mr. Alexander Trot, with a proper appearance of indignation at his detention. The Boots beat time with his head, as he looked gently round at Mr. Trot with a smile of pity, and whistled an adagio movement. "Do you attend in this room by Mr. Overton's desire?" inquired Trot, rather astonished at the man's demeanour. "Keep yourself to yourself, young feller," calmly responded the Boots, "and don't say nothing to nobody," and he whistled again. "Now mind," ejaculated Mr. Trot, anxious to keep up the farce of wishing with great earnestness to fight a duel if they'd let him, "I protest against being kept here. I deny that I have any intention of fighting with anybody, but as it's useless contending with superior numbers, I shall sit quietly down." "You'd better," observed the placid Boots, shaking the large stick expressively. "Under protest, however," added Alexander Trot, seating himself with indignation in his face, but great content in his heart. "Under protest." "Oh, certainly," responded the Boots. "Anything you please. If you're happy, I'm transported. Only don't talk too much. It'll make you worse." "Make me worse!" exclaimed Trot, in unfeigned astonishment. "The man's drunk." "You'd better be quiet, young feller," remarked the Boots, going through a threatening piece of pantomime with the stick. "Or mad?" Mr. Trot, rather alarmed. "Leave the room, sir, and tell them to send somebody else." "Won't do," replied the Boots. "Leave the room!" shouted Trot, ringing the bell violently, for he began to be alarmed on a new score. "Leave that 'ere bell alone, you wretched lunatic," said the Boots, suddenly forcing the unfortunate Trot back into his chair, and brandishing the stick aloft. "Be quiet, you miserable object, and don't let everybody know there's a madman in the house." "He is a madman, he is a madman!" exclaimed the terrified Mr. Trot, gazing on the one eye of the red-headed Boots with a look of abject horror. "Madman!" replied the Boots. "Damme, I think he is a madman with a vengeance. Listen to me, you unfortunate, would you?" A slight tap on the head with the large stick as Mr. Trot made another move towards the bell handle. "I caught you there, did I?" "Spare my life!" exclaimed Trot, raising his hands imploringly. "I don't want your life," replied the Boots disdainfully, "though I think it'd be charity if somebody took it." "No, it wouldn't," interrupted poor Mr. Trot hurriedly. "No, no, it wouldn't. I'd rather keep it." "Oh, wery well," said the Boots. "That's a mere matter of taste. Every one to his liking. Howsever, all I've got to say is this here. You sit quietly down in that chair, and I'll set hopposite you here, and if you keep quiet and don't stir I won't damage you. But if you move hand or foot till half-past 12 o'clock, I shall alter the expression of your countenance so completely that the next time you look in the glass you'll ask whether you've gone to the town, and when you're likely to come back again. So sit down." I will," responded the victim of mistakes, and down sat Mr. Trot, and down sat the Boots too, exactly opposite him, with the stick ready for immediate action in case of emergency. Long and dreary were the hours that followed. The bell of Great Winglebury Church had just struck 10, and 2 hours and a half would probably elapse before succour arrived. For half an hour the noise occasioned by shutting up the shops in the street beneath betokened something like life in the town, and rendered Mr. Trot's situation a little less insupportable. But when even these ceased, and nothing else was heard beyond the occasional rattling of a post chaise as it drove up the yard to change horses, and then drove away again, or the clattering of horses' hoofs in the stables behind, it became almost unbearable. The boots occasionally moved an inch or two to knock superfluous bits of wax off the candles, which were burning low, but instantaneously resumed his former position, and as he remembered to have heard, somewhere or other, that the human eye had an unfailing effect in controlling mad people, he kept his solitary organ of vision constantly fixed on Mr. Alexander Trot. That unfortunate individual stared at his companion in his turn, until his features grew more and more indistinct, his hair gradually less red, and the room more misty and obscure. Mr. Alexander Trot fell into a sound sleep, from which he was awakened by a rumbling in the street, and a cry of "Chaise and four for number 25." A bustle on the stairs succeeded. The room door was hastily thrown open, and Mr. Joseph Overton entered, followed by four stout waiters, and Mrs. Williamson, the stout landlady of the Winglebury Arms. "Mr. Overton!" exclaimed Mr. Alexander Trot, jumping up in a frenzy. "Look at this man, sir. Consider the situation in which I've been placed for 3 hours past. This person you sent to guard me was a madman, a raging, ravaging, furious madman." "Bravo!" whispered Mr. Overton. "Poor dear!" said the compassionate Mrs. Williamson. "Mad people always thinks other people's mad." "Poor dear!" ejaculated Mr. Alexander Trot. "What the devil do you mean by poor dear? Are you the landlady of this house?" "Yes, yes," replied the stout old lady. "Don't exert yourself, there's a dear. Consider your health now, do." "Exert myself!" shouted Mr. Alexander Trot. "It's a mercy, ma'am, that I have any breath to exert myself with. I might have been assassinated 3 hours ago by that one-eyed monster with the oakum head. How dare you have a madman, ma'am, how dare you have a madman to assault and terrify the visitors to your house?" "I'll never have another," said Mrs. Williamson, casting a look of reproach at the mayor. "Capital, capital," whispered Overton again, as he enveloped Mr. Alexander Trot in a thick travelling cloak. "Capital, sir!" exclaimed Trot aloud. "It's horrible! The very recollection makes me shudder. I'd rather fight 4 duels in 3 hours, if I surveyed the first 3, than I'd sit for that time face to face with a madman." "Keep it up, my lord, as you go downstairs," whispered Overton. "Your bill is paid, and your portmanteau in the chaise." And then he added aloud, "Now, waiters, the gentleman's ready." At this signal, the waiters crowded round Mr. Alexander Trot. One took one arm, another the other, a third walked before with a candle, the fourth behind with another candle. The Boots and Mrs. Williamson brought up the rear, and downstairs they went, Mr. Alexander Trot expressing alternately at the very top of his voice either his feigned reluctance to go, or his unfeigned indignation at being shut up with a madman. Mr. Overton was waiting at the chaise door. The boys were ready mounted, and a few ostlers and stable nondescripts were standing round to witness the departure of the mad gentleman. Mr. Alexander Trot's foot was on the step, when he observed, which the dim light had prevented his doing before, a figure seated in the chaise, closely muffled up in a cloak like his own. "Who's that?" he inquired of Overton in a whisper. "Hush, hush!" replied the mayor. "The other party, of course." "The other party!" exclaimed Trot, with an effort to retreat. "Yes, yes, you'll soon find that out before you go far, I should think. But make a noise. You'll excite suspicion if you whisper to me so much." "I won't go in this chaise," shouted Mr. Alexander Trot, all his original fears recurring with tenfold violence. "I shall be assassinated. I shall be—" "Bravo, bravo!" whispered Overton. "I'll push you in." "But I won't go!" exclaimed Mr. Trot. "Help here! Help! They're carrying me away against my will. This is a plot to murder me." "Poor dear!" said Mrs. Williamson again. "Now, boys, put 'em along," cried the mayor, pushing Trot in and slamming the door. "Off with you as quick as you can, and stop for nothing till you come to the next stage. All right!" "Horses are paid," screamed Mrs. Williamson, and away went the chaise at the rate of 14 miles an hour, with Mr. Alexander Trot and Miss Julia Manners carefully shut up on the inside. Mr. Alexander Trot remained coiled up in one corner of the chaise, and his mysterious companion in the other, for the first 2 or 3 miles. Mr. Trot edging more and more into his corner, as he felt his companion gradually edging more and more from hers, and vainly endeavouring in the darkness to catch a glimpse of the furious face of the supposed Horace Hunter. "We may speak now," said his fellow traveller at length. "The postboys can neither see nor hear us." "That's not Hunter's voice," thought Alexander, astonished. "Dear Lord Peter," said Miss Julia, most willingly, putting her arm on Mr. Trot's shoulder. "Dear Lord Peter, not a word?" "Why, it's a woman!" exclaimed Mr. Trot in a low tone of excessive wonder. "Ah! Whose voice is that?" said Julia. "'Tis not Lord Peter's." "No, it's mine," replied Mr. Trot. "Yours!" ejaculated Miss Julia Manners. "Strange man! Gracious Heaven! How came you here?" "Whoever you are, you might have known that I came against my will, ma'am," replied Alexander, "for I made noise enough when I got in." "Do you come from Lord Peter?" inquired Miss Manners. "Confound Lord Peter!" replied Trot pettishly. "I don't know any Lord Peter. I never heard of him before tonight, when I've been Lord Petered by one and Lord Petered by another till I verily believe I'm mad, or dreaming." "Whither are we going?" inquired the lady tragically. "How should I know, ma'am?" replied Trot with singular coolness, for the events of the evening had completely hardened him. "Stop, stop!" cried the lady, letting down the front glasses of the chaise. "Stay, my dear ma'am," said Mr. Trot, pulling the glasses up again with one hand, and gently squeezing Miss Julia's waist with the other. "There is some mistake here. Give me till the end of this stage to explain my share of it. We must go far. You cannot be set down here alone at this hour of the night." The lady consented. The mistake was mutually explained. Mr. Trot was a young man, had highly promising whiskers, an undeniable tailor, and an insinuating address. He wanted nothing but valour, and who wants that with 3,000 a year? The lady had this and more. She wanted a young husband, and the only course open to Mr. Trot to retrieve his disgrace was a rich wife. So they came to the conclusion that it would be a pity to have all this trouble and expense for nothing, and that as they were so far on the road already, they had better go to Gretna Green and marry each other, and they did so. And the very next preceding entry in the blacksmith's book was an entry of the marriage of Emily Brown with Horace Hunter. Mr. Hunter took his wife home and begged pardon, and was pardoned, and Mr. Trot took his wife home and begged pardon too, and was pardoned also. And Lord Peter, who had been detained beyond his time by drinking champagne and riding a steeplechase, went back to the Honourable Augustus Flair's, and drank more champagne and rode another steeplechase, and was thrown and killed. And Horace Hunter took great credit to himself for practising on the cowardice of Alexander Trot. And all these circumstances were discovered in time and carefully noted down, and if you ever stop a week at the Wingleberry Arms, they will give you just this account of the great Wingleberry duel. End of section 53. Sketches by Boz, section 54. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, section 54. Tales, Chapter 9, Mrs. Joseph Porter. Most extensive were the preparations at Rose Villa, Clapham Rise, in the occupation of Mr. Gattleton, a stockbroker in especially comfortable circumstances, and great was the anxiety of Mr. Gattleton's interesting family as the day fixed for the representation of the private play, which had been many months in preparation, approached. The whole family was infected with the mania for private theatricals. The house, usually so clean and tidy, was, to use Mr. Gattleton's expressive description, regularly turned out of windows. The large dining room, dismantled of its furniture and ornaments, presented a strange jumble of flats, flies, wings, lamps, bridges, clouds, thunder and lightning, festoons and flowers, daggers and foil, and various other messes in theatrical slang included under the comprehensive name of properties. The bedrooms were crowded with scenery, the kitchen was occupied by carpenters, Rehearsals took place every other night in the drawing room, and every sofa in the house was more or less damaged by the perseverance and spirit with which Mr. Sempronius Gattleton and Miss Lucina rehearsed the smothering scene in Othello, it having been determined that that tragedy should form the first portion of the evening's entertainment. "When we are a little more perfect, I think it will go admirably," said Mr. Sempronius, addressing his corps dramatique at the conclusion of the 150th rehearsal. In consideration of his sustaining the trifling inconvenience of bearing all the expenses of the play, Mr. Sempronius had been, in the most handsome manner, unanimously elected stage manager. "Evans," continued Mr. Gattleton the younger, addressing a tall, thin, pale young gentleman with extensive whiskers, "Evans, you play Roderigo beautifully." "Beautifully," echoed the three Miss Gattletons, for Mr. Evans was pronounced by all his lady friends to be quite a dear. He looked so interesting, and had such lovely whiskers, to say nothing of his talent for writing verses in albums and playing the flute. Roderigo simpered and bowed. "But I think," added the manager, "you are hardly perfect in the fall, in the fencing scene where you are, you understand." "It's very difficult," said Mr. Evans thoughtfully. "I've fallen about a good deal in our counting house lately, for practice only. I find it hurts one so, being obliged to fall backwards, you see. It bruises one's head a good deal. But you must take care you don't knock a wing down," said Mr. Gattleton the elder, who had been appointed prompter, and who took so much interest in the play as the youngest of the company. "The stage is very narrow, you know." "Oh, don't be afraid," said Mr. Evans, with a very self-satisfied air. "I shall fall with my head off, and then I can't do any harm." "But, egad," said the manager, rubbing his hands, "we shall make a decided hit in Marseillaise. Harley sings that music admirably." Everybody echoed the sentiment. Mr. Harley smiled and looked foolish, not an unusual thing with him, hummed "Behold how brightly breaks the morning," and blushed as red as the fisherman's nightcap he was trying on. "Let's see," resumed the manager, telling the number on his fingers. "We shall have 3 dancing female peasants, besides Fenella, and 4 fishermen. Then there's our man Tom, he can have a pair of ducks of mine, and a check shirt of Bob's, and a red nightcap, and he'll do for another. That's 5. In the choruses, of course, we can sing at the sides, and in the market scene we can walk about in cloaks and things. When the revolt takes place, Tom must keep rushing in on one side and out on the other with a pickaxe as fast as he can. The effect will be electrical. It will look exactly as if there were an immense number of 'em. And in the eruption scene we must burn the red fire, and upset the tea trays, and make all sorts of noises, and it's sure to do." "Sure, sure!" cried all the performers univoque, and away hurried Mr. Sempronius Gattleton to wash the burnt cork off his face, and superintend the setting up of some of the amateur painted, but never sufficiently to be admired, scenery. Mrs. Gattleton was a kind, good-tempered, vulgar soul, exceedingly fond of her husband and children, and entertaining only 3 dislikes. In the first place, she had a natural antipathy to anybody else's unmarried daughters. In the second, she was in bodily fear of anything in the shape of ridicule. Lastly, almost a necessary consequence of this feeling, she regarded with feelings of the utmost horror one Mrs. Joseph Porter over the way. However, the good folks of Clapham and its vicinity stood very much in awe of scandal and sarcasm, and thus Mrs. Joseph Porter was courted and flattered and caressed and invited, for much the same reason that induces a poor author, without a farthing in his pocket, to behave with extraordinary civility to a twopenny postman. "Never mind, Ma," said Miss Emma Porter, in colloquy with her respective relative, and trying to look unconcerned. "If they had invited me, you know that neither you nor Pa would have allowed me to take part in such an exhibition." "Just what I should have thought from your high sense of propriety," returned the mother. "I am glad to see, Emma, you know how to designate the proceeding." Miss P., by the by, had only the week before made an exhibition of herself for 4 days, behind a counter at a fancy fair, to all and every of her Majesty's liege subjects, who were disposed to pay a shilling each for the privilege of seeing some 4 dozen girls flirting with strangers and playing at shop. "There," said Mrs. Porter, looking out of window. "There are 2 rounds of beef and a ham going in, clearly for sandwiches, and Thomas, the pastry cook, says there have been 12 dozen tarts ordered, besides blancmange and jellies. Upon my word, think of the Miss Gattletons in fancy dresses too!" "Oh, it's too ridiculous!" said Miss Porter hysterically. "I'll manage to put them a little out of conceit with the business, however," said Mrs. Porter, and out she went on her charitable errand. "Well, my dear Mrs. Gattleton," said Mrs. Joseph Porter, after they had been closeted for some time, and when, by dint of indefatigable pumping, she had managed to extract all the news about the play. "Well, my dear, people may say what they please, indeed we know they will, for some folks are so ill-natured. Ah, my dear Miss Lucina, how d'ye do? I was just telling your mama that I have heard it said that—" "What?" "Mrs. Porter is alluding to the play, my dear," said Mrs. Gattleton. "She was, I am sorry to say, just informing me that—" "Oh, now, pray don't mention it," interrupted Mrs. Porter. "It's most absurd, quite as absurd as young what's-his-name saying he wondered how Miss Caroline, with such a foot and ankle, could have the vanity to play Fenella." "Highly impertinent, whoever said it," said Mrs. Gattleton, bridling up. "Certainly, my dear," chimed in the delightful Mrs. Porter. "Most undoubtedly, because, as I said, if Miss Caroline does play Fenella, it doesn't follow, as a matter of course, that she should think she has a pretty foot, and then, such puppies as these young men are, he had the impudence to say that—" How far the amiable Mrs. Porter might have succeeded in her pleasant purpose, it is impossible to say, had not the entrance of Mr. Thomas Balderstone, Mrs. Gattleton's brother, familiarly called in the family Uncle Tom, changed the course of the conversation, and suggested to her mind an excellent plan of operation on the evening of the play. Uncle Tom was very rich, and exceedingly fond of his nephews and nieces. As a matter of course, therefore, he was an object of great importance in his own family. He was one of the best-hearted men in existence, always in a good temper and always talking. It was his boast that he wore top boots on all occasions, and had never worn a black silk neckerchief. It was his pride that he remembered all the principal plays of Shakespeare from beginning to end, and so he did. The result of this parrot-like accomplishment was, that he was not only perpetually quoting himself, but that he could never sit by and hear a misquotation from the Swan of Avon, without setting the unfortunate delinquent right. He was also something of a wag, never missed an opportunity of saying what he considered a good thing, and invariably laughed until he cried at anything that appeared to him mirth-moving or ridiculous. "Well, girls," said Uncle Tom, after the preparatory ceremony of kissing and how do you doing had gone through, "how do you get on? Know your parts, eh? Lucina, my dear, Act 2, Scene 1, place left cue. Unknown fate. What's next, eh? Go on. The heavens—" "Oh, yes," said Miss Lucina, "I recollect. The heavens forbid but that our loves and comforts should increase even as our days do grow." "Make a pause here and there," said the old gentleman, who was a great critic. "But that our loves and comforts should increase," emphasis on the last syllable, crease, loud, even, 1, 2, 3, 4, then loud again, "as our days do grow," emphasis on days. That's the way, my dear. Trust to your uncle for emphasis. Ah, Sem, my boy, how are you?" "Very well, thank'ee, uncle," returned Mr. Sempronius, who had just appeared, looking something like a ring-dove, with a small circle round each eye, and the result of his constant corking. "Of course we see you on Thursday." Of course, my dear boy." "What a pity it is that your nephew didn't think of making you prompter, Mr. Balderstone," whispered Mrs. Joseph Porter. "You would have been invaluable." "Well, I flatter myself I should have been tolerably up to the thing," responded Uncle Tom. "I must bespeak sitting next to you on the night," resumed Mrs. Porter, "and then if our dear young friends here should be at all wrong, you will be able to enlighten me. I shall be so interested." "I am sure I shall be most happy to give you any assistance in my power. Mind, it's a bargain." "Certainly." "I don't know how it is," said Mrs. Gattleton to her daughters, as they were sitting round the fire in the evening, looking over their parts, "but I really very much wish Mrs. Joseph Porter wasn't coming on Thursday. I am sure she's scheming something. She can't make us ridiculous, however," observed Mr. Sempronius Gattleton haughtily. The long-looked-for Thursday arrived in due course, and brought with it, as Mr. Gattleton senior philosophically observed, no disappointments to speak of. True, it was yet a matter of doubt whether Cassio would be enabled to get into the dress which had been sent for him from the masquerade warehouse. It was equally uncertain whether the principal female singer would be sufficiently recovered from the influenza to make her appearance. Mr. Harley, the Masaniello of the night, was hoarse and rather unwell, in consequence of the great quantity of lemon and sugar candy he had eaten to improve his voice, and 2 flutes and a violoncello had pleaded several colds. What of that? The audience were all coming. Everybody knew his part. The dresses were covered with tinsel and spangles, the white plumes looked beautiful. Mr. Evans had practised falling until he was bruised from head to foot and quite perfect. Iago was sure that, in the stabbing scene, he should make a decided hit. A self-taught deaf gentleman, who had kindly offered to bring his flute, would be a most valuable addition to the orchestra. Miss Jenkins's talent for the piano was too well known to be doubted for an instant. Mr. Cape had practised the violin accompaniment with her frequently, and Mr. Brown, who had kindly undertaken at a few hours' notice to bring his violoncello, would no doubt manage extremely well. 7 o'clock came, and so did the audience. All the rank and fashion of Clapham and its vicinity was fast filling the theatre. There were the Smiths, the Gubbinses, the Nixons, the Dixons, the Hicksons, people with all sorts of names, 2 aldermen, a sheriff in perspective, Sir Thomas Glumper, who had been knighted in the last reign for carrying up an address on somebody's escaping from nothing, and last, not least, there were Mrs. Joseph Porter and Uncle Tom, seated in the centre of the third row from the stage, Mrs. P. amusing Uncle Tom with all sorts of stories, and Uncle Tom amusing everyone else by laughing most immoderately. Ting, ting, ting went the prompter's bell at 8 o'clock precisely, and dash went the orchestra into the overture to the Men of Prometheus. The pianoforte player hammered away with laudable perseverance, and the violoncello, which struck in at intervals, sounded very well, considering. The unfortunate individual, however, who had undertaken to play the flute accompaniment at sight, found from fatal experience the perfect truth of the old adage, out of sight, out of mind, for being very near-sighted and being placed at a considerable distance from his music-book, all he had an opportunity of doing was to play a bar now and then in the wrong place, and put the other performers out. It is, however, but justice to Mr. Brown to say that he did this to admiration. The overture, in fact, was not unlike a race between the different instruments. The piano came in first by several bars, and the violoncello next, quite distancing the poor flute, for the deaf gentleman toot-tooted away, quite unconscious that he was at all wrong, until apprised, by the applause of the audience, that the overture was concluded. A considerable bustle and shuffling of feet was then heard upon the stage, accompanied by whispers of "Here's a pretty go," "What's to be done," etc. The audience applauded again by way of raising the spirits of the performers, and then Mr. Sempronius desired the prompter, in a very audible voice, to clear the stage and ring up. Ting, ting, ting went the bell again. Everybody sat down. The curtain shook, rose sufficiently high to display several pair of yellow boots paddling about, and there remained. Ting, ting, ting went the bell again. The curtain was violently convulsed, but rose no higher. The audience tittered. Mrs. Porter looked at Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom looked at everybody, rubbing his hands and laughing with perfect rapture. After as much ringing with the little bell as a muffin boy would make in going down a tolerably long street, and a vast deal of whispering, hammering, and calling for nails and cord, the curtain at length rose, and discovered Mr. Sempronius Gattleton solus, and decked for Othello. After 3 distinct rounds of applause, during which Mr. Sempronius applied his right hand to his left breast, and bowed in the most approved manner, the manager advanced and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you it is with sincere regret that I regret to be compelled to inform you that Iago, who was to have played Mr. Wilson, I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen, but I am naturally somewhat agitated. Applause. I mean, Mr. Wilson, who was to have played Iago, is, that is, has been, or, in other words, ladies and gentlemen, the fact is that I have just received a note in which I am informed that Iago is unavoidably detained at the post office this evening. Under these circumstances, I trust, amateur performance, another gentleman, undertaken to read the part, request indulgence for a short time, courtesy and kindness of a British audience. Overwhelming applause. Exit Mr. Sempronius Gattleton, and curtain falls. The audience were, of course, exceedingly good humoured. The whole business was a joke, and accordingly they waited for an hour with the utmost patience, being enlivened by an interlude of rout cakes and lemonade. It appeared by Mr. Sempronius' subsequent explanation that the delay would not have been so great had it not so happened that when the substitute Iago had finished dressing, and just as the play was on the point of commencing, the original Iago unexpectedly arrived. The former was therefore compelled to undress, and the latter to dress for his part, which, as he found some difficulty in getting into his clothes, occupied no inconsiderable time. At length the tragedy began in real earnest. It went off well enough until the third scene of the first act, in which Othello addresses the Senate. The only remarkable circumstance being, that as Iago could not get on any of the stage boots, in consequence of his feet being violently swelled with the heat and excitement, he was under the necessity of playing the part in a pair of Wellingtons, which contrasted rather oddly with his richly embroidered pantaloons. When Othello started with his address to the Senate, whose dignity was represented by the Duke, a carpenter, two men engaged on the recommendation of the gardener and a boy, Mrs. Porter found the opportunity she so anxiously sought. Mr. Sempronius proceeded: "Most potent, grave, and reverend signors, my very noble and approved good masters, that I have ta'en away this old man's daughter, it is most true. Rude am I in my speech." "Is that right?" whispered Mrs. Porter to Uncle Tom. "No." "Tell him so, then." "I will." "Sem!" called out Uncle Tom, "that's wrong, my boy." "What's wrong, uncle?" demanded Othello, quite forgetting the dignity of his situation. "You've left out something. True, I have married—" "Oh, ah!" said Mr. Sempronius, endeavouring to hide his confusion as much and as ineffectually as the audience attempted to conceal their half-surprised tittering by coughing with extreme violence. "True, I have married her. The very head and front of my offending hath this extent, no more." Aside. "Why don't you prompt, father?" "Because I've mislaid my spectacles," said poor Mr. Gattleton, almost dead with the heat and bustle. "There! Now it's rude am I," said Uncle Tom. "Yes, I know it is," returned the unfortunate manager, proceeding with his part. It would be useless and tiresome to quote the number of instances in which Uncle Tom, now completely in his element, and instigated by the mischievous Mrs. Porter, corrected the mistakes of the performers. Suffice it to say that having mounted his hobby, nothing could induce him to dismount, so, during the whole remainder of the play, he performed a kind of running accompaniment, by muttering everybody's part as it was being delivered in an undertone. The audience were highly amused, Mrs. Porter delighted, the performers embarrassed. Uncle Tom never was better pleased in all his life, and Uncle Tom's nephews and nieces had never, although the declared heirs to his large property, so heartily wished him gathered to his fathers as on that memorable occasion. Several other minor causes, too, united to damp the ardour of the dramatis personae. None of the performers could walk in their tights, or move their arms in their jackets, the pantaloons were too small, the boots too large, and the swords of all shapes and sizes. Mr. Evans, naturally too tall for the scenery, wore a black velvet hat with immense white plumes, the glory of which was lost in the flies, and the only other inconvenience of which was, that when it was off his head he could not put it on, and when it was on he could not take it off. Notwithstanding all his practice too, he fell with his head and shoulders as neatly through one of the side scenes as a harlequin would jump through a panel in a Christmas pantomime. The pianoforte player, overpowered by the extreme heat of the room, fainted away at the commencement of the entertainments, leaving the music of Masaniello to the flute and violoncello. The orchestra complained that Mr. Harley put them out, and Mr. Harley declared that the orchestra prevented his singing a note. The fishermen, who were hired for the occasion, revolted to the very life, positively refusing to play without an increased allowance of spirits, and their demand being complied with, getting drunk in the eruption scene as naturally as possible. The red fire which was burnt at the conclusion of the second act not only neatly suffocated the audience, but nearly set the house on fire into the bargain, and, as it was, the remainder of the piece was acted in a thick fog. In short, the whole affair was, as Mrs. Joseph Porter triumphantly told everybody, a complete failure. The audience went home at 4 o'clock in the morning, exhausted with laughter, suffering from severe headaches, and smelling terribly of brimstone and gunpowder. The Messrs. Gattleton, senior and junior, returned to rest with the vague idea of emigrating to Swan River early in the ensuing week. Rosavilla has once again resumed its wonted appearance. The dining room furniture has been replaced, the tables are as nicely polished as formerly, the horsehair chairs are ranged against the wall, and regularly as ever. Venetian blinds have been fitted to every window in the house to intercept the prying gaze of Mrs. Joseph Porter. The subject of theatricals is never mentioned in the Gattleton family, unless, indeed, by Uncle Tom, who cannot refrain from sometimes expressing his surprise and regret at finding that his nephews and nieces appear to have lost the relish they once possessed for the beauties of Shakespeare, and quotations from the works of that immortal bard. End of section 54. Sketches by Boz, Section 55. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, Section 55. Tales, Chapter 10. A Passage in the Life of Mr. Watkins Tottle, Chapter the First. Matrimony is proverbially a serious undertaking. Like an overweening predilection for brandy and water, it is a misfortune into which a man easily falls, and from which he finds it remarkably difficult to extricate himself. It is of no use telling a man who is timorous on these points that it is but one plunge and all is over. They say the same thing at the Old Bailey, and the unfortunate victims derive as much comfort from the assurance in the one case as in the other. Mr. Watkins Tottle was a rather uncommon compound of strong curious inclinations and an unparalleled degree of anticonnubial timidity. He was about 50 years of age, stood 4 feet 6 inches and 3/4 in his socks, for he never stood in stockings at all, plump, clean, and rosy. He looked something like a vignette to one of Richardson's novels, and had a clean, cravatish formality of manner, and kitchen pokerness of carriage, which Sir Charles Grinderson himself might have envied. He lived on an annuity, which was well adapted to the individual who received it. In one respect it was rather small. He received it in periodical payments on every alternate Monday, but he ran himself out about a day after the expiration of the first week, as regularly as an 8-day clock, and then, to make the comparison complete, his landlady wound him up, and he went on with a regular tick. Mr. Watkins Tottle had long lived in a state of single blessedness, as bachelors say, or single cursedness, as spinsters think, but the idea of matrimony had never ceased to haunt him. Wrapped in profound reveries on this never-failing theme, fancy transformed his small parlour in Cecil Street, Strand, into a neat house in the suburbs. The half-hundredweight of coals under the kitchen stairs suddenly sprang up into 3 tons of the best Wall's-End, his small French bedstead was converted into a regular matrimonial four-poster, and in the empty chair on the opposite side of the fireplace, imagination seated a beautiful young lady, with a very little independence or will of her own, and a very large independence under a will of her father's. "Who's there?" inquired Mr. Watkins Tottle, as a gentle tap at his room door disturbed these meditations one evening. Tottle, my dear fellow, how do you do? Said a short, elderly gentleman with a gruffish voice, bursting into the room and replying to the question by asking another. Told you I should drop in some evening, said the short gentleman as he delivered his hat into Tottle's hands, after a little struggling and dodging. Delighted to see you, I'm sure, said Mr. Watkins Tottle, wishing internally that his visitor had dropped into the Thames at the bottom of the street, instead of dropping into his parlour. The fortnight was nearly up, and Watkins was hard up. How is Mrs. Gabriel Parsons? Inquired Tottle. Quite well, thank you, replied Mr. Gabriel Parsons, for that was the name the short gentleman revelled in. Here there was a pause. The short gentleman looked at the left hob of the fireplace. Mr. Watkins Tottle stared vacancy out of countenance. Quite well, repeated the short gentleman, when 5 minutes had expired. I may say remarkably well, as he rubbed the palms of his hands as hard as if he were going to strike a light by friction. What will you take? Inquired Tottle, with the desperate suddenness of a man who knew that unless the visitor took his leave, he stood very little chance of taking anything else. Oh, I don't know. Have you any whiskey? Why, replied Tottle, very slowly, for all this was gaining time, I had some capital and remarkably strong whiskey last week, but it's all gone, and therefore its strength is much beyond proof, or in other words impossible to be proved, said the short gentleman, and he laughed very heartily, and seemed very glad the whiskey had been drunk. Mr. Tottle smiled, but it was the smile of despair. When Mr. Gabriel Parsons had done laughing, he delicately insinuated that in the absence of whiskey he would not be averse to brandy, and Mr. Watkins Tottle, lighting a flat candle very ostentatiously, and displaying an immense key, which belonged to the street door, but which, for the sake of appearances, occasionally did duty in an imaginary wine cellar, left the room to entreat his landlady to charge their glasses, and charge them in the bill. The application was successful. The spirits were speedily called, not from the vasty deep, but the adjacent wine vaults. The two short gentlemen mixed their grog, and then sat cosily down before the fire, a pair of shorts airing themselves. Tottle, said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, you know my way. Off hand, open, say what I mean what I say, hate reserve, and can't bear affectation. One is a bad domino which only hides what good people have about 'em, without making the bad look better, and the other is much about the same thing as pinking a white cotton stocking to make it look like a silk one. Now listen to what I'm going to say. Here the little gentleman paused, and took a long pull at his brandy and water. Mr. Watkins Tottle took a sip of his, stirred the fire, and assumed an air of profound attention. It is of no use humming and hawing about the matter, resumed the short gentleman. You want to get married. Why, replied Mr. Watkins Tottle evasively, for he trembled violently, and felt a sudden tingling throughout his whole frame, why, I should certainly, at least, I think I should like. Won't do, said the short gentleman. Plain and free, or there's an end of the matter. Do you want money? You know I do. You admire the sex? I do. And you'd like to be married? Certainly. Then you shall be. There's an end of that. Thus saying, Mr. Gabriel Parsons took a pinch of snuff, and mixed another glass. Let me entreat you to be more explanatory, said Tottle. Really, as the party principally interested, I cannot consent to be disposed of in this way. I'll tell you, replied Mr. Gabriel Parsons, warming with the subject and the brandy and water. I know a lady, she's stopping with my wife now, who is just the thing for you. Well educated, talks French, plays the piano, knows a good deal about flowers and shells and all that sort of thing, and has 500 a year, with an uncontrolled power of disposing of it by her last will and testament. I'll pay my addresses to her,' said Mr. Watkins Tottle. 'She isn't very young, is she?' 'Not very. Just the thing for you. I've said that already.' 'What coloured hair has the lady?' inquired Mr. Watkins Tottle. 'Egad, I hardly recollect,' replied Gabriel with coolness. 'Perhaps I ought to observe, at first she wears a front.' 'A what?' ejaculated Tottle. 'One of those things with curls along here,' said Parsons, drawing a straight line across his forehead just over his ears, in illustration of his meaning. 'I know the front's black, and I can't speak quite positively about her own hair, because unless one walks behind her and catches a glimpse of it under her bonnet, one seldom sees it. But I should say that it was rather lighter than the front, a shade of a greyish tinge, perhaps.' Mr. Watkins Tottle looked as if he had certain misgivings of mind. Mr. Gabriel Parsons perceived it, and thought it would be safe to begin the next attack without delay. 'Now, were you ever in love, Tottle?' he inquired. Mr. Watkins Tottle blushed up to the eyes and down to the chin, and exhibited a most extensive combination of colours as he confessed the soft impeachment. 'I suppose you popped the question more than once when you were young, I beg your pardon, a younger man,' said Parsons. 'Never in my life,' replied his friend, apparently indignant at being suspected of such an act. 'Never. The fact is, that I entertain, as you know, peculiar opinions on these subjects. I am not afraid of ladies, young or old, far from it. But I think that in compliance with the custom of the present day, they allow too much freedom of speech and manner to marriageable men. Now the fact is, that anything like this easy freedom I could never acquire, as I'm always afraid of going too far. I am generally, I dare say, considered formal and cold.' 'I shouldn't wonder if you were,' replied Parsons gravely. 'I shouldn't wonder. However, you'll be all right in this case, for the strictness and delicacy of this lady's ideas greatly exceed your own. Lord bless you, why, when she came to our house there was an old portrait of some man or other with two large black staring eyes, hanging up in her bedroom. She positively refused to go to bed there till it was taken down, considered it decidedly wrong.' 'I think so too,' said Mr. Watkins Tottle. 'Certainly.' 'And then the other night, I never laughed so much in my life,' resumed Mr. Gabriel Parsons. 'I had driven home in an easterly wind, and caught a devil of a faceache. Well, as Fanny, that's Mrs. Parsons, you know, and this friend of hers, and I, and Frank Ross, were playing a rubber, I said, jokingly, that when I went to bed I should wrap my head in Fanny's flannel petticoat. She instantly threw up her cards, and left the room.' 'Quite right,' said Mr. Watkins Tottle. 'She could not possibly have behaved in a more dignified manner. What did you do?' 'Do? Frank took dummy, and I won sixpence.' 'But didn't you apologise for hurting her feelings?' 'Devil a bit. Next morning at breakfast we talked it over. She contended that any reference to a flannel petticoat was improper. Men ought not to be supposed to know that such things were. I pleaded my coverture, being a married man.' 'And what did the lady say to that?' inquired Tottle, deeply interested. 'Changed her ground, and said that Frank being a single man, its impropriety was obvious.' 'Noble minded creature!' exclaimed the enraptured Tottle. 'Oh, both Fanny and I said at once that she was regularly cut out for you.' A gleam of placid satisfaction shone on the circular face of Mr. Watkins Tottle as he heard the prophecy. 'There's one thing I can't understand,' said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, as he rose to depart. 'I cannot, for the life and soul of me, imagine how the deuce you'll ever contrive to come together. The lady would certainly go into convulsions if the subject were mentioned.' Mr. Gabriel Parsons sat down again, and laughed until he was weak. Tottle owed him money, so he had a perfect right to laugh at Tottle's expense. Mr. Watkins Tottle feared, in his own mind, that this was another characteristic which he had in common with this modern Lucretia. He, however, accepted the invitation to dine with the Parsonses on the next day but one, with great firmness, and looked forward to the introduction, and when left alone, with tolerable composure. The sun that rose on the next day but one had never beheld a sprucer personage on the outside of the Norwood stage than Mr. Watkins Tottle, and when the coach drew up before a cardboard looking house with disguised chimneys, and a lawn like a large sheet of green letter paper, he certainly had never lighted to his place of destination a gentleman who felt more uncomfortable. The coach stopped, and Mr. Watkins Tottle jumped, we beg his pardon, alighted, with great dignity. "All right," said he, and away went the coach up the hill with that beautiful equanimity of pace for which short stages are generally remarkable. Mr. Watkins Tottle gave a faltering jerk to the handle of the garden gate bell. He essayed a more energetic tug, and his previous nervousness was not at all diminished by hearing the bell ringing like a fire alarm. "Is Mr. Parsons at home?" inquired Tottle of the man who opened the gate. He could hardly hear himself speak, for the bell had not yet done tolling. "Here I am!" shouted a voice in the lawn, and there was Mr. Gabriel Parsons in a flannel jacket, running backwards and forwards from a wicket to two hats piled on each other, and from the two hats to the wicket in a most violent manner, while another gentleman with his coat off was getting down the area of the house after a ball. When the gentleman without the coat had found it, which he did in less than 10 minutes, he ran back to the hats, and Gabriel Parsons pulled up. Then the gentleman without the coat called out "Play" very loudly and bold. Then Mr. Gabriel Parsons knocked the ball several yards and took another run. Then the other gentleman aimed at the wicket and didn't hit it, and Mr. Gabriel Parsons, having finished running on his own account, laid down the bat and ran after the ball, which went into the neighbouring field. They called this cricket. "Tottle, will you go in?" inquired Mr. Gabriel Parsons as he approached him, wiping the perspiration off his face. Mr. Watkins Tottle declined the offer, the bare idea of accepting which made him even warmer than his friend. "Then we'll go into the house, as it's past 4, and I shall have to wash my hands before dinner," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "Here, I hate ceremony, you know. Timson, that's Tottle, Tottle, that's Timson, bread for the church, which I fear will never be bread for him," and he chuckled at the old joke. Mr. Timson bowed carelessly. Mr. Watkins Tottle bowed stiffly. Mr. Gabriel Parsons led the way to the house. He was a rich sugar baker, who mistook rudeness for honesty, and abrupt bluntness for an open and candid manner. Many besides Gabriel mistake bluntness for sincerity. Mrs. Gabriel Parsons received the visitors most graciously on the steps, and preceded them to the drawing room. On the sofa was seated a lady of a very prim appearance, and remarkably inanimate. She was one of those persons at whose age it is impossible to make any reasonable guess. Her features might have been remarkably pretty when she was younger, and they might always have presented the same appearance. Her complexion, with a slight trace of powder here and there, was as clear as that of a well-made wax doll, and her face as expressive. She was handsomely dressed, and was winding up a gold watch. "Miss Lillerton, my dear, this is our friend Mr. Watkins Tottle, a very old acquaintance, I assure you," said Mrs. Parsons, presenting the Strephon of Cecil Street, Strand. The lady rose, and made a deep courtesy. Mr. Watkins Tottle made a bow. "Splendid, majestic creature," thought Tottle. Mr. Timson advanced, and Mr. Watkins Tottle began to hate him. Men generally discover a rival instinctively, and Mr. Watkins Tottle felt that his hate was deserved. "May I beg," said the reverend gentleman, "may I beg to call upon you, Miss Lillerton, for some trifling donation to my Soup, Coals, and Blanket Distribution Society?" "Put my name down for 2 sovereigns, if you please," responded Miss Lillerton. "You are truly charitable, madam," said the Reverend Mr. Timson, "and we know that charity will cover a multitude of sins. Let me beg you to understand that I do not say this from the supposition that you have many sins which require palliation. Believe me when I say that I never yet met any one who has fewer to atone for than Miss Lillerton." Something like a bad imitation of animation lighted up the lady's face as she acknowledged the compliment. Watkins Tottle incurred the sin of wishing that the ashes of the Reverend Charles Timson were quietly deposited in the churchyard of his curacy, wherever it might be. "I'll tell you what," interrupted Parsons, who had just appeared with clean hands and a black coat. "It's my private opinion, Timson, that your distribution society is rather a humbug." "You are so severe," replied Timson, with a Christian smile. He disliked Parsons, but liked his dinners. "So positively unjust," said Miss Lillerton. "Certainly," observed Tottle. The lady looked up. Her eyes met those of Mr. Watkins Tottle. She withdrew them in a sweet confusion, and Watkins Tottle did the same. The confusion was mutual. "Why," urged Mr. Parsons, pursuing his objections, "what on earth is the use of giving a man coals who has nothing to cook, or giving him blankets when he hasn't a bed, or giving him soup when he requires substantial food, like sending them ruffles when wanting a shirt? Why not give 'em a trifle of money, as I do when I think they deserve it, and let them purchase what they think best? Why? Because your subscribers wouldn't see their names flourishing in print on the church door, that's the reason." "Really, Mr. Parsons, I hope you don't mean to insinuate that I wish to see my name in print on the church door," interrupted Miss Lillerton. "I hope not," said Mr. Watkins Tottle, putting in another word and getting another glance. "Certainly not," replied Parsons. "I dare say you wouldn't mind seeing it in writing, though, in the church register, eh?" "Register? What register?" inquired the lady gravely. "Why, the register of marriages, to be sure," replied Parsons, chuckling at the sally and glancing at Tottle. Mr. Watkins Tottle thought he should have fainted for shame, and it is quite impossible to imagine what effect the joke would have had upon the lady, if dinner had not been at that moment announced. Mr. Watkins Tottle, with an unprecedented effort of gallantry, offered the tip of his little finger. Miss Lillerton accepted it gracefully, with maiden modesty, and they proceeded in due state to the dinner table, where they were soon deposited side by side. The room was very snug, the dinner very good, and the little party in spirits. The conversation became pretty general, and when Mr. Watkins Tottle had extracted one or two cold observations from his neighbour, and had taken wine with her, he began to acquire confidence rapidly. The cloth was removed. Mrs. Gabriel Parsons drank 4 glasses of port on the plea of being a nurse just then, and Miss Lillerton took about the same number of sips, on the plea of not wanting any at all. At length the ladies retired, to the great gratification of Mr. Gabriel Parsons, who had been coughing and frowning at his wife for half an hour previously, signals which Mrs. Parsons never happened to observe until she had been pressed to take her ordinary quantum, which, to avoid giving trouble, she generally did at once. "What do you think of her?" inquired Mr. Gabriel Parsons of Mr. Watkins Tottle in an undertone. "I dote on her with enthusiasm already," replied Mr. Watkins Tottle. "Gentlemen, pray let us drink the ladies," said the Reverend Mr. Timson. "The ladies," said Mr. Watkins Tottle, emptying his glass. In the fullness of his confidence, he felt as if he could make love to a dozen ladies off hand. "Ah!" said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, "I remember when I was a young man. Fill your glass, Timson." "I have this moment emptied it." "Then fill again." "I will," said Timson, suiting the action to the word. "I remember," resumed Mr. Gabriel Parsons, "when I was a younger man, with what a strange compound of feelings I used to drink that toast, and how I used to think every woman was an angel." "Was that before you were married?" mildly inquired Mr. Watkins Tottle. "Oh, certainly," replied Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "I have never thought so since, and a precious milksop I must have been ever to have thought so at all. But you know, I married Fanny under the oddest and most ridiculous circumstances possible." "What were they, if one may inquire?" asked Timson, who had heard the story on an average twice a week for the last 6 months. Mr. Watkins Tottle listened attentively, in the hope of picking up some suggestion that might be useful to him in his new undertaking. "I spent my wedding night in a back kitchen chimney," said Parsons, by way of a beginning. "In a back kitchen chimney!" ejaculated Watkins Tottle. "How dreadful!" "Yes, it wasn't very pleasant," replied the small host. "The fact is, Fanny's father and mother liked me well enough as an individual, but had a decided objection to my becoming a husband. You see, I hadn't any money in those days, and they had, and so they wanted Fanny to pick up somebody else. However, we managed to discover the state of each other's affection somehow. I used to meet her at some mutual friends' parties. At first we danced together and talked and flirted and all that sort of thing. Then I used to like nothing so well as sitting by her side. We didn't talk so much then, but I remember I used to have a great notion of looking at her out of the extreme corner of my left eye, and then I got very miserable and sentimental and began to write verses and use macassar oil. At last I couldn't bear it any longer, and after I had walked up and down the sunny side of Oxford Street in tight boots for a week, and a devilish hot summer it was too, in the hope of meeting her, I sat down and wrote a letter, and begged her to manage to see me clandestinely, for I wanted to hear her decision from her own mouth. I said I had discovered, to my perfect satisfaction, that I couldn't live without her, and that if she didn't have me, I had made up my mind to take prussic acid, or take to drinking, or emigrate, so as to take myself off in some way or other. Well, I borrowed £1, and bribed the housemaid to give her the note, which she did. "And what was the reply?" inquired Thompson, who had found before that to encourage the repetition of old stories is to get a general invitation. "Oh, the usual one. Fanny expressed herself very miserable, hinted at the possibility of an early grave, said that nothing should induce her to swerve from the duty she owed her parents, implored me to forget her, and find out somebody more deserving, and all that sort of thing. She said she could on no account think of meeting me unknown to her pa and ma, and entreated me as she should be in a particular part of Kensington Gardens at 11 o'clock next morning, not to attempt to meet her. There." "You didn't go, of course?" said Watkins Tottle. "Didn't I? Of course I did. There she was, with the identical housemaid in perspective, in order that there might be no interruption. We walked about for a couple of hours, made ourselves delightfully miserable, and were regularly engaged. Then we began to correspond, that is to say, we used to exchange about 4 letters a day. What we used to say in 'em I can't imagine. And I used to have an interview in the kitchen or the cellar or some such place every evening. Well, things went on in this way for some time, and we got fonder of each other every day. At last, as our love was raised to such a pitch, and as my salary had been raised too, shortly before, we determined on a secret marriage. Fanny arranged to sleep at a friend's on the previous night. We were to be married early in the morning, and then we were to return to her home and be pathetic. She was to fall at the old gentleman's feet and bathe his boots with her tears, and I was to hug the old lady and call her mother, and use my pocket handkerchief as much as possible. Married we were the next morning, 2 girls friends of Fanny's acting as bridesmaids, and a man who was hired for 5 shillings and a pint of porter officiating as father. Now the old lady unfortunately put off her return from Ramsgate, where she had been paying a visit, until the next morning, and as we placed great reliance on her, we agreed to postpone our confession for 24 hours. My newly made wife returned home, and I spent my wedding day in strolling about Hampstead Heath, and execrating my father-in-law. Of course I went to comfort my dear little wife at night as much as I could, with the assurance that our troubles would soon be over. I opened the garden gate, of which I had a key, and was shown by the servant to our old place of meeting, a back kitchen, with a stone floor and a dresser, upon which, in the absence of chairs, We used to sit and make love. Make love upon a kitchen dresser? Interrupted Mr. Watkins Tottle, whose ideas of decorum were greatly outraged. Ah, on a kitchen dresser, replied Parsons. And let me tell you, old fellow, that if you were really over head and ears in love and had no other place to make love in, you'd be devilish glad to avail yourself of such an opportunity. However, let me see. Where was I? On the dresser, suggested Timson. Oh, well, here I found poor Fanny quite disconsolate and uncomfortable. The old boy had been very cross all day, which made her feel still more lonely, and she was quite out of spirits. So I put up a good face on the matter, and laughed it off, and said we should enjoy the pleasures of a matrimonial life more by contrast, and at length poor Fanny brightened up a little. I stopped there till about 11 o'clock, and just as I was taking my leave for the 14th time, the girl came running down the stairs without her shoes in a great fright, to tell us that the old villain, heaven forgive me for calling him so, for he is dead and gone now, prompted, I suppose, by the Prince of Darkness, was coming down to draw his own beer for supper, a thing he had not done before for 6 months, to my certain knowledge, for the cask stood there in that very back kitchen. If he discovered me there, explanation would have been out of the question, for he was so outrageously violent when at all excited that he never would have listened to me. There was only one thing to be done. The chimney was a very wide one. It had been originally built for an oven, went up perpendicularly for a few feet, and then shot backward and formed a sort of small cavern. My hopes and fortune, the means of our joint existence almost, were at stake. I scrambled in like a squirrel, coiled myself up in this recess, and as Fanny and the girl replaced the deal chimney board, I could see the light of the candle which my unconscious father-in-law carried in his hand. I heard him draw the beer, and I never heard beer run so slowly. He was just leaving the kitchen, and I was preparing to descend, when down came the infernal chimney board with a tremendous crash. He stopped and put down the candle and the jug of beer on the dresser. He was a nervous old fellow, and any unexpected noise annoyed him. He coolly observed that the fireplace was never used, and sending the frightened servant into the next kitchen for a hammer and nails, actually nailed up the board and locked the door on the outside. So there I was, on my wedding night, in the light kerseymere trousers, fancy waistcoat, and blue coat that I had been married in the morning, in a back kitchen chimney, the bottom of which was nailed up, and the top of which had been formerly raised some 15 feet to prevent the smoke from annoying the neighbours. And there,' added Mr. Gabriel Parsons, as he passed the bottle, 'there I remained till 7:30 the next morning, when the housemaid's sweetheart, who was a carpenter, unshelled me. The old dog had nailed me up so securely, that to this very hour I firmly believe that no one but a carpenter could ever have got me out.' 'And what did Mr. Parsons' father say when he found you were married?' inquired Watkins Tottle, who, although he never saw a joke, was not satisfied until he heard a story to the very end. 'Why, the affair of the chimney so tickled his fancy that he parted us off hand, and allowed us something to live on till he went the way of all flesh. I spent the next night in the second floor front much more comfortably than I had spent the preceding one, for, as you will probably guess, please, sir, Missus has made tea,' said a middle-aged female servant, bobbing into the room. 'That's the very housemaid that figures in my story,' said Mr. Gabriel Parsons. 'She went into Fanny's service when we were first married, and has been with us ever since, but I don't think she has felt one atom of respect for me since the morning she saw me released, when she went into violent hysterics, to which she has been subject ever since. Now, shall we join the ladies?' 'If you please,' said Mr. Watkins Tottle. 'By all means,' added the obsequious Mr. Timson, and the trio made for the drawing room accordingly. Tea being concluded, and the toast and cups having been duly handed and occasionally upset by Mr. Watkins Tottle, a rubber was proposed. They cut for partners, Mr. and Mrs. Parsons, and Mr. Watkins Tottle and Miss Lillerton. Mr. Timson having conscientious scruples on the subject of card playing, drank brandy and water, and kept up a running spar with Mr. Watkins Tottle. The evening went off well. Mr. Watkins Tottle was in high spirits, having some reason to be gratified with his reception by Miss Lillerton, and before he left a small party was made up to visit the Beulah Spa on the following Saturday. "It's all right, I think," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons to Mr. Watkins Tottle as he opened the garden gate for him. "I hope so," he replied, squeezing his friend's hand. "You'll be down by the first coach on Saturday," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "Certainly," replied Mr. Watkins Tottle, "undoubtedly." But fortune had decreed that Mr. Watkins Tottle should not be down by the first coach on Saturday. His adventures on that day, however, and the success of his wooing, are subjects for another chapter. End of Section 55. Sketches by Boz, Section 56. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, Section 56. Tales, Chapter 10. A Passage in the Life of Mr. Watkins Tottle, Chapter the 2nd. "The first coach has not come in yet, has it, Tom?" inquired Mr. Gabriel Parsons, as he very complacently paced up and down the 14 feet of gravel which bordered the lawn, on the Saturday morning which had been fixed upon for the Beulah Spa jaunt. "No, sir, I haven't seen it," replied a gardener in a blue apron, who let himself out to do the ornamental for half-a-crown a day and his keep. "Time Tottle was down," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, ruminating. "Oh, here he is, no doubt," added Gabriel, as a cab drove rapidly up the hill, and he buttoned his dressing gown and opened the gate to receive the expected visitor. The cab stopped, and out jumped a man in a coarse Petersham grey coat, whitey brown neckerchief, faded black suit, gamboge coloured top boots, and one of those large crowned hats formerly seldom met with, but now very generally patronized by gentlemen and costermongers. "Mr. Parsons," said the man, looking at the superscription of a note he held in his hand, and addressing Gabriel with an inquiring air. "My name is Parsons," responded the sugar baker. "I brought this here note," replied the individual in the painted tops, in a hoarse whisper. "I brought this here note from a gentleman as come to our house this morning." "I expected the gentleman at my house," said Parsons, as he broke the seal, which bore the impression of Her Majesty's profile as it is seen on a sixpence. "I've no doubt the gentleman would have been here," replied the stranger, "if he hadn't happened to call at our house first. But we never trust no gentleman furder nor we can see him. No mistake about that there," added the unknown, with a facetious grin. "Beg your pardon, sir, no offence meant, only once in, and I wish you may, catch the idea, sir." Mr. Gabriel Parsons was not remarkable for catching anything suddenly but a cold. He therefore only bestowed a glance of profound astonishment on his mysterious companion, and proceeded to unfold the note of which he had been the bearer. Once opened, and the idea was caught with very little difficulty. Mr. Watkins Tottle had been suddenly arrested for £33 10s. 4d., and dated his communication from a lock-up house in the vicinity of Chancery Lane. "Unfortunate affair, this," said Parsons, refolding the note. "Oh, nothing ven you're used to it," coolly observed the man in the Petersham. "Tom," exclaimed Parsons, after a few minutes' consideration, "just put the horse in, will you? Tell the gentleman that I shall be there almost as soon as you are," he continued, addressing the sheriff's officer's Mercury. "Wery well," replied that important functionary, adding, in a confidential manner, "I'd adwise the gentleman's friends to settle. You see it's a mere trifle, and unless the gentleman means to go up afore the court, it's hardly worth waiting for detainers, you know. Our governor's wide awake, he is. I'll never say nothin' agin him, nor no man, but he knows what's o'clock, he does, uncommon." Having delivered this eloquent, and to Parsons particularly intelligible harangue, the meaning of which was eked out by divers nods and winks, the gentleman in the boots reseated himself in the cab, which went rapidly off, and was soon out of sight. Mr. Gabriel Parsons continued to pace up and down the pathway for some minutes, apparently absorbed in deep meditation. The result of his cogitation seemed to be perfectly satisfactory to himself, for he ran briskly into the house, said that business had suddenly summoned him to town, that he had desired the messenger to inform Mr. Watkins Tottle of the fact, and that they would return together to dinner. He then hastily equipped himself for a drive, and mounting his gig, was soon on his way to the establishment of Mr. Solomon Jacobs, situate, as Mr. Watkins Tottle had informed him, in Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane. When a man is in a violent hurry to get on, and has a specific object in view, the attainment of which depends on the completion of his journey, the difficulties which interpose themselves in his way appear not only to be innumerable, but to have been called into existence especially for the occasion. The remark is by no means a new one, and Mr. Gabriel Parsons had practical and painful experience of its justice in the course of his drive. There are three classes of animated objects which prevent your driving with any degree of comfort or celerity through streets which are but little frequented. They are pigs, children, and old women. On the occasions we are describing, the pigs were luxuriating on cabbage stalks, and the shuttlecocks fluttered from the little deal battledores, and the children played in the road, and women with a basket in one hand and the street door key in the other, would cross just before the horse's head, until Mr. Gabriel Parsons was perfectly savage with vexation, and quite hoarsing with hoying and imprecating. Then, when he got into Fleet Street, there was a stoppage, in which people and vehicles have the satisfaction of remaining stationary for half an hour, and envying the slowest pedestrians, and where policemen rush about, and seize hold of horses' bridles, and back them into shop windows, by way of clearing the road and preventing confusion. At length Mr. Gabriel Parsons turned into Chancery Lane, and having inquired for and been directed to Cursitor Street, for it was a locality of which he was quite ignorant, he soon found himself opposite the house of Mr. Solomon Jacobs. Confiding his horse and gig to the care of one of the 14 boys who had followed him from the other side of Blackfriars Bridge, on the chance of requiring their services, Mr. Gabriel Parsons crossed the road and knocked at an inner door, the upper part of which was glass, grated like the windows of this inviting mansion with iron bars, painted white to look comfortable. The knock was answered by a sallow-faced, red-haired, sulky boy, who, after surveying Mr. Gabriel Parsons through the glass, applied a large key to an immense wooden excrescence, which was in reality a lock, but which, taken in conjunction with the iron nails with which the panels were studded, gave the door the appearance of being subject to warts. "I want to see Mr. Watkins Tottle," said Parsons. "It's the gentleman that come in this morning, Jem," screamed a voice from the top of the kitchen stairs, which belonged to a dirty woman who had just brought her chin to a level with the passage floor. "The gentleman's in the coffee room." "Upstairs, sir," said the boy, just opening the door wide enough to let Parsons in, without squeezing him, and double locking it the moment he made his way through the aperture. "First floor, door on the left." Mr. Gabriel Parsons, thus instructed, ascended the uncarpeted and ill-lighted staircase, after giving several subdued taps at the before-mentioned door on the left, which were rendered inaudible by the hum of voices within the room, and the hissing noise attendant on some frying operations which were carrying on below stairs, turned the handle and entered the apartment. Being informed that the unfortunate object of his visit had just gone upstairs to write a letter, he had leisure to sit down and observe the scene before him. The room, which was a small confined den, was partitioned off into boxes, like the common room of some inferior eating house. The dirty floor had evidently been as long a stranger to the scrubbing brush as to the carpet or floor cloth, and the ceiling was completely blackened by the flare of the oil lamp by which the room was lighted at night. The grey ashes on the edges of the tables, and the cigar ends which were plentifully scattered about the dusty grate, fully accounted for the intolerable smell of tobacco which pervaded the place, and the empty glasses and half-saturated slices of lemon on the tables, together with the porter-pots beneath them, bore testimony to the frequent libations in which the individuals who honoured Mr. Solomon Jacobs by a temporary residence in his house indulged. Over the mantel-shelf was a paltry-looking glass, extending about half the width of the chimney-piece, but by way of counterpoise, the ashes were confined by a rusty fender about twice as long as the hearth. From this cheerful room itself, the attention of Mr. Gabriel Parsons was naturally directed to its inmates. In one of the boxes two men were playing at cribbage with a very dirty pack of cards, some with blue, some with green, and some with red backs, selections from decayed packs. The cribbage board had been long ago formed on the table by some ingenious visitor, with the assistance of a pocket knife and a two-pronged fork, with which the necessary number of holes had been made in the table at proper distances for the reception of the wooden pegs. In another box a stout, hearty-looking man of about 40 was eating some dinner which his wife, an equally comfortable-looking personage, had brought him in a basket; and in a third, a genteel-looking young man was talking earnestly and in a low tone to a young female whose face was concealed by a thick veil, but whom Mr. Gabriel Parsons immediately set down in his own mind as the debtor's wife. A young fellow of vulgar manners, dressed in the very extreme of the prevailing fashion, was pacing up and down the room with a lighted cigar in his mouth, and his hands in his pockets, ever and anon puffing forth volumes of smoke, and occasionally applying with much apparent relish to a pint pot, the contents of which were chilling on the hob. "Fourpence more, by gum!" exclaimed one of the cribbage players, lighting a pipe and addressing his adversary at the close of the game. "One 'ud think you'd got locket of pepper cruet, and shook it out when you wanted it." "Well, that ain't a bad 'un," replied the other, who was a horse dealer from Islington. "No, I'm blessed if it is," interposed the jolly looking fellow, who, having finished his dinner, was drinking out of the same glass as his wife, in truly conjugal harmony, some hot gin and water. The faithful partner of his cares had brought a plentiful supply of the anti-temperance fluid in a large flat stone bottle, which looked like a half-gallon jar that had been successfully tapped for the dropsy. "You're a rum chap, are you, Mr. Walker? Will you dip your beak into this, sir?" "Thank'ee, sir," replied Mr. Walker, leaving the box and advancing to the other to accept his proffered glass. "Here's your health, sir, and your good omens here. Gentlemen all, yours and better luck still. Well, Mr. Willis," continued the facetious prisoner, addressing the young man with the cigar, "you seem rather down to day. Flawed, as one might say. What's the matter, sir? Never say die, you know." "Oh, I'm all right," replied the smoker. "I shall be bailed out to morrow." "Shall you though?" inquired the other. "Damn me, I wish I could say the same. I'm as regularly over head and ears as the Royal George, and stand about as much chance of being bailed out. Ha ha ha!" "Why," said the young man, stopping short and speaking in a very loud key, "look at me. What do you think I've stopped here 2 days for?" "'Cause you couldn't get out, I suppose," interrupted Mr. Walker, winking to the company. "Not that you're exactly obliged to stop here, only you can't help it. No compulsion, you know, only you must, eh?" "Ain't he a rum 'un?" inquired the delighted individual who had offered the gin and water of his wife. "Oh, he just is," replied the lady, who was quite overcome by these flashes of imagination. "Why, my case," frowned the victim, throwing the end of his cigar into the fire, and illustrating his argument by knocking the bottom of the pot on the table at intervals, "my case is a very singular one. My father's a man of large property, and I am his son." "That's a very strange circumstance," interrupted the jocose Mr. Walker en passant. "I am his son, and have received a liberal education. I don't owe no man nothing, not the value of a farthing, but I was induced, you see, to put my name to some bills for a friend, bills to a large amount, I may say a very large amount, for which I didn't receive no consideration. What's the consequence? Why, I suppose the bills went out and you came in. The acceptances weren't taken up, and you were, eh?" inquired Walker. "To be sure," replied the liberally educated young gentleman, "to be sure, and so here I am, locked up, for a matter of £1,200. "Why don't you ask your own governor to stump up?" inquired Walker, with a somewhat sceptical air. "Oh, bless you, he'd never do it," replied the other, in a tone of expostulation. "Never." "Why, it's very odd, to be sure," interposed the owner of the flat bottle, mixing another glass, "but I've been in difficulties, as one may say now, for 30 year. I went to pieces when I was in a milk walk 30 years ago, arterwards when I was a fruiterer and kept a spring wan, and arter that again in the coal and tater line, but all that time I never see a youngish chap come into a place of this kind who wasn't going out again directly, and who hadn't been arrested on bills when he'd been given a friend and for which he'd received nothing whatsomever, not a fraction." Oh, it's always the cry,' said Walker. 'I can't see the use on it, that's what makes me so wild. Why, I should have a much better opinion of an individual if he'd say at once in an honourable and gentlemanly manner, as he'd done everybody he possibly could.' 'Ay, to be sure,' interposed the horse dealer, with whose notions of bargain and sale the axiom perfectly coincided. 'So should I.' The young gentleman who had given rise to these observations was on the point of offering a rather angry reply to these sneers, but the rising of the young man before noticed, and of the female who had been sitting by him, to leave the room, interrupted the conversation. She had been weeping bitterly, and the noxious atmosphere of the room, acting upon her excited feelings and delicate frame, rendered the support of her companion necessary as they quitted it altogether. There was an air of superiority about them both, and something in their appearance so unusual in such a place, that a respectful silence was observed until the whirr bang of the spring door announced that they were out of hearing. It was broken by the wife of the ex fruiterer. 'Poor creature!' said she, quenching a sigh in a rivulet of gin and water. 'She's very young.' 'She's a nice looking woman too,' added the horse dealer. 'What's he in for, Ikey?' inquired Walker of an individual who was spreading a cloth with numerous blotches of mustard upon it on one of the tables, and whom Mr. Gabriel Parsons had no difficulty in recognising as the man who had called upon him in the morning. 'Why,' responded the factotum, 'it's one of the rummiest rigs you ever heard on. He come in here last Vensday, which by the by he's a going over the water to night, howsoever that's neither here nor there. You see, I've been going backwards and forwards about his business, and have managed to pick up some of the story from the servants and them, and so far as I can make out, it seems to be summat to this here effect.' 'Cut it short, old fellow,' interrupted Walker, who knew from former experience that he of the top boots was neither very concise nor intelligible in his narratives. 'Let me alone,' replied Ikey, 'and I'll have wound up and made my lucky in 5 seconds. This here young gentleman's father, so I'm told, mind ye, and the father of the young woman, have always been on very bad out and out, regular knock me down sort of terms, but somehow or another, when he was a visiting at some gentlefolk's house, as he knowed at college you come into contact with the young lady, he seed her several times, and then he up and said he'd keep company with her, if so be as she was agreeable. Well, she was as sweet upon him as he was upon her, and so I suppose they made it all right, for they got married 'bout 6 months afterwards, unbeknown, mind you, to the two fathers, leastwise so I'm told. When they heard of it, my eyes, there was such a combustion. Starvation was the very least they was to be done to 'em. The young gentleman's father cut him off with a bob, 'cause he cut himself off with a vife, and the young lady's father, he behaved even worser and more unnatural, for he not only blowed her up dreadful and swore he'd never see her again, but he employed a chap as I knows, and as you knows, Mr. Valker, a precious sight too well, to go about and buy up the bills and them things on which the young husband, thinking as governor had come round again, had raised the vin just to blow himself on with for a time. Beside which, he made all the interest he could to set other people agin him. Consequence was, that he paid as long as he could. But things he never expected to have to meet till he'd have time to turn himself round came fast upon him, and he was nabbed. He was brought here, as I said afore, last Vensday, and I think there's about half a dozen detainers agin him downstairs now. I have been,' added Ikey, 'in the profession these 15 year, and I never met with such vindictiveness afore.' 'Poor creatures!' exclaimed the coal dealer's wife once more, again resorting to the same excellent prescription for nipping a sigh in the bud. 'Ah! When they've seen as much trouble as I and my old man here have, they'll be as comfortable under it as we are.' 'The young lady's a pretty creature,' said Walker, 'only she's a little too delicate for my taste. There ain't enough of her. As for the young cove, he may be very respectable and what not, but he's too down in the mouth for me. He ain't game.' 'Game!' exclaimed Ikey, who had been altering the position of a green handled knife and fork at least a dozen times, in order that he might remain in the room under the pretext of having something to do. 'He's game enough when there's anything to be fierce about, but who could be game, as you call it, Mr. Walker, with a pale young creature like that hanging about him? It's enough to drive any man's heart into his boots to see 'em together, and no mistake at all about it. I shall never forget her first coming here. He wrote to her on the Thursday to come, I know he did, 'cause I took the letter. Uncommon fidgetry he was all day to be sure, and in the evening he goes down into the office and he says to Jacob, says he, "Sir, can I have the loan of a private room for a few minutes this evening without incurring any additional expense, just to see my wife in?" says he. Jacobs looked as much as to say, "Strike me bountiful if you ain't one of the modest sort." But as the gentleman who had been in the back parlour had just gone out and had paid for it that day, he says, wery grave, "Sir," says he, "it's again our rules to let private rooms to our lodgers on gratis terms, but," says he, "for a gentleman I don't mind breaking through them for once." So he turns round to me and says, "Ikey, put two mould candles in the back parlour and charge 'em to this gentleman's account," which I did. For by the by a hackney coach comes up to the door, and there sure enough was the young lady wrapped up in a hoopra cloak, as it might be, and all alone. I opened the gate that night, so I went up when the coach came and was a waiting at the parlour door, and wasn't he a trembling neither. The poor creature sees him, and could hardly walk to meet him. "Oh, Harry," she says, "that it should have come to this, and all for my sake," says she, putting her hand upon his shoulder. So he puts his arm round her pretty little waist, and leading her gently a little way into the room so that he might be able to shut the door, he says, so kind and soft like, "Why, Kate," says he. "Here's a gentleman you want," said Ikey, abruptly breaking off his story and introducing Mr. Gabriel Parsons to the crestfallen Watkins Tottle, who at that moment entered the room. Watkins advanced with a wooden expression of passive endurance, and accepted the hand which Mr. Gabriel Parsons held out. "I want to speak to you," said Gabriel, with a look strongly expressive of his dislike of the company. "This way," replied the imprisoned one, leading the way to the front drawing room, where rich debtors did the luxurious at the rate of a couple of guineas a day. "Well, here I am," said Mr. Watkins, as he sat down on the sofa, and placing the palms of his hands on his knees, anxiously glanced at his friend's countenance. "Yes, and here you're likely to be," said Gabriel coolly, as he rattled the money in his unmentionable pockets and looked out of the window. "What's the amount with the costs?" inquired Parsons, after an awkward pause. "Have you any money?" "Nine and sixpence halfpenny." Mr. Gabriel Parsons walked up and down the room for a few seconds, before he could make up his mind to disclose the plan he had formed. He was accustomed to drive hard bargains, but was always most anxious to conceal his avarice. At length he stopped short, and said, "Tottle, you owe me £50." "I do." "And from all I see, I infer that you are likely to owe it to me." "I fear I am." "Though you have every disposition to pay me if you could." "Certainly." "Then," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, "listen. Here's my proposition. You know my way of old. Accept it. Yes or no. I will or I won't. I'll pay the debts and costs, and I'll lend you £10 more, which, added to your annuity, will enable you to carry on the war well. If you'll give me your note of hand to pay me £150 within 6 months after you are married to Miss Lillerton." "My dear, stop a minute. On one condition, and that is that you propose to Miss Lillerton at once." "At once! My dear Parsons, consider." "It is for you to consider, not me. She knows you well from reputation, though she did not know you personally until lately. Notwithstanding all her maiden modesty, I think she'll be devilish glad to get married out of hand with as little delay as possible. My wife has sounded her on the subject, and she has confessed." "What?" eagerly interrupted the enamoured Watkins. "Why," replied Parsons, "to say exactly what she has confessed would be rather difficult, because they only spoke in hints and so forth, but my wife, who is no bad judge in these cases, declared to me that what she had confessed was as good as to say that she was not insensible of your merits; in fact, that no other man should have her." Mr. Watkins Tottle rose hastily from his seat and rang the bell. "What's that for?" inquired Parsons. "I want to send the man for the bill stamp," replied Mr. Watkins Tottle. "Then you've made up your mind?" "I have," and they shook hands most cordially. The note of hand was given, the debt and costs were paid. Ikey was satisfied for his trouble, and the two friends soon found themselves on that side of Mr. Solomon Jacob's establishment, on which most of his visitors were very happy when they found themselves once again, to wit, the outside. "Now, Mr. Gabriel Parsons," as they drove to Norwood together, "you shall have an opportunity to make the disclosure tonight, and mind you speak out, Tottle." I will," replied Watkins valorously. "How I should like to see you together!" ejaculated Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "What fun! and he laughed so long and loudly that he disconcerted Mr. Watkins Tottle and frightened the horse. "There's Fanny and your intended walking about on the lawn," said Gabriel as they approached the house. "Mind your eye, Tottle." "Never fear," replied Watkins resolutely, as he made his way to the spot where the ladies were walking. "Here's Mr. Tottle, my dear," said Mrs. Parsons, addressing Miss Lillerton. The lady turned quickly round, and acknowledged his courteous salute with the same sort of confusion that Watkins had noticed on their first interview, but with something like a slight expression of disappointment or carelessness. "Did you see how glad she was to see you?" whispered Parsons to his friend. "Why, I really thought she looked as if she would rather have seen somebody else," replied Tottle. "Pooh, nonsense!" whispered Parsons again. "It's always the way with women, young or old. They never show how delighted they are to see those whose presence makes their hearts beat. It's the way with the whole sex, and no man should have lived to your time of life without knowing it. Fanny confessed it to me when we were first married, over and over again. See what it is to have a wife." "Certainly," whispered Tottle, whose courage was vanishing fast. "Well, now you'd better begin to pave the way," said Parsons, who, having invested some money in the speculation, assumed the office of director. "Yes, yes, I will presently," replied Tottle, greatly flurried. "Say something to her, man," urged Parsons again. "Confound it, pay her a compliment, can't you?" "No, not till after dinner," replied the bashful Tottle, anxious to postpone the evil moment. "Well, gentlemen," said Mrs. Parsons, "you are really very polite. You stay away the whole morning, after promising to take us out, and when you do come home, you stand whispering together and take no notice of us." "We were talking of the business, my dear, which detained us this morning," replied Parsons, looking significantly at Tottle. "Dear me, how very quickly the morning has gone," said Miss Lillerton, referring to the gold watch, which was wound up on state occasions, whether it required it or not. "I think it has passed very slowly," mildly suggested Tottle. "That's right. Bravo!" whispered Parsons. "Indeed," said Miss Lillerton, with an air of majestic surprise. "I can only impute it to my unavoidable absence from your society, madam," said Watkins, "and that of Mrs. Parsons." During this short dialogue, the ladies had been leading the way to the house. "What the deuce did you stick Fanny into that last compliment for?" inquired Parsons as they followed together. "It quite spoilt the effect." "Oh, it really would have been too broad without," replied Watkins Tottle. "Much too broad." "He's mad," Parsons whispered his wife as they entered the drawing room. "Mad from modesty." "Dear me!" ejaculated the lady. "I never heard of such a thing." "You'll find we have quite a family dinner, Mr. Tottle," said Mrs. Parsons, when they sat down to table. "Miss Lillerton is one of us, and of course we make no stranger of you." Mr. Watkins Tottle expressed a hope that the Parsons family never would make a stranger of him, and wished internally that his bashfulness would allow him to feel a little less like a stranger himself. "Take off the covers, Martha," said Mrs. Parsons, directing the shifting of the scenery with great anxiety. The order was obeyed, and a pair of boiled fowls, with tongues and etc., were displayed at the top, and a fillet of veal at the bottom. On one side of the table, two green sauce tureens, with ladles of the same, were setting to each other in a green dish, and on the other was a curried rabbit in a brown suit, turned up with lemon. "Miss Lillerton, my dear," said Mrs. Parsons, "shall I assist you?" "Thank you, no. I think I'll trouble Mr. Tottle." Watkins started, trembled, helped the rabbit, and broke a tumbler. The countenance of the lady of the house, which had been all smiles previously, underwent an awful change. "Extremely sorry," stammered Watkins, assisting himself to curry and parsley and butter in the extremity of his confusion. "Not the least consequence," replied Mrs. Parsons, in a tone which implied that it was of the greatest consequence possible, directing aside the researches of the boy, who was groping under the table for the bits of broken glass. "I presume," said Miss Lillerton, "that Mr. Tottle is aware of the interest which bachelors usually pay in such cases. A dozen glasses for one is the lowest penalty." Mr. Gabriel Parsons gave his friend an admonitory tread on the toe. Here was a clear hint that the sooner he ceased to be a bachelor and emancipated himself from such penalties the better. Mr. Watkins Tottle viewed the observation in the same light, and challenged Mrs. Parsons to take wine, with a degree of presence of mind which, under all the circumstances, was rather extraordinary. "Miss Lillerton," said Gabriel, "may I have the pleasure?" "I shall be most happy." "Tottle, will you assist Miss Lillerton, and pass the decanter? Thank you." The usual pantomimic ceremony of nodding and sipping gone through. "Tottle, were you ever in Suffolk?" inquired the master of the house, who was burning to tell one of his 7 stock stories. "No," responded Watkins, adding by way of a saving clause, "but I have been in Devonshire." "Ah!" replied Gabriel. "It was in Suffolk that a rather singular circumstance happened to me many years ago. Did you ever happen to hear me mention it?" Mr. Watkins Tottle had happened to hear his friend mention it some 400 times. Of course he expressed great curiosity, and evinced the utmost impatience to hear the story again. Mr. Gabriel Parsons forthwith attempted to proceed, in spite of the interruptions to which, as our readers must frequently have observed, the master of the house is often exposed in such cases. We will attempt to give them an idea of our meaning. "When I was in Suffolk," said Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "Take off the fowls first, Marcia," said Mrs. Parsons. "I beg your pardon, my dear." "When I was in Suffolk," resumed Mr. Parsons, with an impatient glance at his wife, who pretended not to observe it, "which is now years ago, business led me to the town of Bury St. Edmunds. I had to stop at the principal places in my way, and therefore, for the sake of convenience, I travelled in a gig. I left Sudbury one dark night. It was winter time, about 9 o'clock. The rain poured in torrents, the wind howled among the trees that skirted the roadside, and I was obliged to proceed at a foot pace, for I could hardly see my hand before me, it was so dark. John," interrupted Mrs. Parsons in a low hollow voice, "don't spill the gravy." "Fanny," said Parsons impatiently, "I wish you'd defer these domestic reproofs to some more suitable time. Really, my dear, these constant interruptions are very annoying." "My dear, I didn't interrupt you," said Mrs. Parsons. "But, my dear, you did interrupt me," remonstrated Mr. Parsons. "How very absurd you are, my love. I must give directions to the servants. I'm quite sure that if I sat here and allowed John to spill the gravy over my new carpet, you'd be the first to find fault when you saw the stain to-morrow morning." "Well," continued Gabriel, with a resigned air, as if he knew there was no getting over the point about the carpet, "I was just saying, it was so dark that I could hardly see my hand before me. The road was very lonely, and I assure you, Tottle," this was a device to arrest the wandering attention of that individual, which was distracted by a confidential communication between Mrs. Parsons and Martha, accompanied by the delivery of a large bunch of keys, "I assure you, Tottle, I became somehow impressed with a sense of the loneliness of my situation." "Quiet your master," interrupted Mrs. Parsons, again directing the servant. "Now, pray, my dear," remonstrated Parsons once more, very pettishly. Mrs. P. turned up her hands and eyebrows, and appealed in dumb show to Miss Lillerton. "As I turned a corner of the road," resumed Gabriel, "the horse stopped short and reared tremendously. I pulled up, jumped out, ran to his head, and found a man lying on his back in the middle of the road, with his eyes fixed on the sky. I thought he was dead, but no, he was alive, and there appeared to be nothing the matter with him. He jumped up, and putting his hand to his chest, and fixing upon me the most earnest gaze you can imagine, exclaimed, 'Pudding here,' said Mrs. Parsons. 'Oh, it's no use!' exclaimed the host, now rendered desperate. 'Here, Tottle, a glass of wine. It's useless to attempt relating anything when Mrs. Parsons is present.' This attack was received in the usual way. Mrs. Parsons talked to Miss Lillerton, and at her better half, expatiated on the impatience of men generally, hinted that her husband was peculiarly vicious in this respect, and wound up by insinuating that she must be one of the best tempers that ever existed, or she could never put up with it. Really, what she had to endure sometimes, was more than any one who saw her in everyday life could by possibility suppose. The story was now a painful subject, and therefore Mr. Parsons declined to enter into any details, and contented himself by stating that the man was a maniac, who had escaped from a neighbouring madhouse. The cloth was removed, the ladies soon afterward retired, and Miss Lillerton played the piano in the drawing room overhead, very loudly, for the edification of the visitor. Mr. Watkins Tottle and Mr. Gabriel Parsons sat chatting comfortably enough until the conclusion of the second bottle, when the latter, in proposing an adjournment to the drawing room, informed Watkins that he had concerted a plan with his wife for leaving him and Miss Lillerton alone soon after tea. "I say," said Tottle as they went upstairs, "don't you think it would be better if we put it off till to-morrow?" "Don't you think it would have been much better if I had left you in that wretched hole I found you in this morning?" retorted Parsons bluntly. "Well, I only made a suggestion," said poor Watkins Tottle with a deep sigh. Tea was soon concluded, and Miss Lillerton, drawing a small work table on one side of the fire, and placing a little wooden frame upon it, something like a miniature clay mill without the horse, was soon busily engaged in making a watch guard with brown silk. "God bless me!" exclaimed Parsons, starting up with well feigned surprise. "I've forgotten those confounded letters. Tottle, I know you'll excuse me." If Tottle had been a free agent, he would have allowed no one to leave the room on any pretence except himself. As it was, however, he was obliged to look cheerful when Parsons quitted the apartment. He had scarcely left when Martha put her head into the room with, "Please, ma'am, you're wanted." Mrs. Parsons left the room, shut the door carefully after her, and Mr. Watkins Tottle was left alone with Miss Lillerton. For the first 5 minutes there was dead silence. Mr. Watkins Tottle was thinking how he should begin, and Miss Lillerton appeared to be thinking of nothing. The fire was burning low. Mr. Watkins Tottle stirred it, and put some coals on. "Ahem!" coughed Miss Lillerton. Mr. Watkins Tottle thought the fair creature had spoken. "I beg your pardon," said he. "Eh? I thought you spoke." "No." "Oh!" "There are some books on the sofa, Mr. Tottle, if you would like to look at them," said Miss Lillerton, after the lapse of another 5 minutes. "No, thank you," returned Watkins, and then he added, with a courage which was perfectly astonishing even to himself, "Madam, that is, Miss Lillerton, I wish to speak to you." "To me?" said Miss Lillerton, letting the silk drop from her hands, and sliding her chair back a few paces. "Speak to me?" "To you, madam, and on the subject of the state of your affections." The lady hastily rose and would have left the room, but Mr. Watkins Tottle gently detained her by the hand, and holding it as far from him as the joint length of their arms would permit, he thus proceeded. "Pray do not misunderstand me, or suppose that I am led to address you, after so short an acquaintance, by any feeling of my own merits, for merits I have none which could give me a claim to your hand. I hope you will acquit me of any presumption when I explain that I have been acquainted through Mrs. Parsons with the state, that is, that Mrs. Parsons has told me, at least, not Mrs. Parsons, but—" Here Watkins began to wander, but Miss Lillerton relieved him. "Am I to understand, Mr. Tottle, that Mrs. Parsons has acquainted you with my feeling, my affection, I mean my respect, for an individual of the opposite sex?" "She has." "Then what," inquired Miss Lillerton, averting her face with a girlish air, "what could induce you to seek such an interview as this? What can your object be? How can I promote your happiness, Mr. Tottle?" Here was the time for a flourish. "By allowing me," replied Watkins, falling bump on his knees, and breaking 2 brace buttons and a waistcoat string in the act, "by allowing me to be your slave, your servant, in short, by unreservedly making me the confidant of your heart's feelings, may I say for the promotion of your own happiness, may I say in order that you may become the wife of a kind and affectionate husband." "Disinterested creature!" exclaimed Miss Lillerton, hiding her face in a white pocket handkerchief with an eyelet hole border. Mr. Watkins Tottle thought that if the lady knew all, she might possibly alter her opinion on this last point. He raised the tip of her middle finger ceremoniously to his lips, and got off his knees as gracefully as he could. "My information was correct?" he tremulously inquired, when he was once more on his feet. "It was." Watkins elevated his hands, and looked up to the ornament in the centre of the ceiling, which had been made for a lamp, by way of expressing his rapture. "Our situation, Mr. Tottle," resumed the lady, glancing at him through one of the eyelet holes, "is a most peculiar and delicate one." "It is," said Mr. Tottle. "Our acquaintance has been of so short duration," said Miss Lillerton. "Only a week," assented Watkins Tottle. "Oh, more than that!" exclaimed the lady, in a tone of surprise. "Indeed!" said Tottle. More than a month. More than 2 months, said Miss Lillerton. Rather odd this, thought Watkins. Oh, he said, recollecting Parsons' assurance that she had known him from report, I understand. But, my dear madam, pray consider. The longer this acquaintance has existed, the less reason is there for delay now. Why not at once fix a period for gratifying the hopes of your devoted admirer? It has been represented to me again and again that this is the course I ought to pursue, replied Miss Littleton. But pardon my feelings of delicacy, Mr. Tottle. Pray excuse this embarrassment. I have peculiar ideas on such subjects, and I am quite sure that I could never summon up fortitude enough to name the day to my future husband. Then allow me to name it, said Tottle eagerly. I should like to fix it myself, replied Miss Lillerton bashfully, but I cannot do so without at once resorting to a third party. A third party? Thought Watkins Tottle. Who the deuce is that to me, I wonder? Mr. Tottle, continued Miss Lillerton, you have made me a most disinterested and kind offer. That offer I accept. Will you at once be the bearer of a note from me to Mr. Timson? Mr. Timson, said Watkins. After what has passed between us, responded Miss Lillerton, still averting her head, you must understand whom I mean. Mr. Timson, the clergyman. Mr. Timson the clergyman! Ejaculated Watkins Tottle, in a state of inexpressible beatitude and positive wonder at his own success. Angel! Certainly! This moment! I'll prepare it immediately, said Miss Lillerton, making for the door. The events of this day have flurried me so much, Mr. Tottle, that I shall not leave my room again this evening. I will send you the note by the servant. Stay, stay, cried Watkins Tottle, still keeping a most respectful distance from the lady. When shall we meet again? Oh, Mr. Tottle, replied Miss Lillerton coquettishly, when we are married. I can never see you too often, nor thank you too much. And she left the room. Mr. Watkins Tottle flung himself into an armchair, and indulged the most delicious reveries of future bliss, in which the idea of £500 per annum, with an uncontrolled power of disposing of it by her last will and testament, was somehow or other the foremost. He had gone through the interview so well, and it had terminated so admirably, that he almost began to wish he had expressly stipulated for the settlement of the annual 500 on himself. "May I come in?" said Mr. Gabriel Parsons, peeping in at the door. "You may," replied Watkins. "Well, have you done it?" anxiously inquired Gabriel. "Have I done it?" said Watkins Tottle. "Hush! I'm going to the clergyman." "No," said Parsons. "How well you have managed it!" "Where does Timson live?" inquired Watkins. "At his uncle's," replied Gabriel, "just round the lane. He's waiting for a living, and has been assisting his uncle here for the last 2 or 3 months. But how well you have done it! I didn't think you could have carried it off so." Mr. Watkins Tottle was proceeding to demonstrate that the Richardsonian principle was the best on which love could possibly be made, when he was interrupted by the entrance of Martha, with a little pink note folded like a fancy cocked hat. "Miss Lillerton's compliments," said Martha, as she delivered it into Tottle's hands, and vanished. "Do you observe the delicacy?" said Tottle, appealing to Mr. Gabriel Parsons. "Compliments, not love, by the servant, eh?" Mr. Gabriel Parsons didn't exactly know what reply to make, so he poked his forefinger of his right hand between the third and fourth ribs of Mr. Watkins Tottle. "Come," said Watkins, when the explosion of mirth consequent on this practical jest had subsided, "we'll be off at once. Let's lose no time." "Capital!" echoed Gabriel Parsons, and in 5 minutes they were at the garden gate of the villa tenanted by the uncle of Mr. Timson. "Is Mr. Charles Timson at home?" inquired Mr. Watkins Tottle of Mr. Charles Timson's uncle's man. "Mr. Charles is at home," replied the man, stammering, "but he desired me to say he couldn't be interrupted, sir, by any of the parishioners." "I am not a parishioner," replied Watkins. "Is Mr. Charles writing a sermon, Tom?" inquired Parsons, thrusting himself forward. "No, Mr. Parsons, sir, he's not exactly writing a sermon, but he is practising the violoncello in his own bedroom, and gave strict orders not to be disturbed." "Say I'm here," replied Gabriel, leading the way across the garden. "Mr. Parsons and Mr. Tottle on private and particular business." They were shown into the parlour, and the servant departed to deliver his message. The distant groaning of the violoncello ceased. Footsteps were heard on the stairs, and Mr. Timson presented himself and shook hands with Parsons with the utmost cordiality. "How do you do, sir?" said Watkins Tottle with great solemnity. "How do you do, sir?" replied Timson, with as much coldness as if it were a matter of perfect indifference to him how he did, as it very likely was. "I beg to deliver this note to you," said Watkins Tottle, producing the cocked hat. "From Miss Lillerton," said Timson, suddenly changing colour. "Pray sit down." Mr. Watkins Tottle sat down, and while Timson perused the note, fixed his eyes on an oyster sauce coloured portrait of the Archbishop of Canterbury, which hung over the fireplace. Mr. Timson rose from his seat when he had concluded the note, and looked dubiously at Parsons. "May I ask," he inquired, appealing to Watkins Tottle, "whether our friend here is acquainted with the object of your visit?" "Our friend is in my confidence," replied Watkins, with considerable importance. "Then, sir," said Timson, seizing both Tottle's hands, "allow me in his presence to thank you most unfeigningly and cordially for the noble part you have acted in this affair." "He thinks I recommended him," thought Tottle. "Confound these fellows, they never think of anything but their fees." "I deeply regret having misunderstood your intentions, my dear sir," continued Timson. "Disinterested and manly indeed! There are very few men who would have acted as you have done." Mr. Watkins Tottle could not help thinking that this last remark was anything but complimentary. He therefore inquired rather hastily, "When is it to be?" "On Thursday," replied Timson. "On Thursday morning at 8:30. "Uncommonly early," observed Watkins Tottle, with an air of triumphant self-denial. "I shall hardly be able to get down here by that hour." This was intended for a joke. "Never mind, my dear fellow," replied Timson, all suavity, shaking hands with Tottle again most heartily. "So long as we see you to breakfast, you know." "Eh?" said Parsons, with one of the most extraordinary expressions of countenance that ever appeared in a human face. "What!" ejaculated Watkins Tottle at the same moment. "I say that so long we see you to breakfast," replied Timson, "we will excuse your being absent from the ceremony, though of course your presence at it would give us the utmost pleasure." Mr. Watkins Tottle staggered against the wall, and fixed his eyes on Timson with appalling perseverance. "Timson," said Parsons, hurriedly brushing his hat with his left arm, "when you say us, whom do you mean?" Mr. Timson looked foolish in his turn, when he replied, "Why, Mrs. Timson that will be this day week, Miss Lillerton, that is." "Now don't stare at that idiot in the corner," angrily exclaimed Parsons, as the extraordinary convulsions of Watkins Tottle's countenance exceeded the wandering gaze of Timson's, "but have the goodness to tell me in 3 words the contents of that note." "This note," replied Timson, "is from Miss Lillerton, to whom I have been for the last 5 weeks regularly engaged. Her singular scruples and strange feeling on some points have hitherto prevented my bringing the engagement to that termination which I so anxiously desire. She informs me here that she sounded Mrs. Parsons with the view of making her confidant and go-between; that Mrs. Parsons informed this elderly gentleman, Mr. Tottle, of the circumstance; and that he, in the most kind and delicate terms, offered to assist us in any way, and even undertook to convey this note, which contains the promise I have long sought in vain, an act of kindness for which I can never be sufficiently grateful." "Good night, Timson," said Parsons, hurrying off, and carrying the bewildered Tottle with him. "Won't you stay and have something?" said Timson. "No, thank'ee," replied Parsons. "I've had quite enough." And away he went, followed by Watkins Tottle in a state of stupefaction. Mr. Gabriel Parsons whistled until they had walked some quarter of a mile past his own gate, when he suddenly stopped and said, "You are a clever fellow, Tottle, ain't you?" "I don't know," said the unfortunate Watkins. "I suppose you'll say this is Fanny's fault, won't you?" inquired Gabriel. "I don't know anything about it," replied the bewildered Tottle. "Well," said Parsons, turning on his heel to go home, "the next time you make an offer, you had better speak plainly, and don't throw a chance away. And the next time you're locked up in a sponging house, just wait there till I come and take you out, there's a good fellow." How or at what hour Mr. Watkins Tottle returned to Cecil Street is unknown. His boots were seen outside his bedroom door next morning, but we have the authority of his landlady for stating that he neither emerged therefrom nor accepted sustenance for 24 hours. At the expiration of that period, and when a council of war was being held in the kitchen on the propriety of summoning the parochial beadle to break his door down, he rang his bell, and demanded a cup of milk and water. The next morning he went through the formalities of eating and drinking as usual, but a week afterwards he was seized with a relapse while pursuing the list of marriages in a morning paper, from which he never perfectly recovered. A few weeks after the last named occurrence, the body of a gentleman unknown was found in the Regent's Canal. In the trousers pockets were 4 shillings and threepence halfpenny, a matrimonial advertisement from a lady, which appeared to have been cut out of a Sunday paper, a toothpick, and a card case, which, it is confidentially believed, would have led to the identification of the unfortunate gentleman, but for the circumstance of there being none but blank cards in it. Mr. Watkins Tottle absented himself from his lodging shortly before. A bill which has not been taken up was presented next morning, and a bill which has not been taken down was soon afterwards affixed in his parlour window. End of section 56. Sketches by Boz, section 57. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz, by Charles Dickens, section 57. Tales, chapter 11. The Bloomsbury Christening. Mr. Nicodemus Dumps, or as his acquaintance called him, Long Dumps, was a bachelor, 6 feet high and 50 years old, cross, cadaverous, odd, and ill-natured. He was never happy but when he was miserable, and always miserable when he had the best reason to be happy. The only real comfort of his existence was to make everybody about him wretched. Then he might be truly said to enjoy life. He was afflicted with a situation in the bank worth 500 a year, and he rented a first floor furnished at Pentonville, which he originally took because it commanded a dismal prospect of an adjacent churchyard. He was familiar with the face of every tombstone, and the burial service seemed to excite his strongest sympathy. His friends said he was surly. He insisted he was nervous. They thought him a lucky dog, but he protested that he was the most unfortunate man in the world. Cold as he was, and wretched as he declared himself to be, he was not wholly unsusceptible of attachments. He revered the memory of Hoyle, as he was himself an admirable and imperturbable whist player, and he chuckled with delight at a fretful and impatient adversary. He adored King Herod for his massacre of the innocents, and if he hated one thing more than another, it was a child. However, he could hardly be said to hate anything in particular, because he disliked everything in general. But perhaps his greatest antipathies were cabs, old women, doors that would not shut, musical amateurs, and omnibus cads. He subscribed to the Society for the Suppression of Vice, for the pleasure of putting a stop to any harmless amusements, and he contributed largely towards the support of 2 itinerant Methodist parsons, in the amiable hope that if circumstances rendered any people happy in this world, they might perchance be rendered miserable by fears for the next. Mr. Dumps had a nephew who had been married about a year, and who was somewhat of a favourite with his uncle because he was an admirable subject to exercise his misery-creating powers upon. Mr. Charles Kitterbell was a small, sharp, spare man, with a very large head, and a broad, good-humoured countenance. He looked like a faded giant, with the head and face partially restored, and he had a cast in his eye which rendered it quite impossible for any one with whom he conversed to know where he was looking. His eyes apparently fixed on the wall, and he was staring you out of countenance. In short, there was no catching his eye, and perhaps it is a merciful dispensation of Providence that such eyes are not catching. In addition to these characteristics, it may be added that Mr. Charles Kitterbell was one of the most credulous and matter-of-fact little personages that ever took to himself a wife and for himself a house in Great Russell Street, Bedford Square. Uncle Dumps always dropped the Bedford Square, and inserted in lieu thereof the dreadful words Tottenham Court Road. "No, but, uncle, 'pon my life you must promise to be godfather," said Mr. Kitterbell, as he sat in conversation with his respected relative one morning. "I cannot, indeed I cannot," returned Dumps. "Well, but why not? Jemima will think it very unkind. It's very little trouble." "As to the trouble," rejoined the most unhappy man in existence, I don't mind that. But my nerves are in that state. I cannot go through the ceremony. You know I don't like going out. For God's sake, Charles, don't fidget with that stool so, you'll drive me mad. Mr. Kitterbell, quite regardless of his uncle's nerves, had occupied himself for some 10 minutes in describing a circle on the floor, with one leg of the office stool on which he was seated, keeping the other three up in the air, and holding fast on by the desk. I beg your pardon, uncle, said Kitterbell, quite abashed, suddenly releasing his hold of the desk, and bringing the three wandering legs back to the floor with a force sufficient to drive them through it. But come, don't refuse. If it's a boy, you know we must have two godfathers. If it's a boy, said Dumps. Why can't you say at once whether it is a boy or not? I should be very happy to tell you, but it's impossible I can undertake to say whether it's a girl or a boy if the child isn't born yet. Not born yet, echoed Dumps, with a gleam of hope lighting up his lugubrious visage. Oh, well, it may be a girl, and then you won't want me. Or if it's a boy, it may die before it is christened. I hope not, said the father that expected to be, looking very grave. I hope not, acquiesced Dumps, evidently pleased with the subject. He was beginning to get happy. I hope not. But distressing cases frequently occur during the first 2 or 3 days of a child's life. Fits, I am told, are exceedingly common, and alarming convulsions are almost matters of course. Lord, uncle, ejaculated little Kitterbell, gasping for breath. Yes, my landlady was confined, let me see, last Tuesday, an uncommonly fine boy. On the Thursday night the nurse was sitting with him upon her knee before the fire, and he was as well as possible. Suddenly he became black in the face, and alarmingly spasmodic. The medical man was instantly sent for, and every remedy was tried, but— How frightful! interrupted the horror-stricken Kitterbell. The child died, of course. However, your child may not die, and if it should be a boy, and should live to be christened, why, I suppose I must be one of the sponsors. Dumps was evidently good-natured on the faith of his anticipations. Thank you, uncle, said his agitated nephew, grasping his hand as warmly as if he had done him some essential service. Perhaps I had better not tell Mrs. K. what you have mentioned. Well, if she's low-spirited, perhaps you had better not mention the melancholy case to her, returned Dumps, who of course had invented the whole story, though perhaps it would be but doing your duty as a husband to prepare her for the worst. A day or two afterwards, as Dumps was perusing a morning paper at the chop-house, which he regularly frequented, the following paragraph met his eyes. Births. On Saturday the 18th instant, in Great Russell Street, the lady of Charles Kitterbell, Esquire, of a son. It is a boy! He exclaimed, dashing down the paper to the astonishment of the waiters. It is a boy! But he speedily regained his composure, as his eye rested on a paragraph quoting the number of infant deaths from the bills of mortality. 6 weeks passed away, and as no communication had been received from the Kitterbells, Dumps was beginning to flatter himself that the child was dead, when the following note painfully resolved his doubts. Great Russell Street, Monday morning. Dear Uncle, you will be delighted to hear that my dear Jemima has left her room, and that your future godson is getting on capitally. He was very thin at first, but he is getting much larger, and nurse says he is filling out every day. He cries a good deal, and is a very singular colour, which made Jemima and me rather uncomfortable, but as nurse says it's natural, and as of course we know nothing about these things yet, we are quite satisfied with what nurse says. We think he will be a sharp child, and nurse says she's sure he will, because he never goes to sleep. You will readily believe that we are all very happy, only we're a little worn out for want of rest, as he keeps us awake all night, but this we must expect, nurse says, for the first 6 or 8 months. He has been vaccinated, but in consequence of the operation being rather awkwardly performed, some small particles of glass were introduced into the arm with the matter. Perhaps this may in some degree account for his being rather fractious, at least so nurse says. We propose to have him christened at 12 o'clock on Friday at St. George's Church in Hart Street, by the name of Frederick Charles William. Pray don't be later than a quarter before 12. We shall have a very few friends in the evening, when of course we shall see you. I am sorry to say that the dear boy appears rather restless and uneasy to-day. The cause, I fear, is fever. Believe me, dear uncle, yours affectionately, Charles Kitterbell. P.S. I open this note to say that we have just discovered the cause of little Frederick's restlessness. It is not fever as I apprehended, but a small pin, which nurse accidentally stuck in his leg yesterday evening. We have taken it out, and he appears more composed, though he still sobs a good deal. It is almost unnecessary to say that the perusal of the above interesting statement was no great relief to the mind of the hypochondriacal Dumps. It was impossible to recede, however, and so he put the best face, that is to say, an uncommonly miserable one, upon the matter, and purchased a handsome silver mug for the infant Kitterbell, upon which he ordered the initials F.C.W.K., with the customary untrained grapevine-looking flourishes, and a large full stop to be engraved forthwith. Monday was a fine day. Tuesday was delightful. Wednesday was equal to either, and Thursday was finer than ever. 4 successive fine days in London. Hackney coachmen became revolutionary, and crossing sweepers began to doubt the existence of a first cause. The Morning Herald informed its readers that an old woman in Camden Town had been heard to say that the fineness of the season was unprecedented in the memory of the oldest inhabitant, and Islington clerks with large families and small salaries left off their black gaiters, disdained to carry their once green cotton umbrellas, and walked to town in the conscious pride of white stockings and cleanly brushed bluchers. Dumps beheld all this with an eye of supreme contempt. His triumph was at hand. He knew that if it had been fine for 4 weeks instead of 4 days, it would rain when he went out. He was lugubriously happy in the conviction that Friday would be a wretched day, and so it was. "I knew how it would be," said Dumps, as he turned round opposite the Mansion House at half-past 11 o'clock on the Friday morning. "I knew how it would be. I am concerned, and that's enough." And certainly the appearance of the day was sufficient to depress the spirits of a much more buoyant-hearted individual than himself. It had rained without a moment's cessation since 8 o'clock. Everybody that passed up Cheapside and down Cheapside looked wet, cold, and dirty. All sorts of forgotten and long concealed umbrellas had been put into requisition. Cabs whisked about, with the fare as carefully boxed up behind two glazed calico curtains as any mysterious picture in any one of Mrs. Radcliffe's castles. Omnibus horses smoked like steam engines. Nobody thought of standing up under doorways or arches. They were painfully convinced it was a hopeless case, and so everybody went hastily along, jumbling and jostling, and swearing and perspiring, and slipping about, like amateur skaters behind wooden chairs on the Serpentine on a frosty Sunday. Dumps paused. He could not think of walking, being rather smart for the christening. If he took a cab, he was sure to be spilt, and a hackney coach was too expensive for his economical ideas. An omnibus was waiting at the opposite corner. It was a desperate case. He had never heard of an omnibus upsetting or running away, and if the cad did knock him down, he could pull him up in return. "Now, sir," cried the young gentleman who officiated as cad to the lads of the village, which was the name of the machine just noticed. Dumps crossed. "This way, sir," shouted the driver of the Harkaway, pulling up his vehicle immediately across the door of the opposition. "This way, sir. He's full." Dumps hesitated, whereupon the lads of the village commenced pouring out a torrent of abuse against the Harkaway, but the conductor of the Admiral Napier settled the contest in a most satisfactory manner for all parties, by seizing Dumps round the waist and thrusting him into the middle of his vehicle, which had just come up and only wanted the 16th inside. "All right," said the Admiral, and off the thing thundered, like a fire engine at full gallop, with the kidnapped customer inside, standing in the position of half a doubled up bootjack, and falling about with every jerk of the machine, first on the one side, then on the other, like a Jack in the Green on May Day, setting to the lady with a brass ladle. "For heaven's sake, where am I to sit?" inquired the miserable man of an old gentleman, into whose stomach he had just fallen for the fourth time. Anywhere but on my chest, sir,' replied the old gentleman in a surly tone. 'Perhaps the box would suit the gentleman better,' suggested a very damp lawyer's clerk in a pink shirt and a smirking countenance. After a great deal of struggling and falling about, Dumps at last managed to squeeze himself into a seat, which, in addition to the slight disadvantage of being between a window that would not shut and a door that must be open, placed him in close contact with a passenger who had been walking about all the morning without an umbrella, and who looked as if he had spent the day in a full water butt, only wetter. 'Don't bang the door so,' said Dumps to the conductor, as he shut it after letting out four of the passengers. 'I'm very nervous. It destroys me.' 'Did any gentleman say anythink?' replied the cad, thrusting in his head and trying to look as if he didn't understand the request. 'I told you not to bang the door so,' repeated Dumps, with an expression of countenance like the knave of clubs in convulsions. 'Oh, for it's a very singular circumstance about this here door, sir, that it won't shut widout banging,' replied the conductor. And he opened the door very wide, and shut it again with a terrific bang, in proof of the assertion. 'I beg your pardon, sir,' said a little prim, wheezing old gentleman sitting opposite Dumps. 'I beg your pardon, sir, but have you ever observed, when you have been in an omnibus on a wet day, that 4 people out of 5 always come in with large cotton umbrellas without a handle at the top, or the brass spike at the bottom?' 'Why, sir,' returned Dumps, as he heard the clock strike 12, 'it never struck me before, but now you mention it, Hollo! Hollo!' shouted the persecuted individual, as the omnibus dashed past Drury Lane, where he had directed to be set down. 'Where is the cad?' 'I think he's on the box, sir,' said the young gentleman before noticed in the pink shirt, which looked like a white one, ruled with red ink. 'I want to be set down,' said Dumps in a faint voice, overcome by his previous efforts. 'I think these cads want to be set down,' returned the attorney's clerk, chuckling at his sally. 'Hollo!' cried Dumps again. 'Hollo!' echoed the passengers. The omnibus passed St Giles's Church. 'Hold hard!' said the conductor. 'I'm blowed if we hain't forgot the gen'lm'n as was to be set down but Drury Lane. Now, sir, make haste if you please,' he added, opening the door, and assisting Dumps out with as much coolness as if it was all right. Dumps' indignation was for once getting the better of his cynical equanimity. 'Drury Lane!' he gasped, with the voice of a boy in a cold bath for the first time. 'Drury Lane, sir? Yes, sir. Third turning on the right hand side, sir.' Dumps' passion was paramount. He clutched his umbrella, and was striding off with the firm determination of not paying the fare. The cad, by a remarkable coincidence, happened to entertain a directly contrary opinion, and Heaven knows how far the altercation would have proceeded, if it had not been most ably and satisfactorily brought to a close by the driver. 'Hollo!' said that respectable person, standing up on the box and leaning with one hand on the roof of the omnibus. 'Hollo, Tom! Tell the gentleman, if so be as he feels aggrieved, we will take him up to Edgware Road for nothing, and set him down at Drury Lane when he comes back. He can't reject that, anyhow.' The argument was irresistible. Dumps paid the disputed sixpence, and in a quarter of an hour was on the staircase of number 14 Great Russell Street. Everything indicated that preparations were making for the reception of a few friends in the evening. 2 dozen extra tumblers and 4 ditto wine glasses, looking anything but transparent, with little bits of straw in them, in the slab in the passage, just arrived. There was a great smell of nutmeg, port wine, and almonds on the staircase. The covers were taken off the stair carpet, and the figure of Venus on the first landing looked as if she were ashamed of the composition candle in her right hand, which contrasted beautifully with the lamp blacked drapery of the goddess of love. The female servant, who looked very warm and bustling, ushered Dumps into a front drawing room, very prettily furnished, with a plentiful sprinkling of little baskets, paper table mats, china watchmen, pink and gold albums, and rainbow bound little books on the different tables. 'Ah, uncle!' said Mr. Kitterbell. 'How d'ye do? Allow me, Jemima, my dear, my uncle. I think you've seen Jemima before, sir.' 'Have had the pleasure,' returned big Dumps, his tone and look making it doubtful whether in his life he had ever experienced the sensation. 'I'm sure,' said Mrs. Kitterbell, with a languid smile and a slight cough, 'I'm sure any friend of Charles's much less a relation is I knew you'd say so, my love,' said little Kitterbell, who, while he appeared to be gazing on the opposite houses, was looking at his wife with a most affectionate air. 'Bless you! The last two words were accompanied with a simper, and a squeeze of the hand, which stirred up all Uncle Dump's bile. "Jane, tell nurse to bring down baby," said Mrs. Kitterbell, addressing the servant. Mrs. Kitterbell was a tall, thin young lady, with very light hair, and a particularly white face, one of those young women who almost invariably, though one hardly knows why, recall to one's mind the idea of a cold fillet of veal. Out went the servant, and in came the nurse, with a remarkably small parcel in her arms, picked up in a blue mantle trimmed with white fur. This was the baby. "Now, uncle," said Mr. Kitterbell, lifting up that part of the mantle which covered the infant's face, with an air of great triumph, "who do you think he's like?" "He, yes, who?" said Mrs. K., putting her arm through her husband's, and looking up into Dump's face, with an expression of as much interest as she was capable of displaying. "Good God, how small he is!" cried the amiable uncle, starting back with well feigned surprise. "Remarkably small indeed." "Do you think so?" inquired poor little Kitterbell, rather alarmed. "He's a monster to what he was, ain't he, nurse?" "He's a dear," said the nurse, squeezing the child and evading the question, not because she scrupled to disguise the fact, but because she couldn't afford to throw away the chance of Dump's half crown. "Well, but who is he like?" inquired little Kitterbell. Dumps looked at the little pink heap before him, and only thought at the moment of the best mode of mortifying the youthful parents. "I really don't know who he's like," he answered, very well knowing the reply expected of him. "Don't you think he's like me?" inquired his nephew with a knowing air. "Oh, decidedly not," returned Dumps, with an emphasis not to be misunderstood. "Decidedly not like you. Oh, certainly not." "Like Jemima?" asked Kitterbell, faintly. "Oh dear no, not in the least. I'm no judge of course in such cases, but I really think he's more like one of those little carved representations that one sometimes sees blowing a trumpet on a tombstone." The nurse stooped down over the child, and with great difficulty prevented an explosion of mirth. Pa and Ma looked almost as miserable as their amiable uncle. "Well," said the disappointed little father, "you'll be better able to tell what he's like by and by. You shall see him this evening with his mantle off." "Thank you," said Dumps, feeling particularly grateful. "Now, my love," said Kitterbell to his wife, "it's time we were off. We are to meet the other godfather and the godmother at the church, uncle. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson from over the way, uncommonly nice people. My love, are you well wrapped up?" "Yes, dear." "Are you sure you won't have another shawl?" inquired the anxious husband. "No, sweet," returned the charming mother, accepting Dumps's proffered arm; and the little party entered the hackney coach that was to take them to the church, Dumps amusing Mrs. Kitterbell by expatiating largely on the danger of measles, thrush, teeth cutting, and other interesting diseases to which children are subject. The ceremony, which occupied about 5 minutes, passed off without anything particular occurring. The clergyman had to dine some distance from town, and had 2 churchings, 3 christenings, and a funeral to perform in something less than an hour. The godfathers and godmother, therefore, promised to renounce the devil and all his works and all that sort of thing, as little Kitterbell said, in less than no time; and with the exception of Dumps nearly letting the child fall into the font when he handed it to the clergyman, the whole affair went off in the usual business-like and matter-of-course manner, and Dumps re-entered the Bank gates at 2 o'clock with a heavy heart, and the painful conviction that he was regularly booked for an evening party. Evening came, and so did Dump's pumps, black silk stockings, and white cravat, which he had ordered to be forwarded, per boy, from Pentonville. The depressed godfather dressed himself at a friend's counting house, from whence, with his spirits 50 degrees below proof, he sallied forth, as the weather had cleared up and the evening was tolerably fine, to walk Great Russell Street. Slowly he paced up Cheapside, Newgate Street, down Snow Hill, and up Holborn Ditto, looking as grim as the figurehead of a man of war, and finding out fresh causes of misery at every step. As he was crossing the corner of Hatton Garden, a man apparently intoxicated rushed against him, and would have knocked him down had he not been providentially caught by a very genteel young man who happened to be close to him at the time. The shock so disarranged Dumps's nerves, as well as his dress, that he could hardly stand. The gentleman took his arm, and in the kindest manner walked with him as far as Furnival's Inn. Dumps, for about the first time in his life, felt grateful and polite, and he and the gentlemanly looking young man parted with mutual expressions of goodwill. There are at least some well-disposed men in the world, ruminated the misanthropical Dumps as he proceeded towards his destination. Rat-tat-ta-ra-ra-ra-rat, knocked a hackney coachman at Kitterbell's door, in imitation of a gentleman's servant, just as Dumps reached it, and out came an old lady in a large toque, and an old gentleman in a blue coat, and three female copies of the old lady in pink dresses and shoes to match. It's a large party, sighed the unhappy godfather, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, and leaning against the area railings. It was some time before the miserable man could muster up courage to knock at the door, and when he did, the smart appearance of a neighbouring greengrocer, who had been hired to wait for 7 and 6pence, and whose calves alone were worth double the money, the lamp in the passage, and the Venus in the landing, added to the hum of many voices, and the sound of a harp and two violins painfully convinced him that his surmises were all but too well founded. "How are you?" said little Kitterbell, in greater bustle than ever, bolting out of the little back parlour with a corkscrew in his hand, and various particles of sawdust, looking like so many inverted commas on his inexpressibles. "Good God!" said Dumps, turning into the aforesaid parlour to put his shoes on, which he had brought in his coat pocket, and still more appalled by the sight of 7 fresh drawn corks and a corresponding number of decanters. "How many people are there upstairs?" "Oh, not above 35. We've had the carpet taken up in the back drawing room, and the piano and the card tables are in the front. Jemima thought we'd better have a regular sit down supper in the front parlour, because of the speechifying and all that. But Lord, uncle, what's the matter?" continued the excited little man, as Dumps stood with one shoe on, rummaging his pockets with a most frightful distortion of visage. "What have you lost? Your pocket book?" "No," returned Dumps, diving first into one pocket and then into the other, and speaking in a voice like Desdemona with the pillow over her mouth. "Your card case, snuff box, the key of your lodgings?" continued Kitterbell, pouring question on question with the rapidity of lightning. "No, no," ejaculated Dumps, still diving eagerly into his empty pockets. "Not the mug you spoke of this morning?" "Yes, the mug," replied Dumps, sinking into a chair. "How could you have done it?" inquired Kitterbell. "Are you sure you brought it out?" "Yes, yes, I see it all," said Dumps, starting up as the idea flashed across his mind. "Miserable dog that I am, I was born to suffer. I see it all. It was the gentlemanly looking young man." "Mr. Dumps!" shouted the greengrocer in a stentorian voice, as he ushered the somewhat recovered godfather into the drawing room half an hour after the above declaration. "Mr. Dumps!" Everybody looked at the door, and in came Dumps, feeling about as much out of place as a salmon might be supposed to be on a gravel walk. "Happy to see you again," said Mrs. Kitterbell, quite unconscious of the unfortunate man's confusion and misery. "You must allow me to introduce you to a few of our friends, my mama, Mr. Dumps, my papa and sisters." Dumps seized the hand of the mother as warmly as if she was his own parent, bowed to the young ladies and against a gentleman behind him, and took no notice whatever of the father, who had been bowing incessantly for 3 minutes and a quarter. "Uncle," said little Kitterbell, after Dumps had been introduced to a select dozen or two, "you must let me lead you to the other end of the room, to introduce you to my friend Danton. Such a splendid fellow! I'm sure you'll like him. This way." Dumps followed as tractably as a tame bear. Mr. Danton was a young man of about 5 and 20, with a considerable stock of impudence and a very small share of ideas. He was a great favourite, especially with young ladies of from 16 to 26 years of age, both inclusive. He could imitate the French horn to admiration, sang comic songs most inimitably, and had the most insinuating way of saying impertinent nothings to his doting female admirers. He had acquired, somehow or other, the reputation of being a great wit, and accordingly, whenever he opened his mouth, everybody who knew him laughed very heartily. The introduction took place in due form. Mr. Danton bowed and twirled a lady's handkerchief, which he held in his hand, in a most common way. Everybody smiled. "Very warm," said Dumps, feeling it necessary to say something. "Yes, it was warmer yesterday," returned the brilliant Mr. Danton. A general laugh. I have great pleasure in congratulating you on your first appearance in the character of a father, sir," he continued, addressing Dumps. "Godfather, I mean." The young ladies were convulsed, and the gentlemen in ecstasies. A general hum of admiration interrupted the conversation, and announced the entrance of nurse with the baby. A universal rush of the young ladies immediately took place. Girls are always so fond of babies in company. "Oh, you dear!" said one. "How sweet!" cried another, in a low tone of the most enthusiastic admiration. "Heavenly!" added a third. "Oh, what dear little arms!" said a fourth, holding up an arm and fist about the size and shape of the leg of a fowl cleanly picked. "Did you ever," said a little coquette with a large bustle, who looked like a French lithograph appealing to a gentleman in three waistcoats, "did you ever?" "Never in my life," returned her admirer, pulling up his collar. "Oh, do let me take it, nurse," cried another young lady. "The love!" "Can it open its eyes, nurse?" inquired another, affecting the utmost innocence. Suffice it to say that the single ladies unanimously voted him an angel, and that the married ones, nem. con., agreed that he was decidedly the finest baby they had ever beheld, except their own. The quadrilles were resumed with great spirit. Mr. Danton was universally admitted to be beyond himself. Several young ladies enchanted the company and gained admirers by singing "We met," "I saw her at the fancy fair," and other equally sentimental and interesting ballads. The young men, as Mrs. Kitterbell said, made themselves very agreeable. The girls did not lose their opportunity, and the evening promised to go off excellently. Dumps didn't mind it. He had devised a plan for himself, a little bit of fun in his own way, and he was almost happy. He played a rubber, and lost every point. Mr. Danton said he could not have lost every point, because he made a point of losing. Everybody laughed tremendously. Dumps retorted with a better joke, and nobody smiled, with the exception of the host, who seemed to consider it his duty to laugh till he was black in the face at everything. There was only one drawback. The musicians did not play with quite as much spirit as could have been wished. The cause, however, was satisfactorily explained, for it appeared, on the testimony of a gentleman who had come up from Gravesend in the afternoon, that they had been engaged on board a steamer all day, and had played almost without cessation all the way to Gravesend, and all the way back again. The sit-down supper was excellent. There were 4 barley sugar temples at the table, which would have looked beautiful had they not melted away when the supper began, and a water-mill, whose only fault was that instead of going round it ran over the tablecloth. Then there were fowls, and tongue, and trifle, and sweets, and lobster salad, and potted beef, and everything; and little Kitterbell kept calling out for clean plates, and the clean plates did not come; and then the gentlemen who wanted the plates said they didn't mind, they'd take a lady's; and then Mrs. Kitterbell applauded their gallantry, and the greengrocer ran about till he thought his 7 and 6pence was very hardly earned, and the young ladies didn't eat much for fear it shouldn't look romantic, and the married ladies eat as much as possible for fear they shouldn't have enough, and a great deal of wine was drunk, and everybody talked and laughed considerably. "Hush, hush!" said Mr. Kitterbell, rising and looking important. "My love," this was addressed to his wife at the other end of the table, "take care of Mrs. Maxwell, and your mama, and the rest of the married ladies. The gentlemen will persuade the young ladies to fill their glasses, I am sure." "Ladies and gentlemen," said Long Dumps, in a very sepulchral voice and rueful accent, rising from his chair like the ghost in Don Juan, "will you have the kindness to charge your glasses? I am desirous of proposing a toast." A dead silence ensued, and the glasses were filled. Everybody looked serious. "Ladies and gentlemen," slowly continued the ominous Dumps, "I—" Here Mr. Danton imitated 2 notes from the French horn, in a very loud key, which electrified the nervous toast proposer and convulsed his audience. "Order, order!" said little Kitterbell, endeavouring to suppress his laughter. "Order!" said the gentleman. "Danton, be quiet!" said a particular friend on the opposite end of the table. "Ladies and gentlemen," resumed Dumps, somewhat recovered, and not much disconcerted, for he was always a pretty good hand at a speech, "in accordance with what is, I believe, the established usage on these occasions, I, as one of the godfathers of Master Frederick Charles William Kitterbell," here the speaker's voice faltered, for he remembered the mug, "venture to rise to propose a toast. I need hardly say that it is the health and prosperity of that young gentleman, the particular event of whose early life we are here met to celebrate. Applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is impossible to suppose that our friends here, whose sincere well-wishers we all are, can pass through life without some trials, considerable suffering, severe affliction, and heavy losses. Here the arch traitor paused, and slowly drew forth a long white pocket handkerchief. His example was followed by several ladies. That these trials may be long spared them is my most earnest prayer, my most fervent wish. A distinct sob from the grandmother. I hope and trust, ladies and gentlemen, that the infant whose christening we have this evening met to celebrate may not be removed from the arms of his parents by premature decay. Several cambrics were in requisition. That his young and now apparently healthy form may not be wasted by lingering disease. Here Dumps cast a sardonic glance around, for a great sensation was manifest among the married ladies. You, I am sure, will concur with me in wishing that he may live to be a comfort and blessing to his parents. Hear, hear, and an audible sob from Mr. Kitterbell. But should he not be what we could wish, should he forget in after times the duty which he owes to them, should they unhappily experience that distracting truth, how sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. Here Mrs. Kitterbell, with her handkerchief to her eyes, and accompanied by several ladies, rushed from the room, and went into violent hysterics in the passage, leaving her better half in almost as bad a condition, and a general impression in Dumps's favour, for people like sentiment after all. It need hardly be added that this occurrence quite put a stop to the harmony of the evening. Vinegar, hartshorn, and cold water were now as much in request as negus, rout cakes, and bonbons had been a short time before. Mrs. Kitterbell was immediately conveyed to her apartment, the musicians were silenced, flirting ceased, and the company slowly departed. Dumps left the house at the commencement of the bustle, and walked home with a light step, and, for him, a cheerful heart. His landlady, who slept in the next room, has offered to make oath that she heard him laugh in his peculiar manner after he had locked his door. The assertion, however, is so improbable, and bears on the face of it such strong evidence of untruth, that it has never obtained credence to this hour. The family of Mr. Kitterbell has considerably increased since the period to which we have referred. He now has 2 sons and a daughter, and as he expects at no distant period to have another addition to his blooming progeny, he is anxious to secure an eligible godfather for the occasion. He is determined, however, to impose upon him 2 conditions. He must bind himself by a solemn obligation not to make any speech after supper, and it is indispensable that he should be in no way connected with the most miserable man in the world. Section 57. Sketches by Boz, Section 58. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Sketches by Boz by Charles Dickens, Section 58. Tales, Chapter 12. The Drunkard's Death. We will be bold to say that there is scarcely a man in the constant habit of walking, day after day, through any of the crowded thoroughfares of London, who cannot recollect among the people whom he knows by sight, to use a familiar phrase, some being of abject and wretched appearance, with whom he remembers to have seen in a very different condition, whom he has observed sinking lower and lower by almost imperceptible degrees, and the shabbiness and utter destitution of whose appearance at last strike forcibly and painfully upon him as he passes by. Is there any man who has mixed much with society, or whose avocations have caused him to mingle at one time or other with a great number of people, who cannot call to mind the time when some shabby, miserable wretch, in rags and filth, who shuffles past him now in all the squalor of disease and poverty, with a respectable tradesman or clerk, or a man following some thriving pursuit, with good prospects and decent means? Or cannot any of our readers call to mind from among the list of their quondam acquaintance some fallen or degraded man, who lingers about the pavement in hungry misery, from whom every one turns coldly away, and who preserves himself from sheer starvation nobody knows how? Alas, such cases are of too frequent occurrence to be rare items in any man's experience, and but too often arise from one cause, drunkenness, that fierce rage for the slow, sure poison that oversteps every other consideration, that casts aside wife, children, friends, happiness, and station, and hurries its victims madly on to degradation and death. Some of these men have been impelled by misfortune and misery to the vice that has degraded them. The ruin of worldly expectations, the death of those they loved, the sorrow that slowly consumes but will not break the heart, has driven them wild, and they present the hideous spectacle of madmen slowly dying by their own hands. But so far the greater part have wilfully and with open eyes plunged into the gulf from which the man who once enters it never rises more, but into which he sinks deeper and deeper down until recovery is hopeless. Such a man as this once stood by the bedside of his dying wife, while his children knelt round, and mingled loud bursts of grief with their innocent prayers. The room was scantily and meanly furnished, and it needed but a glance at the pale form from which the light of life was fast passing away, to know that grief and want and anxious care had been busy at the heart for many a weary year. An elderly woman, with her face bathed in tears, was supporting the head of the dying woman, her daughter on her arm. But it was not towards her that the face was turned. It was not her hand that the cold and trembling fingers clasped. They pressed the husband's arm. The eye so soon to be closed in death rested on his face, and the man shook beneath their gaze. His dress was slovenly and disordered, his face inflamed, his eyes bloodshot and heavy. He had been summoned from some wild debauch to the bed of sorrow and death. A shaded lamp by the bedside cast a dim light on the figures around, and left the remainder of the room in thick deep shadow. The silence of night prevailed without the house, and the stillness of death was in the chamber. A watch hung over the mantel-shelf. Its low ticking was the only sound that broke the profound quiet, but it was a solemn one, for well they knew who heard it, that before it had recorded the passing of another hour, it would beat the knell of a departed spirit. It is a dreadful thing to wait and watch for the approach of death, to know that hope is gone and recovery impossible, and to sit and count the dreary hours through long, long nights, such nights as only watchers by the bed of sickness know. It chills the blood to hear the dearest secrets of the heart, the pent-up, hidden secrets of many years, poured forth by the unconscious, helpless being before you, and to think how little the reserve and cunning of a whole life will avail, when fever and delirium tear off the mask at last. Strange tales have been told in the wanderings of dying men, tales so full of guilt and crime, that those who stood by the sick person's couch have fled in horror and affright, lest they should be scared to madness by what they heard and saw, and many a wretch has died alone, raving of deeds the very name of which has driven the boldest man away. But no such ravings were to be heard at the bedside by which the children knelt. Their half-stifled sobs and moaning alone broke the silence of the lonely chamber. And when at last the mother's grasp relaxed, and turning one look from the children to the father, she vainly strove to speak, and fell backward on the pillow, all was so calm and tranquil that she seemed to sink to sleep. They leant over her. They called upon her name, softly at first, and then in the loud and piercing tones of desperation. But there was no reply. They listened for her breath, but no sound came. They felt for the palpitation of the heart, but no faint throb responded to the touch. That heart was broken, and she was dead. The husband sank into a chair by the bedside and clasped his hands upon his burning forehead. He gazed from child to child, but when a weeping eye met his, he quailed beneath its look. No word of comfort was whispering in his ear, no look of kindness lighted on his face. All shrunk from and avoided him, and when at last he staggered from the room, no one sought to follow or console the widower. The time had been when many a friend would have crowded round him in his affliction, and many a heartfelt condolence would have met him in his grief. Where were they now? One by one, friends, relations, the commonest acquaintance ever, had fallen off from and deserted the drunkard. His wife alone had clung to him in good and evil, in sickness and poverty, and how had he rewarded her? He had reeled from the tavern to her bedside in time to see her die. He rushed from the house, and walked swiftly through the streets. Remorse, fear, shame, all crowded on his mind. Stupefied with drink and bewildered with the scene he had just witnessed, he re-entered the tavern he had quitted shortly before. Glass succeeded glass. His blood mounted, and his brain whirled round. Death. Every one must die, and why not she? She was too good for him. Her relations had often told him so. Curses on them! Had they not deserted her and left her to wind away the time at home? Well, she was dead, and happy perhaps. It was better as it was. Another glass. One more. Hurrah! It was a merry life while it lasted, and he would make the most of it. Time went on. The 3 children who were left to him grew up and were children no longer. The father remained the same, poorer, shabbier, and more dissolute looking, but the same confirmed and irreclaimable drunkard. The boys had long ago run wild in the streets and left him. The girl alone remained, but she worked hard, and words or blows could always procure him something for the tavern. So he went on in the old course, and a merry life he led. One night, as early as 10 o'clock, for the girl had been sick for many days, and there was consequently little to spend at the public house, he bent his steps homeward, bethinking himself that if he would have her able to earn money, it would be as well to apply to the parish surgeon, or at all events to take the trouble of inquiring what ailed her, which he had not yet thought it worth while to do. It was a wet December night. The wind blew piercing cold, and the rain poured heavily down. He begged for a few halfpence from a passer-by, and having bought a small loaf, for it was his interest to keep the girl alive if he could, he shuffled onwards as fast as the wind and rain would let him. At the back of Fleet Street, and lying between it and the waterside, are several mean and narrow courts, which form a portion of Whitefriars. It was to one of these that he directed his steps. The alley into which he turned might, for filth and misery, have competed with the darkest corner of this ancient sanctuary in its dirtiest and most lawless time. The houses, varying from 2 stories in height to 4, were stained with every indescribable hue that long exposure to the weather, damp, and rottenness can impart to tenements composed originally of the roughest and coarsest materials. The windows were patched with paper, and stuffed with the foulest rags. The doors were falling from their hinges. Poles with lines on which to dry clothes projected from every casement, and sounds of quarrelling and drunkenness issued from every room. The solitary oil lamp in the centre of the court had been blown out, either by the violence of the wind, or the act of some inhabitant who had excellent reasons for objecting to his residence being rendered too conspicuous, and the only light which fell upon the broken and uneven pavement was derived from the miserable candles that here and there twinkled in the rooms of such of the most fortunate residents as could afford to indulge in so expensive a luxury. A gutter ran down the centre of the alley, all the sluggish odours of which had been called forth by the rain, and as the wind whistled through the old houses, the doors and shutters creaked upon their hinges, and the windows shook in their frames, with a violence which every moment seemed to threaten the destruction of the whole place. The man whom we had followed into this den walked on in the darkness. sometimes stumbling into the main gutter, and at others into some branch repositories of garbage which had been formed by the rain, until he reached the last house in the court. The door, or rather what was left of it, stood ajar, for the convenience of the numerous lodgers, and he proceeded to grope his way up the old and broken stair to the attic story. He was within a step or two of his room door when it opened, and a girl whose miserable and emaciated appearance was only to be equalled by that of the candle which she shaded with her hand, peeped anxiously out. "Is that you, father?" said the girl. "Who else should it be?" replied the man gruffly. "What are you trembling at? It's little enough that I've had to drink to-day, for there's no drink without money, and no money without work. What the devil's the matter with the girl?" "I am not well, father, not at all well," said the girl, bursting into tears. "Ah!" replied the man, in the tone of a person who is compelled to admit an unpleasant fact to which he would rather remain blind if he could. "You must get better somehow, for we must have money. You must go to the parish doctor, and make him give you some medicine. They're paid for, damn 'em. What are you standing before the door, sir? Let me come in, can't you?" "Father," whispered the girl, shutting the door behind her and placing herself before it, "William has come back." "Who?" said the man with a start. "Hush!" replied the girl. "William, brother William." "And what does he want?" said the man with an effort at composure. "Money, meat, drink. He's come to the wrong shop for that, if he does. Give me the candle, fool. I ain't going to hurt him." He snatched the candle from her hand, and walked into the room. Sitting on an old box, with his head resting on his hand, and his eyes fixed on a wretched cinder fire that was smouldering on the hearth, was a young man of about 22, miserably clad in an old coarse jacket and trousers. He started up when his father entered. "Fasten the door, Mary," said the young man hastily. "Fasten the door. You look as if you don't know me, father. It's long enough since you drove me from home. You may well forget me." "And what do you want here now?" said the father, seating himself on a stool on the other side of the fireplace. "What do you want here now?" "Shelter," replied the son. "I'm in trouble, that's enough. If I'm caught I shall swing, that's certain. Caught I shall be unless I stop here, that's as certain, and there's an end of it." "You mean to say you've been robbing or murdering, then?" said the father. "Yes, I do," replied the son. "Does it surprise you, father?" He looked steadily at the man's face, but he withdrew his eyes and bent them on the ground. "Where's your brothers?" he said, after a long pause. "Where they'll never trouble you," replied his son. "John's gone to America, and Henry's dead." "Dead!" said the father with a shudder, which even he could not express. "Dead," replied the young man. "He died in my arms, shot like a dog by a gamekeeper. He staggered back. I caught him, and his blood trickled down my hands. It poured out from his side like water. He was weak, and it blinded him, but he threw himself down on his knees on the grass and prayed to God that if his mother was in heaven he would hear her prayers for pardon for her youngest son. I was her favourite boy, Will, he said, and I'm glad to think now that when she was dying, though I was a very young child then, and my little heart was almost bursting, I knelt down at the foot of the bed and thanked God for having made me so fond of her as to have never once done anything to bring the tears into her eyes. Oh, Will, why was she taken away and father left?" "There's his dying words, father," said the young man. "Make the best you can of 'em. You struck him across the face in a drunken fit the morning we ran away, and here's the end of it." The girl wept aloud, and the father, sinking his head upon his knees, rocked himself to and fro. "If I am taken," said the young man, "I shall be carried back into the country and hung for that man's murder. They cannot trace me here without your assistance, father. For aught I know you may give me up to justice, but unless you do, here I stop until I can venture to escape abroad." For 2 whole days all three remained in the wretched room, without stirring out. On the third evening, however, the girl was worse than she had been yet, and the few scraps of food they had were gone. It was indispensably necessary that someone should go out, and as the girl was too weak and ill, the father went, just at nightfall. He got some medicine for the girl, and a trifle in the way of pecuniary assistance. On his way back he earned sixpence by holding a horse, and returned homewards with enough money to supply their most pressing wants for 2 or 3 days to come. He had to pass the public house. He lingered for an instant, walked past it, turned back again, lingered once more, and finally slunk in. Two men whom he had not observed were on the watch. They were on the point of giving up their search in despair, when his loitering attracted their attention, and when he entered the public house they followed him. "You'll drink with me, master?" said one of them, proffering him a glass of liquor. "And me too," said the other, replenishing the glass as soon as it was drained of its contents. The man thought of his hungry children and his son's danger, but they were nothing to the drunkard. He did drink, and his reason left him. "A wet night, Warden," whispered one of the men in his ear, as he at length turned to go away, after spending in liquor one half the money on which perhaps his daughter's life depended. "The right sort of night for our friends in hiding, Master Warden," replied the other. "Sit down here," said the one who had spoken first, drawing him into a corner. "We have been looking arter the young one. We came to tell him it's all right now, but we couldn't find him, 'cause we hadn't got the precise direction. But that ain't strange, for I don't think he knowed it himself when he come to London, did he?" "No, he didn't," replied the father. The two men exchanged glances. "There's a vessel down at the docks, to sail at midnight when it's high water," resumed the first speaker, "and we'll put him on board. His passage is taken in another name, and what's better than that, it's paid for. It's lucky we met you." "Very," said the second. "Capital luck," said the first, with a wink to his companion. "Great," replied the second, with a slight nod of intelligence. "Another glass here, quick," said the first speaker, and in another 5 minutes more the father had unconsciously yielded up his own son into the hangman's hands. Slowly and heavily the time dragged along, as the brother and sister in their miserable hiding place listened in anxious suspense to the slightest sound. At length a heavy footstep was heard upon the stair. It approached nearer, it reached the landing, and the father staggered into the room. The girl saw that he was intoxicated, and advanced with the candle in her hand to meet him. She stopped short, gave a loud scream, and fell senseless on the ground. She had caught sight of the shadow of a man reflected on the floor. They both rushed in, and in another instant the young man was a prisoner and handcuffed. "Very quietly done," said one of the men to his companion. "Thanks to the old man. Lift up the girl, Tom. Come, come, it's no use crying, young woman. It's all over now and can't be helped." The young man stooped for an instant over the girl, and then turned fiercely round upon his father, who had reeled against the wall and was gazing on the group with drunken stupidity. "Listen to me, father," he said, in a tone that made the drunkard's flesh creep. "My brother's blood and mine is on your head. I never had kind look or word or care from you, and alive or dead I will never forgive you. Die when you will or how, I will be with you. I speak as a dead man now, and I warn you, father, that as surely as you must one day stand before your Maker, so surely shall your children be there, hand in hand, to cry for judgment against you." He raised his manacled hands in a threatening attitude, fixed his eyes on his shrinking parent, and slowly left the room, and neither father nor sister ever beheld him more on this side of the grave. When the dim and misty light of a winter's morning penetrated into the narrow court, and struggled through the begrimed window of the wretched room, Warden awoke from his heavy sleep and found himself alone. He rose and looked round him. The old flock mattress on the floor was undisturbed, and everything was just as he remembered to have seen it last, and there were no signs of any one save himself having occupied the room during the night. He inquired of the other lodgers and the neighbours, but his daughter had not been seen or heard of. He rambled through the streets and scrutinized every wretched face among the crowds that thronged them with anxious eyes, but his search was fruitless, and he returned to his garret when night came on, desolate and weary. For many days he occupied himself in the same manner, but no trace of his daughter did he meet with, and no word of her reached his ears. At length he gave up the pursuit as hopeless. He had long thought of the probability of her leaving him, and endeavouring to gain her bread in quiet elsewhere. She had left him at last, to starve alone. He ground his teeth and cursed her. He begged his bread from door to door. Every halfpenny he could wring from the pity or credulity of those to whom he addressed himself was spent in the old way. A year passed over his head. The roof of a jail was the only one that had sheltered him for many months. He slept under archways and in brickfields, anywhere where there was some warmth or shelter from the cold and rain. But in the last stage of poverty, disease, and houseless want, he was a drunkard still. At last, one bitter night, he sunk down on a doorstep, faint and ill. The premature decay of vice and profligacy had worn him to the bone. His cheeks were hollow and livid, his eyes were sunken, and their sight was dim. His legs trembled beneath his weight, and now the long forgotten scenes of a misspent life crowded thick and fast upon him. He thought of the time when he had a home, a happy, cheerful home, and of those who peopled it and flocked about him then, until the forms of his elder children seemed to rise from the grave and stand about him. So plain, so clear, and so distinct they were that he could touch and feel them. Looks that he had long forgotten were fixed upon him once more. Voices long since hushed in death sounded in his ears like the music of village bells, but it was only for an instant. The rain beat heavily upon him, and cold and hunger were gnawing at his heart again. He rose, and dragged his feeble limbs a few paces further. The street was silent and empty. The few passengers who passed by at that late hour hurried quickly on, and his tremulous voice was lost in the violence of the storm. Again that heavy chill struck through his frame, and his blood seemed to stagnate beneath it. He coiled himself up in a projecting doorway, and tried to sleep. But sleep had fled from his dull and glazed eyes. His mind wandered strangely, but he was awake and conscious. The well-known shout of drunken mirth sounded in his ear. The glass was at his lips. The board was covered with choice rich food. They were before him. He could see them all. He had but to reach out his hand and take them. And though the illusion was reality itself, he knew that he was sitting alone in the deserted street, watching the raindrops as they pattered on the stones, that death was coming upon him by inches, and that there was none to care for or help him. Suddenly he started up in the extremity of terror. He had heard his own voice shouting in the night air, he knew not what or why. Hark! A groan! Another! His senses were leaving him. Half-formed and incoherent words burst from his lips, and his hands sought to tear and lacerate his flesh. He was going mad, and he shrieked for help till his voice failed him. He raised his head, and looked up the long dismal street. He recollected that outcasts like himself, condemned to wander day and night in those dreadful streets, had sometimes gone distracted with their own loneliness. He remembered to have heard many years before, that a homeless wretch had once been found in a solitary corner, sharpening a rusty knife to plunge into his own heart, preferring death to that endless weary wandering to and fro. In an instant his resolve was taken. His limbs received new life. He ran quickly from the spot, and paused not for breath until he reached the river side. He crept softly down the steep stone stairs that led from the commencement of Waterloo Bridge down to the water's level. He crouched into a corner, and held his breath as the patrol passed. Never did prisoner's heart throb with the hope of liberty and life half so eagerly as did that of the wretched man at the prospect of death. The watch passed close to him, but he remained unobserved, and after waiting till the sound of footsteps had died away in the distance, he cautiously descended and stood beneath the gloomy arch that forms the landing place from the river. The tide was in, and the water flowed at his feet. The rain had ceased, the wind was lulled, and all was, for the moment, still and quiet, so quiet that the slightest sound on the opposite bank, even the rippling of the water against the barges that were moored there, was distinctly audible to his ear. The stream stole languidly and sluggishly on. Strange and fantastic forms rose to the surface, and beckoned him to approach. Dark gleaming eyes peered from the water, and seemed to mock his hesitation, while hollow murmurs from behind urged him onwards. He retreated a few paces, took a short run, desperate leap, and plunged into the river. Not 5 seconds had passed when he rose to the water surface. But what a change had taken place in that short time in all his thoughts and feelings! Life, life in any form, poverty, misery, starvation, anything but death. He fought and struggled with the water that closed over his head, and screamed in agonies of terror. The curse of his own son rang in his ears. The shore, but 1 foot of dry ground, he could almost touch the step. 1 hand's breadth nearer, and he was saved. But the tide bore him onward, under the dark arches of the bridge, and he sank to the bottom. Again he rose and struggled for life. For one instant, for one brief instant, the buildings on the river's banks, the lights on the bridge through which the current had borne him, the black water and the fast flying clouds, were distinctly visible. Once more he sank, and once again he rose. Bright flames of fire shot up from earth to heaven, and reeled before his eyes, while the water thundered in his ears, and stunned him with its furious roar. A week afterwards, the body was washed ashore, some miles down the river, a swollen and disfigured mass. Unrecognized and unpitied, it was borne to the grave, and there it has long since mouldered away. End of Section 58. End of Sketches by Boz.